Chapter 1861 Formal Admission to the Immortal Palace. The old man Jiang was shocked when he heard these words. He didn't expect that this young girl would have such a heart and courage in cultivation. It was really precious. In fact, he had seen this way of cultivation in destruction. But this method was only used by powerful people who had reached a certain level and possessed a certain strength to break through the bottleneck that was difficult to cross. Because this method of cultivation was too dangerous. There was a risk of falling if one was not careful. Few people would use it unless it was absolutely necessary. And she was a little girl. Thin. Young. And so low in strength and level. There was still a lot of room for improvement. She dared to use such a dangerous and painful method of cultivation from the beginning. If she didn't have an extraordinary determination, it would be difficult to do this. At least he knew that most of those who used this method to cultivate were ascetics and thick-skinned male elders. It was rare for a delicate little girl to endure such suffering. However, this little girl is not only talented, but also able to endure hardships. She is also a talented person with great potential. Perhaps she can really make some progress in the divine pattern. Thinking of this, the old man's satisfaction and appreciation for her increased a lot. And Su Maoyang has been immersed in practice, constantly blasting out palm prints, colliding with fierce attacks. This action alone was evolved by her thousands and tens of thousands of times, until the divine pattern became more and more obvious, and the power of the blast became stronger and stronger. Finally, it condensed into a huge divine pattern palm print in the air, and took down all the residual images of the spirit beasts around. And she stopped with satisfaction. Sure enough, practicing the divine pattern atlas in destruction is twice as effective with half the effort. Su Maoyang couldn't hold back her joy after spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, and sighed weakly. The old Jinjuan in the space heard this, but he closed his eyes distressfully and sighed helplessly. Alas, although it is twice as effective with half the effort, you don't even look at how embarrassed you are and how seriously injured you are? She just gave up defense and endured so many attacks. Now there is no intact part of her body. The old Jinjuan felt painful just by looking at it, let alone she who was experiencing it personally. I believe that even a big man can hardly bear this kind of pain and suffering. But she, a little girl, has endured it. So even the old Jinjuan, who has lived to this age, can't help but respect her, and have to sigh that the young are really formidable. Su Maoyang didn't care about her injuries at all, because she always used the most demanding way to train herself along the way, and seemed to have long been accustomed to this mode. After all, even clams have to suffer to produce pearls, let alone humans. So, without thinking too much, she summoned the Pure World Green Lotus platform again, sat on it, and continued to practice the Dragon Harp, Stealth Shadow, and Mental Attack. The power on both sides struck her body like lightning, but the skills in her hands, and the power she released became stronger and stronger. The green light around her became more and more dazzling, and the green lotus between her eyebrows bloomed more and more charmingly. As time passed, the old man Jiayin was surprised to find that the power that hit her hard could no longer shake her. It was obvious that she could now skillfully use the Pure World Green Lotus platform to resist the power of the outside world. Not only that, her mastery of several techniques has become more and more exquisite and proficient, and her mental power has made a huge breakthrough, reaching the level of Danzun. Speaking of which, Yushu Tianzun has been looking forward to her reaching Danzun, contracting 4 kinds of strange fire, helping him to refine pills to break through the bottleneck and advance to the level of Emperor Spirit Master. Unexpectedly, she will really help him fulfill his wish one day. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang did not delay and put out the alchemy furnace casually, preparing to make fire and refine pills. Because there were outsiders present here, she did not release the evil blood cauldron, but planned to use the 4-star holy alchemy furnace, the meteorite sun-dry cauldron, which Mu Qingwan gave to Mu Qingqing last time, to refine pills. Seeing that she had finished practicing the technique and started to make pills without stopping for a moment, the old man Jiayin was shocked and speechless. Then he said with a smile, "You really think this place is your home?" He had never seen a disciple who not only ignored the test of the master, but also enjoyed it, enjoying these deadly attacks, and using these attacks to temper and improve himself. In the end, she was doing her own thing without any self-forgetfulness, and there was no sign of accepting the test. She is simply a weirdo, a lunatic. The old man Jiayin was very surprised today, and suddenly he didn't know what to say. In this way, he actually watched her practice for 10 days, And then he saw her patting her clothes, standing up, unimpeded, as if passing through an unmanned place. Walked to the statue, bowed to the statue, and bowed 3 times. Disciple is willing to worship under the master. Now she has obviously passed the test of this level, and obtained the qualification to worship under the master. So as soon as she finished speaking, the statue seemed to appear, and suddenly a golden light burst out, imprinted on Su Maoyang's eyebrows. And then a deep voice suddenly vibrated in her mind. From this moment on, you are a disciple of my immortal palace. You must remember what I said today. Cultivate your mind and cultivate your character. Cultivate your mind before practicing martial arts. And I hope that you will be a green lotus in the turbid world in the future, not stained by the mundane world. And cultivate wholeheartedly to seek the way of the great way. Su Maoyang heard this huge voice echoing in her mind, and her heart was shocked, and her expression became serious. Immortal Palace Gate. The master sect of the old man Jian was originally called the Immortal Palace Gate. No wonder she saw the immortals from the divine pattern of the stone gate, and saw the portrait of the immortals here. It seems that this force is probably quite related to the immortals, and there should be quite a few spiritual immortals inside. Congratulations. You have officially become a disciple of my Immortal Palace Gate. I was not wrong. Jian congratulated with satisfaction. Su Maoyang raised his lips and said with a smile, Senior, since I have successfully joined the sect, you can now tell me the specific situation of the sect. Well, you should know now that the sect you belong to is called the Immortal Palace Sect, and this palace is divided into 5 major halls, namely the Zhulong Hall, the Qingtian Hall, the Tumo Hall, the Xuanji Hall, and the Zuihan Hall. Most of the Zhulong Hall are beast masters, who tend to practice beasts. Most of the Qingtian Hall are spiritual masters, who tend to practice spiritual power. And most of the Tumo Hall are divine pattern masters, who tend to practice divine patterns. Most of the Xuanji Hall are alchemists, who tend to practice spiritual power. As for the Zuihan Hall, most of them are a group of unrestrained casual cultivators. Some of them practice formations, some refine weapons, some study Chimanduanjia, and some are a group of killers with ghostly movements, who come and go like shadows. They have different identities and are unrestrained. They are the freest of the 5 major halls. Chapter 1862. Which sect to join? But no matter what kind of cultivation the disciples of these major sects prefer, they all have the same identity. That is, divine pattern masters. When the old man Jian saw that she had accepted the sect, and the mark of the Immortal Palace Gate had been imprinted on her forehead, he explained with confidence. Su Maoyang was shocked when she heard this, and asked in disbelief, all the disciples in the Immortal Palace Gate are actually divine pattern masters? She knew too well how difficult it was to cultivate divine patterns, and how terrible the power contained in divine patterns was. So she really didn't expect that all the disciples of this force actually cultivated divine patterns. When did divine pattern masters become as cheap as cabbages? Ha ha ha. Yes, only disciples with divine pattern talents can obtain the qualifications to join the Immortal Palace Gate. This is the first step to enter the Immortal Palace Gate. Otherwise, do you think the previous tests are just for show? If it weren't for your divine pattern talent, do you think you would have come here? The old man Jian asked with a smile. Although Su Maoyang had expected that this force would be related to divine runes, she never thought that a sect would be full of divine rune masters. Realizing this, she couldn't help but imagine a scene of divine rune masters everywhere, and took a deep breath in shock. Sure enough, the power of the Immortal Palace sect is really extraordinary. However, although they all have divine rune talents, their divine rune strengths vary. So, they will have a bias and focus on cultivating spiritual power or mental power. After all, cultivating divine runes is not a simple and easy thing. Even if you learn divine runes, you may not be able to achieve high achievements in this field. Therefore, it is better to major in other fields to improve yourself. And as a divine rune master, you should understand this the most. After hearing this explanation, Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. She certainly understood that although the power of the divine rune was strong, it was too difficult and painful to practice. Just as the old man Jinjuan said, it was a perverted and arduous practice. Few people could bear it, and few people could break through the bottleneck and practice the divine rune to the peak. Therefore, most people would not take the divine rune as their main practice. So, the Demon Slayer Hall should be the one with the highest status among the 5 major halls. After listening to the old man's introduction, Su Maoyang quickly made a guess. Yes, the Demon Slayer Hall is full of geniuses who practice divine runes. Its status naturally means surpassing other halls. And I think you have a good talent for divine runes. And you are qualified to join the Demon Slayer Hall to practice divine runes. As long as you are willing, I can recommend you to the Demon Slayer Hall. The old man Jian was very satisfied with Su Maoyang's talent for divine runes, and was willing to give her the opportunity to enter the Demon Slayer Hall. Su Maoyang didn't know much about these sects, and didn't care which one to join. So she refused without thinking. No, I'd better join the Soul Chasing Hall. Little girl, you have to think it over. The Demon Slayer Hall has a high status and abundant resources. It is definitely the best choice, except that it will be subject to some constraints and more rules. You know, many disciples who have passed the test and worship the Master are not qualified to join the Demon Slayer Hall. I am willing to recommend you. This is the blessing you have cultivated for 3 lifetimes. The old man Jian was a little anxious. He didn't want to bury such a good seedling of divine patterns. Su Maoyang frowned when she heard about constraints and rules. She had already rejected it in her heart. But she knew that the other party was doing it for her good. So she nodded gratefully. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. But I don't need to be bound. I am used to living a free and easy life. I think the Soul Chasing Hall is the most suitable for me. Alas, you know that although the Soul Chasing Hall is free, its cohesion is not high. They practice strange things. Not only are the resources scarce, but the difficulty is no less than that of the Divine Pattern Master. Elders who can guide the practice are even rarer. So the disciples of the Soul Chasing Hall are the least dedicated to their work among the several halls. In terms of strength, combat effectiveness, and status, they are definitely not as good as those of the other halls. The old man Jian reminded earnestly. After all, the disciples of the Soul Chasing Hall practice things that are not mainstream, and their number is much less than that of other halls. What's more, they are also independent, elusive, and rarely communicate. They are not as united as the disciples of other halls. They are like a pile of loose sand. So naturally they have no sense of existence. Su Maoyang shook her head. I have made up my mind. Senior, you don't need to persuade me anymore. Okay. In that case, I will respect your decision. This is the token of the Soul Chasing Hall. When the time comes, take the token to the Soul Chasing Hall to report. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Su Maoyang saw a black token falling from the sky. Her eyes flashed, and she immediately reached out to catch it. After a careful look, she found that the words Soul Chasing were indeed printed on it. Then she clasped her fists respectfully. Thank you for your help, Senior. Alas, silly child, this is not a help. You are ruining your own future. The old man sighed helplessly. And it can be heard that he is a person who cherishes talent. Su Maoyang has a different view. Practice in the heart. No matter what the environment is. No matter where you are. As long as you want to work hard. You can practice anytime and anywhere. You don't have to be in the demon slaughtering hall to succeed. As the saying goes, the master leads you to the door. And the practice depends on the individual. This still depends on your own efforts and understanding. She has never relied on any power to get to this point. And she has still cultivated to this level. She believes that the external environment is definitely not the main factor. And the most important thing is to look at herself. Very good. I will open the teleportation array now, and send you to the Fairy Palace Gate. I hope that your future performance will not disappoint me. Seeing her determination, the old man Jian said with appreciation, and his tone clearly had high hopes. Hearing that she was going to leave now, Su Maoyang hurriedly refused. Senior, I can't go to the Fairy Palace Gate for the time being. I still have some things to deal with in the Jiuyo realm. Only after all the things are dealt with can I go to the Sunluo realm with you. Okay. This cave will always be here. When you plan to go to the Sunluo realm, you can come to me at any time. The old man Jian did not force it, and readily agreed. Su Maoyang clasped her fists in gratitude. Thank you, Senior. It's getting late now. I have something else to do. It's time to leave. I wonder where my friends are now. Don't worry. You will see them when you leave the fairy palace. Su Maoyang nodded slightly after hearing this, bowed to the void, and then turned and walked out of the palace gate. At this time, she really saw Dongfang's siblings, Xiaoho's siblings, Xinua, Mu Jichen, and even Prince Failong, all waiting here. Su Maoyang looked at them worriedly. and was about to ask about their situation, but was interrupted by Donphan Liue. Suimo, you finally came out. We were so worried about you. Chapter 1863. Entering a different place. Su Maoyang had been tortured by the test these days, and had been suppressing his emotions. Now he smiled when he heard Donphan Liue's words. I just came out fine. What's there to worry about? How dare you say that? We have been waiting for you outside for a few days. Logically, with your strength, you should have come out before us. But we haven't seen you yet. How can we not worry? Donphan Liu heard her speak so lightly, and his anger suddenly rose. He retorted unhappily. They have been worried about her for so many days, afraid that something bad would happen to her. But she turned out to be so nonchalant, which was really worrying. Su Maoyang heard this, and saw everyone's worried expressions. His heart warmed up, and he apologized. I'm sorry for making everyone worried. However, fortunately, I returned safely without any loss. However, were you injured or suffered any loss? Suimo, don't worry. Not only did we not suffer any loss, but we also passed the test and obtained some exercises suitable for our practice. Our strength has been greatly improved. We have benefited a lot. Mu Jichen was a little excited when he thought about his own strength increase. He explained with a smile. Xiao Zian also nodded repeatedly, and was also full of joy. Yes, this inheritance is really amazing. Each of us has at least improved by 2 levels, and consolidated our combat effectiveness. Of course, this is thanks to you for leading us to find the Immortal Palace. Otherwise, how could we have such a great harvest? Su Maoyang was also very surprised to hear that they had all been promoted by 2 levels. She was really happy for them. Did you pass the test together? No. Each of us entered a different place. And the tests we experienced and the inheritance we obtained were also different. This place seems to be a test set according to our areas of expertise, which is a bit like teaching students in accordance with their aptitude. Xiao Wanxian shook her head and explained. Hearing this, Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. As expected, as she had guessed before, each of them entered a different place. Like her, she did not obtain any inheritance, but only obtained the qualification to join the Fairy Palace Gate, while the Donphan siblings and the Xiao siblings obtained real skills, and did not mention the Fairy Palace Gate. I think they did not know the existence of the Fairy Palace Gate. In addition, the old man who guided us said that only those with divine pattern talents are qualified to join the Fairy Palace Gate. Obviously, they did not enter the real Fairy Palace, but entered other formations, and gained something. Seeing Su Maoyang lost in thought and not speaking, Prince Falong looked at her suspiciously, and couldn't help asking, Miss Su, you are the last one to come out. You must have gained more than us. I wonder what you got. I was wondering. Prince Falong and I are not related. How can I have the honor to make the prince wait so hard? It seems that the prince wants to plunder good things from me. Su Maoyang heard that he was curious about his inheritance, glanced at him sideways, and raised a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his lips. Su Maoyang's words were quite direct and merciless, which immediately angered Jing Yelong. Frowning and shouting unhappily, Don't slander me. Even if I, Jing Yelong, covet the inheritance, I am definitely not the villain you say I am. And I can't do such despicable things, since the prince is not here for the inheritance. Why is he still waiting here? I remember that the prince has been anxious to participate in the Cloud Peak battle. According to the time, the Cloud Peak battle should have started. How can you have the leisure to trap me here now? Su Maoyang raised her eyebrows slightly and deliberately asked back. Jing Yelong was immediately speechless by her question. You? He was really crazy to worry about her safety. He shouldn't have any sympathy for such an ungrateful woman. Humph. If it weren't for you helping me, do you think I would be willing to wait for you here? Jing Yelong was so angry that he said pooh. Although he valued inheritance and the Cloud Peak battle, Su Imo helped him so much and saved his life. Before he was sure of her safety, he would never do such an ungrateful thing as abandoning his benefactor and leaving alone. Su Maoyang was a little surprised when he heard this. I didn't expect that the prince was still a man who valued love and friendship. It's really surprising. Are you praising me or insulting me? Jing Yelong felt awkward when he heard this. The prince is so smart. Can't he even understand what I said? Of course he is praising you, Su Maoyang said against his conscience. Jing Yelong snorted coldly. Humph. Stop making up stories about me, since you don't know what's good for you. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Goodbye. After that, Jing Yelong glared at Su Maoyang fiercely, then turned around and returned to the original path. Seeing that the other party had left, she knew it couldn't help but walk to Su Maoyang and whispered, "Master, the Filong Prince is actually not bad. He seems to be really worried about your safety these days. Yes, if he covets the inheritance, with his strength, he can definitely attack us and snatch the skills we have obtained. After all, if he kills us here, no one will know." Xiahou Wanxian nodded in agreement. She and Jing Yelong are both beast masters, and the skills they obtained are the same. But he did not attack her, which shows that he is not that kind of despicable person. Su Maoyang always has a little more caution when dealing with people, so he is on guard against the Filong Prince. Now that he hears them say this, he has let go of his grudges a little. Well, although his personality is a bit weird, he is at least a gentleman. However, Su Mo, I am also curious about what inheritance you have obtained. Why haven't you come out for so long? Dongfang Liu couldn't help asking. Su Maoyang originally planned to tell the truth, but the old man left a voice transmission before leaving, telling her not to reveal the existence of the Immortal Palace Gate, and not to reveal her identity as a disciple of the Immortal Palace Gate, even to relatives and friends, because once this matter gets out, it will bring disaster to her and the entire Immortal Palace. She can't bear such responsibility, nor can she bear such consequences. So, just in case, she can only keep her mouth shut and perfunctorily said, "I have obtained some skills like you, improved my combat effectiveness, and now I have reached the level of Supreme Lord Spiritual Master." Supreme Lord Spiritual Master? Su Mo, congratulations. You finally broke through the bottleneck. Dongfang Yaoyu's face was full of surprise. To reach the level of Supreme Lord Spiritual Master, you have officially entered the ranks of the top talents in the Nine Nether Realm. And Su Maoyang has many means and such outstanding combat effectiveness. He will definitely win the battle at the top of the cloud. Well, we have been delayed here for a long time, and the battle at the top of the cloud is probably already started. Let's get out quickly. Su Maoyang was eager for revenge and couldn't wait. Chapter 1864. The First Battle. Su Maoyang and others were rushing back in a hurry, but the first battle had already started on the giant arena in the center of the Northern Spirit Realm. However, this battle at the top of the cloud did not require the disciples to challenge one-on-one on the arena, but to conduct a battle of formations, because the participating disciples came from all over the Nine Netherworld. There were hundreds of thousands if not millions. However, the 9 major sects in the Sunluo realm only selected the most outstanding ones, and you can imagine how fierce the competition was. So in order to save time, the 9 major sects directly set this first battle as a group battle, wanting to select the top 100 young people who are eligible to compete for the quota on a large scale. Then, the talents will be selected in the ratio of 30 to 10 and 10 to 10. The 10 talents who are lucky enough to stay will be eligible for the final battle to determine the specific ranking. In this way, the winner will be determined in 4 rounds, which is fair and just. However, it is said that the requirements of the 9 major sects are strict. If you want to enter the realm of Sunluo and become their disciples, you must not only have outstanding combat power, but also have excellent abilities in other aspects. For example, talent, skills, tactics, teamwork and other abilities are all what they want to test. So, it is really difficult for these disciples to get into the eyes of the 9 major sects. Perhaps, because they know the importance of this first battle. In order to take the initiative, the disciples entered the formation set up on the ring as soon as the elders of the 9 major sects announced the start of the war. This formation only allows young people under the age of 30 to enter, and older people cannot set foot in it. This leads to any struggle inside, and the elders of these young people cannot intervene. Therefore, in the formation, except for the alchemists who are protected by the light circle during the alchemy process and will not be attacked by others, the rest of the battles are about winning or losing, regardless of life or death. Although everyone can get out of the formation by crushing the life-saving beads, in real battles, many times, there is no chance to crush the beads to save their lives. So, such a battle is very dangerous and cruel. Fortunately, people outside can still witness the situation in the formation with their own eyes and see their performance throughout the battle. For example, now, they see a battlefield with rolling yellow sand and smoke in the formation. After entering the formation, all the participating disciples appear in the same city. And in the opposite city, flags are fluttering, drums are thundering, And countless soldiers, who have reached the level of Supreme Lord Spiritual Master, are pouring out and attacking the city where the participating disciples are. Since this is a tough battle, the task of all disciples is to kill these soldiers, accumulate fighting spirit, fight their way out, and finally break through the enemy's city, find the exit to leave the formation, and try to break out of the formation before the 100th person, which will be considered a victory. And those with the highest fighting spirit and the shortest time will gain a more favorable advantage in the next assessment. Therefore, each battle is closely related and must not be taken lightly, because if you lose the initiative in the first battle, it will be unlikely to turn the tables in the second battle. However, it is conceivable how difficult it is to kill those powerful soldiers who have reached the level of Supreme Lord Spiritual Master to accumulate fighting spirit. What's more, they have to rush into the enemy city and find the exit of the formation that changes anytime and anywhere, which is undoubtedly even more difficult. However, since in this battlefield, as long as one person is killed, fighting spirit can be accumulated, so in many cases, in order to save time, the disciples will give up killing those powerful soldiers and directly kill the disciples participating in the competition to accumulate fighting spirit. After all, it is much easier to attack these weaker disciples than to kill the soldiers. But even if they are unwilling to fight with those soldiers head-on, these soldiers will take the initiative to attack and kill them. Therefore, in order to ensure their own safety and not be eliminated from the formation by these soldiers, and to successfully break through the enemy's city, they have no way to avoid fighting, and have to form a team and unite to fight out of the siege. The elite disciples participating in the competition this time are all from the 4 empires and the 4 ancient clans. Even the Maple Forest Empire, which has always had no status and no sense of existence, has sent many disciples this time to compete for a place. Of course, the representatives are the disciples of the Red Star Alliance, because Liuguang College is the leader of the 4 colleges, and because of Su Maoyang, the Red Star Alliance has been growing stronger these days, and many talented disciples with good strength have joined. So it doesn't seem too shabby. The Red Star Alliance is a group, so there is no need to team up with others. They can bring along other disciples from the Maple Forest Empire to fight together, and the number of people is not small. Of course, the strength of these people is naturally not as good as the elite disciples of the other 3 empires and the 4 ancient clans. Even if they can form a group, they are still a joke in the eyes of outsiders. So, when they saw their figures, some people laughed sarcastically on the spot. The disciples of the Red Star Alliance are really overestimating their own abilities. They are not even qualified to fight on the ring, but they have the nerve to come and join in the fun. It seems that after 10 years of not fighting, they have forgotten the shame they left behind. The disciples of Burning Blood City have always been arrogant and have the most contempt for the Maple Forest Empire. And their words are quite harsh, isn't it? I heard that the disciples of the Maple Forest Empire have been very arrogant recently. Not only do they dare to provoke the disciples of your Burning Blood City, they also dare to provoke the descendants of the big families of my Fengqi Empire, and even killed the genius disciples of the Evil Wind Ancient Clan, causing a lot of trouble. Hey, there is such a thing? When did the disciples of the Maple Forest Empire turn from cowards to idiots? It's really eye-opening. People who had not heard of the news were surprised and laughed even more happily. Hearing the discussion here, Fan Yijin, Lu Mohan, Lu Liman, O Xiangming and others, the Lung family brothers and sisters, Xiao Luohing, Qin Yaqi and others, and the disciples of the Evil Wind Ancient Clan all cast unfriendly eyes towards the Red Star Alliance. Huapeng knew that they had angered the public and was worried about the safety of the disciples. He couldn't help but persuade them. The leader and Su Mo haven't come back yet. If we act alone, it's not appropriate. I think we should withdraw from the battlefield. Ha! Look, we just said a few words, and those grandsons were scared to death and wanted to withdraw from the battlefield. They are really a bunch of cowards. Yes, I said that it would be better for the disciples of the Maple Forest Empire to go back to the audience and be grandsons. Why are you here to join in the fun? Hearing Huapeng's words, the disciples of other forces all burst into laughter. For a moment, the disciples of the Maple Forest Empire all became laughing stocks and became cowards in their mouths. Hearing such sharp and humiliating words, how could the disciples of the Red Star Alliance endure it? They immediately rejected Huapeng's proposal unconvinced. Deputy Alliance Leader, we are all strong men. We have been humiliated for so many years. If we can't avenge our previous shame, what's the point of living? Yes, we must fight this battle. We would rather die standing than live on our knees. Chapter 1865. Form a battle formation to kill the enemy. They have practiced for so many years, and made so much effort just to fight today and wash away the previous shame. If they run away now, they will never be able to raise their heads in this life. So, for them, it is better to die in battle than to live like a coward. When Huapeng heard these heroic words and knew their strong character, he was deeply touched. Yes, we can't always live under the protection of the leader and Miss Su. We will always leave them and make a name for ourselves with our own strength. If we run away because of fear, even if we don't die here, our road to practice will basically end. They are all ambitious and courageous people. How could they be deserters? Besides, the Battle of Yunning is cruel. Even if they have no grudges with these forces, if they are not strong enough, they will also become fish on the chopping board and be slaughtered. Moreover, if they withdraw from the Cloud Peak battle, the Maple Forest Empire will be completely removed from the list of the 8 major forces and be ridiculed by the world. Therefore, they are fighting not only for themselves, but also for the honor of the country. There is no reason to retreat. Thinking of this, the disciples of the Maple Forest Empire are determined to fight hard. Deputy Leader, we have been training outside for so long, and with the support of Miss Su's elixir, our strength has improved a lot. Although fighting alone may not be as good as those disciples of the top forces, we are still somewhat confident in team battles. Chu Shufan stepped forward and said confidently. Ding Yankai nodded heavily upon hearing this. Yes, the Dean taught us how to fight in battle formations based on our characteristics. It should not be a problem for everyone to unite and face the outside world together. However, the accumulated battle energy will be evenly distributed to everyone, so everyone will get very little battle energy. The Dean is from the Dongfang family and has a deep understanding of battle formations, because he knew that the first battle of the Cloud Peak battle would be a group battle. He specially taught them to use battle formations to break through the siege, and they have been training outside for some time, just to be able to use battle formations handy. Fortunately, hard work pays off. After countless drills, they are now able to use battle formations skillfully. In addition, the disciples of their Red Star Alliance are carefully selected. They are all people who value friendship and loyalty, and have no second thoughts. It is more appropriate for them to unite and fight in battle formations. So, they are still a little confident about this first level. Well, good. Maple Forest Empire disciples, you will stay with us later. Don't act separately. We will use the battle formation to cover you to enter the enemy city. Huapeng nodded in agreement, and then loudly instructed the disciples of the other 3 academies behind him. Now, in such a chaotic and cruel battlefield, no matter what academy or organization they come from, as long as they are disciples of the Maple Forest Empire, they must unite and face the outside world in order to have a chance of winning. The disciples of the other 3 academies naturally understood what Huapeng meant. Although there were top talents with extremely high talents and strong strength among them, their number was much less than that of other countries. Once they were besieged by others, they would soon be defeated. Therefore, unity is the best way to go at the moment. Thinking of this, the leaders of the 3 academies all nodded and responded. Okay, let's fight this battle together. Yes, let's fight together. The other disciples were also enthusiastic and shouted in unison. The disciples of other forces laughed and shook their heads when they saw that the wastes of the Maple Forest Empire were so stupid that they wanted to go to the battlefield to die. However, before they could open their mouths to mock, they heard a loud noise in front of them, and the city gate slowly opened. At this time, the top talent standing at the front saw that the city gate had opened, and the next second they flew out of the city gate like a rainbow, and joined the battle without saying a word. Because this first battle, not only do you have to accumulate fighting spirit, but you also have to seize the time and find the exit as soon as possible. Only when the fighting spirit and speed are equally good, you have the opportunity to gain more advantages in the second level. Therefore, they dare not delay for a moment, just hoping to kill the most people and accumulate the most fighting spirit in the shortest time. Huapeng saw that all the other forces had rushed out, and he was unwilling to fall behind. He shouted to the disciples of the Red Star Alliance, "Prepare the square and circle formation." The disciples of the Red Star Alliance were already familiar with the square and circle formation. When they heard the order, They immediately stood in formation, and quickly formed a circle on the periphery to surround the other disciples. The reason why Huapeng asked them to set up the square and circle formation was because the square and circle formation had extremely strong defensive capabilities. The people on the periphery were responsible for joining forces to resist the attack, and the people in the formation could kill the enemy without any worries. In addition, they could also obtain the support of the power of the disciples on the periphery to enhance their combat effectiveness. However, the square and circle formation restricted mobility, lacked changes, and had poor offensiveness. However, it should not be a problem to cover the large army and rush into the enemy's city. Seeing that all the disciples of the Red Star Alliance were in place, Huapeng told the disciples of the other 3 academies and the top talents, "We will cover you later. You are in the formation, waiting for the opportunity to kill the enemy and respond flexibly." "Okay." The other geniuses nodded in understanding, and stood in the formation with most of the disciples, ready to fight. Seeing this, Huapeng waved his hand and called the large army to rush into the battlefield. At this time, the battlefield had been fighting, and the disciples of the major forces were killing soldiers crazily and accumulating fighting spirit. However, these soldiers were all Supreme Lord spiritual masters in the initial stage, and their combat power was too strong. Many disciples attacked for a long time before they were killed. Fortunately, Huapeng's square formation had good defense and resisted 2 waves of attacks. The disciples with good strength in the formation also cooperated very well. In just 1 hour, they broke the attacks of 3 Supreme Lord spiritual masters. Such a record was unexpected and soon attracted the attention of other disciples around. Xiangming wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to wipe out the disciples of the Maple Forest Empire in one fell swoop to vent his hatred. But he didn't know that the other party was actually more capable, which surprised him. "I didn't expect them to use this method to pass the level." "Humph. They are trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm and overestimate their own abilities. Even if they use the battle formation to break through the siege, the accumulated fighting spirit is pitifully small. You must know that the subsequent battles will rely on fighting spirit to increase the attack power. Without fighting spirit, they are like waste." Fan Yijin also noticed the movements of the Red Star Alliance and snorted disdainfully, as if he didn't take their actions seriously. Chapter 1866, A Vicious Plot. But their defense is much stronger. If we want to kill them, it will probably take some effort. Xiangming knew that time was running out, and he didn't have much time to waste on these disciples of the Maple Forest Empire. But he was unwilling to not kill them. So when he thought of this, his brows were unconsciously tangled together. Lu Mohan seemed to disagree with Xiangming's words. He shook his head slightly and raised a confident smile. "I have a permanent solution. Not only can I break their defense, but I can also kill 10 with 1, causing them heavy casualties." Xiangming was immediately interested when he heard this. "What method?" "As far as I know, the square circle formation is formed by the power of the outer disciples. They strengthen the defense and attack power of the disciples in the formation, and successfully resisted the attacks from the outside. The most critical part of this battle formation is the formation I. The formation I sacrifices its own power to maintain the entire battle formation, which makes it unable to actively attack, and its defense becomes extremely fragile. Therefore, as long as the formation I can be killed, their square circle formation will be broken without attack." Lu Mohan has heard a little about this square circle formation, and knows that the key to victory lies in the formation I. Fan Yijin was well informed, and had naturally heard of it. He nodded gently. "Yes, these outer disciples form the battle formation. Like grasshoppers on a rope, they all prosper together. And if they suffer together, they will suffer together. As long as the center of the formation is severely damaged, they will also be seriously injured. And those with weaker strength may even die. Therefore, although their battle formation can enhance defense and attack power, it is also extremely dangerous. However, it is a good tactic to deal with these unconscious soldiers. The soldiers in this formation were just products used by the 9 major sects to test them. They were not real people. They were just powerful, but had no thoughts. They only knew how to kill, and could not think of ways to break the formation. This gave the disciples of the Maple Forest Empire an opportunity to take advantage of them, and survive several waves of attacks by luck. Upon hearing this, Lu Mohan raised his eyebrows, and glanced at Huapeng, who was directing the battle. He soon came up with an idea, and immediately proposed to Ran Haoyu beside him. "Brother Haoyu, The man who is giving orders on the right is protected by several peaks Xiantian Junlingshi. He should be the center of the Fangyuan formation. If you can pin down those powerful Xiantian Junlingshi, we will kill the center of the formation, and the disciples on the periphery will be severely damaged. Once their defense collapses, the disciples in the formation will all gather together, which is convenient for us to strangle them together. I believe that within an instant stick of time, we can obtain 400 points of fighting spirit, which is much easier than fighting these soldiers. What do you think? Although the battle formation has great condensed power, it also has a disadvantage. That is, a single move will affect the entire body. Once the center of the formation is severely damaged, everyone will suffer heavy losses. After hearing these words, Fan Yijin naturally understood the meaning, and then laughed and shook his head. Brother Lu, your plan is really vicious. You want to kill them all, and make them completely annihilated. Humph. I think they got it easy. Who let them be so arrogant in that day? They dared to humiliate us with the support of Prince Filong. This time, we must teach them a lesson, and let them know that provoking my Fengqi Empire is definitely the stupidest thing they have ever done in their lives. Without waiting for Lu Mohan to answer, Lu Liman snorted coldly and said viciously. Oh, Xiangming nodded in agreement and quickly agreed. Yes, that woman named Suemo crippled my sister's hand. I wanted to kill her myself, but who knew she was so useless that she died in the cave? In this case, let her friend pay for her. Hearing this, Ren Haoyu and several other top talents with extraordinary temperaments around him also looked in the direction of the Maple Forest Empire disciples, and narrowed their eyes slightly. It must be said that the fighting spirit of those hundreds of people is indeed very tempting. So, without waiting for Ren Haoyu to speak, the top genius headed by the Jin family smiled and nodded. In an instant stick of time, we can kill a few soldiers at most. If we attack these wastes, we can accumulate 400 points of fighting spirit. In this way, it really saves time and effort. Well, in this case, let's do it quickly. The top genius of the Fan family was already full of excitement, rubbing his hands, and eager to try. When Jin Hani heard that they were going to kill a group of weaklings who posed no threat to them, he immediately frowned and dissuaded them. Second brother, we have no grudges against the disciples of the Maple Forest Empire. There is really no need to be so ruthless. Once the ancestors of the Maple Forest Empire are angered, I am afraid it will not end well. Fourth brother, you are wrong. You were not there that day, and the disciples of the Maple Forest Empire humiliated us in public and drove us out of the inn, making us a laughing stock. If I don't teach them a lesson, I can't swallow this bad breath. If you are afraid of offending the forces of the Maple Forest Empire, don't associate with us, so as not to let us be humiliated with you. Jin Yunxiao glared at Jin Hani unhappily, with an indescribable contempt in his tone. In her opinion, Jin Hani could have been wrong to be in the arms of Mu Qingqing, that useless man. But now, he was afraid of offending the Maple Forest Empire. He was a spineless and cowardly person. She really disdained to associate with such a person. As soon as Jin Yunxiao finished speaking, the disciples of the Ren family, the Jin family, the Lu family, and the Fan family all cast contemptuous glances at Jin Hani. As for Duan Xuexin, who was following Renning Lu, she looked at Jin Hani deeply, then avoided his sight, and her expression could not hide her disappointment. Others did not know his thoughts, but she knew it, because she had specially inquired before and learned that the emperor's concubine of Yunlu seemed to have lived in the Maple Forest Empire for a period of time, and was close to the disciples of the Maple Forest Empire. I think he didn't want to make enemies with the Maple Forest Empire because of the emperor's concubine. Now, all the thoughts of this man are on the emperor's concubine of Yunlu, and he really forgot about her completely. Thinking of this, Duan Xuexin clenched her fingers unwillingly, and hated Su Maoyong to the extreme in her heart. Qin Jian had been investigating She Nua's whereabouts for some time, and knew a little bit of the inside story. So when he heard that they were going to attack the Maple Forest Empire, he immediately expressed his attitude. You disdain to be with your fourth brother, and I disdain to be with you. Those who bully the weak and are despicable and shameless. If you want to go, go. The disciples of my Qin family will not go along with them. Let's go! After that, Qin Jian called on other disciples of the Qin family to part ways with the main force. The top geniuses of the Qin family are all arrogant and proud. They have no grudges with the Maple Forest Empire, and they don't bother to encircle and suppress a group of trash. What's more, Their Qin family is somewhat incompatible with these families. So naturally they have no idea of helping evil. So, after hearing Qin Jian's words, they turned around and left without hesitation. Humph. A bunch of idiots. On the battlefield. It's all about life and death. Winning or losing. How can we talk about morality? People like them are destined to fail. Ren Haoyu sneered sarcastically upon seeing this. Chapter 1867. A large number of people died in the battle. Okay. Stop talking nonsense. Time is running out. Let's fight quickly. The genius of the Fan family couldn't wait any longer, and interrupted him directly, flying towards the disciples of the Maple Forest Empire. Seeing that the people of the Fan family started to take action, several top geniuses of the Ren family, the Lu family and the Jin family were unwilling to lag behind, and they all flashed away. There were hundreds of people. If they could earn so much fighting spirit within the time of an instant stick, they would not need to stay on the battlefield for too long, and they could rush into the city to find an exit. In this way, they not only accumulated more fighting spirit, but also faster than others, and they would definitely be able to occupy a place in the second level. Thinking of this, in order to prevent the disciples in the formation from crushing the teleportation ball and escaping, Ren Haoyu reminded them seriously. Move quickly. It's best to kill them with one blow. Don't give them the chance to crush the teleportation ball. Hearing this, Fan Yijin, Lu Mohan and others nodded in understanding. And as soon as they made a move, they accumulated all their spiritual power and smashed towards Huapeng, the center of the formation. Huapeng didn't expect someone to suddenly attack him, and was caught off guard, spitting out blood on the spot. Lu Mohan, Lu Liman, O Xiangming and others were still unwilling to give up, and they blasted a force again, which fell heavily on Huapeng. Although Huapeng had reacted at this time, he was seriously injured and couldn't do anything to defend himself. So the next second, he was slapped several times in a row, and the whole person was almost shaky. As for the outer disciples who formed the formation with him, they were implicated, and the situation was not optimistic. The weaker ones were killed on the spot, while the stronger ones managed to hold on. But they were also seriously injured, spitting blood, and their breath was weak, causing the defense of the entire battle formation to collapse by more than half in an instant. The several Peak Xiantian Junling masters who had been protecting Huapeng saw that Huapeng was seriously injured, and the disciples who formed the formation were implicated. The battle formation was soon broken by the enemy. They were all shocked and quickly fought back. Fan Yijin, Lu Mohan and others have only reached the late Xiantian Junling master now, and are not the opponent of the Peak Xiantian Junling master. They were immediately blasted away. Chu Shengfan took this opportunity to catch his breath and shouted at Huapeng. Deputy Alliance, half of the disciples of the Red Star Alliance have died. If we hold on any longer, the remaining disciples will die here. We must withdraw the battle formation immediately. If we continue to form the formation, the enemy only needs to besiege Huapeng alone to wipe out the disciples of the Red Star Alliance. They really can't afford such a loss. Huapeng spat out blood, looked at the disciples in the formation weakly, and shook his head painfully. All the participating disciples of the Maple Forest Empire are here. Once we withdraw the battle formation, they will have no resistance, and will soon be surrounded and wiped out by the disciples of the Fengqi Empire. How can we send them to a dead end? Although he couldn't bear to watch the disciples of the Red Star Alliance die, he couldn't watch so many disciples of the Maple Forest Empire die together. After all, as a fellow Maple Forest Empire, how could he bear to see his compatriots die tragically in front of him? I'm sorry, he really can't do it. Deputy Alliance, we don't have time to think about it. The other party is determined to kill you. The center of the formation, to break the defense. Once you die, not only will the disciples of the Red Star Alliance suffer, but the disciples in the formation will also be hard to escape. It's better to stop the loss in time. Seeing the critical situation, Ding Yantai also tried his best to persuade. Yes, Deputy Alliance Leader, we can't hold on any longer. If we don't retreat, everyone will die. Several Red Star Alliance disciples standing next to Huapeng also echoed with difficulty. Huapeng heard these words, and saw the disciples in the formation, who were restrained by the enemy forces, and had no chance to use the teleportation ball. He was very upset. Now, if he wanted to save the lives of the Red Star Alliance disciples, he had to withdraw the battle formation. But once the protection of the battle formation was lost, so many disciples restrained by the enemy in the formation would surely die. So, no matter what he did, someone would die. This time, he was really forced into a desperate situation. At this time, several forces in Finchua Tianqing also discovered that the Fengqi Empire was besieging the disciples of the Fenglin Empire. Seeing that the disciples of Fengqi Empire were about to break the battle formation, Lang Shiyue smiled coldly, with a wicked light flashing in her eyes. Such a good thing. How can I miss my burning blood sky city? Let's also help the people of Fengqi Empire. That's hundreds of points of fighting spirit. If all of them fall into the hands of Fengqi Empire, wouldn't it be too cheap for them? Thinking of this, the disciples of Lung family, Yin family and Qin family also had ideas. They didn't need to speak at all, and they rushed towards the disciples of Fenglin Empire very tacitly. The disciples of Fenglin Empire were already in dire straits, and now they were facing the burning blood sky city taking advantage of the fire, which was undoubtedly worse. Therefore, the strongest peak and a Jun Lingshi in the formation were also blasted back and forth, and were seriously injured. They had to yell at Huapeng, "Brother Hua, we tried our best, but we really couldn't protect it. We can only apologize." After that, several top geniuses with good strength all crushed the teleportation ball and left this place. Huapeng was holding out the battle formation while being attacked. He was covered in wounds and had no strength to hold on. He could only grit his teeth, harden his heart, and loudly command, "Evacuate the battlefield. Save your life." After saying that, Huapeng quickly withdrew his hands, cut off the connection with the outer disciples, and withdrew the battle formation himself. But as soon as the battle formation was withdrawn, the disciples in the formation lost their protection instantly. The weaker ones didn't even have a chance to resist and were killed on the spot. However, a large number of them fell in the blink of an eye, because no matter what, the people who took action were all top talents from Fengqi Empire and Finchua Tianqing, and several of them had reached the level of Supreme Lord Spirit Master, and most of the disciples in the formation were only acquired Lord Spirit Masters. The more than 20 innate Lord Spirit Masters, who had the ability to protect themselves, had all evacuated the battlefield just now. The rest were this group of people who had no power to resist, and didn't even have time to crush the teleportation ball. The reason why they risked their lives to participate in the war was not to enter the Silu realm, but to form a group, pass the first level, squeeze into the top 100, and get the rewards of the Northern Spirit Realm. Because the rewards of the Northern Spirit Realm are all resources from the upper plane. Whether it is the skills, elixirs, or weapons, they are not comparable to the 9 Nether Realm. Once they get these treasures, their strength will definitely be greatly improved, and their practice will be smoother in the future. Naturally, they don't want to miss such a rare opportunity. This is also the main reason why they want to fight desperately in the first level. In fact, if there were no attacks from the Fengqi Empire and Finchua Tianqing, many of them would still have the hope of squeezing into the top 100. But who knew that they would be besieged by these forces? Not only failed to pass the level, but even so many disciples died. The disciples of these forces are simply too much. Chapter 1868 Maple Forest Empire becomes a laughing stock. Now, Huapeng saw the corpses all over the ground, and so many disciples of the Red Star Alliance die tragically in front of him. His heart felt like it was being filed back and forth by a sharp file, and he was in agony. You know, when these disciples joined the Red Star Alliance, he vowed that he would protect them even if he risked his life. But now, he watched them die here, and he couldn't help it all. Thinking of this, Huapeng was filled with grief and anger, and he gnashed his teeth with hatred. He hated the Fengqi Empire and Finchua Tianqing for their despicable and shameless behavior, and he also hated his own incompetence. If he was stronger, so many people wouldn't have died. Zhu Shangfan saw that Huapeng had been hit, and knew that he was in great grief. But saving his life was the most important thing at the moment. So he had to put aside his feelings and urged, "Deputy Alliance, if you want revenge, save your life first and get out first. Yes, Sumo will definitely avenge us. We must see with our own eyes how these people died." Ding Yankai panted, wiped the blood, resisted the attack, and took out the teleportation ball with great effort, and roared with gritted teeth. Lu Lyman couldn't help but sneered when she heard what they said. "The Sumo you mentioned has died in the cave a long time ago. You can't think of revenge in this life. Since you miss her so much, we will kindly send you to see her." As he said, Lu Lyman and Lu Mohan attacked both of them. Seeing this, Huapeng, Zhu Shengfan and Ding Yankai knew that they were not his opponents, and they didn't hesitate anymore. They immediately crushed the teleportation ball and left the battlefield. At this moment, seeing that the Maple Forest Empire's disciples suffered heavy casualties, Huapeng, Chu Shimfan, Ding Yankai and others were like stray dogs. They were helped back to the audience seats. The square instantly erupted in lively discussions. As expected, these voices were almost all gloating and mocking. Ha ha ha. The disciples of the Maple Forest Empire are as useless as ever. This is only the first battle, and they can't even pass the simplest level. They have lost so many disciples. Alas, I think the Maple Forest Empire will be removed from the 8 major forces. Isn't it? They lost so many disciples this time. I don't think the Maple Forest Empire will be able to send disciples to participate in the competition in the future. After all, it is also a country, but it is not as powerful as other families. It is really a shame. Ha ha ha. Yes, such a big country can't even cultivate a decent talent. I don't know how they have the face to come to the Northern Spirit Realm. Ha. I heard before that the disciples of the Maple Forest Empire injured the disciples of the Cloud Tower Dark Domain and killed the disciples of the Evil Wind Ancient Clan. Now it seems that it is all rumors. It is probably spread by the Maple Forest Empire itself to bluff. Ha ha ha. Speaking of this, the people of the other 7 forces all laughed and despised the Maple Forest Empire to the extreme. The Maple Forest Empire had no presence among these forces. Although they lost badly 10 years ago, at least a few people squeezed into the top 100. It was not like now, with many dead and injured, and not even one disciple successfully passed the level. It is hard to imagine how rotten the Maple Forest Empire is now. That's why everyone laughed so unscrupulously, obviously not taking the Maple Forest Empire seriously at all. In this battle, in their hearts, the Maple Forest Empire has been completely eliminated. The old men sitting in the seats in front saw this scene and shook their heads in disappointment. One of the old men in gray robes could not hide his disgust and scolded. Your disciples from the Maple Forest Empire are getting worse and worse. With such strength, it is simply unbearable to look at. Don't come out and embarrass yourself if you are not fully prepared in the future. Hearing that even the elders of the Thunder Sound Divine Religion criticized them in person, the people of the Maple Forest Empire were ashamed and could not raise their heads. Huapeng and other disciples who escaped death were so angry that they vomited blood again. Seeing that they were seriously injured, Wei Zhishu helped bandage their wounds while earnestly advising them. You have been injured so badly. Don't get angry again. It's a blessing to save your life now. Wei Shirui also nodded. Yes, there is life. There is no fear of firewood. Take care of your body first. At this time, Aunt Lu, who was sitting next to an old man, sneered and laughed sarcastically. Ha. With this strength, even if you recover your body, you can't get revenge. So don't waste your energy. Now Aunt Lu has completely changed her appearance. She is no longer wearing rustic clothes. She is wearing a gorgeous red dress, with a golden hairpin on her head, and gold and silver jewelry on her hands and neck that she never dared to ask for before. She is shining with gold. If her appearance has not changed, she is almost unrecognizable. Hearing Aunt Lu's voice, Wei Shirui got angry and yelled back. You are a bitch who abandoned my father for fame and fortune. You have no right to interfere in our affairs. This bitch Lu saw that they had offended the descendants of the big family of Fengqi Empire, so she had been planning to draw a clear line with them. Later, she shamelessly seduced an elder of Burning Blood City and even climbed into his bed. After that, she used this shameless and seductive method to win the favor of the elder and take her in as a warm bed concubine. Now she has cut 8 pieces with them and become the woman of the elder of Burning Blood City, and has nothing to do with them anymore. However, whenever they think of her betrayal, the Wei brothers and sisters still feel sick as if they have eaten a fly. At the beginning, their father saw that she was pitiful and homeless, so he kindly saved her and took her in. Although her life was not rich, at least she had enough food and clothing. But who would have thought that this woman would cling to the powerful and kick them away without mercy as soon as she had the chance? Such cruelty and ruthlessness is really chilling. Humph! You guys forced me away. Don't blame me. Aunt Lu heard this and retorted with confidence. If they hadn't followed Suimo and offended so many powerful people, she wouldn't have racked her brains to seduce men. Of course, we have to thank Suimo. If it weren't for her, she wouldn't be able to live a life of luxury. Seeing Aunt Lu doing such a despicable thing without any shame, the head of the Wei family sighed helplessly. Forget it. Everyone has their own destiny. She has her own pursuits. Let her go. Humph. Just let her go. It's really a bargain for her. Wei Zhishu snorted angrily. You should worry about yourselves. The Maple Forest Empire has been removed from the 8 major forces, and has become a laughing stock in the world. You actually want to rely on them. It's really stupid. Aunt Lu didn't think highly of these disciples of the Maple Forest Empire. Now that she has seen their fighting power, she despises them to the extreme. Fortunately, she left them, and attached herself to the dignitaries of Finchua Tianqing. Otherwise she would also become a laughing stock. However, as soon as she finished her words, a loud rebuke came from a distance, exploding like a thunder in the square. When did the status of the Maple Forest Empire fall to the point where you can interrupt? Chapter 1869 Su Mo is back. After the voice fell, a few figures quickly came and landed steadily in the direction of the Maple Forest Empire. Seeing this scene, the laughter of everyone stopped abruptly, and they all cast curious eyes at these people. The elders of the Dongfang family and the disciples of the Maple Forest Empire opened their eyes wide in surprise, and stood up excitedly without waiting for other forces to react. Yayu, Li Yue, Zian, Wan Qian, Jichen, you are still alive. You are still alive. It's great. I thought you the head of the Dongfang family. A big man was shaking his hands and wiping his tears at this moment, and his choked voice was hesitant to speak, which shows how excited he was. Dongfang Haijing's eyes were red when he saw them come back safely. He pretended to be angry and said in a low voice, You guys are too brave. You went to break into the cave without telling us. What if something happened? For so many days, they saw other disciples coming out of the cave one after another, but they didn't see Dongfang Youyu and others. They thought they were in danger and had died. Now they finally saw them, and they finally put down their hearts that had been hanging for so long. Although they hope that their descendants can be outstanding, they don't want them to risk their lives. For them, the safety of Dongfang Youyu and others is the first priority. Dongfang Youyu saw his father, his 3rd uncle and his 6th uncle, as well as a large group of elders and disciples all looking at them with concern. He felt warm in his heart and clasped his fists with guilt, saying, I shouldn't have made all the elders and disciples worry. Yaoyu apologizes to everyone here. Hearing this, Dongfang Liyue, Xiaoho siblings, Mu Jichen, Su Maoyang and others also clasped their fists and bowed to express their gratitude. Dongfang Jianbao was overjoyed to see that they could come back intact. He did not dare to ask for too much, and immediately helped them up. Okay. You are back. Don't be so polite. At this time, Huapeng, who was seriously injured, was so excited when he saw Su Maoyang's figure that his heart was about to jump out. Now recalling the scene of the tragic death of the disciples of the Maple Forest Empire, tears suddenly flowed down. Su Mo, you have to avenge the disciples of the Red Star Alliance. They died so tragically. Su Mo, the disciples of the Fengqi Empire and Finchua Tianqing are too bullying. They actually joined forces to encircle and suppress us, and want to kill us all, leaving no one alive. The disciples of the Red Star Alliance and those weaker disciples have all suffered from their murderous hands. Ding Yankai shouted hoarsely and gritted his teeth. If it weren't for his lack of strength, he really wanted to tear that group of people into pieces. Su Maoyang changed her appearance, and the elders of the Dongfang family and the people of the Maple Empire did not recognize her. Now when they heard Huapeng and others call her Su Mo, everyone was shocked and reacted suddenly. It turned out that this strange woman was Su Mo. It seems that she deliberately took the disguise pill to hide her identity. Realizing this, everyone's faces instantly jumped into surprise. Their eyes seemed to be lit up, flashing with fanatical light, and their expressions were even more excited than before. It's Su Mo. It's the imperial concubine of Yunlu. It's the genius girl who set off a bloody storm in the Maple Empire, causing the Maple Empire to change dynasties and reshuffle the cards. She's back. She's back. Ha ha ha. Su Mo, you are finally back. I miss you so much. At this time, King Gaonan, who was sitting in the front, stood up excitedly when he learned that it was Su Maoyang. He walked to Su Maoyang in 2 steps and opened his arms to give her a big hug. Seeing this scene, all the other forces present were shocked by King Gaoyang's enthusiastic behavior. The younger generation of other forces may not know who King Gaoyang is, but the older generation knows him very well, because King Gaoyang was a famous god of war in the past. And he was a tough guy who could compete with Yushu Tianzuan. But his temper was like a stone in the toilet. Smelly and hard. And he didn't buy anyone's account, and didn't give anyone face. But now, he is so enthusiastic about a little girl. Such a contrast is really unacceptable. The people of the Maple Forest Empire were not surprised. After all, they had seen two powerful figures, King Gaoyang and Yushu Tianzuan, fighting over Su Moyang. So, this scene was nothing to them. At this time, Su Moyang was a little suffocated by his enthusiasm. He pulled the corners of his mouth awkwardly, and immediately broke free from his arms. Prince, your longing is too heavy, which makes me a little breathless. Ha ha ha. You dead girl. You have been away for so long. And you didn't report back. You made us elders worry every day. You really deserve to be beaten. King Gaoyang glared at her unhappily. Although he said angry words, his expression was full of love. Su Moyang knew that they were worried about her safety, and raised a warm smile at the corner of her mouth. I know you miss me. So I rushed back without stopping. Ha ha ha. Yes. Yes. You came back at the right time. Now, you have also seen that the disciples of Fengqi Empire and Fenxue Tianqing bullied my Fenglin Empire. You must help me this time, and teach them a lesson. Seeing her coming back, King Gaoyang was immediately relieved about the battle at Yunding, and said with confidence. Su Moyang heard this, and glanced at the remaining disciples of the Red Star Alliance. They were seriously injured and weak. I believe that even if they recover, they will have sequelae, and it will be difficult to continue practicing. You know, the disciples of the Red Star Alliance have a deep connection with her, and have risked their lives to pick herbs with her in the forest. Once, they risked their lives to pick herbs with her. And once, they faced the siege of the royal family, and the ancestors of the three major academies. And they stood up to protect her to the end without hesitation. Such kindness and friendship have always been remembered by Su Moyang. But now, he learned that half of them died at the hands of the disciples of Fengqi Empire and Fenxue Tianqing. And the rest were also seriously injured and difficult to recover. Naturally, she couldn't swallow this anger. Thinking of this, she took out a bottle of healing pills with a cold face and handed it to Wapeng, saying, Don't worry. I won't let go of any of the disciples of Fengqi Empire who participated in the encirclement and suppression in Fenxue Tianqing. Ha. What a big tone. Your Fenglin Empire has been beaten like this, and there are no more disciples to show off. Even if you re-enter the formation, you will only die. How can you not let them go? At this time, the head of the Ren family of Fengqi Empire heard Su Moyang's words, and couldn't help but sneered and asked sarcastically. Su Moyang raised his eyebrows and glanced at him. Who said there are no disciples to show off? Am I not a disciple? You? Ha. You want to break into the formation alone, and defeat the Supreme Jun Lingshi on the entire battlefield? It's too ignorant of the sky and the earth. The head of the Ren family laughed up his head, thinking that Su Moyang was ridiculous to the extreme. Chapter 1870 The Last 10 Places. The Dean of the Blue Academy of Burning Blood Sky City couldn't help but laugh, and shook his head. I think this is your first time to participate in the Cloud Peak battle, and you don't know how difficult it is. Otherwise, how could you say such absurd and ignorant words? I think, although the strength of your disciples from the Maple Forest Empire is not very good, but your bragging skills are quite powerful. Hearing this, the elders of Burning Blood Sky City and Fengqi Empire, and the disciples who did not participate in the competition all laughed. In their eyes, Su Moyang has become a fool who doesn't know how to live or die. As for the people of Yunlu Dark Domain and the other 4 ancient clans, they have seen Su Moyang at the dinner. Although they don't know what level she is at, they have seen her skills, and know that she is quite capable. But even so, she wants to win a battle and defeat so many Supreme Lord Spiritual Masters by herself. Which is really exaggerated. You know, even the top talents of their forces have to form a team to pass the level. Let alone her. Dong Fan Yaoyu saw everyone laughing at Su Moyang, glanced at the group of people who were laughing at him, and interrupted coldly. Who said she was the only one? We also want to participate. Dong Fan Liyue, Xiaoho Wanqian, Xiaoho Zian, Mu Jichen and others all stood up and said in unison, Yes, we will participate with Su Mo. Hearing this, the head of the Jin family of the Fengqi Empire sneered speechlessly. Participate in the competition? You really don't understand the situation. Just when we were talking, a day has passed in the formation. Look, there are already 90 people who have entered the second formation. And there are still 10 places left. The first level of the competition is over. Why are you going to join in the fun? The time in the formation is different from that in the outside world. Because the 9 major sects came to the 9 netherworld to select talents. They naturally wanted to select the best. So 4 levels were set up. Each level has a high difficulty coefficient and cannot be completed within 1 day. Like the previous Cloud Peak battle, the participating disciples had to undergo a month of testing in the formation before the winner could be determined. But the time of the 9 major sects is limited. They can't stay here for too long, let alone wait here for a month. So they will use the formation to test these disciples. Because the 30 days in the formation are only 1 day in the outside world. So the time on both sides is just right. And neither side is delayed. When Su Maoyang heard this, he also looked up at the situation in the second formation. Sure enough, he saw that 90 disciples had successfully passed the level and sat in meditation to adjust their breath. Seeing this, Su Maoyang nodded slightly and reminded Dongfang Yaoyu and others. We really have to hurry up. After that, Su Maoyang flew to the ring. Seeing this, Dongfang's siblings, Xiao's siblings and others immediately followed and stood beside her. At this time, Su Maoyang clasped his fists and begged the elders of the 9 major sects sitting in the front. Senior, several juniors want to participate in the Battle of Yunding, and hope that you can open the entrance. Don't you understand what I say? This first level is about to end. Even if you go in, you have to roll back in disgrace. Why do you have to humiliate yourself? The elder of the Lane Divine sect had a bad temper. He was already extremely disappointed when he saw the fighting power of the Maple Forest Empire just now. Now seeing that they were going to embarrass themselves, he couldn't control his anger and scolded them on the spot. Su Maoyang was very calm. Aren't there still 10 places? We can still fight for it. Fight for it? Almost all the disciples on the battlefield have broken through the siege of the soldiers and successfully rushed into the enemy's city to find an exit. They can pass the level at any time and take up the quota. You are so far behind at the beginning. How can you fight for it? Aren't you just dreaming? The elder of Wuzong's sword sect also snorted coldly, thinking that Su Maoyang's idea was extremely absurd. Su Maoyang couldn't help but look at the number of people displayed by the second formation. The 10 places have been reduced to 9. It is really not good to delay any further. He immediately tried his best to persuade. I can guarantee that as long as the senior allows us to participate, we will definitely squeeze into the top 100. Humph. Don't know what you mean. What if we don't squeeze into the top 100? The elder of Lane Divine sect didn't expect her to be so stubborn, and frowned impatiently. If we don't squeeze into the top 100, we will let the senior deal with us. Su Maoyang solemnly clasped his fists. The other forces present heard such a confident statement, and they shook their heads and sighed. In their opinion, this woman named Su Imo was too arrogant and ignorant. She actually wanted to pass the battlefield in such a short time, defeat the siege of so many supreme monarchs, successfully enter the city, and find an exit. This series of checkpoints would take a lot of time, but she had to complete it in a very short time. This was undoubtedly an impossible task, but she made such a confident promise. I really don't know if she was too thick-skinned or ignorant. Okay, since you insist on dying, then I will fulfill your wish. After hearing what she said, the elders of the Lane Divine cult were too lazy to talk nonsense with her, and directly waved their sleeves to open the formation. Su Maoyang saw the formation was activated, and dared not delay for a moment. He immediately shouted to the Dongfang siblings and the Xiao siblings. Hurry! Time is running out. Fight quickly! After that, the 7 figures of them quickly rushed into the formation. Su Maoyang had fought with them many times, and they had already reached a tacit understanding. He directly ordered, don't attack these soldiers head-on. We only need speed, not fighting spirit. Time is tight now. They have no time to accumulate fighting spirit. They can only rush into the city as soon as possible, find the exit, and enter the second level first. Otherwise, they will completely lose the qualification for the subsequent competition and miss the battle at the top of the cloud. Although Su Maoyang did not intend to join the 9 sects, it was not important whether she could win their favor, but only in this formation. Those old guys could not intervene in the fight, and she could kill people at will, so she must pass the level, enter the second formation, kill the disciples of Fenglin Empire and Fengshuishan City, and avenge Xinuo, her dead blood battle group, her dead spirit beast, and the dead disciples of Chixing League. Therefore, She must participate in this battle at the top of the cloud. But she is not here to become a disciple, but to kill people. Dongfang Yaoyu and others naturally have the same idea. No matter what the result of the battle at the top of the cloud is, they must avenge the disciples of Fenglin Empire. Now, hearing Su Maoyang's words, everyone nodded in understanding. Dongfang Yaoyu immediately summoned thousands of wonderful ink pens and quickly carved a formation pattern in the air. I will carve a formation to trap these supreme monarch spirit masters and escort you forward. Chapter 1871 No Competitiveness. Su Maoyang knew that relying on formations was the easiest and fastest way to pass the level. So he didn't hesitate and gave the order directly. Okay. Yaoyu will take care of the aftermath. And the rest of you will rush with me. Dongfang Liyue, Xiaoho Zian, Xiaoho Wanqian, Mu Jichen and Shi Nu all nodded in understanding and rushed forward regardless of everything. They knew very well that if they wanted to successfully win the last 10 places, they had to ignore the attacks of these soldiers and rush into the city in order to have a chance of winning. Luckily, Dongfang Yaoyu was a formation master and had reached the level of a late-stage Tiantian Jun Lingshi. He could use a 3-star formation, and there was absolutely no problem trapping a group of soldiers of the Supreme Jun Lingshi. However, the battlefield was so large and there were so many soldiers, and the range of his formation was limited. Every time he arrived at a place, he needed to carve a new formation. So, he had to keep carving formations to resist these soldiers and escort them forward. But in this way, the spiritual power in his body would be consumed greatly, which would definitely cause more or less damage to his body. It was precisely because of this that Su Maoyang and the others fled like crazy, hoping to find a way out before Dongfang Yaoyu's power ran out. As a result, a particularly strange scene appeared on the battlefield. The outside world only saw that Su Maoyang's disciples ran all the way, not wanting to fight at all. They didn't even fight once from beginning to end. It was all thanks to Dongfang Yaoyu, who kept carving formations behind the team to clean up for them. In fact, this was definitely the most bizarre and strange combination and tactics they had ever seen. I really didn't expect that the disciple was already a 3-star formation master at such a young age. He was a genius in the formation world. The people in the square couldn't help but sigh after seeing Dongfang Yaoyu's strength. Yes, such a young 3-star formation master is indeed rare. No wonder the Maple Forest Empire has been in decline for so many years. But it can still occupy a place in the 9 Nether Realm. There is a reason. The elders and disciples of the Maple Forest Empire did not expect Dongfang Yaoyu to have such great progress. He could learn the 3-star formation in such a short time. This talent has surpassed the ancestors of the Dongfang family and King Gaoyang. Realizing this, the 3 elders of the Dongfang family were all in tears, and their expressions were extremely excited. Dongfang Yanqing couldn't control his emotions and praised excitedly. Good job. You are worthy of being my son. Dongfang Yanqing, father didn't make a mistake about you. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, all other forces cast surprised eyes at Dongfang Yanqing. They didn't expect that the young man was actually the descendant of the Dongfang family. No wonder he was so proficient in formations. As far as they know, the Dongfang family has a high status in the Maple Forest Empire because of their proficiency in formations. It is also because of the Dongfang family's sons and daughters, who have guarded the border for generations, that the Maple Forest Empire has stood for so many years. Now it seems that the Dongfang family is able to cultivate such an outstanding genius formation master. And they are indeed very capable. The head of the Fengqi Empire, Fan, saw that Dongfang Yanqing was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He glanced at him with disdain and reminded him, head of the Dongfang family, you are probably too happy too early. Even if your son is a formation master and can trap those supreme monarch spirit masters and buy time for them, what's the use? They never fought from beginning to end, and there was no condensation of fighting spirit. Even if you enter the 2nd level, you will only be slaughtered. What is there to be happy about? Ha ha ha. Yes, everyone knows that you cannot use your original strength and skills in the next few levels. You must rely on fighting spirit to comprehend new skills and fight. If you don't have fighting spirit, you will be like a waste in there, unable to move forward. I really don't know what's the point of squeezing into the 2nd level in this way. An elder of the Zhenwu ancient clan also sneered and shook his head, obviously not optimistic about the tactics of Su Maoyang and others. The elder of the Xiefeng ancient clan heard this, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He said sinisterly, people are willing to die. No matter how much you say, It's useless. It's better to teach these young people who don't know the sky and the earth a lesson and let them know that some things are not what they want to do. They can do it. Hearing this, Yunlu Dark Domain, Shenwu Ancient Clan, the people of the Filong Ancient Clan, and the Xiandan Ancient Clan heard the hidden meaning in his words. Su Mo killed so many disciples of the Xiefeng Ancient Clan. If the Xiefeng Ancient Clan had not been busy preparing for war, and did not want to violate the rules of the Northern Spirit Realm, they would have cut her into pieces long ago. Now that they took the initiative to enter the formation to die, the Xiefeng Ancient Clan was naturally happy to see it happen. King Gaoyang and several elders of the Dongfang family naturally understood that speed alone was definitely not enough for the first level. After all, they still had to comprehend the skills and fight with other disciples later. Without fighting spirit, they were unarmed and had no competitiveness at all. So, to a certain extent, even if they squeezed into the top 100, they would stop at the top 100, because they lost from the beginning and had no chance of turning the tables later. Thinking of this, everyone in the Maple Forest Empire had a gloomy face, frowned in worry, and clenched their fingers under their sleeves quietly. Although Aunt Lu didn't understand the battle mechanism, she knew from their discussion that Su Mo was just going to die. So she couldn't help but sneer. She is as stupid as ever. She always does things that don't care about her life. Of course, you are not much smarter if you are involved with such a person. She was obviously talking to the Wei brothers and sisters. Wei Shirui was so angry that she glared at her when she heard her say some sarcastic words. If it weren't for the arrogance of Burning Blood City, she really wanted to rush up and tear her mouth apart. It's better for us to get involved with anyone than for you to get involved with the men of Burning Blood City. At least we are innocent. Unlike you, who are shameless and dirty. You? Andy Lu was speechless immediately. And then she hooked the arm of the old man next to her and complained aggrievely. Master, someone humiliated me. You have to take charge of me. The old man naturally heard Wei Shirui's ridicule, and he couldn't help but cast a cold look at her, and scolded fiercely. How dare you, a junior like you, humiliate my concubine? Wei Zhishu knew that the other party was powerful and had a certain status in Finshua Tianqing. So he immediately persuaded Wei Shirui. Forget it. Don't bother with that bitch. I feel sick to say one more word to her. Wei Shirui snorted angrily when she heard this. She couldn't afford to offend Finshua Tianqing, so she had to suppress her anger and look at Su Maoyang in the formation again. And Lu felt even more relieved when she saw that they had no choice but to swallow their anger. She couldn't help but feel lucky that she was smart and had found such a powerful backer. No one would dare to touch her anymore. At this time, Su Maoyang, who was in the formation, really lived up to everyone's expectations and led everyone to rush into the city smoothly, because her senses were trained to be very sharp by a group of undead in the Soul Calming Tower. She sensed the exit in just a cup of tea and successfully entered the second formation. Chapter 1872 suppressed to the same level. However, the only regret is that Dongfang Yaoyu has been helping them clean up the mess behind them, and he didn't have time to get away from the mini Supreme Monarch Spiritual Masters, so he missed the last spot. But seeing that Su Maoyang and the others passed the level smoothly, he also achieved his wish and could retire with success. Looking at the direction they left, Dongfang Yaoyu smiled with relief, and immediately crushed the teleportation ball and left the battlefield. At this time, Su Maoyang and others, who were already in the second formation, were curiously looking at the surrounding environment, because they found that this second level was a barren land with nothing. But there was some unknown mysterious power flowing in the air, which actually suppressed their spiritual power level to the level of the initial innate monarch spiritual master. Does this mean that we have to fight at the same level? Su Maoyang felt the spiritual power in his body suddenly decrease, and couldn't help but sigh. Mu Jichen, who was standing by, understood the battle mechanism to some extent, and nodded to explain. Yes, in order to test our talents and combat effectiveness, the 9 major sects cannot use our original spiritual power and the skills we have learned in the following levels. Therefore, everyone must start from the initial level of Xiantian Jun Lingshi, and start all over again. If we can't use the skills we have learned, what skills should we use to fight? Su Maoyang was confused and asked back without understanding. Su Mo, you don't know? I heard from my uncle that this second level is specifically used to learn skills. It is said that we should see a stone tablet later, and the stone tablet is full of skills that have been collected for many years from the 9 major sects. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even if we can't fight to the end, we can have the opportunity to learn the skills of the upper plane, which is also a great benefit. Dongfang Liu heard a lot of news from several elders before coming to the Northern Spirit Realm. Seeing that Su Maoyang didn't understand, he immediately explained enthusiastically. Su Maoyang suddenly understood what she said. You mean? The 9 sects suppress our spiritual power and skills, and they want us to learn new skills here, and then use the new skills to fight? Yes, that's what I mean. Everyone will learn new skills in the same time, and then use them immediately. Whoever learns more, learns faster, and learns more deeply will have enough advantages when they go on the battlefield and fight with their opponents. The 9 sects can see your understanding and proficiency of these skills, and then test your talent and combat effectiveness. Mu Jichen nodded and responded to her guess. Su Maoyang suddenly realized what she said. She had heard that the forces in the Sunluo realm value talent and potential the most. Now it is not surprising to set such a test. Strange, because the disciples who can squeeze into the top 100, except for the alchemists, are almost all stronger than the initial Xiantian Junlingshi, and some have even reached the supreme Junlingshi, and everyone's spiritual power levels are uneven, which is indeed difficult to assess. In addition, some people are strong not by themselves, but by the resources provided by their families, or they were born a few years earlier and practiced a few more years, taking advantage of all the advantages. So it is not possible to test the true potential of each disciple. Therefore, the 9 major sects suppressed the spiritual power of these disciples to the same level, and sealed their original skills, allowing everyone to comprehend and use new skills to compete, which is indeed a fairer method. Everyone competing at the same starting point can indeed better test a person's talent and strength. Su Maoyang nodded in agreement. Lu Liman, Jin Yunxiao, Fanny Jin and others, who were meditating not far away, suddenly heard a familiar voice and looked back at them. At this time, they saw Su Maoyang, Mu Jichen and others appearing in the second level, and their faces flashed with surprise. You are not dead? Lu Liman looked at them in disbelief. Yes, not only are we not dead, we are still alive and well. Are you disappointed? Dongfang Liu raised her bright lips and showed a beautiful and provocative smile. When Lu Liman and others heard this, their faces suddenly darkened. Jin Yunxiao found the clues at a glance and immediately made a guess. Humph. Even if you come back alive, what's the use? I don't think you have any fighting spirit at all. I think you must have used some crooked way to get here. You dare to break through the formation without fighting spirit. Should I say you are brave or ignorant of life and death? If they rely on their own strength to pass the level, they must have accumulated fighting spirit. But they don't have any fighting spirit at all, which can only mean that they didn't rely on their strength to get here, but used other methods. But no matter what method it is, it won't work in the second level, because here only fighting spirit and talent are considered. Su Maoyang didn't know the purpose of this fighting spirit, and couldn't help but ask Mu Jichen, what is the use of this fighting spirit? Does it enhance attack power in battle? Well, in addition to enhancing attack power, fighting spirit can also allow you to perceive better skills and gain certain advantages. You will know later. And now it is still the key to meditate and adjust your breath and be prepared. Mu Jichen nodded. Although Su Maoyang still had doubts, he did not continue to ask. He nodded and meditated on the spot like the other disciples. Seeing this, Fanny Jin couldn't help but sneer. Without fighting spirit, you still want to comprehend the skills. How ridiculous. The Ling family siblings who also discovered Su Maoyang's existence in the distance also cast their eyes in this direction. Although they were surprised that Su Maoyang and others were still alive, they didn't care, because a group of people without fighting spirit would die anyway when they came here. It was just a matter of time. Haha. A group of idiots looking for death. The Ling family siblings snorted contemptuously and closed their eyes again. Yan Lingyu, who was sitting next to them, took a deep look at Su Maoyang. For some reason, he always felt that this woman gave him a very familiar feeling. Or did he miss that person too much? And he thought it was her when he saw someone with a similar temperament. Thinking of this, Yan Lingyu was annoyed. Obviously, that person had left for so long. But he not only failed to erase her figure from his mind, but missed her more and more. It was really useless. Yan Lingyu was in a bad mood, and immediately retracted his gaze, closed his eyes again, and tried to calm himself down. Although Ji Weilan and Ji Yuzhing did not recognize Su Maoyang, they were also attracted by them, and looked at them curiously. After all, It is too rare for someone to come here without even a trace of fighting spirit. Therefore, not only them, but also the disciples of other forces were very surprised by the existence of Su Maoliang and others. But everyone knew that even if Su Maoliang and his group came here, they would only end up as cannon fodder. Chapter 1873 Leave them far behind. At this time, Shi Nua, who was following Su Maoliang, looked up at Qin Jian, who was sitting in the distance with his eyes closed and regulating his breathing. A subtle complexity flashed in his eyes. She didn't expect that this young man who had been wronged in the princess's mansion for so many years and wanted to avenge her would also come to participate in the Cloud Peak battle. In the past, he deliberately concealed his strength and pretended to be cowardly and incompetent. But now, he took the initiative to participate in the competition and exposed his strength. I think it was because of her. But she didn't expect that after she left Fengqi Empire for so many years, there were still people who loved her deeply. This young man really made her unable to ignore it. However, just when Shi Nua was sighing secretly, Qin Jian seemed to notice her gaze, and also raised his head and met her gaze. Although Shi Nua changed her appearance, she still felt guilty when she saw him looking at her, and immediately avoided his sight in panic. Qin Jian saw that she looked different, and a trace of doubt flashed across his face. He could not help but look at her carefully, and then he suddenly opened his eyes wide as if he had discovered something, and there was a gleam of surprise in his eyes. Could it be that she came? Qin Jian had a guess in his mind, and his pupils instantly raised excitement. However, he was not sure, and with so many people present, it was not easy to question on the spot. So he had to pretend that he didn't know and closed his eyes again. But the fingers tightly clenched under his sleeves revealed his excitement at the moment. Seeing that he didn't notice, Shi Nua quietly breathed a sigh of relief, and followed Su Maoliang and others to meditate and regulate their breathing, closing their eyes to rest their spirits. In this way, time passed quickly, and when the disciples had recovered from their injuries, this desolate land suddenly moved and trembled violently. Feeling this movement, Su Maoliang immediately opened his eyes and looked forward. At this time, he saw a huge rock breaking out of the ground in the open space in front of him, extending wildly with the force of thunder, and piercing the sky. In just a blink of an eye, it formed a stone tablet that reached the sky and stood upright in this barren land. Then, a torrent of power suddenly burst out from the stone tablet, and suddenly shook the surrounding disciples away. The disciples with stronger fighting spirit stabilized their bodies, while the disciples with weaker fighting spirit were directly blasted to the ground and spit out several mouthfuls of blood, which was extremely tragic. Even Su Maoliang could not withstand such pressure, and she retreated more than 10 meters under the load. Then, she found that she couldn't move half a step forward. If she forced herself to move, the pressure would be like a mountain pressing down, making her breathless. She knew that if she took another step forward, she would be killed on the spot. Without any suspense, it seemed that it was very difficult for her to get close to the stone tablet. Realizing this, Su Maoliang took a deep look at the stone tablet and murmured with emotion, "Is this the stone tablet you just mentioned?" Mu Jichen looked solemn and nodded in response. Yes. It is called the Wordless Heavenly Tablet. This level is for us to learn the skills engraved on the Heavenly Tablet. Wordless Heavenly Tablet? No words. Then how do we learn the skills on it? Su Maoliang asked in confusion. Well, there is nothing on it. So it is called the Wordless Heavenly Tablet. If you want to comprehend the skills, you have to test your talent and comprehension ability. You have a high talent and strong comprehension ability, so you will comprehend the skills. If you don't have a good talent, you probably won't be able to figure it out in your entire life. Mu Jichen sighed. His voice was indescribably heavy. Su Maoliang nodded in understanding after hearing this, but he still frowned in difficulty when he estimated the distance from the heavenly monument. But we are so far away from the stone monument, and we can't resist the power it bursts out. There is no way to get close to it. How can we feel it? That's why everyone is madly accumulating fighting spirit. Because your distance from the heavenly monument depends on the strength of your fighting spirit. The stronger the fighting spirit, the more you can resist the power released by the heavenly monument. And you can keep moving forward to shorten the distance from the heavenly monument. The weaker the fighting spirit, the less you can observe and feel it up close. And you can only watch from afar. Therefore, those who accumulate more fighting spirit in the first level will have a great advantage in the second level. After all, the closer you are to the heavenly monument, the easier it is for you to feel the energy released by the skills. In this way, it is easier for you to comprehend the mystery and condense the battle platform than others. Shinua also heard about it roughly and spoke to explain. Su Maoyang only understood this wordless heavenly tablet after hearing this. It turned out that the battle spirit determined the distance from the heavenly tablet, and the talent determined whether one could comprehend the skills on it. However, she still didn't quite understand how to condense a battle platform. However, before she could ask, a loud voice shook the space. Congratulations to all the disciples for successfully reaching the second level and obtaining the qualification to comprehend the skills. You should know that this wordless heavenly tablet, from bottom to top, has recorded the skills that my 9 major sects have collected for many years. The higher you go, the higher the quality and level of the skills will be. If you want to obtain good skills, you must improve the height of your battle platform. Of course, the height of the battle platform depends on the number of skills you practice from the heavenly monument. The more skills you practice successfully, the higher the battle platform will rise, so that you can sense the skills at the corresponding height of the heavenly monument. Therefore, the second level will test the height of your battle platform and your talent for practicing skills. Now, you only have 10 days to start to comprehend. The first level is about speed, combat effectiveness and teamwork ability. And this level is about height and talent. Whoever has the highest battle platform has the most outstanding talent. Therefore, everyone must do their best to learn a large number of skills to increase the height of the battle platform and learn more powerful skills. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang became very interested in this wordless heavenly monument, and couldn't help asking Shinua and Mu Jichen next to him. What level is the top level technique of the wordless heavenly monument? Has anyone practiced it? How can we know this? After all, no one in the entire 9 netherworld can raise the battle platform to that height. I think no one knows what the top level technique of the heavenly monument is. Mu Jichen shook his head. For them, it was not easy to successfully practice a technique and condense a battle platform, let alone to raise it to that level. I think that those who can reach the top must practice every high-level technique on the stone tablet before they are qualified. But, with such difficulty and talent, they dare not think about it at all. Haha. You don't even have a trace of fighting spirit, and you still have the nerve to ask about the top-level technique. It's more reliable to advise you to worry about whether you can condense a battle platform at the moment. Jin Yunzhao heard their conversation and snorted disdainfully. Duan Shuexin didn't take Su Maoyang and the others seriously. She just glanced at them arrogantly and said coldly, "Let's go over there quickly. It's important to practice hard." Jin Yunzhao nodded slightly after hearing this, and then walked towards the stone tablet with everyone else. Since each of them had accumulated a lot of fighting spirit, they were able to withstand the power released by the stone tablet and shorten the distance. Therefore, in just a blink of an eye, they left Su Maoyang and the others far behind. Chapter 1874. Cultivate the mind before practicing martial arts. Now, seeing that all the disciples were approaching the stone tablet, only they could not move a step. They could only stay where they were and watch everyone go away from them. This feeling of being left behind was really uncomfortable, and Dongfang Liu's pretty face was tangled together. Damn it. Without fighting spirit, we can't even get close to the stone tablet, and we can't practice the skills at all. Xiao Wanxian also nodded and sighed helplessly. Yes, it's too difficult to practice the skills on the heavenly tablet. No wonder those disciples laughed at us for not having fighting spirit. It turns out that without fighting spirit, it's impossible to move an inch in this place. Xiao Zian couldn't help sighing when he saw the scene in front of him. However, while they were talking, the disciples in front had already walked to a position where they could stay and meditated to practice. Because the strength of the fighting spirit accumulated by each of them was different. The distance from the heavenly tablet was also different. So everyone stood in different positions naturally. The disciples with the strongest fighting spirit walked to the front, while those with weaker fighting spirit stood at the back, gradually forming a team and dividing the levels. But there was a certain distance between each person, so that everyone's identity and situation could be seen clearly. Su Maoyang saw that all the disciples were in place, and then he looked at them seriously, and soon found many familiar figures. In addition to the disciples from Fengqi Empire and Fenxua Tiancheng who had grievances with him, he also saw Yin La Feng from Yunlu Dark Domain, Fenxua Tiancheng, the Ji family brothers and sisters who had a good relationship with him, Ji Weilan and Ji Yuzhen. I didn't expect that after not seeing them for so long. They have made rapid progress, and have achieved such a high position. It seems that they have been practicing hard in the past few years, and have not wasted their time. However, what surprised Su Maoyang the most was that she actually saw Hellion Yufeng here. Although so much time has passed, she still remembers deeply that it was because of Hellion Yufeng's conspiracy that she caused the Blood Battle Group and the Spirit Beasts to die in burning Blood Sky City. If he hadn't designed to let her leave, while informing the 4 major colleges and the Alchemy Guild of burning Blood Sky City and coming to encircle her, the Blood Battle Group would not have died, and the Spirit Beasts would not have exploded to protect her. Therefore, she remembered each and every blood debt clearly, and was waiting to get it back from him. Those colleges and the Alchemy Guild. Unexpectedly, before she went to find him, he took the initiative to participate in the Cloud Peak battle. She remembered that this person had always pretended to be sick and was extremely low-key. But now he came to participate in the Cloud Peak battle in a high-profile manner, which was really strange. In her impression, this Hellion Yufeng was not a person who pursued fame and fortune, and he didn't care about other people's opinions. The only thing he cared about was Lord Finchen. In order to stay by Lord Finchen's side, he had tried every possible way, and even preferred to be a despised, useless person. He would never come for the reward of the Cloud Peak battle and the favor of the 9 major sects. But why did he come? Could it be that this time it was also related to Lord Finchen? Don Fan Liyue, who was standing aside, saw that the disciples in front had already taken their positions and started to practice in time, and she was anxious to death. On the other hand, Su Maoyang was in deep thought and had no reaction at all, which made her extremely anxious. She asked with a sad face, "Su Mo, please say something. There are only 10 days of practice time now. We are so far away from the heavenly monument. How can we practice?" Su Maoyang heard this and looked at the monument from afar. He said with a feeling in his heart, "I once heard a senior say that cultivation should shape the mind and martial arts should be preceded by cultivation of the mind." Although he did not explain the meaning of this sentence, I guess he meant that if the Tao is in the heart, even if the Tao isn't visible, colorless, tasteless and breathless, one can still understand the truth from it. As for the number, distance and height, they are not the reasons that hinder cultivation. What really hinders cultivation is the demon in one's heart. Speaking of which, cultivation should shape the mind and martial arts should be preceded by cultivation of the mind, which Su Maoyang learned from the master of the Immortal Palace. At that time, he only said a few words and passed it by. But Su Maoyang remembered it in his heart and had a feeling. Since the Immortal Palace is above these 9 sects, its attainments in cultivation must be higher than theirs. Therefore, Su Maoyang believes that even if he is far away from the monument, as long as he is willing to practice, he can always practice. After hearing these words, Mu Jichen, Xiao Zian and others were confused and could not understand the whole picture. But they understood Su Maoyang's meaning to some extent. At this moment, they looked at Su Maoyang in surprise, and their hearts were shocked. "Su Mo, your perception is getting more and more terrible. You can actually comprehend such profound things. We are really ashamed of ourselves." Mu Jichen shook his head in admiration. "Yes, we have never thought that practicing martial arts first requires cultivating the mind. And the Tao is in the heart. It seems that our cultivation level is still far away." Xiao Zian also smiled in admiration. Su Maoyang smiled and shook his head indifferently. "I was also instructed by others. If it were me, I would definitely not be able to comprehend this truth. However, you should not underestimate yourself. You have been cleansed by the fairy pool before, and have been conditioned by my elixir, and have experienced the cave experience. You have been reborn. Your current cultivation talent is not worse than those top geniuses. Otherwise, you wouldn't have risen so quickly in such a short time. So I believe you will practice faster and go further than them in the future. And it won't be difficult to surpass them. Although their current level is not as good as those top talents. She has witnessed their rise with her own eyes, and naturally believes in their achievements." Don Fan Liyue, Xiao brothers and sisters, Mu Jichen and Shinuo didn't have much confidence at first. But after listening to her words, they immediately strengthened their beliefs. The competition is not over yet. And they definitely don't deny their own principles as soon as they come. Haha. It's really funny. That group of trash, who have no fighting spirit, and come in by relying on side doors and unorthodox methods, actually want to surpass the top talents of various forces. They don't even weigh their own weight, and dare to speak nonsense in such a place. Hearing such arrogant remarks, Lung Shuyue couldn't help but look back at Su Maoyang and others. Seeing that they were far behind and still dared to brag, she sneered. Most of the disciples of the Maple Forest Empire can't even get close to the heavenly monument, let alone comprehend the skills above. So they don't know the difficulty at all. Now they dare to compare with the top geniuses. It's really ridiculous. Qin Yaki was slapped in the face by Su Maoyang with 30 holy pills last time. She has always been resentful. Now hearing Ling Shuyue's ridicule, she couldn't help but take over the words. Speaking of which, in this space, although everyone is far away, they can sense the movements of their competitors and have a clear understanding of the other party's situation. Therefore, what Su Maoyang and others said naturally fell into the ears of other disciples, and soon aroused everyone's dissatisfaction. Chapter 1875. Only she didn't condense the battle arena. No matter what. Those top geniuses are arrogant people. Suddenly hearing a group of trash, who didn't even accumulate battle spirit, say that they would surpass them in future cultivation is undoubtedly a slap in their face, and a public humiliation. So anyone who hears this will not have a good face. But Su Maoyang didn't mean to slander others. He just told the truth and encouraged Dongfang Liu and others. Who would have thought that even at such a long distance, their words and deeds would still be seen by others, and they would be talked about and angered by the public. Humph! I thought the people who killed my disciples of the ancient Evil Wind clan were very capable. But I didn't expect them to be a group of idiots, who didn't know what they were doing and only knew how to brag. At this time, a man in a blue robe and a black cloak snorted with contempt, obviously extremely disdainful of Su Maoyang and others. He was considered the top genius of the Evil Wind ancient clan. He did not attend the dinner held by the Cloud Tower Dark Domain that day, so he had not seen Su Maoyang's strength. He learned all the news from several elders. Haha. Isn't it? They are so powerful, and have a lot of reasons. I want to see how they can condense a battle platform without fighting spirit, and cannot get close to the heavenly monument. If they can't even condense the most basic battle platform, they will be laughed at. Lu Lyman covered her mouth and laughed secretly, looking like she was watching a good show. The top geniuses at the front naturally agreed with Lu Lyman's words. They couldn't help but sneer at the corners of their mouths. And then, they retracted their gazes and concentrated on practicing. In their view, Su Maoyang and others were just a group of jumping clowns, who couldn't cause any big waves. It was really not worth their trouble. Dongfang Liu heard their sarcasm and said unhappily, "Bah! A bunch of self-righteous guys. They just started from a higher point than us. What's there to be proud of? This time, I will condense a battle platform for these guys, who look down on others." After that, Dongfang Liu sat down unconvinced, and began to feel the power emanating from the stone tablet. Seeing this, Xiaohu Zian, Xiaohu Wanxian, Mu Jichen and Shi Nua also wanted to compete. So they sat down and practiced seriously. Su Maoyang saw that they were not convinced, and had to compete for victory or defeat. And a gratified smile rose at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps, being stimulated by those geniuses, who look up to the top is not a bad thing. At least it can give them the motivation and determination to practice. Thinking of this, she closed her eyes, and slowly felt the power on the heavenly tablet. The disciples in the formation were immersed in practice. But people outside were always paying attention to their situation. At this time, Wei Shirwei saw that Su Maoyang and others were all at the back, and she was also very anxious. She twisted her fingers worriedly, and asked Wei Zhishu next to her, "Brother, Sister Suimo and the others are so far away from the stone tablet. Can they feel the power of the heavenly tablet?" "Yes, I heard that in that space. The power of the heavenly tablet is everywhere. But the farther away, the weaker the sense. The closer the distance, the more intense and clear the fluctuation of power." Without waiting for Wei Zhishu to speak, Huapeng slowly explained. When Wei Shirui heard this, some hope surged in her heart, and her eyes sparkled. "So, Sister Suimo and the others still have hope to comprehend the skills and condense the battle arena? We believe in Suimo. She can do it." Huapeng nodded heavily. They have been with Su Maoyang for so long, and they know her talent and strength too well. How could such an arrogant person be defeated by a little distance? The disciples of the Red Star Alliance also agreed with this, and were full of hope for Su Maoyang. They said in unison, "Yes, we believe in her. As long as it is her, everything is possible." Oh Peiji, Song Yuan, Jing Hongru, He Haipeng and others who were sitting in the Fengqi Empire shook their heads with a sneer. obviously holding a different attitude from their belief. The facts are in front of us. Without fighting spirit, we can't move forward. Those idiots are still deceiving themselves. I really don't know what they are thinking. Although Opeijia's arm was crippled by Su Maoyang, after a month of recuperation, her life is no longer in danger. But she can no longer continue to practice in the future. However, even so, she still hates Su Maoyang, because letting her live in this world, like a useless person, is even more painful than killing her. The same thing happened to Bian Heyue and Bian Weixiao, who were also beaten by Su Maoyang. At the dinner that day, they were tortured by Su Maoyang to the point that they were neither human nor ghost. If it weren't for the elders of the Xiefeng ancient clan, who tried their best to protect them, they would have died in the hands of Su Mo. Although the elders of the Xiefeng ancient clan promised that they would definitely cure them and let them practice again, their bodies would likely be left with old illnesses and would also delay for a long time. After all, practice is a matter of racing against time and cannot withstand any delay. Not to mention a few years. Even a year, or even a few months may lead to being overtaken by others. Moreover, they missed such a good opportunity of the Cloud Peak battle this time, which made their efforts of so many years go to waste. And they naturally hated Su Maoyang. Without fighting spirit, not only will they be restricted in the second level, but they will also have no advantage in the third level. I really want to see them beaten into a pulp. It must be very satisfying. Bian Heyue's mouth curled up a cruel arc, and his low voice revealed a bit of coldness. She was looking forward to that scene. After hearing these words, Wei Shiru's heart, which had been relieved by Huapeng and others, was lifted again. And then she looked at the picture in the formation again, and clenched her fingers nervously. Not to mention her. Even King Gaoyang and the elders of the Maple Forest Empire were worried. After all, even if they watched the heavenly monument from a close distance, it would be extremely difficult to practice the skills on it. Not to mention that they had no fighting spirit and were so far away. It was indeed an impossible task. So in the face of the sarcasm around them, they really couldn't refute it. At this time, Su Maoyang was immersed in the perception of the technique and soon entered the state. Because she had fought with a group of abnormally powerful undead blind for 10 days and 10 nights before, her senses were trained to the extreme. So even if she didn't look at the heavenly steel now, she could sense the power released by the heavenly steel just by using her senses. She found that the power at the bottom of the heavenly steel was not terrible. Just some ordinary rule fluctuations, which were probably some low-level techniques, and were of no use to her at all. Therefore, she directly ignored the bottom layer and continued to move her consciousness upwards, spreading to the upper position of the heavenly steel. It was just that she was too far away and could not feel it clearly. At most, she could sense the middle area of the stone tablet. So she didn't hesitate and directly chose the middle-level technique to begin to comprehend it. Chapter 1876. If you don't make a sound, you'll be amazing. In this way, time passed by bit. The top talents closest to the heavenly monument successfully built the battle platform in just 1 hour, which made several major forces outside very optimistic. Even the elders of the 9 major sects were a little surprised. They didn't expect that these disciples would learn a technique in such a short time. It seems that the talents of this batch of disciples are generally much better than those of the previous batches. However, just as everyone was sighing, several hours passed in the formation, and the disciples behind also built the battle platform one after another. As time went by, everyone learned more and more techniques, and the battle platform under their feet rose higher and higher, far away from the ground, reaching the position in the air. However, everyone learned different levels and quantities of techniques, so the height of the battle platform was naturally uneven and different. The higher the battle platform, the more people can sense the higher level skills. But the higher level skills are, the more difficult they are. Therefore, after practicing to a certain level, many disciples gradually slowed down, far less than the initial speed. But even if it is slow, everyone's battle platform is at least rising. Unlike Su Maoyang, who has been sitting in the same place for 3 days and 3 nights, and there is no movement at all. What is even more puzzling is that even the Xiahou brothers and sisters around her, Dongfan Liyue, Mu Jichen and Shi Nua, have built battle platforms and raised them to a certain height. But she has not even condensed a battle platform, which is really incredible for the elders and disciples of the Maple Forest Empire. You know, she is the most powerful genius in the Maple Forest Empire, and the one who has the most hope to compete with those top geniuses. But now, 3 days and 3 nights have passed, and she is still sitting like an old monk, without any results. Could it be that her talent is not as good as Xiahou Wanxian and Dongfang Liue? This is too absurd. What's going on? Why is Su Mo not responding? Wei Zhishu, who has a steady personality, can't sit still when he sees this, and asks anxiously, Huapeng, Chu Shengfan, Ding Yankai and other disciples of the Red Star Alliance all shook their heads in confusion, and their expressions were also extremely ugly. To be honest, they all saw how terrible Su Maoyang's talent was, and it was definitely not at this level. So, they couldn't figure out what happened. Seeing the anxious expressions of the Wei brothers and sisters, Song Yuan couldn't help but sneer and explained, "What else can it be? Isn't it obvious that the woman named Su Mo can't even condense a battle stage? The funny thing is that she just spoke nonsense. A lot of crooked theories, and even didn't take those top talents seriously. But with this level, it's really a slap in the face. Humph. Anyway, Su Mo at least entered the second level, and you don't even have the qualifications to participate in the Cloud Peak battle. What qualifications do you have to say, Su Mo?" Wei Shirui shouted back angrily. She didn't dare to offend the people of Fengxue Tiancheng, but she was not at all inferior to Song Yuan, who came from Anlin City of Fengxi Empire. Song Yuan's cheeks flushed immediately, and she retorted unconvincedly. She was able to enter the second level only because of the disciples of the Dongfang family who used the formation to escort her in, not because of her own strength. What is there to be proud of? Wei Shirui was so angry that she couldn't speak. Seeing the two quarreling, Jing Hongru couldn't help but laugh and said, "If your Wei family wants to avoid the city lord's accountability, you should at least find a powerful backer, like your Aunt Lu. I didn't expect that you would be so stupid as to get involved with such a waste. Do you still want to rely on the waste to protect you?" Hearing this, "Oh, Peiji," he Haiping, Song Yuan and others couldn't help laughing. As for the elders and disciples of other forces, they all looked at the joke. When King Gaoyang heard someone slandering Su Maoyang, he immediately scolded him. "How dare you? My disciples of the Maple Forest Empire can't be humiliated by you in a few words. You are so bold. Don't you take me seriously?" Jing Hongru, Song Yuan and others were immediately frightened by the fierce roar. And then, they closed their mouths and dared not say a word. Although the elders of Fengxi Empire did not know Jing Hongru and others, since they were sitting in the seats of Fengxi Empire, they were his people of Fengxi Empire. King Gaoyang scolded them so disrespectfully, which was undoubtedly a slap in their faces. Therefore, the head of the Jin family responded with a dark face and a bad tone. "King Gaoyang, as an elder, why bother with a group of young people? Not to mention that they are telling the truth. Su Mo can't condense a battle stage by herself. Can't people say it? Yes, King Gaoyang. No matter how you think of her, it is a fact that no one can deny that she can't condense a battle stage. We reminded her before that the battle at the top of the cloud is not as simple as they imagined. She insisted on going in and making a fool of herself. Who can she blame?" The head of the Ling family of Fengxue Tiancheng couldn't help but chime in. King Gaoyang didn't like to hear these words. He frowned and snorted. "The second level is not over yet. It's too early to talk about this now." "Haha. King Gaoyang, don't deceive yourself. 3 days have passed. There is not much time left. She hasn't even condensed the battle platform. She still wants to raise the height of the battle platform. Isn't it a foolish dream?" The patriarch of the Shifeng ancient clan sneered, thinking that King Gaoyang's idea was too naive. Hearing this, the others also shook their heads speechlessly, and sighed that King Gaoyang's vision was not very good. He actually favored such a useless disciple. However, just as everyone was talking about it, Su Maoyang in the formation suddenly burst out with a fierce breath. The next second, everyone saw that the ground where she was suddenly trembled, and gradually condensed a battle platform. However, before everyone could react, the battle platform that had just condensed suddenly soared into the sky, instantly rising to a height of more than 10 meters, surpassing many disciples at once. Although this height is still not as high as those top disciples, she just condensed the battle platform. It is too scary to have such a height right away. So, seeing this, not to mention the 8 major forces, even the elders of the 9 major sects were surprised. However, they didn't know that Su Maoyang's perception was extraordinary. Even if she didn't build a battle platform and didn't reach the height corresponding to the heavenly monument, her perception could still easily spread to the middle part of the heavenly monument. To be honest, she had such a perception thanks to the help of the group of dead spirits. If it hadn't been trained by them, she would have had to spend a lot of effort to practice the above skills. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang was grateful and continued to spread her perception upwards to seek more powerful skills. Chapter 1877, Cultivation Speed. Since she would use the skills she had learned to fight later, she would naturally have to cultivate more powerful levels to have a chance of winning. After all, she had no fighting spirit, and was much inferior to her opponent from the beginning. She could only make up for this defect through high-level skills. Fortunately, she had successfully cultivated the skills of the middle level of the Heavenly Monument, so she could ignore the low-level skills and cultivate in a higher direction. So, on the surface, it seemed that she spent 3 days and 3 nights to condense the battle stage. But in fact, it saved time for the subsequent cultivation. In addition, she cultivated all the essence. To some extent, she had left most of the disciples behind. It was just that the skills in the back were too difficult and required a deeper understanding. Even Su Maoyang, who had great talent, encountered many bottlenecks. So, she had to make gestures of the 9-character mantra, recite the formula, and use the power of the word all in the 9-character mantra to gain a stronger perception. Although it is forbidden to use one's own skills to fight in this formation, not every word in the 9-character mantra is offensive. For example, the word Jia represents induction, which can provide people with keen perception. It is not a kind of combat skill, so Su Maoyang can use its power to practice. At this moment, she felt that the power emanating from the stone tablet was getting stronger and clearer. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart that the 9-character mantra was indeed powerful, and it immediately raised her perception by several levels. I believe that even the top genius sitting in the front does not have as much power as she feels now. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's gestures and the formulas she chanted became faster and faster, as if she wanted to push it to the extreme. When the people outside saw this strange scene, they were confused and looked at each other in confusion. They had never seen such strange gestures, nor could they understand what she was muttering. They only saw her mumbling and didn't know what she was doing. Humph! Playing tricks and attracting attention. Aunt Lu looked at it for a long time without understanding it, and snorted disdainfully. Of course, let alone outsiders. Even the people of the Maple Forest Empire and the well-informed 9 sects did not understand what Su Maoyang was doing, and their eyes could not hide the confusion. They had never seen the 9-character mantra, so they naturally could not understand Su Maoyang's actions. But at this time, she had successfully cultivated her perception to a certain extent with the 9-character mantra and successfully invaded this layer of the Heavenly Monument. When she saw the skills clearly, Su Maoyang discovered that all the skills in this level were at the level of top-grade divine skills. And there were so many of them, and they were so rich that people were overwhelmed. At this moment, she had to admit that the Salua realm was indeed not comparable to the Joyo realm. Just one assessment could produce so many top-grade divine skills, which was indeed very rich. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang didn't want to waste the opportunity, and immediately selected the most suitable skill from the many top-grade divine skills to practice. However, this time, she didn't spend too much time. It only took 1 day to successfully practice the speed-enhancing skills. Afterwards, everyone saw that the battle platform under her was like a plant in a tropical rainforest, growing wildly, and it was raised by more than 100 feet at once, which frightened the people outside and stunned them. It was as if they were hit on the head with a stick, and their expressions froze. She actually increased her height by more than 100 feet in 1 day. Did they see it right? Realizing this, everyone rubbed their eyes in disbelief and repeatedly confirmed that they were not dazzled. But the facts were in front of them, and they couldn't deny it even if they wanted to, because Su Maoyang did it. Now, she has reached the same height as the top talents in the front, and has opened up an astonishing distance with most of the disciples. Such a transformation, such a speed, is really shocking. However, Su Maoyang was unwilling to practice only the upper-grade magic skills. With such a hard-won opportunity, she naturally wanted to move forward to a higher realm. So, without thinking too much, she began to spread her perception to a higher position and began to look for higher-level skills. Although she could practice more upper-grade magic skills, or even some low-level skills, and rely on the number of skills to increase the height of the battle stage and achieve good results, this was not what she wanted. In her opinion, Although practicing low-level skills can make it easier and faster to improve the height of the battle platform. If it is some useless skills, it is meaningless to practice. After all, you still need to rely on these skills to fight later. It is not as useful to practice one divine skill as to practice 10 immortal skills. Since they are all practicing, she naturally wants to practice to the point. Practice good quality and suitable for herself. As for the difficulty, it is not within Su Maoyang's consideration. With such a goal, Su Maoyang once again gestured the hand seal of the 9-character mantra, chanted the 9-character formula, and tried to invade the position of the 300 feet height of the sky monument to exert the perception to the extreme. At this time, she could only see a faint vibration of mist around her body, lingering around her, which actually added a bit of ethereal meaning to her. The difficulty of this 300-foot-high technique is naturally not comparable to the techniques below. So Su Maoyang spent a lot of effort to successfully invade the heavenly monument. This look shocked her. She didn't expect that all the techniques at this level were at the level of the 3rd-grade God King skill. You should know that in the 9 Netherworld, top-grade God skills are extremely rare. Not to mention God King skills that are one level higher than God skills. Moreover, she heard that God King skills are divided into 9 grades, with the 1st grade being the lowest and the 9th grade being the highest. But when she came, she actually encountered the 3rd-grade God King skill. How could it not be a surprise? At this moment, she simply didn't dare to think that if she continued to practice, what terrible level would be waiting for her. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang once again selected a technique and concentrated on practicing. Because the further she went, the more her perception became. And if she wanted to practice a higher level of martial arts, she had to continuously improve the height of the battle platform. But to improve the height, she had to successfully practice a martial arts. In this way, she spent another day and night to learn a 3rd-grade Divine King skill about palm method. And the height of the battle platform quickly rose to 300 feet. In this way, she became the person standing the highest. And even those top geniuses were left far behind by her. Seeing this scene, everyone outside was shocked, gasping in shock, and was speechless for a while. It only took her 5 days to reach a height of 300 feet. Such a training speed is too terrifying. It's incredible. Chapter 1878, An Unattainable Height. No, not 5 days. To be precise, she only took 2 days, because she had not yet condensed the battle platform in the first 3 days. Realizing this, the huge square was instantly silent. Everyone was like a wooden statue, frozen there, with an indescribable shock on their faces. They couldn't figure out how Su Maoyang could reach 300 feet in such a short time. You have to know that the most powerful top talents with extraordinary talents are only more than 100 feet. And they took 5 days to slowly build up. How could Su Maoyang, from condensing the battle platform to raising it to a height of 300 feet, only took 2 days? Is this reasonable? However, just when everyone was puzzled, Su Maoyang's perception successfully invaded the height of 400 feet. The reason why she chose the palm method just now was because she had successfully practiced the divine pattern palm print in the fairy palace, and had a certain attainment in the palm method. If she practiced the palm method again, she should be more handy. However, it was far from enough to just practice speed and palm techniques. So she also planned to practice more offensive techniques. So, when her consciousness spread and searched on the heavenly monument, a technique called the Universe Sword Technique suddenly appeared in front of her. She roughly understood this set of sword techniques, and found that it was indeed more suitable for her. And it was a 4th-grade Divine King skill. This level alone was already very good. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang curled his lips in satisfaction, calmed down again, and began to comprehend and practice. Time passed like a white horse. And soon another day passed. In order to seize the time to practice more techniques, Su Maoyang mobilized all his strength to the extreme. Therefore, she practiced very quickly, and the Universe Sword art unexpectedly became hers. At this time, her battle platform was raised another 100 feet to a height of 400 feet. But Su Maoyang never relaxed for a moment, and continued to spread her perception to 500 feet, and began to comprehend the 5th-grade God King skills. This time, she chose a sword technique, because she had practiced the Sun and Moon Demon Slash before, and had some research on sword techniques. It didn't take too long for her to raise the battle platform to a height of 500 feet. At this moment, everyone outside was completely dumbfounded, staring at Su Maoyang's pupils, staring wide, full of shock. almost falling out of their eye sockets. 500 feet. In just 8 days, she has reached a height of 500 feet. So fast. So easy. Could it be that she has been practicing the lowest level of skills? The only reason to be able to reach such a height in such a short time is to practice low-level skills. Because low-level skills are easy to practice, fast, and the easiest to practice. If she relies on practicing a large number of low-level skills and winning by numbers, it is not impossible to increase the height of the battle platform. However, they can't figure out how many low-level skills they need to practice to reach a height of 500 feet. It's really incredible. The people outside were frightened by Su Maoyang, and the disciples in the formation were also alarmed by Su Maoyang's movements. They have been immersed in their own practice just now, and they have no leisure to pay attention to others. But some disciples have reached a certain level of practice and can't continue to practice. Only then did they have time to open their eyes and look at the situation of the disciples around them. To be honest, they wanted to see Su Maoyang's joke, but who knew that this sight would almost scare them to death, because most of them only reached a height of several dozen feet, and the geniuses with excellent talents could only reach a height of 200 feet at most. But Su Maoyang was actually at a height of 500 feet at this time, standing at the back like a peak, with a posture that everyone could not see. Seeing this scene, how could everyone not be shocked and shocked? So, within a moment, people in this desolate land started to make noise. What's going on? What's going on? Why did Su Mo, who was at the back, reach such a height? Lung Xuqing could no longer continue to practice, and woke up early. Seeing the scene in front of her, she murmured and couldn't accept it. Lung Xiyue, Lung Machen, Xiao Luohing, Yan Lingyu, Qin Yaqi and others in front of her heard this, and opened their eyes, and looked back. When their eyes touched Su Maoyang's 500 zhong battle platform, they were also stunned like lightning. 500 zhong. They had heard of so many Cloud Peak battles, but they had never heard of someone building a 500 zhong battle platform in the second level. What kind of pervert is this person, who actually reached such a high level in a few days? At the beginning, didn't she even condense the battle platform? The Ling family siblings, Yan Lingyu, Qin Yaqi and others all frowned in confusion, looking at Su Maoyang with indescribable horror. Of course, other disciples were not much better, such as Fanny Jin, Lu Liman, Jin Yunzhao, and other people from Fengqi Empire who had been mocking Su Maoyang, because they had predicted that Su Maoyang couldn't even condense a battle platform, and they were ready to laugh at her. But who knew that she not only condensed a battle platform, but also raised it to a height of 500 feet. Now, those words that mock Su Maoyang are still ringing in their ears. But now it has become a joke. Faced with this situation, they are the ones who are laughed at, which is really ridiculous. The disciples of Burning Blood Sky City and Fengqi Empire were hit hard, and the disciples of several other forces were also shocked by Su Maoyang's height, especially the Evil Wind Ancient Clan, who had a blood feud with Su Maoyang. They wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of Su Maoyang, but who knew that she actually had such a terrible talent, so it was a bit difficult to deal with it. Thinking of this, a disciple of the ancient Evil Wind clan was nervous, and immediately said to the man in blue robe and black windbreaker in front of him, "Brother Mingxian, Su Mo has already reached a height of 500 feet. I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with her." The blue-robed man called Mingxian opened his eyes slightly, and glanced at Su Maoyang casually. He didn't take it seriously and said, "To be able to reach 500 feet in such a short time, she must have practiced a lot of the lowest level exercises and relied on the number to build up. Even if the battle stage, what does it matter if the tower is high? Without any useful skills, she will still be slaughtered at the third level. So, what is the point of reaching such a height?" Yes, that woman's idea of relying on the height of the battle platform to attract the 9 major sects is too stupid. You know, at the third level, everyone can challenge the highest person on the battle platform at will. She has undoubtedly put herself at the center of the storm. At this time, a top genius in the Zhenwu ancient clan who reached a height of 200 feet also sneered with some gloating. Chapter 1879 Stand Up for Her. After hearing these words, everyone reacted and nodded in agreement. I said, how could Su Mo be better than the top talents of the major forces? It turns out that he built the battle platform by practicing low-level techniques. Nie Qiang of the Zhenwu ancient clan also sneered when she heard her brother's words, and glanced at Su Maoyang with disdain. Although she had seen Su Maoyang's skills, and knew that she was strong, No matter how powerful she was not so powerful that she could reach the level of 500 feet in such a short time. Therefore, except for practicing low-level techniques, she really couldn't think of any other way to reach such a heaven-defying height. Zui Yanqian, who was not far away, also shook her head with a smile. Didn't she dream of becoming the woman of the Emperor of Yunlu before? I think she wants to attract attention with such means, and attract the attention of the Dark Domain of Yunlu. This time, the Dark Domain of Yunlu intends to select a concubine for the Emperor, saying that they want to see their performance in the Battle of Yunding and choose the most suitable candidate. I think it is because she knows that the elders of the Dark Domain of Yunlu are watching outside that Su Mo wants to show herself with all her heart and hope to get their favor. Humph. With her background, she is worthy of being the concubine of my Dark Domain of Yunlu. Ugh. At this time, Chao Shini, who heard this, had a look of choking a fly on her face and growled unhappily. Yin La Feng looked at Su Maoyang behind him with some surprise when he heard this, and asked curiously, "What is the identity of that woman? How dare she claim to be the Emperor's woman?" Chao Shini knew that Yin La Feng did not agree with Prince Pingxiang's selection of a concubine for the Emperor, and she did not attend the last dinner, so she did not know the inside story. So when he asked, she did not hide anything and told him the truth directly. What other identity could it be? I heard that Su Mo is a lonely person with no family or power. She is just close to a few disciples of the Maple Forest Empire. Last time, she was so bold as to come to our dinner to make trouble. She was so arrogant. Yin La Feng had not expected this, and a flash of surprise flashed across his pupils. Then, as if he had noticed something, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and asked anxiously, "What did you say her name was?" Chao Shini was startled by his suddenly excited expression, staring at him in confusion. "Call her Su Mo. What's the matter?" Hearing such a name, Yin Lanfeng's heart trembled. His face changed drastically. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the figure sitting high again, muttering in his heart, "Su Mo. Su Mo Su Mu. Su Mu." At the beginning, she sneaked into the military camp, disguised as a soldier, and fought for Yunlu Dark Domain, using the name of Su Mu. And the name Su Mo is too similar to Su Mu. At this moment, a terrible guess suddenly popped up in his mind. Is it her? Is she the one who haunts him? Not only does she have a similar name, but she is also bold enough to mess up the banquet for selecting concubines, and even threatens to be the woman of the Emperor. All signs point to one person. Su Maoyang. Realizing this, Yin Lanfeng's heart was suddenly in turmoil, and the blood in his body was boiling with excitement, making his whole heart warm and hot. You know, since he was demoted to the border by Jun Haocong and stationed at the border, he hasn't seen her for 3 years. Unexpectedly, their first meeting after reunion was in such an occasion. He had heard before that she had been besieged in Burning Blood City, and not only did everyone around her die, but she was also seriously injured. At that time, Emperor Yunlu was also unconscious. He almost collapsed when he got the news, so he killed first and reported later, and directly sent troops to attack Burning Blood City. Unfortunately, he was not strong enough and was ambushed by the Burning Blood City. Not only was his entire army wiped out, but he was almost captured. Because of this, he was dismissed from his post as general by King Pingxiang and was severely punished. If it weren't for the Yin family's efforts to protect him, he would have died standing here. However, those were all past events, although it was still painful to recall them now. Seeing her appear here safely, Yin Lanfeng's hanging heart can finally be put down, because for him, as long as Su Maoyang is still alive, he has nothing else to ask for in this life. Although the two were far apart, they could still see each other's every move in this space. At this time, Chao Shini saw that Yin Lanfeng's eyes were red, and she couldn't help but look at him in surprise for a long time. In order not to reveal his true colors, Yin Lanfeng quickly restrained his emotions and closed his eyes again, which made Chao Shini full of questions. Although Jing Yelong, the son of the Filong ancient clan, was still angry with Su Maoyang, he was extremely upset when he heard someone mocking her. He couldn't help but sneer and said in a bad tone, even if she practiced a low-level technique, she was able to practice so much in such a short time and raise the battle platform by 500 feet. That's her ability. She is still better than you guys. I really don't know where your sense of superiority comes from. Hearing this, the disciples who mocked Su Maoyang all turned black and glared at Jing Yelong angrily. His words undoubtedly embarrassed them. Of course, the most unhappy ones were the top geniuses who had just spoken, because Jing Yelong's words were clearly meant to be directed at them. They are all smart people, so they naturally understand. Even if she practices fast, what does it matter? She practices a bunch of useless skills, and she is still no match for us. When the prince said this, could it be that he thinks we are not as good as an unknown person? Bian Mingxian snorted coldly and asked sharply. Jing Yelong has always been fearless. Facing his questioning, he actually nodded and admitted, Mr. Bian, you are really smart. You can see what I am thinking at a glance. But if that's the case, why bother asking? Do you have to let me say in person that you are not as good as an unknown person before you are happy? Yu Bian Mingxian was gnashed with anger on the spot. Yin La Feng learned about Su Maoyang's identity and couldn't stand these people humiliating her. He also said unhappily, I don't know if she is your opponent, but at least in this level, you are not her opponent. After all, she doesn't even have a trace of fighting spirit. Standing at the farthest place from the heavenly monument, she still feels the power of the heavenly monument. She has practiced so many techniques and raised the battle stage to a height that you can't reach. So, even if it is a low-level technique, this talent is not comparable to you. The two men appeared in succession to speak for Su Mo, and the other disciples present were very surprised. However, Yunlu Dark Domain and the four ancient clans, who knew the relationship between Prince Filong and Su Mo, were not surprised. The only thing they were surprised about was that even Yin La Feng got involved. Chapter 1880 Beyond Their Control. Everyone has heard of Yin La Feng's reputation. It is said that he has been with Jun Haocong since he was a child, fighting for him in many battles, and is a famous young general. Perhaps because he has been with Jun Haocong for many years. He is also a serious and cold person. But I didn't expect that he would suddenly speak up today and speak for Su Mo, which is really strange. General Yin, from your tone, it seems that you are quite protective of Su Mo. Are you old acquaintances? Zui Yinqian looked at Yin La Feng in surprise and asked curiously. Yin La Feng closed his eyes and replied coldly, I don't know her. I just admire her talent and couldn't help but say a few words. I didn't expect that Su Mo is quite popular with men. First, Prince Filong escorted her, and now she has the favor of General Yin, who openly speaks for her. She is so lucky. No wonder she dares to claim to be the woman of the emperor. Ye Qiang sneered. On the surface, she seemed to be complimenting Su Maoyang, but her tone was sour. Zui Yinqian was also unhappy and echoed in a yin-yang tone. If you want to seduce a man, you naturally can't do it without some skills. She can get men to help speak for her, even if they don't know each other. I think this ability is innate. So her talent is indeed extraordinary, and beyond the reach of others. Zui Yinqian's words were extremely insidious, clearly mocking Su Maoyang's innate talent in seducing men. So, as soon as she finished speaking, many women present who disliked Su Maoyang covered their mouths and laughed secretly. I didn't expect that the women of the Xian and ancient clan are not only good at making pills, but also have interesting personalities. Yu Xueqing, the white-clothed woman who was studying divine patterns at the stone gate of the cave that day, was also amused by Zui Yinqian's words and couldn't help but chuckle. Zui Yinqian looked up at the person who was speaking and found that she had built a battle platform of 180 feet high, which was enough to show that her talent was quite terrifying. Then, she nodded with a sharp look in her eyes. I heard that Miss Yu is the president of the Alchemy Guild of Finshua Tianqing and the most valued disciple. Now that she can reach such a high level, it is indeed well deserved. But compared with the proud daughter of your Xian and ancient clan, she is still a long way behind. As she said that, Yu Xueqing looked up at Zuiqiani, who had reached a height of 200 feet. Although she was smiling, a cold light flashed in her eyes, and the fingers under her sleeves unconsciously clenched. Zui Yinqian admired Zuiqiani the most. When she heard her say that, she immediately showed a proud look on her face. She accepted the compliment without any modesty. Of course, after all, my sister is the most powerful and talented alchemist in the entire Jiuyu realm. Seeing her praising Zuiqiani to the sky, Yu Xueqing couldn't help but sneer in her heart, but said calmly, Really? Then you'll have to learn your sister's alchemy skills later. After saying that, Yu Xueqing retracted her gaze and immersed herself in cultivation again. As alchemists, although they would not participate in the battle, they also learned a lot of skills about enhancing mental strength from the Tianbei. They would still have an alchemy competition later. So it would be better to hurry up and prepare for now, and not get involved in other people's affairs. Besides, they are all genius alchemists, who are superior to martial artists. No matter how talented Su Mo is in martial arts, he is not as noble as these alchemy geniuses. It is really not worth their trouble. That day, Yan Lingquan, who had quarreled with Su Mo at the entrance of the cave, was also unhappy when he heard In La Feng and Jing Yelong both speaking for her and secretly mocking them. The top talents, he sneered. A nameless person who is not worth mentioning can actually attract your attention. It's ridiculous. Haha. Ridiculous? Don't forget that day at the entrance of the cave. You were injured by the stone door like a fool. And you couldn't do anything with the divine pattern. In the end, it was Su Mo who opened the stone door. Who do you think is more ridiculous? Jing Yelong's lips tilted with a hint of sarcasm, and his tone was sharp and merciless, which instantly made Yan Lingquan's face black. Humph. That was just her luck. As the top talent of Burning Blood City, Yan Lingquan has always been high and mighty. How could he be compared with an unknown person? So he immediately roared back unconvinced. No matter what the truth is, he has to maintain his face, and will never admit that he is not as good as a woman. Of course, in terms of fighting power, he is not inferior to her. Not willing to face the facts. Just say that others are lucky. Mr. Yan's mind really opened my eyes. Jing Yelong sneered, and the smile on his face was particularly eye-catching. Yan Lingquan was immediately trembling with anger. Okay. I want to see what kind of skill she has learned with a 500 zhong battle platform. And whether she can beat me later. Then you have to open your eyes and see clearly. I'm afraid that you will be killed before you make a move. And you will probably die with regrets. Jing Yelong is also a poisonous tongue. And he can make people angry to death as soon as he opens his mouth. Jiang Yujin from the dark domain of Yunlu heard their conversation and couldn't help laughing. Prince Filong, we have heard countless rumors about you. We know that you always do things as you please. You have never particularly liked anyone. Nor have you particularly disliked anyone. You treat people and things based on your mood. But today, I found that the prince is also a person who clearly loves and hates. Every word he says is to protect that woman. And he even offends the top geniuses of various forces. This is somewhat inconsistent with the rumors. It is said that Prince Filong is cold and ruthless. And he never likes to make friends. Even to his brothers and family members. He is cold and indifferent, without much emotional ties. But now, his words are all about protecting that woman. Which is really surprising. If Jiang Yujin hadn't mentioned it, Jing Yelong himself would not have realized that he actually quarreled with other geniuses for a woman. This is not what he usually does. If in the past, when he saw others arguing, he would always stand by and watch the jokes and fan the flames. He is not like now. Like an old father protecting his child. Jing Yelong fell into deep thought, secretly shocked by his own changes. Su Maoyang, who was immersed in cultivation, successfully cultivated another skill, and the battle platform continued to extend upward to 600 feet. Everyone outside was numbed by Su Maoyang, and the elders of the 9 major sects saw this trend, but secretly shouted that it was not good, and secretly transmitted the message. No, that woman has terrible talent. All the skills above 500 feet are skills that the sect cannot pass on. She must not learn them. The reason why they took out the heavenly tablet to test the talents of these disciples was because they were sure that these disciples could not reach a height of more than 500 feet. But now, Su Maoyang has exceeded their expectations and control. Chapter 1881 hid her in secret. You know, the skills below 500 feet are ordinary skills. No matter who practices them, they will not pose a threat to them. But the skills above 500 feet are treasures that have been treasured by major sects for many years, prepared for the top talents in their sections. Even inner disciples cannot practice them at will, let alone this outsider who has not yet joined their sect. So, in order to prevent the internal secrets from leaking out, they must stop her. Realizing this, the elders of the 9 sects looked at each other with gloomy faces. Among them, the elders of the Thunder Sound sect and the Supreme Sword sect took the lead and immediately invaded the formation with their consciousness, turning into 2 invisible forces, and slammed into Su Maoyang's body. Su Maoyang was still immersed in practice, wanting to communicate the skills at a height of 600 feet, but who knew that his perception had just invaded it, and he didn't have time to take a closer look before he was hit by 2 forces rushing out of thin air. The two powers were too overbearing and came suddenly. Su Maoyang was completely unprepared. So she was blasted to spit out blood on the spot. Not only did her breath weaken by more than half, but her whole body almost fell off the battlefield. At this time, Yan Mingxian, who had been paying attention to Su Maoyang, suddenly saw this scene. His expression was shocked, and a smile quickly jumped on his face. He said to Jing Yelong and Yin La Feng with a gloating look, "Prince Filong, General Yin, I'm afraid I will disappoint you. The woman you are optimistic about seems to be unable to withstand the power brought by that height, and is seriously injured. Look, she is vomiting blood. In order to protect that woman, Jing Yelong and Yin La Feng openly ridiculed them and embarrassed them." Yan Mingxian was very unhappy. Now that he saw Su Maoyang injured, he eased his expression and laughed. The other people present were also paying attention to Su Maoyang, and naturally saw her injured and vomiting blood. And then, there was a lively discussion. Haha. It seems that she was just trying to hold on to that height. But she didn't expect that she couldn't hold on so soon and showed her true colors. Lu Liman had just been slapped in the face by Su Maoyang's battle platform height, and had never been convinced. Now that she finally saw that she was seriously injured, she finally found a way to save her face. Leng Shuyue also nodded in agreement. Yes, if she had known that she couldn't bear it, why would she risk being seriously injured and hold on? She didn't even want to die in order to show off. She was really stupid. Everyone knew that the higher the height of the battle platform, the stronger the power emitted by the heavenly monument. Although standing high, one can sense the skills more deeply. But the power released at that height is not something that everyone can withstand. Su Maoyang forcibly ascended to a height of 500 feet, which was a life-threatening act. Now that she was injured, it was expected by everyone. However, they didn't know that Su Maoyang was not injured by the power of the heavenly steel, but by the elders of the 9 sects outside the formation. But Su Maoyang was such a smart person that he immediately noticed some clues. Because the two powers just now were completely different from the power of the heavenly steel, it was clear that someone was attacking in secret. And this person did not attack earlier or later, but just when she was comprehending the 6th grade God King skills. She suspected that this person did not want her to successfully practice the skills on the heavenly steel. So he stopped her in secret. However, the strength of these disciples present was suppressed to the early stage of Xiantian Jun Ling Shi by the formation, and they definitely could not exert such power. Then there is only one possibility. Someone is controlling it from the outside. But this formation was set up by the 9 major sects, and the strong men in the 9 netherworlds had no way to intervene. So, the answer is obvious. She couldn't think of anyone else except the elders of the 9 major sects. However, she didn't expect the elders of the 9 major sects to be so despicable. In order to protect their skills, they actually attacked her in secret. It seems that her actions have threatened their interests and made them very unhappy. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, swallowed a pill, adjusted her breath again, and repaired her injuries. Although she was very angry, she couldn't resist anything in someone else's formation, so she had to swallow her anger. Since she was not allowed to dabble in the 6th grade God King skills, she could always practice the 5th grade God King skills. Now there is still 1 day left, and she still has hope if she seizes the time to practice one more skill. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang didn't dare to waste time and immersed herself in practice again. The participating disciples saw her close her eyes again and continued to practice without giving up. They all thought she was hopeless and shook their heads in complete silence. This person is really stubborn. She is injured like that, but she still wants to practice. I think she is not here to participate in the competition, but to seek death. Fan Xinyu snorted contemptuously. Fan Yijin on the side was too lazy to pay attention to Su Mo. Now that the time was about to run out, he couldn't help but remind her, "Sister, you should concentrate on practicing. You still have 1 day to start refining pills." When Fan Xinyu heard this, she was shocked to realize that other alchemists were all absorbed in practicing. Then she didn't dare to be distracted anymore and immediately closed her eyes to comprehend. There are many talented alchemists who emerge this time, all of whom are extremely talented, and none of them can be underestimated. Therefore, to stand out among so many geniuses, one must have a very outstanding alchemy talent. Indeed, there is no time to waste. In this way, the last day passed quickly, and the 10-day training period stipulated by the 9 major sects has expired. The wordless sky monument in front of him instantly dissipated into nothingness. as if it had never appeared, leaving no trace. In addition, even the power emitted by the sky monument disappeared completely, and it returned to calm in the blink of an eye. The disciples present seemed to have experienced a dream, feeling lost and dazed. Just as everyone was sighing, the voices of the elders of the 9 major sects rang out again in this space. 10 days have passed. We have remembered your talents. Now we will give you 3 days to digest the skills you have learned. After 3 days, you will directly enter the 3rd level of the challenge. As for the alchemists, we have prepared medicinal materials and alchemy furnaces for you. You can now select medicinal materials and start making pills. Remember, you only have 3 days. Once the 3 days are up, we will decide the winner based on the quality and grade of the pills. As the voice fell, the alchemy furnace and shelves full of medicinal materials really appeared on the alchemist's battle stage. There were countless medicinal materials on them, and they were all very rare. If they were in the 9 netherworld, these medicinal materials would definitely be sold at sky-high prices. Therefore, just seeing this scene, the alchemy geniuses present could not help but feel excited. At this moment, they had to sigh that it was no wonder that so many geniuses in the 9 netherworld were trying their best to go to the Sunluo realm. These resources alone were tempting enough. Thinking of this, the alchemy geniuses were reluctant to put down these medicinal materials. Chapter 1882. A group of frogs in the well. However, if an alchemist reaches the level of Dansheng or above and wants to refine a pill above the saint level, not only the medicinal materials, the temperature, and the alchemy technology are very particular, but also the refining time is several times longer than that of ordinary pills. Therefore, it is common for some precious and rare pills to take 10 days, half a month, or even a year and a half to refine. Therefore, considering the difficulty of alchemy, the 9 major sects only gave 3 days of alchemy time. However, the time is still not too much, but it is more than enough for these alchemists, who are mostly at the Danzong level. It's just that there are many geniuses, and their strength is very strong. They dare not underestimate the enemy. They almost use all their strength to push the flame and mental power to the extreme, and dare not be distracted for a moment. The other martial arts disciples are quietly digesting the skills they have just learned, and from time to time, they will glance at their alchemy situation. After all, the people in front of them are the top alchemy geniuses in the 9 nether realm. Being able to witness these geniuses making pills in person is a grand event that many people would rather not have. They were lucky enough to see it today, thanks to the 9 major sects. Of course, among this group of alchemists, the most eye-catching ones are Zhuqiani, the proud daughter of the Xian and ancient clan, Yu Xueqing, the favorite student of the president of the alchemy guild of Fengxue Tianqing, and Fan Zijuan, the son of the Fan family of Fengxi Empire, and Bai Zhuxiu, the son of the Bai family of Yunlu Dark Domain. In addition, there are Zhuqiani's sisters Wei Yinqian, Qin Yaqi, the daughter of the Qin family of Fengxue Tianqing, Leng Xiyue, the daughter of the Leng family, and Fan Xinyue, the sister of Fan Zijuan of Fenglin Empire, and Duan Xuexin, the wife of the Ren family, who is known as the first talented woman. Of course, there are some inconspicuous people who are not so famous, and their alchemy skills are not so powerful, so they are not taken seriously. However, they don't beg to stand out in this alchemy competition, because they only come for the rewards of the top 100 and the skills on the heavenly monument. Now that they have gained something, the result of the competition is no longer important to them. What's more, the competition among the alchemy geniuses at the top level is too fierce. Even if they want to compete with these geniuses, it is wishful thinking. It is said that among the 4 most famous people, 2 have reached the peak of Danzong. 1 has reached the middle stage of Danzong, and Zhuqiani has even reached the level of Dansheng. As for the others, the worst are all at the peak of Danwang, and the slightly stronger ones are all at the level of Danzong. They are equally strong and powerful. With such a lineup and such opponents, how can they compete? At this time, the disciples watching the competition were amazed by the dazzling and exquisite alchemy techniques, and they were all excited to guess the result of the competition. Time passed by bit, and soon the 3rd day arrived. Okay, time is up. You can stop what you are doing. At this moment, a loud voice sounded again between heaven and earth, announcing the end of the competition. Upon hearing this, the alchemists raised their hands to take out the pills and put them on the plates. At this moment, everyone could only smell the various medicinal aromas coming from all directions. Just by smelling the smell, you can know that these pills are all fine products. And the medicinal effects must be extremely pure. However, when they saw the pills on the plate clearly, they were stunned. My God! The lower holy grade spiritual spirit restore pill is a dangerous pill. Although it can quickly restore the alchemist's mental power, any mistake in the refining process will kill him. In addition, the process is complicated and extremely mentally exhausting. It takes at least 10 days. I didn't expect Zhuqiani to refine it in 3 days. With this talent, she is indeed the most powerful alchemy genius in the 9 nether realm. Yes, looking at the color, it is so pure, which shows how perfect her alchemy skills have reached. However, others are not weak either. Look at Yu Xueqing, who refined the upper grade 5 elements Hao Yuan pill. This pill is also very difficult. It requires extremely high requirements for the separation of medicinal materials and mental power. The value of it is completely comparable to the lower holy pills. Fan Zijuan is not bad either. He also refined the upper grade Qi gathering Yijing pill. Whether it is appearance, color, fragrance, or quality, it is first class, not inferior to Yu Xueqing at all. Speaking of which, among the 4, it seems that only Bai Zhuxiu is slightly inferior. He refines a medium quality pill. But the advantage is that the pill is of high value and has a wide range of uses. If it is sold on the market, there will definitely be countless strong people fighting for it. It is also an extremely precious treasure. Ha! Let alone the 4 of them. Even Zui Yanqian, Duan Xuexin, Fan Xinhua, and Qin Yaqi are talented. They can make a high-quality pill at once. It seems that this year has produced many geniuses, and the competition is too fierce. Hearing everyone talking about it, and praising those alchemists to the extreme, Donphan Liu sneered. TSK. Just a group of alchemists. What's so great about it? They are blowing it up to the sky, making a fuss. These people always say they are frogs in the well, but they don't know that they are frogs in the well. Among a group of Danzong alchemists, the most powerful Zhuqiani is only in the early stage of dancing, and their Su Maoyang had reached the middle stage of dancing a few months ago. According to her abnormal cultivation talent and speed, she is probably at the peak of dancing now. Even the alchemist who is not as good as Su Maoyang's fingernail is praised to the sky by these guys, who have never seen the world. It's ridiculous. However, Donphan Liu has still underestimated Su Maoyang's talent. After the test of the Immortal Palace, Su Maoyang is now a Danzuan alchemist who can refine Saint King grade elixirs. And everyone knows that after Danhuang is Danzong. Above Danzong is Danxing. And above Danxing is Danzuan. And each level is subdivided into 3 realms, early, middle, and peak. So in this way, Su Maoyang is at least 3 or 4 realms higher than them. And those who are slightly behind are 6 or 7 realms apart. It's no wonder that Donphan Liu looked down on these alchemy geniuses. But her words fell into the ears of others. But they were regarded as arrogant and ignorant. When Fan Yijin heard Donphan Liu's disdainful tone, he got angry at the beginning and asked unhappily, "What are you spitting about? Do you think you are qualified to look down on those alchemy geniuses?" Donphan Liu looked at him sarcastically. "You looked down on Su Mo just now, and ridiculed him in various ways. Now I just expressed an opinion. And you have an opinion. Are you allowed to look down on others with your dog eyes? And others are not allowed to speak." Yu Fan Yijin was speechless for a moment. Chapter 1883 Su Mo can't make pills? What do you mean by you? I just looked down on those alchemy geniuses. What can you do to me? In my opinion, they are not even worthy of carrying my sumo shoes. They dare to humiliate my Su Mo. They are so shameless. Donphan Liu is also a person who is not afraid of trouble. Just now, in order to seize the time to practice, she had no time to deal with these people. She was holding her breath in her heart. Now that she has time to rest, she must fight back. Who let them bully her disciples of the Maple Forest Empire from the beginning, and humiliate and ridicule Su Mo? They talk so much about Su Mo, but Su Mo didn't care about them. As a result, she just said one sentence, and these geniuses couldn't sit still. It's really ironic. However, Donphan Liu's words were very arrogant, and even those alchemy geniuses were attracted by her. You have become stupid because of your cultivation, and your mind is not clear. You can actually say such a ridiculous thing. It is obvious that your Su Mo is not even worthy of carrying our shoes. And you still have the nerve to yell here. Lung Xiyu frowned angrily. staring at Don Fan Liyue with an expression of looking at a fool, thinking that her idea was extremely absurd. Don Fan Liyue snorted coldly. My mind is much clearer than yours. You should worry about yourself. I should say this. Whether you can walk out alive is a question. And you are still here showing off your ability to talk. I advise you to calm down and think about how to make yourself not die too ugly. Lung Shuyue glared at her speechlessly. She didn't even take Suemo seriously, let alone Sumo's lackey. Qin Yaki couldn't stand Don Fan Liyue and others, and couldn't help asking, since your Suemo is so powerful, why don't you see her participate in the alchemy competition and make an elixir? You say that we are not as good as her, but you should show us the evidence. Don Fan Liyue was so angry that her breathing stagnated. She was about to refute, but Su Maoyang took the lead and rejected her coldly. You are not qualified to watch me make pills. You have to know that she participated in the Cloud Peak battle to kill people, not to show off herself. She only needed to kill these geniuses in the last 2 levels to achieve the purpose of this trip. There was no need to delay her practice time to show her alchemy talent. After all, she didn't ask to join the 9 major sects. Of course, after being attacked by the elders of the 9 major sects, she had even less good feelings towards the 9 major sects. Qin Yaki didn't expect Su Maoyang to be so arrogant, and her cheeks flushed with anger. Although my talent for alchemy is not as good as my senior sister, I am at least in the middle stage of the famous alchemy sect. Who the hell are you to dare to talk to me like this? Su Maoyang glanced at her coldly, his tone calm but resounding. I don't even take your senior sister seriously. Who the hell are you? And you are worthy of me to make alchemy for you? You are so presumptuous. Qin Yaki was so angry that her eyes were wide open, staring at Su Maoyang angrily, and her breathing became heavy. Hearing this, Yu Xueqing also looked at Su Maoyang in surprise, and was also surprised by her arrogance. She had lived so long, and this was the first time she heard someone not take her seriously. Thinking of this, Yu Xueqing felt that this person was a little ridiculous, and said with sarcasm, "Is what Shinny said this? I can understand it. But you, who can't even make an elixir, dare to speak so arrogantly? Do you really think that you can be invincible in the world just because you have a 600 zhong battle platform? Don't you take everyone seriously?" Yu Xueqing didn't want to waste time talking to such a person, but being humiliated in public by her was too embarrassing, so she had to fight back. Don Fan Liyue heard this and laughed without waiting for Su Maoyang to speak. Are you stupid? If my Suemo can't make pills, I'm afraid no one in the world can make pills. With your level, you dare to challenge Suemo? You are really ridiculous. What is Sumo's level of alchemy? The word abnormal is not enough to describe her 1/10 of it. This woman actually said that Suemo couldn't make pills. This was definitely the funniest joke she had ever heard. Seeing that Don Fan Liyue dared to laugh at a top alchemist, Duan Xueqing couldn't stand it anymore and scolded her with a look of surprise. You are the one who is so funny, right? If she is an alchemist and has excellent alchemy talent, why doesn't she participate in the alchemy competition? Now, she doesn't want to be an alchemist, but wants to be a spiritualist to participate in the challenge. Are you crazy or is she stupid? Everyone knows that the status of an alchemist is much more noble than that of a spiritualist. How many people want to become an alchemist like crazy? But they just don't have the talent or the opportunity. And if she is really an alchemist, why doesn't she participate in the alchemy competition that is easier to stand out, but wants to participate in the next challenge? So, as long as Suemo is not a fool, there is only one possible explanation. That is, she doesn't know how to make pills at all. Speaking of which, Duan Xueqing is already married and is more cautious in what she says and does. But she is still stimulated by Don Fan Liyue, because they were mocking Yu Xueqing alone. They were undoubtedly mocking all of their alchemists. After all, Yu Xueqing is still at the top of the famous Dan sect, and they are not even as good as Yu Xueqing. So even if Duan Xueqing doesn't want to argue with these trash, she can't stay out of it. A dog who looks at people through the crack of the door has the nerve to call others stupid. I really don't know who is stupid. Because of Jin Hani, Shinua has always had a lot of opinions about Duan Xueqing. When he heard her insulting him, he couldn't help but glance at her and sarcastically said, "You Duan Xueqing is at least a Dan sect with a noble status. I didn't expect to be called a dog in public." I was so angry that I trembled all over. I really wanted to tear Shinua's mouth apart. Su Maoyang saw that the two sides were arguing endlessly, and warned in an irritable mood, "Okay, A group of dogs are barking at you. Are you going to bark back? Digest the exercise as well. Su Maoyang's words were obviously said to Dongfang Liua and Xinhua. But the ones who were humiliated were the alchemy geniuses, who had a dispute with them. Therefore, when this was said, all the alchemists were so angry that their faces turned blue, and they wanted to cut Su Maoyang into pieces. Forget it. As noble alchemists, we should not bother with such trash and lower our standards. Fan Zijuan did not take Su Maoyang to heart at all, just glanced at her indifferently, and then retracted his gaze. The other alchemists nodded in agreement, spitted at her, and ignored her. Wei Zhishu in the outside world saw that everyone deliberately targeted Su Imo and bullied her. He felt regretful and couldn't help but blame himself. Alas, Su Imo is not good at alchemy, so these people bully her. If I were stronger, I could participate in the alchemy competition and help her out, so that she wouldn't be humiliated by so many people. It's my fault that I have poor talent. So far, I have only reached the level of a peak alchemist. Alas. Chapter 1884. She became a living target. The disciples of the Maple Forest Empire suddenly heard this, and stared at Wei Zhishu in astonishment. They were so shocked that their mouths twitched, and they couldn't help laughing. They couldn't believe that this guy actually said that Su Maoyang was not good at alchemy, and wanted to help her out in alchemy. You have to know that Su Maoyang has been a middle-stage alchemy saint for a long time. Even if she wants to help out, she can do it herself. Why does she need him? Besides, who else is qualified to help her out in alchemy except Su Maoyang herself? Is Wei Zhishu thinking too much? If he knew Su Maoyang's alchemy ability, he would probably bite his tongue out of shame and anger, although they knew that he was well-intentioned. Everyone couldn't help laughing when they thought of his self-conceit. Wei Zhishu is really funny. When he heard them laugh, Wei Zhishu immediately felt the strange looks from the disciples around him, and frowned in confusion. What are you laughing at? Huapeng suppressed his smile and waved his hand. Nothing. I just think you are quite interesting. Interesting? Haha. Mr. Hua, you are the first person to describe my brother like this. Wei Shirui on the side was very curious about such an evaluation, and couldn't help but interrupt. Huapeng raised his eyebrows in surprise. Really? Yes. Everyone thinks my brother is a strict and pedantic person. But you say he is interesting. Which is fresh. Wei Shirui covered her mouth and chuckled. Huapeng twitched his mouth and could only nod awkwardly. Maybe others don't understand him. It seems that you are my brother's soulmate. Wei Shirui was naive and actually believed it. Wei Zhishu looked at Huapeng and other disciples strangely. Although he knew something was wrong, he couldn't guess what was wrong. However, they didn't seem to have any bad intentions. He was too lazy to ask, but turned his eyes to the formation again. At this time, the alchemy competition had ended. The elders of the 9 major sects looked at the pills of each alchemist one by one, and they had already figured it out. Then, he heard the elders announce. After several elders discussed together, the alchemy ranking has been determined. The Lingshan Huanjing pill refined by Zhuqiani, whether in terms of quality, grade and difficulty, is the well-deserved first place. Yu Xueqing's 5 elements Hao Yuan pill, which has mastered the peeling and fire control just right, is the second place. Fan Zijuan's Qi Ju Yijing pill, which has a high difficulty coefficient, complex process and high quality, is the third place. Bai Shuishu's pill, although only a middle-level premium, is very valuable, and is the fourth place. Zui Yanqian, Qin Yaqi, Fan Xinhua, Duan Xuexin, Yu, they all refine middle-grade pills, and according to the quality and difficulty, they rank 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Lun Shuyua's lower-grade pill ranked 9th, and Bai Ningan's upper-grade pill ranked 10th. Okay, the results are out. Alchemists who don't participate in the challenge can go out and rest. After the Battle of Yunning is over, we will award the rewards. After the words fell, an exit appeared in front of each alchemist. The assessment of the alchemists had been completed, so there was no need to stay here all the time, and they all left. In this way, the last ones left were the disciples who wanted to participate in the challenge. Next, it's the challenge. Everyone should have heard of the rules of this challenge. People on the low-level battle platform can challenge people on the high-level battle platform at will, and people on the high-level battle platform must accept the challenge and cannot refuse. People on the high-level battle platform challenge people on the low-level battle platform, and people on the low-level battle platform can accept the challenge, but they can also avoid the battle and cannot force it. In addition, there is no limit on the number of challenges or time. As long as you want to challenge, no matter how many games you fight, you are allowed to do so until the winner is determined. Of course, for the sake of fairness, you will still be given time to rest and heal your injuries during the halftime. The way of playing is even simpler. As long as you defeat your opponent, you can get his battle platform and his height. In the end, we will select the top 10 players with the highest battle platform, give you generous rewards, and restore your original strength and skills for the finals. If there is a waiver or deserter in the middle, all previous rewards will be cancelled, and he will be permanently deprived of the qualification to participate in the Cloud Peak battle. Do you understand? It is said that the Cloud Peak battle is a life and death battle, precisely because the 9 major sects do not like to see people who are afraid of fighting. They would rather see these disciples die in battle than see them live in disgrace. If they dare not even fight, then it is really meaningless to train such people. After all, they are selecting the most powerful disciples. If they have no strength, they have no value, and do not deserve any sympathy. And all the disciples present are from the heavens of big forces. Jiao had been well prepared before coming here, had heard a lot about the Cloud Peak battle, and had long been familiar with these rules, and immediately responded in unison. Understood. Su Maoyang had not understood the rules of the Cloud Peak battle before, but now that she heard this, she realized that the higher you stand, the more you will be treated as a target, because those on the lower battle platform can challenge those on the higher battle platform at any time. And among all the disciples, she is the only one standing the highest. Doesn't that mean that all disciples can challenge her, and she must accept the challenge and cannot refuse? Just now, the 9 major sects also said that the top 10 will have generous rewards, and the reward for the first place is the most tempting. Everyone naturally wants to compete for the first place, and it is understandable that her position has become a hot commodity in everyone's eyes. In this way, standing at the highest position is not a good thing. However, at that time, she was immersed in cultivation, and wanted to practice more high-quality skills, and she didn't know that there were such rules waiting for her later. Now, seeing that all the disciples were staring at her covetously, coveting her position, Su Maoyang felt helpless. To be honest, at this level, she just wanted to kill the disciples of Fengxue Tianqing and Fengxi Empire, and she didn't have so much time and energy to accept their challenges one by one. So, now, she has to give up this battle platform and find a lower one. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang had already made a decision. He immediately glanced at the bottom of the battle platform, and his eyes could not help but fall on the particularly arrogant Lu Liman. Miss Lu, I saw you barking so loudly just now. I think you can't wait to fight with me. Are you interested in a fight? When everyone saw that Su Maoyang actually invited Lu Liman, who had only condensed a battle platform of several dozen feet, they immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I thought you were so powerful, but I didn't expect you to bully people with lower battle platforms as soon as you came. Is this the capital of your arrogance? It's really ridiculous. Ren Hao Yu laughed and despised Su Maoyang to the extreme. Chapter 1885 deliberately lose to her. Yin Lingquan also looked at Lu Liman's battle platform sarcastically, and snorted coldly. The height of the battle platform of that woman named Lu Liman is the lowest among our group. You picked the weakest opponent after careful selection. I have never seen such a shameless person as you. If you are really capable, just fight me. Why bully a waste? Mr. Yin, don't worry. If I kill you as soon as I come, wouldn't this game be too boring? Su Maoyang glanced at him coldly and said a light soothing word, which immediately angered Yin Lingquan's face and blue veins. You are so presumptuous. The presumptuous is still behind. Mr. Yin, you have to open your eyes and see clearly. Su Maoyang slowly curled his lips and raised a meaningful smile. At the moment, she just said a few unpleasant words, and he was so angry. If she killed his Yin family disciples later, he would faint with his psychological quality. Therefore, it is necessary to give him a shot of prevention in advance. Speaking of which, the reason why she chose to start with Lu Liman, who was on a lower stage, was that she didn't want to accept challenges one by one and waste time. And she didn't want to expose her strength too early. If she accepted the challenge of the top genius early, everyone would know her level, and then other disciples would be afraid of her and be wary of her, and there would be no many people willing to fight with her, and she was in a high position, and she couldn't force the people below to fight. In this way, I'm afraid she couldn't kill many people. But if she was in a low position, she could choose her opponent at will. And the opponent must fight and can't refuse. Which obviously made it easier for her to kill people. You know, she didn't intend to let go of more than half of the disciples present. So, she had to be a little cunning. Anyway, this game doesn't limit the number of challenges. She has plenty of time to waste with them. Seeing Yin Lingquan being so angry at a little girl, the Ling family's genius not far away smiled and advised. Brother Yin, why bother with the disciples of the Maple Forest Empire? Since she wants to fight with Lu Liman, let her fight. She will choose to fight with someone who is lower than you. Obviously knowing that she is not your opponent and dare not fight easily. There is no reason for you to fight such a cowardly waste. What's more, she doesn't even have fighting spirit. I'm afraid she can't even beat Lu Liman. You don't need to worry at all. Hearing this, Yin Lingquan regained some reason and eased his expression a little. Yes, he is the top genius of the Yin family. If he attacks a waste, wouldn't it be a loss of status? Although Lu Liman's battle stage is low, she still feels very comfortable when the two men of Finchua Tianqing talk to her in a contemptuous tone. But she can't afford to offend the genius of Finchua Tianqing. So she can only vent her anger on Su Maoyang, shouting in shame and anger. Su Mo, even if I practice less skills and have a low battle stage, I am better than the pile of broken things you practice. You want to fight me? I will fulfill your wish today. I want to see how many moves you, who have no fighting spirit, can get in my hands with low-level skills. After that, Lu Liman flew up and landed on Su Maoyang's battle stage. And the battle was about to start. Seeing that she took the bait, Su Maoyang couldn't help but flash a subtle light in his eyes. And then bowed to her. Please teach me. Miss Lu. Humph. I'll beat you to a pulp and make you kneel down and beg for mercy. Lu Liman was an impulsive person. She roared and burst out with spiritual power, slapping Su Maoyang fiercely. Lu Liman's talent was not good. It took her 10 days to learn a palm technique. But don't underestimate this palm technique. After all, it is a low-grade immortal skill. And its level is not low. So its power is naturally not weak. She knew that she couldn't practice too many skills within 10 days. So she chose a good level and concentrated on practicing it. Therefore, she was still very confident in her mastery of this palm technique. When Su Maoyang saw her coming, the sneer on the corner of her mouth was fleeting. But her face pretended to be terrified and retreated in panic. Lu Liman's palm wind was fierce. And she came to crush Su Maoyang regardless of everything, with the posture of slapping her to death with one palm. Su Maoyang took this opportunity to deliberately slow down his pace and pretend to want to dodge but couldn't, and was immediately slapped by her. Because Su Maoyang stood at the highest position, she was too eye-catching, and she had just angered everyone. So no one was in a hurry to start a fight. They all paid attention to her situation. Now that she couldn't even take Lu Liman's palm, they sneered. I didn't expect it to be this level. It's really disappointing. Isn't it? I saw her so arrogant just now. And I thought she was good at it. I didn't expect it to be so vulnerable. Haha. This kind of waste dares to ignore us. She is really blind. The disciples who didn't know Su Maoyang at the scene were disgusted by her strength. Only Jing Yelong, Im La Feng and others, who knew Su Maoyang's skill showed doubts, and looked at her deeply. They knew that this was definitely not her true level. But they didn't understand what her purpose was. In the outside world, the people in the Yunlu Dark Domain and the 4 ancient clans who had attended the dinner, who had seen Su Maoyang's strength, also frowned in confusion, and were confused by her strange behavior. On that day, she was on a killing spree at the banquet, killing several disciples of the Evil Wind ancient clan in the blink of an eye. Her methods were extremely decisive and ruthless, leaving her opponents powerless to fight back. But now, why has she become so fragile? Of course, not to mention them. Even Lu Liman herself was a little surprised, because her strength was the weakest among this group of geniuses. But who knew that this Su Mo couldn't even withstand her palm, and was even more useless than her? It was incredible. Thinking of this, Lu Liman suddenly felt that her 600 feet battle platform was extremely ridiculous, and snorted disdainfully. With your strength, you dare to challenge me. It's ridiculous. I thought that without fighting spirit, relying on martial arts alone could make up for the lack of fighting. But I didn't expect that without fighting spirit, it would be so difficult. I admit defeat. I was too arrogant just now. Miss Lu, please be generous and don't bother with me. Su Maoyang pretended to be extremely weak and begged for mercy. Lu Liman was very satisfied with her vanity when she heard her admit defeat. But she did not intend to let her go easily. Humph. You were so arrogant just now. And now you know to beg for mercy. It's too late. I must teach you a lesson today. After saying that, Lu Liman waved her palm again and attacked. Su Maoyang knew that she would not give up. So he immediately dodged to the side and avoided her attack. Seeing that she missed, Lu Liman chased after her unwillingly again. Chapter 1886, using Lung Xuqing as a scapegoat. In order not to arouse other people's suspicion, Su Maoyang had to pretend to be clumsy and dodge left and right. However, she seemed to be forced into a particularly awkward situation. But she was able to avoid Lu Liman's attack just right every time. In this way, in the eyes of outsiders, she was no match for Lu Liman. But only Lu Liman herself knew that Su Maoyang was just like a loach and could not be hit at all. After a few rounds, she was actually played around by her. Su Maoyang saw that she was exhausted and panting, and immediately took the opportunity when she stepped forward to remind her in a low voice. Miss Lu, I have already admitted defeat. Why do you have to be so ruthless? Although I don't have fighting spirit and my attack is not as good as yours, I have life-saving skills. You want to kill me today with your palm skills alone, which is absolutely impossible. If you continue to entangle like this, not only will your physical strength and energy be exhausted, but you will also lose face. Is this really the result you want to see? Now, in everyone's eyes, she is a waste. And Lu Liman has been fighting for a long time. But she can't even kill a waste. And she will undoubtedly become a laughing stock. She believes that if Lu Liman is smart, she will know when to stop, and will not do thankless things and embarrass herself. Sure enough, after hearing this, although Lu Liman was unwilling to give up, she knew very well that she would not gain any advantage if she continued to fight. She had to grit her teeth and compromise. Forget it. You have no fighting spirit and are not my opponent at all. If I hurt you, others will definitely say that I deliberately bullied you. I don't want to bear this stigma. Get out of here. Seeing her stop attacking, Su Maoyang's eyes flashed with a hint of ridicule. But he pretended to be grateful and clasped his fists. Thank you, Miss Lu, for not killing me. After saying that, Su Maoyang landed on the original battle platform of Lu Liman. Everyone saw that the person who had just stood the highest and made arrogant remarks fell to the bottom in the next second, and fell from heaven to hell in an instant. The scene changed too quickly, which made everyone sigh and despise Su Maoyang to the extreme. And Lu outside saw this scene and shook her head speechlessly, then glanced at Wei's father and the Wei brothers and sisters, and asked with a sneer, "Is this the person you are optimistic about? With this level, you still want to rely on her for protection? It's really a foolish dream. Ridiculous." Wei Shirui was very angry, but she was powerless to refute. After all, Su Mo lost to Lu Liman, which was a fact witnessed by so many people. Seeing Su Maoyang being humiliated and making such a big joke, Song Yuan also laughed. He has a 600-foot battle platform, but it's useless. He is good for nothing except talking. Please keep your voice down. He is someone that King Gaoyang values. If your words get to King Gaoyang's ears, I'm afraid you will get into trouble again. Peiju next to him pretended to be serious and reminded him, but everyone could hear the sarcasm in his words. Song Yuan naturally understood and immediately covered her mouth, laughing secretly with Jing Hongru and He Haiping. They, the younger generation, dare not offend King Gaoyang openly. But the older generation of Fengqi Empire is not afraid of him. The elders of the Lu family were in a good mood when they saw Lu Liman had won honor for the Lu family. They even stroked their beards and laughed. Ha, King Gaoyang, you don't have a good vision. You actually value such a disciple. Could it be that the Maple Forest Empire has no more disciples to train? You actually pinned your hopes on such a waste? After that, not only the people of Fengqi Empire, but also the people of Fenchua Tianqing followed suit and mocked. King Gaoyang, it seems that the Fenglin Empire has declined greatly during the years you were away. The disciple you value most is not even as good as the worst disciple of Fengqi Empire. It's really pitiful. The head of the Lung family sighed, and every word of every sentence hit King Gaoyang's heart. Lung Shuyue heard his father speak, and added disdainfully, "What's funny is that Su Mo just looked down on us alchemy geniuses. Now it seems that she not only can't make pills, but also her spiritual power is terrible. As an alchemist, Lung Shuyue walked out of the formation after the alchemy competition and sat outside to watch the game. Originally, she had no right to comment on the challenge. But seeing the current battle situation, she couldn't help but complain. At this time, King Gaoyang was very angry when he heard these unpleasant words. But he ignored them, because he knew that Su Maoyang would do this. There must be a reason. In addition, the people in the Cloud Tower Dark Domain and the 4 ancient clans who had seen Su Maoyang's strength were not in a hurry to agree. They could not guess Su Maoyang's thoughts. Nor could they see through her depth. Could it be that without fighting spirit, even the most basic attacks could not be launched? The reason why they had such doubts was that no one participated in the challenge without fighting spirit like Su Maoyang. So they had no idea what it would be like to fight without fighting spirit. It was unclear whether Su Maoyang was really bad or not. However, just when everyone had different thoughts, Su Maoyang directly pointed the spearhead at Lung Xuqing, who was several feet taller than him, and said with a smile, "Miss Lung, I heard that you are quite strong, and I would like to learn from you today." She is now standing on the lowest battle platform, with the right to challenge actively, and the first person she wants to kill is the Ling sisters, because the death of the blood battle group and the spirit beasts. The Lung sisters are not free from responsibility. Unfortunately, Lung Shuyue is an alchemist and has left the formation. Now only Ling Xuqing and other Lung brothers and sisters are left. Therefore, she can only kill the people in the formation temporarily, and then go out to settle accounts with Ling Shuyue. Lung Xuqing didn't expect that Su Maoyang had just been forced into a state of extreme embarrassment by someone whose battle platform was lower than hers. And in a blink of an eye, he wanted to challenge her. A flash of surprise flashed across her pupils, and she sneered. "My battle platform is higher than Lu Liman, and I have accumulated more fighting spirit than her. You can't even beat her, but you still want to fight me? You are probably a fool." "What? Miss Lung, are you afraid to fight?" Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and asked lightly. "Bah! I'm not afraid of dealing with a waste like you." Lung Xuqing was humiliated, and she spat angrily, pointing at Su Maoyang. "Hurry up and get up to die." Su Maoyang heard this, and a cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. And then he flew up and landed steadily on Lung Xuqing's battle stage. The disciples present were too lazy to pay attention to Su Maoyang, but who knew that she would not give up, and even challenged Lung Xuqing. They immediately felt that this person was hopeless and extremely stupid. "Tell me, how do you want to die? I will fulfill it." Lung Xuqing stared at her contemptuously, and her tone seemed to have given her a great gift. Su Maoyang curled his lips and smiled, exuding a bit of evil spirit. "What a coincidence. I also want to ask you this. Chapter 1887 just to kill you." Lung Xuqing was immediately provoked by her provocation and gnashed her teeth. "Okay, you are about to die, but you still dare to be so arrogant. I will tear your mouth apart today." After saying that, Lung Xuqing suddenly raised her hand and burst out spiritual power, and drew it hard in the air, instantly condensing into a sharp claw, grabbing Su Maoyang's face. Su Maoyang glanced at her coldly, waved his hand without caring, and sent out a spiritual power. But in the blink of an eye, the claw mark was shattered. Then, without waiting for Lung Xuqing to react, she moved forward in a teleportation period, and instantly landed in front of Lung Xuqing, and slammed the palm hard. Feeling the powerful pressure coming, Lung Xuqing realized that something was wrong. At the moment, she was shocked by the strength of the spiritual power she burst out, and her face changed drastically. She quickly formed seals with both hands and condensed into a shield, trying to resist such an attack. Lung Xuqing's talent is higher than Lu Liman's, so she learned 2 skills. In addition to the claw mark she just made, there is this shield with defensive capabilities, and both are at the level of middle-level immortals. If she gets it in the 9 Netherworld, it will definitely be considered a very powerful skill. Now 1 attack and 1 defense complement each other, and her fighting spirit is much stronger than Lu Liman's. So the power she bursts out is naturally much more powerful than Lu Liman's palm just now. But even so, the shield she pushed out with all her strength was still vulnerable in front of Su Maoyang, and was shattered by her palm as soon as it was formed. At this time, she lost her defense and was hit by Su Maoyang. A fierce and domineering spiritual power rushed into her body, instantly cracking her internal organs, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood, and her body fell backwards like a kite with a broken string. Su Maoyang was not willing to give up. He flashed like a rainbow again and clung to her again. swinging his fist and hitting her hard. There was a loud bang, accompanied by a shrill scream that echoed in this desolate land, which immediately shocked the disciples in the formation and the spectators outside. They couldn't believe that Sumo had beaten Ling Xuqing away with just a few simple moves, without even using any skills. Hearing the crisp sound just now, Ling Xuqing didn't know how many ribs were broken, and the injuries in her body were even more horrible. With such a serious injury, Ling Xuqing would be completely useless. Thinking of this, seeing Ling Xuqing's miserable condition, everyone was stunned like lightning. As the person involved, Ling Xuqing never dreamed that Su Maoyang would easily resolve her attack, break her defense, and severely injure her with just one move. Of course, what was most incredible to her was that everyone was suppressed to the level of an early Xiantian Junlingshi. But the spiritual power strength that Su Mo burst out was much stronger than that of an ordinary Xiantian Junlingshi, and it could be compared with a mid-stage Xiantian Junlingshi. You know, with such spiritual power strength, even without using the exercises, it is easy to suppress an ordinary early Xiantian Junlingshi. But she was defeated by Lu Liman in one move before, which is totally unreasonable. Recalling the situation where Su Maoyang was forced into a particularly embarrassing situation by Lu Liman, Ling Xuqing was horrified in her heart. While swallowing blood, she stared at Su Maoyang in disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost. You just now why? She wanted to ask why Su Maoyang lost to Lu Liman, but because she was seriously injured, she couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. However, even if she didn't ask, she would never be stupid enough to believe that Su Maoyang was defeated because he was defeated by Lu Liman. Of course, not only Ling Xuqing, but also the other disciples present were shocked and froze their expressions. They looked at Su Maoyang in astonishment and forgot to react for a while. After all, the fighting power she just burst out and the fighting power she burst out against Lu Liman were like two completely different people. The gap was too big, and it was a bit hard to digest. At this time, Lu Liman was so scared that her face turned pale, and her back was cold. She was just proud of defeating Su Maoyang. But in a blink of an eye, Su Maoyang injured an opponent who was more talented and stronger than her with a palm. This was a bolt from the blue for her. She didn't dare to think that if that palm just now fell on her, she would not be as simple as being disabled. Just thinking about this, Lu Liman broke out in a cold sweat. Although Ling Xuqing didn't express it clearly, Su Maoyang understood what she wanted to ask. The corners of his mouth slightly raised a cold arc, and he slapped Ling Xuqing's face again, which made Ling Xuqing's eyes sparkle, and her nose bleed. Even her mouth and nose were moved, which was quite miserable. Just as Ling Xuqing was wailing, Su Maoyang slowly walked over and stepped on the rib she had broken. The low humming voice was like 1,000 gold. With the strength of her foot, it fell on the tip of Ling Xuqing's heart. Why? Don't you understand until now? It's just to kill you, idiot. Hearing this, all the disciples present suddenly realized. It turned out that this Su Mo had planned it all along, and had come for Ling Xuqing from the beginning. You Su Mo. You sinister bitch. I didn't expect you to lose to Lu Liman on purpose. You had long been planning to kill, and came to take Ling Xuqing's life. Lung Machin was so angry that he trembled all over when he learned the truth, and his handsome face instantly turned purple. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows, sneered, and patted Ling Xuqing's face, making her slap every time. Mr. Lung is too late to realize it. I just don't know what kind of death Miss Lung likes. You are so bold. If you dare to touch my sister today, my Lung family will tear you into pieces. Lung Machin saw that she was murderous and really intended to kill Ling Xuqing, and his face changed drastically, and he hurriedly scolded her. Su Maoyang heard this, the corner of his lips slightly raised, and said lightly, Mr. Lung, this battle on the top of the cloud is defined as a battle of life and death. Can it be called a battle of life and death if you don't fight to the death? If your disciples of the Lung family can't even bear this price, I think you should go back as soon as possible, and don't come to the Northern Spirit Realm to embarrass yourself. Yu Lung Machin was so angry that his breathing stagnated, and he couldn't say anything to refute. Indeed, the elders of the 9 major sects would rather see them die in battle than see them easily compromise. So they defined this battle on the top of the cloud as a battle of life and death. However, although the competition is not about life and death, there are not many people who are really cruel enough to kill, because most of the participating disciples are well-known and influential figures in the 8 major forces, and their backers are strong. in order to avoid unnecessary trouble and grievances. Many times, everyone will leave a way out before they take action, and will not really beat people to death. Chapter 1888, Killing Bit by Bit. They knew very well that in this formation, the elders outside might not be able to intervene. But what about outside the formation? And after the Battle of Yunding? Who can guarantee that they will not be punished by the forces behind the other party? Although the disciples present were all geniuses of various forces, they were still young and no one dared to take the risk of offending these big forces. So, if there was no deep hatred, everyone would not do it too much. However, this Suimo actually wanted to kill his Lung family in front of them, which was undoubtedly a blatant provocation to the Lung family. Thinking of this, Lung Machin couldn't help but warn Suimo, my Lung family is a big family in Fenshua Tianqing, with a noble status and strong strength. It is not something that people like you can afford to offend. I advise you to think twice before you act, and don't do anything that you will regret. Because Lang Machin was standing on a high place, he couldn't go to the lower platform to stop Su Maoyang, so he had to use the power of the Lung family to scare her. He still didn't believe that there were people who were crazy enough to leave no way out for themselves. However, he was wrong. Very wrong. Su Maoyang was not someone else. She was different from other disciples. She was always crazy and didn't care about her life. Besides, she had just killed a disciple and made a start. But she made them so anxious. If they knew that she would not only kill Lung Xuqing, but also kill everyone in the Lung family, including the elders of the Lung family, I don't know how they would feel. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang stomped her feet hard and stepped on Lang Xuqing's fingers. She replied coldly, if you don't mention the Lung family, I might be able to give her a quick death and save her from physical pain. But as soon as you mention the Lung family, the fire in my heart burns fiercely. If I don't torture her, it's really hard to get rid of the hatred in my heart. After that, she crushed Lung Xuqing's fingers with force, and soon blood oozing out from under her feet. When Su Maoyang raised his foot, everyone saw that Lang Xuqing's slender jade fingers were crushed into a bloody mess, and turned into a pool of flesh mud with blood, which was shocking. Lang Xuqing screamed again and again, and her voice was hoarse and she was dying, and she didn't even have the strength to hum. After all, the 10 fingers are connected to the heart, and Su Maoyang crushed all her fingers, which can be imagined how painful it is. Seeing such a tragic scene, Lung Machin and other disciples of the Lung family were terrified, and they were so angry that they gnashed their teeth, and they were ready to swallow Su Maoyang in one bite. But Su Maoyang didn't take their anger seriously at all, and stepped on Lang Xuqing's other hand again, intending to torture her to death bit by bit. Lung Yuhang, the eldest brother of the Lung family, saw that Su Maoyang was still unwilling to give up, and was also stimulated by such behavior, and could not bear it anymore. He roared in anger, Suimo, I order you to stop immediately. Su Maoyang did not even give him a look, and replied coldly, who do you think you are? You are worthy of ordering me. You are looking for death. These 3 words were almost squeezed out of Lung Yuhang's teeth. He, Lung Yuhang, was the most outstanding top talent of the Lung family. He was humiliated in public by an unknown person. How could he save his face? Seeing Su Maoyang so arrogant, the elders of the Lung family could not sit still. They stood up and pleaded with the 9 major sects. Several elders, Suimo is cruel and ruthless. She has obviously beaten her opponent seriously, and the winner has been decided. But she still refuses to stop. Elders, please stop her atrocities and punish her severely. The head of the Lung family sincerely clasped his fists and asked for the judgment of the 9 major sects. When King Gaoyang heard this, he looked at the head of the Lung family sarcastically, and said with a smile, Head of the Lung family, the elders of the 9 major sects have given each disciple a teleportation ball. If you admit defeat and want to save your life, just crush the teleportation ball and get out. No one forced your daughter to stay inside. What's more, this is a life and death battle. Your daughter is not as good as the disciples of my Maple Forest Empire, who have not accumulated fighting spirit. She was defeated miserably. If she can't even afford this price, why would she come to participate in the Cloud Peak battle? King Gaoyang immediately returned the words that the head of the Lung family had just said to mock his Maple Forest Empire. And the latter was so angry that he trembled all over. What do you mean by crushing the teleportation ball and getting out? Lung Xuqing's hands were crushed into meat paste by Suimo. So how could she crush the teleportation ball? He knew that Lang Xuqing couldn't use the teleportation ball. But he still said this. which was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire and poking him in the heart. You, Master Lung. The rules of the Cloud Peak battle are that if a disciple encounters any problem during the competition, he or she shall be responsible for it by himself or herself, and outsiders shall not easily interfere. Are you going to openly break the rules of the Cloud Peak battle for so many years? Master Dongfang asked sternly. Dong Jinan also sneered and agreed. My disciple has no fighting spirit and defeated your daughter. Who can you blame? Of course, it's your daughter's own incompetence. Since your Lung family can't afford to lose, don't let your daughter go in and embarrass herself. Now you even want to break the rules. Do you think that the Northern Spirit Realm is your home, and the Cloud Peak battle is a family banquet held by your family? You can stop the war if you say so, and punish if you say so? After being ridiculed by Dong Jinan, all the people in the Lung family were speechless. The rules of the Cloud Peak battle are strict, so there is no reason to open a backdoor for a certain force. And the reason why they asked the 9 major sects was that they were forced by Su Maoyang. Although Ling Xuqing is not the top genius in the family, she is the beloved daughter of the Lung family. How can they bear to watch her die tragically in the hands of Su Mo? Okay, stop arguing. We have reminded you that you elders should not interfere in the fights between disciples. Since you have participated in the Cloud Peak battle, life and death are your own lives. You should bear the consequences and not vent your anger on others. The elder of the Balian Palace in the 9 major sects criticized, and naturally did not intend to break the rules of the Cloud Peak battle. Hearing the statements of the 9 major sects, the Ling family members were even more difficult to say. They all looked at the formation worriedly, feeling angry and anxious. At this moment, Lung Xuqing realized that she might die here. Even if she was tortured to exhaustion, she still struggled desperately. Su Mo, you and I have no grudges. Why? Why do you want to kill us all? No grudges? You killed so many disciples of my Maple Forest Empire before, and you also call it no grudges? Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and raised his voice involuntarily. I was wrong. I will compensate you. Compensate your Maple Forest Empire. Whatever you want. We can give it to you. Lung Xuqing couldn't care so much at the critical moment of life and death, and wanted to survive. People are dead. Is there any meaning in compensation? Su Maoyang snorted with a sinister face, then leaned over and leaned close to her ear, and whispered with a voice that only 2 people could hear. Besides, the blood debt of the blood battle group and my spirit beast has not been repaid by your Lung family. Do you think I will easily forgive you? Hearing this, Lung Xuqing suddenly widened her eyes, and was immediately filled with fear. Chapter 1889. She is Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang? She is Su Maoyang. Back then, only the people from Burning Blood City participated in the encirclement and suppression, and no outsiders were present. But this woman knew about the blood battle group and the group of spirit beasts that self-destructed and died, and knew that the Ling sisters participated in the massacre that day. Then there is only one possibility. She is Su Maoyang. It is Su Maoyang who killed many generals of Fengshuishan City, but was still canonized as a concubine by Finch and June. It is Su Maoyang who was surrounded and killed by the Alchemy Guild and the 3 major colleges, but still escaped. She is back. She is back intact. Learning the truth, Lung Xuqing's body instantly became colder, and she felt a chill, which frightened her so much that she opened her mouth in horror, wanting to scream and reveal Su Maoyang's identity to the world. This woman came back with a blood debt, and the first one to attack her was clearly to avenge the blood battle group and the group of spirit beasts. The blood battle group and the spirit beasts were killed and blood flew everywhere, and there was not even a complete corpse left. Lung Xuqing still remembers the tragic scene of Su Maoyang being seriously injured and having to escape. Lung family, Hellion Yufeng, Alchemy Guild, 3 colleges. I, Su Maoyang, will never coexist with you. One day, I will raze you to the ground. That roar filled with hatred, anger, and heartbreak echoed in the forest and in everyone's heart, casting a shadow on everyone. Until now, Lung Xuqing still can't get rid of it. So, she must reveal the identity of this woman to remind the Lung family and the other disciples of the Lung family. This woman is a devil. She once faced the siege of several deans of the 3 major colleges, but she fought desperately and escaped. She had already shown extremely terrifying talent and fighting power a few years ago, let alone her a few years later. Now, she is back, regardless of the power and revenge of the Lung family. She must be killed. It can be seen that she is well prepared and wants to attack the Lung family. Such a crazy person is definitely a very dangerous existence. She can't let other disciples be fooled by Su Maoyang. However, Su Maoyang saw through her intentions when she opened her mouth and stepped on her mouth fiercely, crushing it hard. The light voice, like the cold wind from the cemetery, poured into her neck little by little. Miss Lung, you are the only one on the road to the underworld. So pitiful. Isn't it good for me to send a few more people to accompany you? Don't let me down. Hearing this, Lung Xuqing confirmed her inner guess and stared at her with horror. She felt a chill that penetrated into her bones and penetrated into her body, gradually stiffening her limbs until she was numb. And even the strength to struggle was stripped away completely. It was a fear from the depths of the soul. Su Maoyang saw that she was frightened to death by him, and her mouth was stomped to pieces. Unable to speak, a hint of mockery flashed across his eyes. And then he stood up, wiped his hands, and whispered softly, "Don't worry. I won't let you wait too long. You can go with peace of mind." After saying that, Su Maoyang flicked his sleeves and set out his spiritual power, which was as sharp as a knife, and cut off Lung Xuqing's head in one go. Seeing Lung Xuqing's body separated and completely lifeless, everyone's heart jumped, and they stared at Su Maoyang in shock. They didn't expect that this woman was so bold that she didn't even take the Lung family seriously, and killed the descendants of the Lung family in public. This was simply a posture of openly declaring war on the Lung family. Sure enough, when the elders of the Lung family outside saw this scene, they were all furious and glared with a ferocious expression. If they couldn't intervene, they would have wanted to rush in and tear apart this woman who slapped them in the face in public. The Lung family was shrouded in anger, and the elders of the Lu family swallowed their saliva with lingering fear when they saw the scene of Lung Xuqing's tragic death. Lu Liman had provoked and angered this woman just now. If she hadn't wanted to exchange for a position on the low battle stage, it would probably be Lu Liman who died tragically now. The funny thing is that they were just laughing at the disciple that King Gaoyang valued, saying that he was not as good as Lu Liman, but they didn't expect that she was deliberately losing. In this way, Lung Xuqing helped Lu Liman escape. As someone who had just crossed paths with the god of death, Lu Liman's mood at this moment was more complicated than others. In addition, she witnessed Lung Xuqing's fate with her own eyes, and she was even more scared. She also surrounded and suppressed the disciples of the Maple Forest Empire in the first stage. If Su Mo wanted to take revenge, she would definitely die. After all, this woman was too crazy. She could not even take the Lung family of Finchua Tianqing seriously, let alone the Lu family of their Fengqi Empire. So, if she planned to attack herself, no one could stop her. Lu Liman was not strong enough, so she was frightened by Su Maoyang. But other talented people with good strength and confidence did not take Su Maoyang's fancy moves seriously. Lung Xuqing's battle platform was only a few feet higher than Lu Liman's, so it was not difficult for Su Maoyang to completely crush Lung Xuqing. Therefore, her actions were nothing more than a despicable act of bullying the weak in the eyes of these proud geniuses. Therefore, even Ranning Lu, who was not a genius, could not bear to see it and criticized. If you don't have the ability to cause trouble to the genius of the Lung family, you can switch to a low-level battle platform, attack the weak, and cruelly kill them. I have never seen such a cruel and shameless woman. Although Ranning Lu's strength is not very good, he has a noble status, and is the legitimate son of the Ran family. He still has a say in many occasions. Moreover, he hates such unscrupulous women the most in his life, so he couldn't help but complain. Su Maoyang heard this, and glanced at Ranning Lu. In fact, she had not planned to attack the Ran family so quickly, since the eldest son of the Ran family had spoken. If she did not respond to him, wouldn't it be disrespectful? Although Su Maoyang was cruel and not a good person, she was still very polite. She raised her eyebrows and smiled lightly. Shameless? Ha ha ha. Mr. Ran, no matter how shameless I am not as shameless as your wife. Asshole. How can my wife be humiliated by a bitch like you? Ranning Lu did not expect Su Maoyang to suddenly mention Duan Xuexin. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately scolded angrily. Su Maoyang laughed and shook his head, staring at him with sarcasm, and asked, "If I am a bitch, then what is Mrs. Rand who is having an affair with the four-son of the Jin family behind your back?" Su Maoyang did not hide anything, and directly revealed the secret that Duan Xuexin and Jin Hani had concealed for many years. Once this was said, It was like a thunderbolt. And everyone was stunned. Renning Lu's wife had an affair with the fourth son of the Jin family? Did they hear it wrong? Chapter 1890. Duan Xuexin and Jin Hani have an affair. Renning Lu's wife is the most talented woman in Fengqi Empire. Not only is she dignified, talented, and gifted, she is also a great alchemist of Danzong. She has a high status and reputation in Fengqi Empire, and is a lady praised by everyone. It is precisely because of this that the powerful Ran family tried every means to marry her. But such an outstanding woman actually had an affair with Jin Hani. The fourth son of the Jin family? It's really too ridiculous, isn't it? And the object of the affair is even more incredible. It turned out to be Princess Ninglan's son-in-law. The person who is the apple of the princess's eye. How could a dignified son-in-law do such a ridiculous thing with a married woman? After hearing such news, all the disciples present were shocked. After a few seconds of silence, they talked about it and cast strange eyes at Jin Hani. Jin Hani was also frightened to death, staring at Su Maoyang with a shocked face, unable to speak for a while. He never thought that such a secret matter would be uttered by a disciple of the Maple Forest Empire. This was too incredible. Of course, in addition to Jin Hani, Duan Xuexin, who was watching the game outside, was also shocked. Speaking of which, after the alchemy competition, she came out of the formation. She thought she had nothing to do with it. But she didn't expect that someone would expose her relationship with Jin Hani. She didn't understand. Even if the matter was exposed, it was not publicized. Only a few people knew about it. But when did even the disciples of the Maple Forest Empire know about it? Isn't this too strange? Duan Xuexin felt incredible. And so did Renning Lu. Although he knew about the affair between the two, for his own face and in order not to make things worse, he did not make these shameful things public. Now he heard such remarks. How could he not be shocked? Suimo, stop spitting bloody words at me. My wife is dignified, virtuous, elegant and generous. How could she be as filthy as you said? You are clearly slandering and defaming my wife's reputation. How important is a woman's reputation? You actually threw such dirty water on her. It's really despicable and vicious. Renning Lu received the eyes of people around him who laughed at him. He was furious. But even if he knew that she was telling the truth, he would never admit it. Once he admitted it, he would completely become the laughing stock of the Fengqi Empire. By then, even if the Ran family was reluctant to give up Duan Xuexin, the gifted alchemist, they might not be able to keep her. Because no matter what, the Ran family is a well-known family. When faced with such a shameful thing, it is impossible for them to swallow their anger. Once they settle the matter, the Ran family will inevitably be accused of cowardice and fear. Therefore, he must not embarrass the Ran family. Seeing that he still wanted to save face at this critical moment, Su Maoyang sneered and shook his head. What kind of woman is she? Whether I slandered her or not, Master Ran knows it in his heart. You said I was mean and vicious, and threw dirty water on her. But you are also throwing dirty water on me? Knowing that she was telling the truth, for the sake of her ridiculous face, he not only denied it, but also said that she was mean and vicious. Isn't he no better? Although Renning Lu was shocked when he heard these words, he pretended to be calm on the surface and accused him righteously. How could you, a disciple of the Maple Forest Empire, know about my Fengqi Empire? I think the reason you said this is to provoke the relationship between my three major families, the Ran family, the Duan family, and the Jin family. You want to avenge the dead disciples of the Maple Forest Empire. But you can't defeat the disciples of our three major families. So you came up with such a sinister trick. You are too insidious. Hearing this, many people came to their senses. Yes. How could she, a disciple of the Maple Forest Empire, know such a secret of the Fengqi Empire? If it was to avenge the disciples of the Maple Forest Empire, then it makes sense. She has no fighting spirit. Even if she has practiced more techniques and has better skills, she can only bully people on the lower battle stage, but can't move the geniuses on the higher battle stage. And she slandered Duan Xuexin and Jin Hani for having an affair, so that the Ran family, the Jin family, and the Duan family were all involved. Once her conspiracy succeeds, these three families will probably fight to the death. She didn't have to do anything to kill three families. This plan is really vicious. Thinking of this, everyone nodded in agreement, and immediately regarded Suimo as a villain who had no strength to challenge the genius and only played tricks behind the scenes. Su Maoyang didn't expect Ranning Lu to be so eloquent, and even had such a wild imagination to accuse her of such a crime. It was really ridiculous. I know what's strange. Your wife and Mr. Jin's affair is no longer a secret, and it has long become a topic of conversation for others after dinner. You actually want to conceal it. Can you conceal such a thing? I really didn't expect Mr. Ran to be so cowardly. His wife did such a shameless thing. But he could still swallow his anger. Such endurance is really admirable. Ranning Lu was so angry that he trembled all over and gnashed his teeth and yelled, "Shut up. Don't talk nonsense." In contrast to his anger, Su Maoyang smiled on his face and seemed particularly calm. Since Mr. Ran thinks I am insidious and despicable and can only stab in the back, then let's fight openly. How about it? Humph. My fighting platform is higher than yours. I have more fighting spirit than you. And I am a strong man. I don't want to fight with a woman like you. Ranning Lu didn't take her seriously. Su Maoyang laughed out loud when he heard such proud words. Mr. Ran, everyone knows that although you are the legitimate son, your strength is the worst and most useless among the sons of the Ran family. I am challenging you now, which is considered a respect for you. Don't be ungrateful. You are so presumptuous. Ranning Lu was publicly called a waste by her, and his face was lost. He was very angry at the moment, and nodded heavily with gnashing teeth. Okay. You have guts. I accept your challenge. I will kill you. A vicious, sinister and despicable woman today to eliminate harm for the people. Su Maoyang saw his solemn promise, and couldn't help but sneer. Mr. Ran, don't eliminate harm for the people, but worry about whether you can get out of this formation alive. As he said, Su Maoyang flew up and jumped onto his battle platform, waving at Ranning Lu. In order to prevent you from accusing me of bullying the weak again, I will let you 3 moves. Su Maoyang's mouth is quite poisonous. And Dong Fan Liua and others laughed out loud. She was humiliating Ranning Lu as a weakling in disguise. Ranning Lu naturally understood what he heard, and his face turned red with anger. I am a 7-foot-tall man. How can I let a woman give in to me? Even if I have to give in, I should give in. Hurry up and make a move. Okay, I'll give you a chance. But if you don't want it, then I won't be polite. Su Maoyang sighed helplessly, then suddenly raised his hand and punched Ranning Lu. Chapter 1891 Ranning Lu falls. Ranning Lu saw her fluffy fist and snorted disdainfully. He didn't even use his skills. He just gathered his spiritual power and slapped his palm hard, trying to hold Su Maoyang's fist and intercept her. Su Maoyang saw that he had exposed his palm to her without any defense. He couldn't help but sneer at the corner of his mouth, and then urged his spiritual power to quickly cover his fist and hit the palm directly. In the eyes of others, Su Maoyang's fist may be weak, but she has a strong spiritual power blessing, and the power contained in it is far beyond the reach of Ranning Lu's palm. Of course, people standing far away naturally can't feel the power of Su Maoyang up close. But as an opponent, as long as they have a keen sense of perception, it is not difficult to find clues. But Ranning Lu is a self-righteous fool who doesn't realize the danger is approaching at all and wants to capture Su Maoyang by himself. Seeing that he was going to die, Su Maoyang was naturally not polite. He punched Ranning Lu with all his strength, and actually broke through Ranning Lu's palm, making a bloody hole. This blow, Su Maoyang's fist seemed to be wrapped in an unstoppable thunder force. Even the air around Ranning Lu was slightly distorted, not to mention his flesh and blood. So, his palm, like a fragile mirror, was smashed to pieces. Blood flowed, and it was horrible. The severe pain in the palm of his hand came, and Ranning Lu burst into a painful roar, and the whole person was forced to retreat more than 10 meters. Su Maoyang saw that he was hit, and couldn't help laughing jokingly. Mr. Ran, you are really a pampered nobleman. You are so delicate and tender that you can't even catch a woman's fist. It's too fragile. If I had known earlier, I should have let you have 3 moves, so that you wouldn't be in such a mess. Hearing such humiliating words, Ranning Lu's face, which was pale due to injuries, suddenly tensed up blue veins. He gritted his teeth and panted and growled. You bitch. You tricked me. Mr. Ran, you are too unreasonable. I took into account your lack of strength and kindly let you have 3 moves. It was you who refused. How can I trick you? Su Maoyang sneered at the absurdity, and then laughed and sarcastically said, Just now, I heard Mr. Ran talking about benevolence and morality, and I thought he was such a noble person. I didn't expect you to be even more shameless than your wife. You blame your opponent for being too insidious because you are not as skilled as others. If you really have strength, can I trick you? You? I underestimated the enemy just now and didn't use my skills. This time I will definitely chop you to pieces. Ranning Lu roared in anger, raised his left hand, and instantly condensed his spiritual power into a sword, slashing towards Su Maoyang. Ranning Lu was a man after all. Although his strength was not very good, his endurance was much stronger than that of a woman. Even if a hole was punched through the palm of his right hand, it was not serious enough to kill him, so he could still continue to fight with his left hand. Su Maoyang saw him start to use the upper-level immortal skills, and a contemptuous arc crossed the corner of his mouth. He ignored his sword light and rushed forward like a ghost. At this time, everyone only saw Ranning Lu's sword light with enough power falling down, and it was about to fall on Su Maoyang's slender and petite body. But Su Maoyang didn't even have the intention to dodge. He raised his hand directly and grasped the sharp sword with his flesh palm, which immediately shocked Ranning Lu's face. He really didn't expect this woman to catch the sword with one hand. You know, this sword technique is a skill of the upper fairy level. You can imagine how terrifying its power is. But she caught it with one hand. Is this reasonable? Although he used spiritual power to condense the sword, the power it burst out was not as overbearing as borrowing weapons. But it was not so useless that he couldn't even cut off her palm. However, just when Ranning Lu was shocked, Su Maoyang's palm suddenly showed a strong chill. With a strong grip, he crushed the sword light with one hand. Ranning Lu saw this scene, and his face turned pale. He learned 3 skills, and the most powerful one was this upper fairy sword technique. As a result, she not only ignored it, but also crushed it with one hand. Such a blow was enough to crush all his beliefs and make him doubt his life. At this moment, he felt Su Maoyang's pressure and strength at close range. And then he completely understood why Lung Xiqing died in her hands just now. No wonder she wanted to let him have 3 moves just now. With her strength, I believe that even if he let him have 10 moves, he would not be her opponent. Thinking of Ling Xiqing's end, Ranning Lu's face turned blue-gray, and his heart was filled with despair. He also participated in the encirclement and suppression of Feng Lin disciples. If Su Mo wanted revenge, he would definitely kill him to vent his anger. Realizing this, he did not dare to fight, and quickly took out the teleportation ball from the space ring, and wanted to escape from here. However, Su Maoyang had already noticed it, and immediately pounced out like a black panther, leaving a residual shadow in the air, and punched Ranning Lu in the chest. There was a loud bang, and before Ranning Lu could crush the teleportation ball, his heart turned into a terrifying blood hole. He obviously didn't expect Su Maoyang's speed to be so terrifying. With a look of horror on his face, he fell straight down and completely lost his life. In fact, with Su Maoyang's combat power and spiritual power, it was more than enough to beat 10 Ranning Lu with one hand. Therefore, Su Maoyang didn't take the upper-grade martial arts he displayed seriously and crushed it with one hand. Moreover, she practiced speed skills, which, combined with her light body, was even more powerful, giving her opponent no chance to counterattack or escape. Therefore, it was not unfair for Ranning Lu to die in Su Maoyang's hands. After all, if he had not participated in the encirclement and suppression of Feng Lin disciples, Su Maoyang, a perverted genius, would not have bothered to attack him. However, although killing Ranning Lu was just a matter of moving his fingers for Su Maoyang, it caused an uproar in the outside world. Although Ranning Lu was a dandy boy with little strength, he was the legitimate son who was to inherit the Ran family's business. He had a noble status, and was very important to the Ran family, and the head of the Ran family. Now that he died like this, how could the Ran family accept it? Therefore, when the people of the Ran family saw this scene, they all looked furious, gnashing their teeth, like lions who wanted to eat people, and wished to cut Su Maoyang into pieces. Duan Xuexin was so scared that her face turned pale, as if she had been drained of strength, and she lay on the seat, panicking in her heart. She married Ranning Lu because he was the legitimate son and was to inherit the family business. Now that he was dead, the Ran family would definitely appoint another heir. And how could she, a widow who had lost her husband, gain a foothold in the Ran family? How could she gain a foothold in the Fengqi Empire? Chapter 1892. I'll give you a chance to kowtow and admit your mistakes. And the only person she could rely on, Jean Hani, had already fallen in love with someone else and fell in love with the emperor's concubine of Yunlu. So even if she wanted to give up her wealth and glory and elope with him now, it was too late. But if she chose to leave the Ran family and find another way out, how could others marry a widow? Of course, even if someone did, she wouldn't dare to marry. If she remarried, wouldn't she become a slut who didn't keep her chastity? By then, all her reputation would be ruined, and she would become a shameless woman who was pointed at by thousands of people, and she would never be able to raise her head for the rest of her life. In this way, she would only become a tool of the Ran family and be exploited by others. What's the difference between her and a slave who worked hard for others? Therefore, thinking of her future dilemma and the difficult situation of surviving in the cracks, Duan Shuexin felt like ice water was poured over her, and she was cold from head to toe. And she hated Suimo, who didn't know the height of the world, to the extreme. At this time, the Ran family disciples in the formation were also furious at Su Maoyang's arrogant behavior. Raninglu represented the Ran family after all, and was violently killed by a woman without fighting spirit. What a shame! And as Ran family disciples, they naturally had to be ashamed. This Suimo is simply too much. At the beginning of the game, she fought a total of 3 games and killed 2 people, both of whom were descendants of large families. One of them was a legitimate son of a noble status. She didn't take the family behind them seriously at all. She was so cruel and daring that it was outrageous. Even the quiet and cold beauty Ran Shuring was stimulated to burn with anger and roared. Suimo, you bitch! You dare to kill my brother! I must kill you today! Although Raninglu was not strong and did absurd things, he still loved and cared for her sister. But now, she saw her brother die tragically at the hands of Su Maoyang. How could she let it go? Moreover, she knew very well that if she didn't kill this woman, the Ran family would become a laughing stock and couldn't raise their heads in Fengqi Empire. So she had to kill her enemy and vent the anger for Raninglu and the Ran family. Hearing this, Su Maoyang just glanced at her lightly and said, as a matter of course, "Your brother is a waste, and his skills are not as good as others. Isn't it normal to be beaten to death?" Speaking of which, she still had some impression of Ran Shuring. Some time ago, she attended the flower festival in Fengqi Empire and saw this person's gun skills. She knew that Ran Shuring's skills and strength were quite good. Maybe she couldn't be compared with top talents like Ran Haoyu, but at least she was several levels higher than Raninglu. Ran Shuring was so angry that she trembled all over and gnashed her teeth when she saw Su Maoyang said it so lightly. "Yes, my brother is a waste. What's your ability to bully a waste? If you have the guts, fight me and I will skin you alive." Su Maoyang raised his lips and sneered. "Since Miss Ran has asked to die, I will obey your order." After that, she glanced at the other disciples, who were much lower than Ran Shuring's battle platform, and ordered Shinua, Mu Jichen and others. "The others are left to you." If she killed Ran Shuring, she would not be able to challenge other disciples on the lower battle platform. So she had to leave these people to Mu Jichen and others. "Don't worry. It's not your turn to take action against these people. Leave it to us." Mu Jichen nodded in understanding, then rubbed his fists, and looked at the disciples whose battle platforms were relatively low with excitement, as if he saw prey, his eyes shining. Dongfang Liu couldn't wait any longer, and directly chose a disciple. Without saying anything, he jumped onto the other person's battle platform. Without even saying hello, he burst out with spiritual power and attacked his opponent, and they wrestled with each other in an instant. However, when the low battle platform invites the high battle platform to fight, there is no need to ask the opponent's opinion. Even if the opponent is unwilling, they cannot avoid the battle because they are in a high position. So Dongfang Liu was too lazy to talk nonsense, and took action directly. Shinua, Xiahou Zian, and Xiahou Wanxian also chose their opponents and launched a series of revenge against the disciples of Fengqi Empire and Fengxue Tianqing. Now, with their skills, they can easily deal with these disciples, so that Su Maoyang has no worries. Therefore, the battles in various places started soon, and the sound of fighting continued to ferment in the formation. As for the top talents, they have already started competing, because in their opinion, Su Maoyang just killed a waste, which is really not worth mentioning and not worth their attention. They want the top 10. Only the top talents are their opponents. The small fights on the battlefield below are really not worth their attention. At this time, Ran Shering saw Su Maoyong being fooled and really came up to die. She sneered in her heart, then waved her hand, and the spiritual power condensed into a gun, pointing at her from a distance. Su Mo, I'll give you a chance. As long as you kneel down and kowtow 3 times. Apologize to the Ran family, and then commit suicide. I can spare you the pain of flesh and blood. Su Maoyong couldn't help laughing when he heard it. Hee hee. It's true that people from the same family don't get into the same door. I didn't expect that your Ran family disciples are not very strong. But their skins are thicker than each other. Let me tell you, even if your queen personally asked me to kneel down and kowtow to her, I still think she is not qualified. Who do you think you are? How dare you humiliate our queen? Ran Shering didn't expect Su Mo to be so rampant, and she roared again. Su Maoyong glanced at her with contempt, sneering in his heart. Ran Shering probably didn't know that she not only dared to humiliate, but also wanted to kill Mu Qingwan. But she couldn't reveal her identity at the moment. So she had to leave the formation to attack Mu Qingwan. Thinking of this, she raised her eyebrows slightly, raised a faint smile, and teased, Miss Ran, I will also give you a chance. As long as you get under my crotch. Apologize to the disciples of the Maple Forest Empire, and admit that your disciples of the Ran family are all useless. I can also spare you the pain of flesh and blood, and let you die easily. Hearing this, the anger in Ran Shering's chest boomed, as if boiling water was about to explode from her chest. And the beautiful eyes staring at Su Maoyong were even more surging with anger, like 2 fireballs. Those top geniuses didn't have the time to pay attention to the fight between Su Maoyong and Ran Shering. But geniuses at the level of Lu Mohan and Fan Yijin had been paying attention to the movements here. They heard that Su Mo not only humiliated Ran Shering as a waste, but also made her suffer the humiliation of being under her crotch, and even ignored the queen. It was really unbearable to be so rampant. Lu Mohan has always admired Ran Shering for many years. How could he bear to let her suffer such humiliation? He immediately shouted angrily, Su Mo, you are too arrogant. Although Ran Shering is not a top talent, she is at least a late-stage Xiantian Jun Lingshi. Her spear skills are superb and her combat power is comparable to that of a late-stage Xiantian Jun Lingshi. Although her spiritual power level is suppressed now, her skills and strength are still there. How can you humiliate her at will? I advise you to cherish this opportunity given to you by Ran Shering. Otherwise, you will die miserably. Fan Yijin, who was not far away, couldn't help but add a sentence. In his opinion, Su Mo's provocation was extremely ignorant. Chapter 1893 Killed with One Palm. The other disciples of the Ran family also stared at Su Maoyong with disdain and snorted sarcastically. Do you think that you are qualified to challenge Sister Shering after defeating Lung Xiqing and Ranning? Naive. Yes. Our Sister Shering's strength is not comparable to that of ordinary disciples. It's okay for Su Mo to bully the weak, but she dared to confront Sister Shering directly. Isn't she looking for death? Isn't it? Asking her to apologize and then commit suicide is already a bargain for her. She doesn't even appreciate it. She is simply asking for trouble. The reason why these weaker disciples dared to ridicule Su Maoyong was because they expected that she would die in the hands of Ran Shering. As long as she died, they would no longer have to worry about her revenge. So they didn't take a dying person seriously. Of course, the one who wanted to see Su Maoyong fall the most was Lu Liman. She was now on the high battle stage, and was in danger of being challenged at any time. Only if Su Maoyong died, she would have a chance to survive. Therefore, she couldn't help but feel relieved when she saw Su Maoyong confronting Ran Shering without knowing the sky and the earth. At this time, Su Maoyong heard the discussion around him, but raised her eyebrows and laughed playfully. From the tone of Master Lu and Master Fan, it seems that they admire Miss Ran very much, since they said that your spear skills are superb. I would like to ask for advice today. Miss Ran. Please. Humph. Arrogant and ignorant. Seeing that she didn't believe him and insisted on competing with Ran Shering, Lu Mohan snorted speechlessly. Ran Shering was also very disgusted with her stubbornness. She roared, swung her arm, and stabbed the gun fiercely, instantly bringing a sharp gust of wind, as if to pierce the void and point directly at Su Maoyong. Su Maoyong saw the spear coming at her fiercely like a spirit snake, and her body quickly turned to the side, just passing by her spear. Ran Shering was quite skilled. Seeing that she had missed, her eyes became sharp, and she immediately swung her arm in the direction where Su Maoyong was dodging, sweeping it across. Her movements were very smooth, leaving no chance for people to react. The spear was wrapped in spiritual power, and wherever it passed, silver light flashed, with amazing power, and it actually made waves of terrifying whimpering sounds in the air, so sharp that it was hard to resist. Feeling the aggressive gale, which came again and again, Su Maoyang had to admit that Ran Shuring's spearmanship was indeed powerful. The spear was in her hand, and she could control it freely, flowing like clouds in water, and hitting wherever she pointed, with incomparable accuracy. Every time she struck, she was fierce and murderous, as if she would not stop until she pierced a hole in someone. Suimo, aren't you very arrogant? Why are you hiding? Ran Shuring yelled in exasperation when she saw that Su Maoyang could always easily avoid her attacks. Su Maoyang found it a little funny. If you want to kill me, and I don't hide, should I just stand there and wait for you to kill me? You really asked this question with a lot of skill. You? Stop talking nonsense to me. If you want to fight, use the skills you learned and fight me openly. Don't dodge. Ran Shuring gritted her teeth in anger. Su Maoyang smiled coldly. I'm afraid that once I use the skills, you won't be able to resist even one move. If you die so easily, wouldn't it be too easy for you? She was still planning to kill slowly. But who knew that Ran Shuring was so anxious to report downstairs? You? You bitch. I must pierce 10,000 holes in your body today. Watch out. Ran Shuring gritted her teeth and cursed, and swung her spear fiercely again. This time she used more strength, and her spiritual power vibrated, accompanied by the sound of gunfire, like a tiger's roar or a wolf's howl, with a tremendous momentum, directly approaching Su Maoyang's eyebrows. Seeing her whistling and determined to take her life, Su Maoyang nodded helplessly. Okay. Since you asked me to use the skills, then I will fulfill your wish. After saying that, Su Maoyang suddenly raised his hand, transformed into a palm print, and slapped the spear heavily. Ran Shuring didn't expect that her so-called skills were actually a palm technique. She was so shocked that her eyes widened on the spot, and her face became very ugly. Although this set of palm techniques, like her spear techniques, are both at the level of upper immortals, palm techniques are, after all, skills that rely on physical practice. And how can they compare to the lethal skills of spear techniques? Therefore, Su Maoyang's palm technique to counter her spear technique was undoubtedly a humiliation to her. Then Ran Shuring roared in anger. Suimo, are you crazy? You actually want to use palm prints to deal with my spear? Su Maoyang looked righteous. They are all skills. Why can't they deal with your spear? In my opinion, this set of palm techniques is enough to destroy you. Hearing this, Lu Mohan and Fan Yijin, who had been paying attention to the battle, couldn't help but sneer. This Suimo is really arrogant. Such an action is simply self-destruction. However, just as they sneered, Su Maoyang's palm print suddenly became larger, and the light exploded. Before it fell on Ran Shuring's spear, there was a popping sound. A dazzling silver light burst out, and the killing intent spread instantly, like a wave, sweeping all around. There was a loud bang, and the palm print fell, and the spiritual power vibrated, instantly extinguishing the spear with one palm. However, before Lu Mohan, Fan Yijin and others could react, Su Maoyang waved his hand again and slapped Ran Shuring in the face again, and she was blown away. She died on the spot without even struggling. Seeing that Ran Shuring, who was just so aggressive, was killed by a palm and fell in a pool of blood, everyone who was paying attention to this battle was stunned. Ran Shuring probably never thought that she was killed by a slap. Su Maoyang only used one move, and it was a palm method with little lethality, and she killed Ran Shuring on the spot. Is this reasonable? Is this possible? Seeing the scene in front of them, Lu Mohan, Fan Yijin, and other disciples of the Ran family were shocked speechless. They originally thought that Su Maoyang was arrogant and boasted about herself. But they didn't know that, as she said, once she used the skills, Ran Shuring really couldn't resist even one move. It sounds ridiculous, but it is true. However, that palm method is obviously of the same level of upper immortal grade. Why can it burst out with a force stronger than the spear method? This is too incredible. However, they don't know that in terms of combat effectiveness, all the disciples present, even including those top geniuses, are not as good as 1/10 of Su Maoyang. After all, she fought a bloody battle with a group of immortal-level dead spirits for 10 days and nights. and she was still able to walk out alive, although the dead spirits were suppressed in their cultivation. The momentum, pressure, and combat power they released were much stronger than those disciples in all aspects. Su Maoyang had such a powerful opponent to train herself, and it is conceivable how terrifying her combat power is reached. So, she can push the power contained in the skills to the extreme when she performs a set of skills. Therefore, even if the skills are of the same upper immortal level, as long as she has them, the power released is several times that of others. And this ability, let alone those top geniuses, even the experienced elders behind them may not be able to do it. Chapter 1894. The cut was off. Moreover, Su Maoyang didn't want to expose his strength too early, so he learned this set of palm techniques on the last day. He comprehended it a little hastily, and couldn't apply it well. However, fortunately, the level was not high, so it was not a problem to digest it a little. It was more than enough to deal with people like Ran Shuring. So, to a certain extent, Su Maoyang didn't use the divine skills, or even the divine king skills, but only used the immortal skills, which was considered to be mercy. Otherwise, Ran Shuring would be beaten into a blood mist, without even a slag left. But even so, seeing Ran Shuring being slapped to death with a slap, Lu Mohan, Fanny Jean, and the disciples of the Ran family were still shocked to the extreme. And the elders of the Ran family outside were so angry that their veins bulged, their old faces twitched, and everyone was shrouded in a haze, exuding murderous aura. Although Ran Shuring is not a top talent, she is a very promising seedling, and has great hope of becoming a top talent like Ran Haoyu. But she died in Su Maoyang's hands, and was slapped to death. What a shame for the Ran family. Other forces saw that the Ran family had lost 2 disciples in a row, and there was no power to resist, and they all cast mocking eyes in the direction of the Ran family. After all, it was the first time they saw a disciple being slapped to death, which was definitely a strange story. The reason why they were so disdainful was that they were in the outside world, and could not feel the power of Su Maoyang at all. They only saw that both of them were suppressed at the early stage of Xiantian Junlingshi, and they used the skills of the upper fairy grade. Even Su Maoyang's palm method was slightly at a disadvantage. They easily killed the disciples of the Ran family, and naturally thought that the younger generation of the Ran family was incompetent. At this time, the people of the Ran family were already half dead because of Sumo's coldness. Now they received the contemptuous looks from the people around them, and they were even more furious. They clenched their fists and forced themselves to hold back the urge to kill. As for Lu Mohan in the formation, he was not much better. Ran Shuring was his sweetheart, and he was going to propose marriage. In the end, he was killed by Su Maoyang. How could he swallow this bitter breath? So he immediately yelled, "Su Mo, you bitch! How dare you kill her?" Su Maoyang saw that he was gritting his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was full of grief and anger. He quickly guessed his thoughts and teased, "It seems that Mr. Lu is still Miss Rant's pursuer. I didn't expect that the romantic Mr. Lu is still a lovesick man. It's a pity that his eyes are not good enough to fall for such a waste. But it's true. The teapot should match the lid. And you two are a good match." Su Maoyang chuckled, and his tone was full of irony. Lu Mohan was so angry that he trembled all over and gasped, You? I want to challenge you. Do you dare to accept it?" Lu Mohan's battle platform was more than 10 feet higher than Ran Shuring's. He couldn't attack Su Maoyang directly. He could only fight if the other party agreed. So he had to invite him verbally. Su Maoyang readily agreed and nodded sympathetically. "I hate to see 2 people who love each other separated and died. I will kindly send you off today. I wish all lovers in the world will finally get married." Although her tone was considerate, the meaning of her words made people disagree. People are dead, and they can finally get married. It's a pity that she could say that. However, at this time, Su Maoyang had already jumped onto Lu Mohan's battle platform. Lu Mohan had been eager to kill Su Maoyang to vent his anger, and he didn't want to delay for a moment. Before Su Maoyang could stand firm, he rushed forward like a tiger, waved his hand, condensed into a long sword, and slashed at Su Maoyang. Seeing that he was so anxious, Su Maoyang said considerately, "Since you are so impatient, then I will fulfill your wish." After saying that, Su Maoyang formed a seal with his palm and slapped it out again. In an instant, a huge palm seal condensed in the air, trying to suppress Lu Mohan. Seeing that she actually used this move, Lu Mohan snorted disdainfully. It seems that you have learned so many skills. But only this upper-grade palm technique is good enough. This time you even want to use it to kill me. How foolish. You should know that my strength is above Ran Shuring. Your palm technique is okay against her. But it is far from being good enough against me. Hearing the other party's proud words, Su Maoyang sneered in his heart. Really? Then I have to see how far the gap between us is. The old man Jinjuan in the space saw Su Maoyang playing with these disciples. And he was also amused. Mingming has reached the level of Supreme Jun Lingshi. With her fighting power, she can even ignore the late Supreme Jun Lingshi. She has obviously learned several divine skills and divine king skills. But she only used the upper-grade fairy skills to kill them like a cat catching a mouse. At this moment, even he felt deeply sympathetic to these disciples. In this life, no matter who you mess with, don't mess with Su Maoyang. Once you touch her, it's not just death. It's worse than death. Sure enough, the next second, Fan Yijin and others saw Su Maoyang's palm print fall down and smash towards Lu Mohan. Lu Mohan didn't seem to take it seriously. He narrowed his eyes, swung his arm domineeringly, and destroyed the palm print with one sword. He didn't retreat at all and continued to rush forward. Seeing that he broke his first move, Su Maoyang admitted that Lu Mohan was indeed better than Ran Shuring. After all, he is now the only disciple of the Lu family who can do it, because Lu Lin, who is the most powerful in swordsmanship, had been killed by Su Maoyang at the treasure appraisal conference, and Lu Lingfeng was also crippled by Jun Haosong. Lu Mohan's strength has become the most outstanding among all the disciples of the Lu family. In addition, the two core elders of the Lu family were also killed by Su Maoyang. So once Lu Mohan died, the Lu family was basically finished and there was no hope. However, he did not realize that he and his family were heading for destruction. He suddenly jumped up and slashed down heavily at the position where Su Maoyang was. With a bang, the sword whistled in the sky, and the sharp sword light burst out. A fierce wave of air instantly shook the battlefield. The previous blow was a fatal blow. Lu Mohan used all his strength, burst out all his spiritual power, and pushed the swordsmanship to the extreme, just to kill Su Maoyang with one sword and avenge Ran Shuring. Of course, for the sake of his ridiculous face, he had to kill with one strike to show his genius. However, he was wrong. When he was still satisfied and even proud of such a movement, a sinister voice came to his ears, like a cold wind suddenly poured into his neck, which immediately made him terrified. Mr. Lu, your eyesight is really not good. You killed a person and missed the target. Chapter 1895. He actually became a deserter. Lu Mohan turned his head stiffly, and what came into his sight was Su Maoyang's dark eyes full of ridicule and bottomless, staring at him with a smile. Receiving such a close and strange gaze, Lu Mohan felt like he saw a ghost, and his hair stood on end. He opened his mouth in horror. You? He didn't understand. He just saw Su Imo standing opposite him. How could she appear beside him in the blink of an eye? Besides, for the fatal blow just now, he calculated the position accurately, accumulated enough strength, and tried to be foolproof, leaving her no way to avoid or escape. How could he miss? He didn't believe it. This is impossible. However, as soon as he said the word you, he didn't have time to ask the rest of the words. Su Maoyang's eyes became sharp, and he raised his palm and smashed it down. His cold voice, without any emotion, was like the coming of the god of death, announcing Lu Mohan's death. Your time has come. Go down and atone for the sins of the disciples of the Red Star Alliance. Before he finished speaking, the palm print fell first, smashing heavily on Lu Mohan's head. The next second, everyone saw Lu Mohan's brain exploded. Blood splattered, and he fell to the ground and died. At this moment, Su Maoyang perfectly interpreted what it meant to blow your head off, and the disciples who were watching the battle were instantly shocked into silence. Now that they had witnessed with their own eyes that a genius like Lu Mohan had died at the hands of Su Maoyang, the disciples present began to take Su Maoyang's strength seriously. She had previously killed Leng Xuqing, exterminated Ranning Lu, and slapped Ran Shuring to death. But this might not be worth mentioning, because Leng Xuqing and Ranning Lu were trash. Even if Lu Mohan took action, he could easily kill them. As for Ran Shuring, who had good spear skills, she was defeated by Su Imo, probably because she underestimated the enemy. However, Lu Mohan also fell into her hands. If it is said that he underestimated the enemy, It would be too unreasonable. After all, they saw with their own eyes that Lu Mohan used all his strength to kill Su Mo without any reservation. But he was still hit on the head by Su Mo. So there is only one possibility. That is, Su Mo's strength is really strong. As for how strong she is, they don't know, because this woman only used speed skills and palm skills from beginning to end, which is really hard to see through. But the only thing that is certain is that this person is at least much stronger than a genius at Lu Mohan's level. Realizing this, the disciples who were not optimistic about Su Maoyang and full of disdain just now shut up and dared not say anything casually. Of course, in addition to them, even a proud person like Fan Yijin dared not have any doubts, because his strength and talent are similar to Lu Mohan, and the battle platform is only a few feet higher than Lu Mohan. If Lu Mohan can't take her palm, then he will not be the opponent of this woman. Thinking of this, Fan Yijin looked at Su Maoyang with a little more fear. Su Maoyang didn't have a good impression of Fan Yijin when he was in Fengqi Empire before. He was particularly narcissistic and ridiculed and humiliated her. Later, when he came to Balingjai, he made trouble for her and Chixing League, which was very arrogant and rude. Therefore, she naturally didn't intend to let such a person go. She immediately raised her eyebrows to meet his eyes and invited him warmly. Mr. Fan, didn't you want to make trouble for me when you were at Xingyuan to stand up for your friend Oh Xiangming? How can you miss such a good opportunity now? How about we have a fair fight? When Fan Yijin thought of the previous grudges, he was choked and speechless, and his expression was extremely embarrassed. If he had known that her strength was so strong, he would not have dared to provoke him. If he accepted this battle, wouldn't he be courting death? No need. I'm not a narrow-minded person. It's just a small conflict. I haven't taken it to heart. You want my position? I'll give it to you. I hope the previous grudges can be wiped out. Fan Yijin refused coldly, pretending not to care. But anyone could hear that he meant to bow down to Su Mo and make peace. And who is Fan Yijin? He is famous for his pride and willfulness in Fengqi Empire. And he thinks he is noble. I didn't expect that there would be a day when he would bow down to others. So when they heard this, the disciples of Fengqi Empire stared at Fan Yijin in surprise, with some unexpected expressions. Su Maoyang thought that he would accept her challenge for his own face. But he refused. He was clear-headed. However, thinking of the death of so many disciples of the Red Star Alliance, Su Maoyang couldn't help but sneer and asked sarcastically, Mr. Fan, you killed so many disciples of the Maple Forest Empire. Is it just a small conflict? You just write it off with one sentence? How can such a good thing happen in the world? Fan Yijin heard that she was unwilling to give up, and his heart tightened. He frowned and reminded her in a deep voice. The people are already dead. Even if you kill me, they will not come back to life. Why not make peace and turn hostility into friendship? You must know that our Fan family is an alchemy family, rich and powerful, and has many precious elixirs. As long as you are willing to let go of your hatred, my Fan family will definitely compensate you. Pills? What I don't want the most is pills. If Master Fan really wants to make up for it, just fight me. I'm just exchanging martial arts. Master Fan, don't be nervous. What Su Maoyang lacks the most is pills. And he actually uses pills as a bargaining chip to save his life, which is really ridiculous. Fan Yijin saw her flying onto his battle stage and trying to force a move on him, and immediately tensed up his nerves and tried to stabilize her. Why do you have to show off your ability to talk? For a little loyalty, you will refuse the opportunity to get pills. Don't you think it's stupid? This woman actually dared to say that she wanted to compete with him. Do you really think he is stupid? She came with great momentum, except for the first battle where she deliberately lost. All the other disciples who fought with her died in her hands. Now he is targeting me again. Isn't it just to kill him to vent his anger? Stupid? I think if you are alive, you will know how stupid your words are. Unfortunately, you probably won't have the chance to know. Su Maoyang smiled coldly, as if a poppy bloomed, and then he suddenly raised his hand and attacked Fan Yijin. Fan Yijin had quietly taken out the teleportation ball while he was talking just now. Seeing her palm print coming, he exerted force and instantly crushed the teleportation ball. With a flash of light, he completely disappeared in the formation. Su Maoyang didn't expect Fan Yijin to be prepared. He would rather be a deserter than sacrifice his life. He is really a guy who can bend and stretch. Forget it. She heard that escaping from the formation would be severely injured and hurt his bones. Although it would not be fatal, it would cost him half his life. Even if the Fan family used pills to save him, it would probably not be good. This is also a punishment for him. Jin Yunjiao was disgusted to the extreme when she saw that Fan Yijin had become a deserter. She said to a woman in a white dress at the high battle platform, "Sister, Fan Yijin is useless. A man like him is not worthy of your love at all." Chapter 1896. No need for spirit beasts to bully her. The woman in white simply glanced at Jin Yunjiao and ignored her. Instead, she cast her cold eyes on Su Maoyang and challenged him. "Suimo, I want to challenge you. Do you dare to accept the challenge?" When the disciples around heard that Jin Yunzi was going to challenge Su Maoyang, they all widened their eyes and cast curious eyes. You know, there are two top geniuses in the Jin family of Fengqi Empire, one of whom is Jin Yunzi. Speaking of which, her own strength is just that of a Pekinate monarch spirit master. Although she is not as good as those top geniuses in Burning Blood Sky City and Yunlu Dark Domain, she is better because she is a beast master. It is said that she has contracted 6 spirit beasts, each of which is above the 5th level monarch beast. She has a very high talent for contracting beasts. In battle, she is definitely a tough character that cannot be underestimated. Since the two professions of beast master and alchemist are superior to spiritual power masters, they are born with advantages and are born superior. Therefore, with Jin Yunzi's arrogant character, she probably didn't take Suimo seriously. Now she took the initiative to challenge her, which must be because of Fan Yijin. Because all the disciples of Fengqi Empire knew that Fan Yijin and Jin Yunzi were in love with each other and had been flirting for a long time. Although Fan Yijin was not a top genius, he was known as the most beautiful man in Fengqi Empire. Even Princess Ningguan, who had seen countless men, was fascinated by him, which shows his charm. Moreover, he was young and his strength was naturally not as good as his brother, who was a few years older than him. But he had unlimited potential, and Jin Yunzi was still very optimistic about him. But who knew that he would be humiliated like this today? Not only became a despicable deserter, but also had to accept punishment and deprive him of the qualification to participate in the Battle of Yunding. In this way, his future was completely ruined, and he would never be able to raise his head again in the future. Everyone knows that Fan Yijin is the man she likes, and they got engaged some time ago. Now Suimo hit Fan Yijin in the face, which is equivalent to hitting her in the face. Naturally, she can't sit back and watch and let Suimo be arrogant. Qin Jian saw that Jin Yunzi, a beast master, was actually challenging a spiritualist. He couldn't bear it and sarcastically said, "Miss Jin, you beast masters have natural advantages. You rely on spiritual beasts to challenge the top talents above. But now you actually take the initiative to challenge the spiritualists on the lower stage. Isn't it bullying?" Beast masters just waved their hands, and there were so many spiritual beasts to help them. Once the battle started, they were surrounded and beaten. Strictly speaking, it was not fair to spiritualists. But who let them have the unique talent of beasts? This is also part of their strength, and no one can deny it. So, many times, even if you know it's unfair, you have to bite the bullet. However, although spiritualists suffer losses, their strength has reached the level of complete crushing, and they are still not afraid of being besieged by spiritual beasts. Just like those top talents, most of them are supreme monarch spirit masters, who can beat the 9th level monarch beast with a wave of their hands. So they naturally don't take these spirit beasts seriously. Therefore, in the face of absolute strength, no matter how many advantages there are, it is difficult to exert them. But Suimo is not a beast master, but a spirit master. Although his strength is good, no one knows how strong he is. Therefore, at present, it is indeed Jin Yunzi who has taken advantage of everything, which is a bit bullying. When Jin Yunjiao heard that Qin Jian did not speak for the disciples of his own country, but actually went to help outsiders, he immediately scolded angrily, "Qin Jian, you are stupid as a male pet. Why are you turning your elbow outward? I am just discussing the matter at hand. I have no intention of favoring anyone. You beast masters already have all the advantages. If you want to show your strength, go challenge other beast masters or top talents. Bullying low-level spiritualists here is nothing. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" Qin Jian snorted with contempt. Jin Yunjiao heard such harsh words, glared at Qin Jian angrily, and then pleaded with Jin Yunzi. "Sister, you don't need to take action on Suimo at all. Just leave it to me, so that no one will have ulterior motives and say that you rely on your strong strength and the spirit beast to deliberately bully others and ruin your reputation. After that, she glanced at Su Maoyang with contempt and curled her lips arrogantly. Don't worry. I don't even bother to bully you with spirit beasts. In this battle, I plan to fight you with spiritual power without summoning spirit beasts. Do you dare to accept the challenge? As far as Su Maoyang knows, this Jin Yunxiao is also a Pekinate monarch spirit master like Jin Yunzi. But her contracted beast talent is not as good as Jin Yunzi. But she is still very capable in combat. So she is so confident that she wants to fight her. However, her provocation is a big joke in Su Maoyang's eyes. Because she actually said that she doesn't need spirit beasts to bully her? It's so funny. I believe that even if all the spirit beasts of Jin Yunxiao and her sister are added together, they are still not Su Maoyang's opponent. She even has the nerve to say that she won't summon spirit beasts to bully her. What's more, Su Maoyang is a beast master. The strength of her spirit beasts is not comparable to any other spirit beasts. If they really fight, I really don't know who will bully whom. Su Maoyang couldn't help but sneer and stared at her with a look of idiot. Just you? Forget it. After that, she shouted to Xiahou Wanxian in the distance. Jin Yunxiao is in your hands. Don't let me down. Xiahou Wanxian received the order and nodded heavily. Okay. I will perform well. She has not really fought with the genius of the contracted beast. And now she can practice with Jin Yunxiao. When Jin Yunxiao saw that she refused to fight with him, he immediately got angry. Suemo, what do you mean? Are you afraid that I will kill you and dare not fight me? You think too much. I just think you are not worthy. Su Maoyang sneered at the corner of his mouth, glanced at her coldly, and retracted his gaze. And Jin Yunxiao was so angry that he trembled all over. Bullshit! I see that you are obviously not daring to fight me. So you are looking for an excuse. She didn't believe Sumo's nonsense. Weren't you very proud and arrogant just now? Now you don't even dare to accept my challenge? Jin Yunxiao's battle platform was higher than Su Maoyang, so he couldn't start the battle directly, and could only worry on the side. However, Xiahou Wanxian leaped onto her battle platform and extended her hand in a gesture of invitation. Miss Jin, you are not worthy of Sumo's attack at your level, so you should fight me. It just so happens that I am also a beast master, and I can learn from you about the strength of beasts. Isn't it better? You are also a beast master? Haha. It seems that she doesn't dare to fight with a beast master, and deliberately pushed me to you. A coward. Jin Yunxiao snorted disdainfully, despising Su Maoyang to the extreme. But it's okay. Since you came to my door voluntarily, I will kill you first. Chapter 1897 Escape faster than anyone else. As he said this, Jin Yunxiao waved his hand proudly and shouted, Come out! As soon as the roar fell, everyone saw 4 spirit beasts suddenly appear beside Jin Yunxiao. 2 5th-level king beasts and 2 6th-level king beasts. They were huge in size and fierce in aura. They stuck to Jin Yunxiao's side, like left and right guardians, protecting Jin Yunxiao firmly, looking very majestic. Seeing this, all the other disciples present were envious. The beast master is different. With a wave of his hand, there are so many spirit beasts to help fight. Of course, we have to admit that Jin Yunxiao's talent for beast contracting is indeed good. He actually has 4 spirit beasts of such strength. Although it is not the top, it is more than enough to deal with ordinary beast masters. In addition, she herself is a peak Xiantian Junlingshi. Even if her cultivation is suppressed now, her skills are still there. It is no wonder that she is usually so confident and proud. She does have the capital to be proud. At this time, receiving the envious and admiring eyes around her, Jin Yunxiao raised a smug smile on his face and stared at Xiahou Wanxian with contempt. You are not my opponent, but you still have to come up to be someone else's scapegoat. In this case, let me show you the power of my spirit beast today. Hearing this, Xiahou Wanxian smiled and nodded slightly. It is rumored that Miss Jin has a great talent for contracted beasts. It is indeed well deserved. It is my honor to fight with Miss Jin today. As she said, Xiahou Wanxian also waved her hand and summoned all the spirit beasts. Originally, Jin Yunxiao was flattered and a little lighthearted after hearing this boast. But before she could continue to speak, she was frightened by the spirit beast that suddenly appeared beside Xiahou Wanxian the next second. 6 spirit beasts. 1 7th level king beast. 3 8th level king beasts, and 2 9th level king beasts. Such a lineup, such a number, and such strength are too terrifying. When Jin Yunjiao saw this scene, he was stunned on the spot. It was as if a thunderbolt hit his head. The corners of his mouth twitched. His eyebrows jumped wildly, and a chill suddenly ran through his spine. He was indescribably horrified. You have to know that this lineup and this level are several levels higher than her proud genius sister. When did the Maple Forest Empire have such a perverted genius beast master? Jin Yunjiao was scared to death. The other disciples who were paying attention to the movements here also gasped in shock, staring at Xiahou Wanxian with horror in their eyes. They never thought that this gentle woman who followed Suemo all day long, not showing off her talent, was actually such a terrifying person. Now seeing her surrounded by so many fierce spirit beasts, everyone was in a trance. After all, the contrast was too great at this time, not to mention the disciples who didn't understand the situation. Even Jing Yelong, who had seen the strength of Su Maoyang and others, couldn't help but sigh when he saw the scene. Xiahou Wanxian became stronger after coming out of the fairy palace. I think she also had a lot of experiences in there, and gained a lot. Of course, it is undeniable that this person has a unique talent in contracting beasts. Even if the spiritual power level is low, it can't limit the development of her talent in contracting beasts. It seems that she was born to be a contract beast master. Jing Yelong boasted that he was gifted in contracting beasts. But since he met Suemo and Xiahou Wanxian, he found that there are really people beyond people, and heaven beyond heaven. Jing Yelong was touched. And the Xiahou family in the outside world was even more emotional, with mixed feelings, too much excitement, pride, and even regret. Since the war, the Maple Forest Empire has changed dynasties. King Gaoyang has come to power, and has completely wiped out all the forces that framed Su Maoyang. Few of the 5 families were spared. Only his Xiahou family, King Gaoyang, spared them for the sake of Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian, so that they were spared. It is said that the Xiahou family has stood in the Maple Forest Empire for so many years, but their disciples are not even qualified to participate in the Cloud Peak battle. But now, not only have 2 younger generations successfully reached the 3rd level, but also have such amazing talents, which are not inferior to the geniuses of other countries, and even more outstanding. That is the daughter of their Xiahou family. How can they not be excited and proud? It is a pity that Xiahou Wanxian and Xiahou Zian were driven out of the Xiahou family by their own hands, and the relationship was completely severed. Whenever they thought of this, they felt remorseful and in pain. At this time, Xiahou Wanxian had no time to care about other people's thoughts. She waved her hand and shouted, "Kill them!" As soon as she finished speaking, the spirit beasts around her all pounced fiercely. In the blink of an eye, Jin Yunjiao's 4 spirit beasts became their food. Only some shocking remains were left on the ground, which frightened Jin Yunjiao so much that his face turned pale, his limbs stiffened, and his body trembled involuntarily. Xiahou Wanxian rushed forward, raised her hand suddenly, condensed an iron chain, and called out to Jin Yunjiao. Jin Yunjiao might have been frightened by Xiahou Wanxian's spirit beast, even if his own strength was stronger than Xiahou Wanxian. He had no intention of fighting. He quickly took out the teleportation ball and fled from the formation in a panic. Seeing Xiahou Wanxian throw an iron chain and miss, Dongfang Liua in the distance couldn't help laughing. Just now, she was complaining about Fanny Jean being useless and a deserter, but she ended up running away faster than anyone else. However, she was lucky. If she had met Suemo, she would have died long ago. Jin Yunzi saw that this group of people not only forced her lover to escape from the formation, but also forced her sister away. She was so angry that she frowned and her face turned black. "Are you going too far?" Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. "You have so many geniuses, and you are besieging the Fenglan disciples who pose no threat to you. You still have the nerve to say that others are going too far. Don't you think it's ridiculous? You?" Jin Yunzi was very angry. In order to maintain her good self-cultivation, she had to take a deep breath, forcibly suppress her anger, and said loudly, "I challenge you to a fight. Do you dare to accept it?" Su Maoyang smiled sweetly, and jumped onto Jin Yunzi's battle platform. "I dare. Why not? It is said that Miss Jean is one of the most talented beast geniuses in the Jean family. But I don't know if she is as talented as Xiahou Wanxian. I want to see it today." Hearing this, Jin Yunzi was so angry that she choked. She just looked at Xiahou Wenchuan's spirit beast lineup, which was more than a little stronger than hers. If she summoned spirit beasts to deal with Suemo now, she would definitely be ridiculed by her. Therefore, she did not intend to use spirit beasts to deal with Suemo, who was not a beast master. Humph. In order to prevent your flower protectors from saying that I bullied you, I will not summon spirit beasts in this battle. Of course, you are not worthy of me to summon spirit beasts. I advise you to summon them. Don't let yourself die miserably for the sake of ridiculous backbone. Su Maoyang laughed and shook his head. Chapter 1898 Chapter 1899 Palm going back on one's word. After training in the Immortal Palace, Su Maoyang now completely ignored the beating of the spirit beasts. Because no matter what, she didn't believe that Jin Yunzi's spirit beasts could be more powerful than those undead spirits. So, even if Jin Yunxiao summoned all the spirit beasts, she was sure that she could take them all down by herself. However, her kind reminder became a humiliation to Jin Yunzi's ears. Suemo, don't talk nonsense. I don't use spirit beasts to fight you. I just don't want to be criticized and win in an inglorious way. Jin Yunzi retorted angrily. Su Maoyang smiled and shook his head. If you fight like this without summoning spirit beasts, I'm afraid you will lose in an even more inglorious way. Stop talking nonsense. Watch me. Jin Yunzi had been made impatient by her, and suddenly raised her hand, and a long whip condensed in her hand in an instant, and swung it towards Su Maoyang. Seeing the long whip coming, Su Maoyang's footsteps trembled, and he dodged backwards. With a loud snap, the whip shadow hit the ground heavily, and a strong spiritual power wave was shaken. At the same time, Jin Yunzi waved her arm again to keep up. After a while, everyone saw whip shadows all over the sky, flying up and down, making the air crackle. Countless whip marks were like dragons and snakes dancing, dazzling and overwhelming. Each one hit Su Maoyang with the force of thunder. The aggressive posture seemed to be ready to bite Su Maoyang at any time, which frightened the disciples watching. Now, they have witnessed Jin Yunzi's skills with their own eyes, and they can't help but sigh. It's true that she is a genius cultivated by the Jin family, not to mention the talent of the contracted beast. Her own strength is also quite good. Take this whip technique for example. It is a lower-level divine martial art. Even in the outside world, it is not easy to comprehend divine martial arts. Not to mention that it has to be comprehended from the heavenly tablet in such a harsh and difficult environment in such a short time. You can imagine how difficult it is. However, Jin Yunzi not only successfully comprehended it, but also performed it with ease, bursting out with such power, which is really admirable. At this time, Su Maoyang saw that the long whip was like a spirit snake spitting out its tongue, extremely sharp, and each time it brought a strong pressure. He admitted that this person's strength was indeed not comparable to those scum before. Thinking of this, her eyes turned cold. Her palm quickly condensed into a long sword, and urged a divine sword technique she learned on the heavenly tablet, and swung her arm heavily to cut it down, instantly cutting Jin Yunzi's whip in half. Afterwards, she didn't give up. She stepped on the void and stepped on the whip shadow. She swung the sword several times in a row. The sword shadow seemed to be cut from the sky, bursting with dazzling silver light, directly cutting the long whip into pieces and dissipating in the air. At this time, she saw the sharp sword light approaching her. Jin Yunzi was frightened and her face changed drastically. She quickly retreated and quickly condensed a long whip and swung it out with force, trying to entangle Su Maoyang's sword to stop her attack. However, Su Maoyang's long sword was extremely sharp, cutting iron like mud. With just a slight swing, she cut the long whip and stabbed it straight. Jin Yunzi stood far away just now and didn't understand the pressure released by Su Maoyang, and didn't know what kind of power she brought every time she attacked. Now that she felt it personally, she knew how terrible the strength this person burst out was. Su Mo was obviously also using a divine martial art, but the power contained in it was unknown how much stronger than hers, and there was a tendency to crush her. Realizing this, Jin Yunzi no longer dared to underestimate the enemy, and did not care about her face. She quickly waved her hand and summoned all the spirit beasts, because she knew very well that even if she changed to other skills, she would never be able to produce the same power as Su Mo. So, instead of struggling to resist, it is better to take the initiative and kill it with spirit beasts, lest she end up in a mess. Mainly, this battle at the top of the cloud is too important to her. She can only win, not lose. And she can't be a deserter and lose the qualification for the battle at the top of the cloud. Therefore, no matter what means, as long as she can win, she doesn't care about anything. Seeing Jin Yunzi go back on her word and summon all the spirit beasts, the disciples who were watching the game twitched their mouths. With Jin Yunzi's pride, she would do such a shameful thing as self-contradictory. It seems that she is really forced into a desperate situation and has no way out. In this way, Jin Yunzi is really not Sumo's opponent. However, Jin Yunzi was not a master of spiritual power, and lacked experience in spiritual power and martial arts combat. It was normal that she could not compare with Sumo, who was a master of spiritual power. Moreover, this battle on the top of the cloud was a life and death battle. There were not so many rules. It was only a matter of life and death. What promises? What guarantees? What dignity? What backbone? All had to give way in the face of winning or losing. So, even if Jin Yunzi went back on her word, as long as she had a trump card, she had hope of winning. And her spirit beast was her biggest trump card and her biggest reliance. Therefore, seeing the 2 5th level king beasts, 3 6th level king beasts, and 1 7th level king beast beside Jin Yunzi, everyone basically had the answer in their hearts. You should know that a 7th level king beast can be comparable to an innate king spirit master in the early stage. Not to mention that there are so many 6th level king beasts around. And the defense of the spirit beast is much stronger than that of humans. Therefore, facing such a lineup, Sumo must be restrained, and it is difficult for him to fail to exert his original strength. In this way, it will provide many opportunities for Jin Yunzi. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but have a question. Is this Lala Sumo really going to die here? However, just when everyone was guessing how miserable her end would be, Sumayang grinned and raised his eyebrows. Miss Jin, didn't you just say righteously that you can't summon spirit beasts? Don't want to be criticized and win dishonorably. Now you go back on your words. Is it glorious to deal with a despicable person like you? This is just a stopgap measure, not going back on your words. Jin Yunzi was brought up by her, and she was a little embarrassed, and refused with her silver teeth bitten. Sumayang laughed out loud as if she heard a joke. This is the first time I've heard someone describe going back on one's words so clearly and unconventionally. You are really a talent. What a pity. God is jealous of talents. You are destined to die today. Sumayang sighed softly, with endless regret in her tone. As soon as the word die fell, she rushed towards Jin Yunzi like a sharp light. Without saying a word, she raised her arm and shot out an amazing sword light. She slashed at the void and turned directly into a giant sword shadow, slashing fiercely. Seeing that she dared to rush over in the face of so many spirit beasts, Jin Yunzi couldn't help but sneer. Don't overestimate your ability. Tear her apart for me. After receiving the order, Jin Yunzi's spirit beasts rushed out one after another, trying to surround Sumayang. Chapter 1899 Heavy damage to the Jin family. Sumayang saw a group of 6th and 7th level spirit beasts dare to block her way, sneered, and rushed into the encirclement without any pause. At this time, the huge figures of the spirit beasts enveloped her, instantly blocking the sight of others. Seeing this, whether it was the disciples in the formation or the onlookers outside, they all stretched their heads curiously, staring wide-eyed, wanting to see clearly how Sumayang was torn into pieces by the spirit beasts, especially the forces of Finchua Tianqing and Fengqi Empire, who were just very angry at Sumayang's strong killing, and were now looking forward to her death. However, just when everyone was looking forward to it, a sword light swept out, and instantly exploded with a dazzling glare. And then the 6 spirit beasts surrounding Sumo were cut off by a sword. Blood and flesh flew all over the ground, and a large number of them died in the blink of an eye. And no one was spared. Seeing this, everyone was struck by lightning, and they were shocked and froze in place. Killing 6 powerful spirit beasts with one sword? Are they dreaming? However, before they could recover, Sumayang rushed out like lightning, and directly became a shadow, soaring into the sky, and suddenly raised his arm and chopped down in the direction where Jin Yunzi was standing. The sword light fell, and the world was solemn and murderous. Endless power gathered in that sword, as if it was going to cut a huge crack in the void. Seeing this, all the other disciples of the Jin family were horrified and immediately shouted, Sister Yunzi, run away! But at this time, Jin Yunzi was still in shock of the spirit beast being killed. And before she could react, the sword of death had already fallen in front of her. Only after facing such pressure in person did she realize that it was difficult to escape, even to speak. It was as if the death god had grabbed her throat and immobilized her body, making her feel like she was falling into the abyss, unable to move. And only fear and despair remained. At this moment, she understood why Ran Shuring, Lu Mohan and others were killed without even having the chance to take out the teleportation ball. It was not because they underestimated the enemy, nor because they were weak, but because this person was too fast and too strong, and did not give them the opportunity to react or resist, and killed them on the spot. However, she did not understand why a person without fighting spirit could be so strong, as if her cultivation was not suppressed. What kind of pervert is this? However, she had no time to think about it, and the sword light had already reached her head, splitting her in half in an instant like chopping wood. Blood spurted out, raising a bright red blood mist in the air, and the split body fell to the ground with a bang, lying in a pool of blood with a group of spirit beasts, completely losing its vitality. Jin Yunzi died. Seeing this scene, the disciples who were watching the battle opened their mouths in shock and gasped. They never dreamed that Su Mo could kill 6 spirit beasts and Jin Yunzi, the genius of the Jin family, by himself. That was the genius beast master that the Jin family spent a lot of money to cultivate. But in the end, he was annihilated with both the man and the beast. He didn't even have time to take out the teleportation ball, and died under the sword of a person who didn't condense the fighting spirit. This is too incredible. The crowd of spectators sighed, and the people of the Jin family stood up in anger when they saw this. You should know that there are only 3 genius beast masters in their Jin family. Now one of them has become a deserter, seriously injured, and deprived of the qualification to participate in the Battle of Yunding, which is equivalent to being completely useless. And the other one was directly killed by someone with both the man and the beast, and fell here. The Jin family lost 2 genius beast masters in a row. This blow was like cutting off the firewood from under the cauldron. It can be said that the Jin family had lost their lives. Over the years, they had put in too much effort, energy, and money for these 3 children. They knew too well how difficult it was to train a beast master. But in the blink of an eye, 2 geniuses were lost, and all their efforts over the years were wasted. It is conceivable how angry the elders of the Jin family were. They just wanted to rush in and cut Su Maoyang into pieces. Jin Yunxiao, who was lucky enough to save her life, saw that the genius sister she admired in the formation was actually split in half. She died miserably. Her face, which was slightly pale due to the injury, lost all the blood color and was horrified, thinking back to how stupid she was to challenge Su Mo. She was immediately scared and had goosebumps all over her body. What's funny is that she also laughed at Su Mo for not daring to fight with her. So she pushed herself to Xiahou Wanxian, the beast master. It turned out that they really didn't want to attack her, because with her fighting power, if she really fought, she would not even have a chance to be a deserter, and would definitely die more miserably than Jin Yunzi. Realizing this, Jin Yunxiao took a deep breath with lingering fear, and felt very regretful for his arrogance and stupidity just now. Of course, Fanny Jin, who was also a deserter, was also very grateful to see that even Jin Yunzi died tragically on the spot. Fortunately, he was smart and took out the teleportation ball in advance before he took action. He crushed the teleportation ball without any hesitation and left the formation, which saved his life. If he was a second slower, the consequences would be disastrous. The outside world was shocked by Su Maoyang's cruel means. But as the person involved, she took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood on her hands without any trouble. She looked leisurely and comfortable, as if she had just killed a chicken. But it gave off a chilling chill in everyone's eyes. After finishing the arrangement, she looked around and found that the battle platform she was on had reached the middle and upper position, about 100 feet. And there were still a few disciples of the enemy forces left below, who had not been eliminated. But she had reached this height and showed her strong strength, so she could no longer force them to accept the challenge. However, the disciples below were slightly weaker, so it was enough to leave them to Mu Jichen and the others. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang looked at the higher platform. She found that the geniuses on the upper battle platform were fighting fiercely at this time, competing for the top 10 positions. Some had just finished a battle and were resting at halftime. However, Most of these people were elite disciples from Burning Blood Sky City, Cloud Tower Dark Domain, and the 4 ancient clans. Because the disciples of these forces have more outstanding talents and strengths. And judging from the height of their battle platforms, and the strength of their fighting spirit, they were obviously much stronger than the few people she had just fought. And it must be much more difficult to deal with them. However, with Su Maoyang's current fighting power, there is still a possibility of fighting with their ancestors, let alone these younger generations. Therefore, Su Maoyang did not intend to stop the pace of conquest, and locked his eyes on the disciples of the 3 major families of Lung, Yan and Qin and Finqiu Tianqing. Now the core disciples of several families in Finqi Empire have been almost cleared by her, and the next step is Finqiu Tianqing. However, these forces have more outstanding disciples, and the battle platforms are more densely distributed. Therefore, in order to save time, she has to fight quickly. Chapter 1900, she actually realized the Divine King's skill. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang jumped onto the battle platform of a Lung family disciple without even saying hello. The reason why she chose this person was not only because he was a Lung family disciple, but also because his battle platform was the closest to her. So it was a good choice to start from him and kill all the way up. But this move was a bit ridiculous in the eyes of the Lung family disciple. Humph. You killed my Lung family. I didn't ask you to settle the score, but you came to me automatically. However, being able to defeat a contracted beast genius is also considered to be quite capable. But wanting to defeat me with a lower-level divine skill is still wishful thinking. This Lung family disciple, wearing a black robe and a burly figure, was the type of person with infinite strength. Although he had been fighting just now, and didn't pay much attention to the battlefield below, he still took a rough look and knew that Su Maoyang succeeded in getting to the top by killing Jin Yunzi. But even so, he was still very confident in his fighting ability. Otherwise, he would not be standing at this height now. Su Maoyang knew that these geniuses were somewhat proud and conceited, and naturally would not easily admit that they were weaker than others. If they did not even have a bit of sharpness and arrogance, then they would not be considered geniuses. However, after hearing his words, Su Maoyang could not help but curl her lips, raised a playful arc, and a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. Haha. Mr. Leng may have misunderstood. I have more than just the lower god-level skills. After the words fell, she stopped talking nonsense. Her eyes were extremely sharp, and she rushed forward. The light of spiritual power instantly bloomed in her palm, and she raised her hand and slapped it out. The palm print instantly became huge in the air, like a 5-finger mountain, and fell heavily with the power to suppress everything. It is a top-level divine technique. Feeling the terrifying power coming, the black-clothed man was shocked and sighed in shock. Then he immediately waved his hand to condense an iron hammer and subconsciously smashed the palm print hard. However, his middle-level divine technique was no match for the upper-level divine technique. Before the iron hammer hit the palm print, it was slapped away by a palm. He even had no time to dodge, and was killed on the spot by the falling palm print. Seeing this scene, the disciples below the battle stage and the people outside were shocked by the technique displayed by Su Maoyang. They had always seen Su Maoyang using low-quality skills, and thought that she had no fighting spirit and could not learn advanced skills. Who would have thought that she could even successfully comprehend the skills of the upper god level? This is too scary. In this case, they dare not imagine what level of skill she would comprehend if she had fighting spirit. I really don't know what kind of abnormal talent can produce such a perception. However, just when everyone was shocked, Su Maoyang did not stop at all. Locked another disciple of the Lung family, quickly jumped onto the opponent's battle platform, and started without saying a word. This disciple was more talented than the previous disciple. He had the upper god level skills, and was not afraid of Su Maoyang's upper god level palm method. He also practiced speed and body skills, and his life-saving skills were first class. He was obviously more handy and calm in dealing with it. So, Su Maoyang fought with him for 2 or 3 rounds, but failed to kill him with one move. At this time, she realized that she was indeed at a disadvantage, because she had no fighting spirit. The stronger the opponent was, the more obvious this feeling was, because they had strong fighting spirit. It was like they had level suppression, suppressing her who had no fighting spirit everywhere. In this way, even if everyone was using the same level of martial arts, as long as the fighting spirit was high, the attack power attached to the martial arts would be stronger. Therefore, Su Maoyang's upper god palm method seemed to be useless in front of a powerful and experienced opponent. In this way, she had to use a higher level of martial arts than her opponent to have a chance of winning. Seeing that Su Maoyang was suppressed by his skills and fighting spirit, the Lung family disciple was disdainful and sneered sarcastically. Give up. Even if you can comprehend a high-level skill, without fighting spirit, you are still inferior to others. I, without fighting spirit, have comprehended a skill of the same level as you. So aren't you the inferior one? Su Maoyang stared at him with a face full of sarcasm, and retorted without giving in. The Lung family disciple was so angry that his face turned black. His eyes were fierce, and he growled in anger. Humph. So what if you have high talent? In the end, you still can't change your fate of being defeated by her. You know, this level is about combat effectiveness. Su Maoyang smiled brightly when she heard this, and her light tone revealed a bit of inexplicable coldness. She asked back in disapproval, Is it just combat effectiveness? I don't think so. As she said that, before the man could react, Su Maoyang jumped up into the sky, raised his palm again, and slapped hard. However, this palm print was different from the previous one. It exuded terrifying demonic power and flashed bloody light, like a blood-stained demonic hand sweeping towards the Lung family disciples, exuding a terrifying breath. At this time, seeing the bloody light in the sky, the demonic energy rising, and the violent roar echoing in the ears, everyone was shocked and pale, speechless. Third-grade God King skill. That palm print is a third-grade God King skill. At this moment, not only the disciples of the low-level battle platform and the outside forces were stunned, but even the top talents who were fighting were attracted. They stopped fighting and looked at Su Maoyang. Their pupils could not hide the shock. Third-grade God King skill. What does it mean? They know better than anyone else. Because among these top geniuses, the most powerful one has only comprehended the second-grade God King skill. And this Su Mo, who doesn't even have fighting spirit, can comprehend a martial art that is more advanced than theirs. Is this reasonable? If so, then these top geniuses who are praised by the stars are not even as good as an unknown person without fighting spirit. With this understanding, all the disciples on the high-level battle platform sank their faces. Their expressions were extremely embarrassed, and their eyes looking at Su Maoyang became extremely complicated, as if they could not accept this fact. And the Lung family disciples, who were facing the third-grade God King skill, were even more desperate. They dared not fight anymore, and immediately took out the teleportation ball, and wanted to escape from here. However, Su Maoyang was so fast that there was no chance for him to escape. So, as soon as he took out the teleportation ball, he didn't have time to crush it, and was beaten into a pulp by the palm print that fell down. In this way, before half an instant's stick of time came, Su Maoyang killed two genius disciples of the Lung family, and everyone was shocked into silence. Lung Machan was so angry that he almost fainted when he saw that all the core disciples of the Lung family were killed by Su Maoyang. He shouted with gnashing teeth, Su Mo, are you going to fight to the death with my Lung family? Su Maoyang raised his eyes and glanced at him. His cold voice was sonorous and powerful, and it was resounding. Yes, whoever dares to touch a hair of my people, let alone your Lung family, even if it is the entire burning blood sky city, I will kill them without hesitation. Chapter 19, What is a true genius? Hearing such a strong and domineering declaration, everyone was shocked and their faces were surprised. They couldn't believe that this woman was so bold that she dared to be an enemy of the entire burning blood city for the sake of the people around her. She was simply a lunatic. Su Mo, if you have the guts, come up and fight me. I want to see how powerful the skills of the third-grade God King are without the support of fighting spirit. Lung Machan refused to believe this and roared in dissatisfaction. Su Maoyang glanced at the other disciples on the battle stage, estimated the height, nodded and comforted. Don't worry. Wait a moment. It will be your turn soon. After speaking, Su Maoyang flew and jumped onto the battle stage of the Qin family disciple closest to him, and immediately raised his hand, condensed into a sharp sword, and slashed at his opponent. At this time, seeing her swinging her arms, thousands of sword lights burst out, with overwhelming momentum, killing the Qin family disciples. It seemed that a terrible storm gathered in the air, and everyone was so scared that their bodies were cold and sweaty. My God, it's actually a fourth-grade Divine King skill. Feeling this kind of power, A disciple on the spot recognized the grade of the skill and exclaimed in shock. As soon as this was said, the others also widened their eyes. Their faces were full of horror, and they looked overly frightened, as if they were hit on the head with a stick, and they were completely stunned. The Qin family disciple didn't even have the chance to be shocked, and was killed by the sharp sword, falling to the ground with thousands of holes. However, before the other disciples could react, Su Maoyang jumped onto the battle platform of a Yin family disciple again, and didn't give the other party a chance to recover, and directly killed him. However, the later the battle went, the higher the opponent's fighting spirit and strength became. In order to save time, Su Maoyang had to use all the 4th grade and 5th grade Divine King skills he had learned before, hoping to fight quickly, and try not to give them the opportunity to crush the teleportation ball. So, within a moment, the elite disciples of the 2 major families of Qin and Yin fell one after another after the Leng family. However, there were also disciples who were frightened by the strength shown by Su Maoyang, and they crushed the teleportation ball in advance before the fight started and became deserters. Of course, more of them were wiped out by force before they could react, and they didn't even have a chance to struggle. So, in just an instant's stick of time, everyone saw that the 3 major families of Leng, Qin and Yin in Fenxua died or escaped, with heavy casualties, which was unbearable to watch. I believe that this is definitely a catastrophe for several forces in Fenxua and Fengqi Empire, because Su Maoyang almost killed all the elite disciples of others. It is undoubtedly the rhythm of making them extinct. You know, these families are looking forward to these elite disciples supporting their families, and hoping that they can bring honor to their ancestors. But who knew that this group of younger generations would be destroyed by Su Maoyang? Such a terrible blow. Even the elders of the family, who have experienced many storms, can't bear it, and spurt out blood. Too miserable. This battle? They are really miserable. The brothers and sisters of the Ji family, who watched this scene, swallowed their saliva with lingering fear. And they were glad that they did not join the Leng family, the Yin family, and the Qin family to bully the disciples of the Maple Forest Empire. Otherwise, if you provoke this evil god, you don't even know how you died. Su Maoyang glanced at Ji Weilun and Ji Yuzhen, and the longing in her eyes was fleeting. Speaking of which, when she was in Fengshuishan City, she relied on the care of the prince and princess and the brothers and sisters of the Ji family. She got along with them like family members and established a very deep relationship. Of course, this also includes her guilt for concealing her identity and deceiving them. So, now that she sees them, she is naturally very grateful. Ji Weilun and Ji Yuzhen received Su Maoyang's gaze and were immediately shocked, their faces slightly pale. Ji Weilun waved her hands hurriedly. Our Ji family did not bully your disciples of the Maple Forest Empire. Su Maoyang was amused by her, and the corners of her mouth could not help but raise a gentle arc. I know. Don't worry. Ji Weilun didn't expect that she would actually smile at him, and she smiled gently. She was a little stunned and blinked in disbelief, trying to see clearly. However, Su Maoyang had already retracted his gaze at this time, and jumped onto Leng Machen's battle platform. Mr. Leng, don't you want to see the power of the 3rd grade God King skill? Now I give you a chance. Not only can you see the 3rd grade, but also the 4th grade and 5th grade God King skills. So you can see enough. When Leng Machen heard this, his face turned pale as paper, and he couldn't help but take a step back. No. I've seen it. You should give this opportunity to others. He originally thought that she only had the 3rd grade God King skill, and maybe she could still fight. But who knew that she not only comprehended the 3rd grade, but also the 4th grade and 5th grade. Such high-quality God King skills have exceeded his imagination and are beyond his cognition. I believe that with this level, even if it reaches the Sunluo realm, it is a pretty good technique. If he fights with her, he will probably die. But he is not stupid enough to die. It is just unbelievable that this woman, without fighting spirit, can actually comprehend such a powerful technique from the heavenly monument while standing so far away. It seems that only pervert can describe her. Such talent is definitely worthy of the first place. No wonder her battle platform can rise so high. The funny thing is that they thought she had practiced many low-level martial arts to reach a height of 600 feet. Unexpectedly, it was because of the practice of a large number of God King skills that she reached such a height. Moreover, it is difficult to practice a 1st grade God King skill, and she has comprehended so many at one time, and all of them are above the 3rd grade level. Isn't this a blow to people? Realizing this, the people watching all this were shocked to the extreme, and completely refreshed their understanding of talent. They now know that the genius they think and the talent they are optimistic about are not worth mentioning at all. Only a talent like Sumo can be called a true genius. However, it was too late for Lung Machin to understand this. At this time, Su Maoyang rushed forward and swung his sword, cutting off his arm holding the teleportation ball. And the teleportation ball instantly fell to the ground. Lung Machin panicked and wanted to pick it up, but Su Maoyang swept across. The knife flashed, and instantly cut Lung Machin in half, and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the scene fell into dead silence for a while. Su Maoyang caused such a sensation that even the top geniuses began to feel insecure and afraid of being challenged by her, because she has such a powerful God-King skill. If they really fight, even they don't have much chance of winning. If it is said that there is no suppression of cultivation, and they fight with their own strength, they may not take Su Maoyang seriously. But here, the cultivation is suppressed, and everyone is at the level of the initial innate Junlingshi, and the only way to determine the outcome is the strength of martial arts. Now that the disciples of several families in Burning Blood City have been almost cleared, Su Maoyang has set her sights on the top 10. When her eyes touched the 10th battle stage, she was stunned, and a strange look flashed in her eyes. Chapter 1902 want to accept her as a disciple. Speaking of which, this person and she have quite a history, because she had been in Fengshuishan City. When she was a princess, she had an arranged marriage with him, but he liked Ling Xiyu at that time and was very opposed to this arranged marriage. So he ran to Fan Tianjun and refused the marriage in public, making a big scene, which made her a laughing stock for a while, and made her quite unhappy. Although Su Maoyang had no intention of marrying this person, and didn't care about his attitude, this person left a bad impression on her. However, what surprised her was that when Fengshuishan City held a hunting ground, she and Ji Weilon ran to the forest hot spring to take a bath. Unfortunately, they were attacked, and Yanling Yu actually rushed out to save them at the critical moment. Although his appearance did not play a big role, his kindness still made Su Maoyang change his opinion of him a lot. Therefore, considering that he had helped her before, Su Maoyang did not intend to kill him, and directly said, "You are not my opponent. Let the battle platform go." Yanling Yu thought she would challenge him directly, and was ready for the battle. But who knew that she would just ask him to give up the battle platform? And he was a little surprised. This woman, like a killing god, killed all the way up. And almost all the disciples from Fengqi Empire and Fengshuishan City who participated in the encirclement and suppression of the Red Star Alliance were killed by her. And even his Yin family disciples suffered heavy casualties. And none of them were spared. But now, she did not intend to challenge him. Nor did she force him to leave the formation, but simply asked him to give up his position. When did this female evil god become so easy to talk to? Yanling Yu was completely confused. And the other disciples, who heard this, were also surprised. Almost all the disciples of the Yin family ended up in tragedy. But Yanling Yu was able to escape. Could it be that Su Imo was reluctant to kill him because he saw how handsome he was? But shouldn't it be the case? Lu Mohan, Fan Yijin, and Lang Mochen were all handsome men. But they ended up in a miserable end. If Su Imo really likes men, shouldn't he show mercy? Thinking of this, everyone was a little confused about Su Maoyang's thoughts. However, despite the doubts, Yanling Yu still had some vision and agreed immediately. "Okay, I'll give you the battle platform." As he said that, he flew up without any hesitation and jumped down. Su Maoyang nodded with satisfaction and turned around to jump onto the 10th battle platform. Yanling Yu looked at her back, and a person suddenly flashed through his mind. He was startled and hurriedly grabbed her wrist, asking excitedly, "Is it you?" Su Maoyang frowned, looked at his hand holding her displeasedly, and pulled it out coldly. "Although I don't know what Mr. Yen is talking about. If Mr. Yen wants to compete with me, I can still accompany him to the end." Seeing her cold look, it seemed particularly unfamiliar. Yanling Yu's expectant eyes condensed, and he withdrew his hand awkwardly. "Sorry, I may have recognized the wrong person." Su Maoyang heard the words, just glanced at him coldly, and then jumped onto the 10th battle stage, wanting to continue to challenge. Seeing that Su Maoyang was going to take action against those top geniuses, all the forces outside couldn't sit still, especially the several families of Fengqi Empire and Fenxue Tianqing. After seeing Su Maoyang's skills, They are now even more on pins and needles. The Jin family has already lost 2 genius beasts. And now there is only one left. The head of the Jin family saw Su Maoyang's posture, and obviously did not intend to let the Jin family go. He was very anxious, and pleaded with the elders of the 9 major sects. 9 seniors. This woman is too rampant. If you don't stop her, she will definitely kill all our disciples. In this case, how can you choose satisfactory seedlings? The head of the Ling family also nodded in agreement. Yes, this woman is lawless, cruel, and murderous. If such a person is not severely punished to set an example, everyone will follow suit in the future. Who is willing to participate in this battle at the top of the cloud? Gao Yang. Hearing these words, the king couldn't help but sneer and asked, Master Jin, Master Lung, you just advised me that as an elder, you shouldn't bother with the young people. As a result, you are now intervening in the fight between the younger generation and insisting on severely punishing the disciples of my Maple Forest Empire. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Besides, your disciples are not strong enough and suffered from Sumo's poisonous hands. Shouldn't you blame your disciples for being too incompetent? How can you blame our disciples for being too heavy-handed? King Gaoyang returned the words they had just ridiculed him with intact, and immediately made Master Lung and Master Jin tremble with anger. You, King Gaoyang, don't go too far. King Gaoyang glanced at them coldly and snorted. Your disciples surrounded my Fenglin disciples, and I didn't say you were too far. But you have the nerve to blame others. Although the head of the Jin family was very angry, he knew that the situation was critical, and he couldn't get rid of King Gaoyang. He had to ignore him and continue to beg the 9 major sects. 9 elders, you can't watch the top geniuses in front of you all die in her hands. If this sets a precedent, I'm afraid it will be difficult to advance in the future battles at the top of the clouds. The 9 elders were also somewhat shaken after hearing this, because if the woman was allowed to kill, it would indeed cause unnecessary casualties. And if all the top talents died, then this game would be meaningless. Thinking of this, the 9 elders made a decision. After looking at each other, they waved their hands together to control the formation. At this time, a loud voice suddenly sounded in the formation, interrupting the disciples' fight. Everyone stop. This level of the challenge is over. As the voice fell, the disciples who were fighting were suddenly separated by an invisible force. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, not knowing why the game was suddenly terminated. In the past, the challenge match would last at least 10 days, and 10 nights before the winner was decided. But now, not long after the battle started, it was about to end before even a day had passed. Isn't it too strange? All the disciples were confused, and even Su Maoyang was confused. She couldn't help but ask, Senior, you just said that there is no limit to the number and time of challenges in this level. What do you mean now? Hearing her doubts, the space shook the elder's voice again. Sumo, you don't have to challenge. With your talent, our 9 major sects have decided to accept you as an outer disciple. It depends on which sect you are willing to join. The disciples in the formation did not expect that the 9 major sects would actually extend an olive branch to Sumo before the 3rd level was over and the 4th level had not yet begun. Such an honor is really enviable. The few families in the outside world who hated Su Maoyang were also stunned by the attitude of the 9 major sects. They were still hoping that the 9 major sects would severely punish Sumo, but who knew that they actually intended to accept her as a disciple. For Sumo, this is simply a piece of cake. Chapter 1903. I'm only here to kill people. Thinking that Sumo was not punished but also appreciated by the 9 major sects, the forces of Fengqi Empire, Fengxue Tianqing and Xiefeng ancient clan were extremely unhappy and tried to dissuade her. 9 elders. This woman is cruel and ruthless. And if she becomes a disciple of the 9 major sects, she will probably ruin the 9 major sects' style in the future. Yes, this woman is arrogant and heretic. Even if she is talented, it doesn't matter if she is difficult to control. It is difficult for the sect to use such a disciple. Accepting such a disciple will only cause trouble for the elders. Yes, this woman is a disaster at first glance. If she is accepted as a disciple, I don't know how many troubles will arise. Please think twice before acting. The representatives of several forces naturally did not want to see Su Maoyang climb up the ladder, and they all expressed their opinions in a hurry, hoping that the 9 elders would withdraw their orders. Sumo had killed so many of their elite disciples, and they were sworn enemies. Now that she was in the formation, they couldn't intervene to kill her. But that didn't mean they would let her go. So they planned to wait for her to come out and take action. But if she accepted the invitation of the 9 major sects and joined one of them, with the support of the forces of Sunluo realm, then they would never be able to take revenge in this life. Thinking of this, the Xiafeng ancient clan, the Lu family, Jin family, Ran family, Fan family of the Fengqi Empire, and the Lung family, Yin family, and Qin family of Fenxue Tianqing, the families that were particularly offended by Su Maoyang, were all restless and anxious. Seeing that they all had bad intentions, King Gaoyang snorted in displeasure and sharply retorted, "If you say that the means are vicious and the intentions are not right, your disciples are second to none. After all, Su Mo killed them to avenge the disciples of my Maple Forest Empire, not for herself. So how can she be said to have an evil intention? Moreover, for the sake of her own people, she did not hesitate to offend so many powerful forces. She is loyal and righteous. What's wrong with that? It's much better than those of you who covet other people's fighting spirit and join forces to encircle and suppress the weak groups." The head of the Dongfang family also hated these old guys very much. Following the words of King Gaoyang, he snorted angrily, "Yes, if Su Mo is not qualified to join the 9 major sects, then your disciples are even less qualified." When these words came out, the elders of several forces were all choked. Their faces turned green and red, and they were very angry. The elders of the Wuzong sword sect saw the two sides arguing endlessly, and angrily shouted, "How dare you? When will it be your turn to say what kind of disciples our 9 major sects want to accept? If you still want to participate in the battle at the top of the cloud, shut up. And if you don't want to participate, get out immediately." Speaking of which, these old guys in the 9 Nether realm didn't know at all that the reason they decided to accept Su Mo as a disciple was not simply to value her talent, but also to avoid revealing the secret skills of their sect. They saw clearly just now that Su Mo had clearly comprehended the skills of more than 500 feet. Although they were interrupted in time and failed to practice successfully, they didn't know how much she had browsed and memorized on it. Although without the heavenly monument, it is impossible to cultivate by relying on memory alone. But in order to be on the safe side and avoid unnecessary risks, they should be safer. Several family forces did not expect the elders of the 9 major sects to be so resolute, and they were frightened and dared not say a word, but their hearts were anxious. However, compared with the envy and jealousy of the outside forces and the disciples in the formation, Su Maoyang was not excited at all when she heard this, because since the 9 major sects injured her and prevented her from practicing, she had no good feelings towards these sects. Now they will take the initiative to invite her. I am afraid they have ulterior motives and are not trustworthy. Furthermore, she had already joined the Immortal Palace sect, so there was no reason for her to join other sects. If she became a disciple of the 9 major sects, it would be a betrayal of her master, and she could not do such a treacherous thing. Moreover, when she joined the Immortal Palace sect, they gave her the inheritance of the Soul Calming Tower and the 9-character mantra as a gift, and she had only practiced a few techniques of the 9 major sects. But they were so fussy about it. With such a broad mind and realm, she was clearly superior to the Immortal Palace sect. It was not difficult for Su Maoyang to choose, and directly refused. "I, Su Mo, appreciate the kindness of the elders, but I do not intend to join the 9 major sects." Originally, the elders of the 9 major sects were still expecting her gratitude and tears of gratitude, but they did not expect that they would be rejected by her. They were shocked on the spot, and could not believe their ears. Is this little girl crazy? She actually refused the recruitment of the 9 major sects? The elders of the 9 major sects, who were always calm and steady, were also broken by Su Maoyang at this moment. Shock instantly surged on their faces. Their eyes widened, and they stared at Su Maoyang in the formation. The elder of the Thunder Sound sect had a bad temper. In the past, the disciples of the 9 Nether realm all begged to join the 9 major sections. Now someone dared to refuse them. So he angrily questioned on the spot, "Since you don't plan to join the 9 major sects, why do you come to participate in the Cloud Peak battle? Isn't it obvious? I came here to kill people." Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows coldly. "Murderous?" And his cold voice was full of bloodthirsty ruthlessness. When it fell into the ears of everyone, it immediately aroused a tremor. The elders of the 9 major sects did not expect this person to be so presumptuous. She actually used the Cloud Peak battle as her battlefield for killing and a tool for revenge. They were so angry that their faces turned black. At this time, The major forces in the Nine Netherworld heard this, and were even more shocked. They just saw Su Maoyang killing people with every move, and not taking their family forces into consideration at all. And they already thought she was daring. But they didn't expect that she would be so crazy that she rejected the recruitment of the 9 major sects without any hesitation. And even said bluntly that she didn't come for the 9 major sects, but came to kill people. This woman must have grown up with ambition. Everyone shook their heads in disbelief, while several forces that had a grudge against Su Maoyang were relieved. Now seeing that the 9 major sects were so angry at Su Maoyang's attitude, they couldn't help but laugh. This Su Imo is really arrogant. She dared to refuse the recruitment of the 9 major sects in person, and didn't give any face. She was so arrogant and willful to this extent. It's really rare. When the head of the Lung family saw this, he deliberately added fuel to the fire and ridiculed. The head of the Yin family sneered and nodded. Isn't it? I thought she just didn't take us seriously. But I didn't expect that she didn't even take the 9 major sects seriously. She is so arrogant and arrogant. Even if she is talented now, with such a character, it will be difficult for her to achieve anything in the future. Hee hee. She thinks she is so noble because of her outstanding talent. She even wants to imitate Emperor Yunlu and our Lord Finshan. She really takes herself seriously. The head of the Qin family also laughed sarcastically. Chapter 1904 Intentionally Targeting Su Mo. The elders of the 9 sects were already embarrassed by Su Maoyang's refusal. Now, after hearing this sarcasm, they narrowed their eyes in anger, and their faces were dark and gloomy, which was very ugly. Humph! You come here to kill people? What a big tone! What do you think of our 9 sects? Tools for revenge? The elder of the Lane Divine sect shouted angrily. The Wuzong Sword sect was also filled with anger and snorted coldly. Such a good opportunity was personally presented to her, and she dared to refuse. Such an ungrateful disciple should not be accepted. The elders of the Brahma Mansion, Feishue Tower, Lu Shaoli, and Danong Palace nodded angrily after hearing this, and completely gave up the idea of recruiting Su Maoyang. Although their 9 sects are not the top forces in the Sunluo realm, for the people of the Jiuyo realm, it is an insurmountable mountain and a holy place that they can never reach in their lifetime. In addition, they have been very strict in accepting disciples over the years, and not everyone can catch their eye. If they hadn't seen Su Maoyang browsing their secret techniques, they might not have accepted her. As a result, the other party was so ungrateful, which was really abominable. The elders of Xianming Temple were quite impressed with Su Maoyang's talent. Compared with the other elders, their attitude was obviously much gentler. They even wanted to persuade her. Little girl, with your talent, it's too much of a waste to stay in the 9 Nether Realm. Why don't you join my Xianming Temple and go to the Sunluo realm to try your luck? Yes, if you stay in the 9 Nether Realm, many people will only be a Supreme Lord Spiritual Master for their entire lives. But it's different in the Sunluo realm. You have unlimited possibilities. If you are willing, my Holy Fire Workshop will cultivate you well. The elders of the Holy Fire Workshop also spoke up. Seeing that they all expressed goodwill, Balian Palace was unwilling to lag behind and said, similarly, my Balian Palace welcomes you. This Su Mo was able to learn so many 4th grade and 5th grade Divine King skills in just 10 days. This kind of talent is not inferior to the disciples in their sect. Just for this reason, they have the intention to cultivate her. After all, in the later stages of cultivation, a person's talent and potential are too important, and it is very rare for this little girl to have such potential. Su Maoyang felt the sincerity of the 3 elders when he heard these words. His resistance was reduced a lot. He bowed his hands apologetically. Thank you for your kindness, elders. It's just that Su Mo is used to being free and has no intention of joining a certain force. Please understand, elders. Seeing that she was determined and still refused to give in, the elders of the Thunder Sound sect could not help but glance at the elders of the Holy Fire Square, the Xianming Temple, and the Balian Palace, and sneered sarcastically. Haha, they don't appreciate it. Why bother to put your hot face on their cold buttocks? Besides, I have seen many disciples like this who are arrogant and self-righteous. In the end, none of them became successful. It would be a waste to accept them. I advise you not to waste your energy. Yes, but a frog in the well is willing to stay in the 9 Nether Realm for a lifetime. Such a person, who doesn't even have a little ambition, is not worth cultivating. The elders should think it over clearly. Rakshasa League also agreed and echoed. The three elders were rejected by Su Maoyang in public. If they said they were not disappointed, it would be a lie. However, since the other party had already made a decision, they would not force him. Okay, we respect your choice. When the elders of Wuzong's sword sect saw that they gave up Su Maoyang, a gleam of light flashed across their eyes. They looked at the elders of Lane Divine sect next to them and started to discuss. Just now, we watched the battle of these disciples. The talents and strength of the top 16 are pretty good. So, this time, let's make an exception and let the top 16 enter the 4th level to compete for the final ranking. The elders of Lane Divine sect naturally understood what he meant and nodded in agreement. Well, this is a good suggestion. The talents of this batch of disciples are not much different, and they are generally good. We can give them more places and opportunities to fight again. Now that Su Mo has offended so many children of big families, the top talents who are ranked at the top are probably eager to tear Su Mo into pieces. As for the 4th level, as everyone knows, it is a big fight without rules, order of precedence, and fairness. It can be a one-on-one fight or a group fight, and the competition is very fierce. However, in previous battles, everyone generally did not fight in groups. After all, everyone was in a competitive relationship, and there was no reason for anyone to help anyone. But this time, the situation was different. Su Mo had killed so many people, and had already attracted the hatred of all the disciples. Once she entered the 4th level, she would definitely become the target of these disciples. No doubt. The elders of the Rakshasa League also understood, smiled and nodded, and added, in the 4th level, since they are to restore their spiritual power and fight with their original strength, then this time, they should simply be prohibited from using the skills learned from the heavenly tablet. In this way, their original combat effectiveness can also be seen. Yes, Elder Lu is right. After all, skills are a status thing. If you use high-level skills to defeat your opponent, you can't see the strength of the disciples themselves. The elders of Brahma Palace also expressed their views. Since Su Mo was unwilling to join the 9 major sects, they would rather see her die in the formation to prevent the secrets of their sects from being leaked. Hearing this, the major forces in the 9 Netherworld were somewhat gloating. They saw clearly that the excuse of wanting to see the strength of the disciples was just an excuse. The reason why the 9 major sects relaxed the quota and prohibited the use of the skills on the heavenly tablet was to suppress Su Mo intentionally. Because Su Mo had no high-level skills to support him, and had to face the beating of 15 disciples. He was almost certain to die. Thinking of this, the disciples of Finchua Tianqing, Fengqi Empire and Xiefeng Ancient Clan all felt particularly relieved, with expressions of watching a good show. Humph! This time, I want to see how arrogant Su Mo is without a high-level skill. Lung Shuyue sneered at the corner of his mouth and snorted angrily. Qin Yaki beside him also curled her lips in gloating. You don't know how high the sky is, but you will have to pay the price. In addition to the disciples of Burning Blood City, Jin Yunxiao, Duan Xuexin, Song Yuan, O Peiju, and others from Fengqi Empire also looked forward to Su Mo being cut into pieces. The disciples of Fenglin Empire were extremely anxious and worried. What should we do? The elders of the 9 sects are clearly targeting Su Mo. Yes, Su Mo has offended so many people. In the 4th level of the big fight, everyone will definitely target her first. It's not fair to her at all. If Su Mo can use the God King skills learned from the Heavenly Monument, she still has a chance of winning. But now I'm afraid it's more likely to be dangerous. Alas, Wei Shirwei was also very anxious when she heard the discussions of the disciples around her. Brother, what should we do? Su Mo is really in danger now. Auntie Lu saw that they were really scared, and couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckled. I told you a long time ago that Su Mo is unreliable. But you didn't believe it. Look, now even his life is at stake. Chapter 1905 he can still laugh. Bah! Even if you die, Su Mo won't die. Su Mo is so powerful. She just killed so many geniuses in seconds. So this 4th level must be no problem. Wei Shirui retorted angrily. Oh Peiju heard that they were still deceiving themselves, and shook her head speechlessly. It's so sad that they still refuse to face the reality at this critical moment. The reason why Su Mo was able to kill so many geniuses just now was because she used the power of the God King technique. But now the elders of the 9 major sects have stipulated that the skills learned from the Heavenly Monument cannot be used. Do you think she still has the good luck to withstand the siege of so many top geniuses? Wei Shirui was speechless by her question, and stared at her unwillingly. It has to be said that this is exactly what she is worried about. Su Mo has lost the God King technique, and it sounds like an impossible task to deal with so many top geniuses with her original strength. Seeing that she was speechless, Opeiji was even more proud and continued. You know, the 4th level will restore spiritual power. Even if Su Mo can use the Divine King technique, most of those top talents are at the level of Supreme Lord Spiritual Masters. Once they recover their cultivation, can your Su Mo compare with them? In order to test everyone's talent and application of skills in the 3rd level, the 9 major sects deliberately suppressed everyone's cultivation to the initial stage of the innate Lord Spiritual Master. But the last level is different. It depends on the original strength of the disciples, because the 9 major sects want to select the strongest from these most talented disciples, regardless of the starting point. So, the last level, strictly speaking, is not fair, because some disciples have high spiritual power levels, many weapons, many skills, and endless means, which basically come from the support of large families. But it is undeniable that these are all part of their strength. After all, if you want to enter the 9 major sects, you need to look at the overall strength, not just talent. Wei Shirui had no idea about the Supreme Lord Spiritual Master, because she had always lived in a remote town and had never seen a Supreme Lord Spiritual Master. But she had heard about their strength. After all, that was the peak powerhouse standing at the top of the 9 Nether Realm. Now Su Mo had to face the revenge of so many peak figures. How could people not worry, seeing the gloomy and embarrassed faces of the Wei family brothers and sisters? Opeiji couldn't help laughing. Haha. You offended me for Su Mo before. I think it would be the stupidest decision you have ever made in your life. Opeiji was still brooding over Wei's issues escape from marriage, and now seeing Su Mayan about to be killed, she was very happy. Hearing these words, let alone the Wei family brothers and sisters, even the Fenglin disciples, who had seen Su Mayan's strength, couldn't help but worry, because the top 16 disciples are all top talents from various forces in the 9 Netherworld, far from being comparable to those geniuses in the Maple Forest Empire. Once they recover their strength and launch a group attack on Su Mayan, the consequences will be disastrous. Just as the people of the Maple Forest Empire were secretly worried about Su Mayan, the elders of the 9 major sects finished their discussion and reached a consensus. The elder of the Thunder Sound sect announced directly, this time, we have decided to allow the top 16 disciples to enter the 4th level. Next, we will restore everyone's strength and allow you to use the original skills and weapons. But it is forbidden to use the skills on the Heavenly Monument. There are no rules in this battle, only winning or losing, and you can let everyone play. After that, the battle platforms of the top 16 suddenly rose and fell, connected together, forming a giant battle platform, allowing all 16 disciples to stand on the same battle platform. Then, the level suppression in the formation was instantly lifted, allowing everyone to restore their original spiritual power level, feeling that their bodies were full of spiritual power again. The faces of the disciples in the formation suddenly jumped into excitement, and they all looked at Su Mayan with ill intentions, with murderous intent in their eyes. Just now, they were still worried that they could not deal with her God King skills. But they did not expect Su Mo to be so stupid as to offend the elders of the 9 major sects, and be deprived of the qualification to use the God King skills. In this way, she had no advantage, and any chance of winning. Thinking of this, everyone stared at her with sharp eyes, as if they were looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. And some even couldn't wait to rub their fists, and wanted to attack Su Mayan. They knew that the chance for revenge had come. Su Mo, you never thought that you would have such a day. Ren Haoyu sneered sinisterly, and a divine spear suddenly appeared in his hand. As the saying goes, it's time to take revenge and to complain. Jin Junchu, the genius beast master of the Jin family, smiled grimly, and with a wave of his hand, he released all 6 spirit beasts. At a glance, there were 3 6th level king beasts and 3 7th level king beasts. Such a lineup was obviously much more powerful than Jin Yunzi. Of course, in addition to this, the disciples of several other forces were also aggressive, and none of them were easy to talk to. It was just that among the disciples of the Fengqi Empire, only Ren Haoyu and Jin Junchu were at the top level, and the rest were from Burning Blood Sky City, Yulu Dark Domain, and the 4 ancient clans. Therefore, Su Mayan took a quick look and found that the top 16 were Leng Xuqi from the Leng family of Fenshua Tianqing, Yin Lingquan from the Yin family, Qin Fengyu from the Qin family, and her old acquaintance Helian Yufeng. The ones from the Yunlu Dark Domain were Chao Jingzhe from the Chao family, Jiang Yujin from the Jiang family, and Bai Muqing from the Bai family. The rest were Bian Mingxian from the Evil Wind ancient clan and a sinister woman whose name Su Maoyang could not remember. 2 disciples from the Zhenwu ancient clan whom Su Maoyang had never seen before. And of course, Jing Yelong and his sister Jing Yunhan from the Feilong ancient clan. Among this group of people, except for Jing Yelong who had no ill will towards her, everyone else was staring at her covetously. Su Maoyang couldn't help laughing when she saw this scene. She originally wanted to kill only the first 9 disciples in the 4th level. But she didn't expect that the 9 major sects would take such care of her that they actually increased the number of people and sent all 15 disciples to her. This move might be intentionally targeted at her, Su Maoyang, in the eyes of outsiders. But for Su Maoyang, killing so many disciples together was undoubtedly what she wanted, saving her a lot of time and trouble. She had to thank the 9 major sects for this decision. So she smiled. However, the disciples present did not know Su Maoyang's thoughts. Seeing that she could still smile in the face of everyone's siege, they all showed strange expressions. Are you really stupid? You are about to die. But you can still laugh. Leng Shuqi looked at Su Maoyang with a look of mental retardation and sighed contemptuously. Yin Lingquan glanced at Su Maoyang arrogantly and sneered. Maybe she is really a fool. She didn't want to be a disciple of the 9 major sects, but came to die. In my opinion, she was not beaten to death, but died of stupidity. Chapter 1906 The Cowardly Feilong Prince. Qin Fengyu couldn't wait any longer, and shouted angrily, Why waste so much time talking to her? She killed so many of our disciples. I wish I could peel her skin off and pull out her tendons now. Yin Lingquan couldn't wait any longer, and immediately discussed with other disciples. Gentlemen, Su Mo is our common enemy. Let's kill her first, avenge our brothers and sisters, and then compete for the ranking of the Cloud Peak battle. How about that? The other top geniuses were so angry that they couldn't wait for a moment. After hearing what he said, they naturally had no objection and reached a consensus. Only Jing Yelong took Jing Yunhan back a few steps, intending to stay out of it. I, the Feilong ancient clan, will not participate in your feud with Su Mo. Hearing this, the top geniuses of other forces all cast unfriendly eyes at Jing Yelong. Yin Lingquan looked at Jing Yelong with contempt and laughed sarcastically. I saw Prince Feilong speak for Su Mo before, and would rather offend us than defend her. Now she is besieged by everyone and is about to die. I thought the prince would stand up for her, but I didn't expect him to stand aside and watch. It's really surprising. This prince and she are just casual acquaintances, and we can't say that we have a deep friendship. What's more, this prince doesn't like to meddle in other people's business. Jing Yelong pretended not to hear his implication and replied lightly. Ren Hao you couldn't help but sneer after hearing this, and asked sarcastically, Prince Feilong, you said before that we are inferior to her in every way, and you can't bear to see us humiliate her. You offended all of us, but you still want to defend her. Is this called not meddlesome? In my opinion, you know that the general trend is unstoppable, and you can no longer protect her. So you decided to draw a line. After all, the quota for the Cloud Peak battle is more important than a woman. Leng Shuqi looked at Jing Yelong with disappointment after hearing this, and sighed with disdain. It is said that Prince Feilong is a fearless person, but I didn't expect that he is also a coward. Su Mo, it seems that your last flower protector can't protect you. It's really pitiful. Other top talents did not expect that the famous Prince Feilong was actually a coward who was afraid of death. They also shook their heads with contempt, and the sarcasm on their lips was particularly eye-catching. Jing Yelong turned a deaf ear to such humiliation, and sat at the edge of the battle platform without changing his face. Because the edge of the battle platform is a place for everyone to rest. It is protected by a special protective cover, and will not be injured by the power erupting from the center of the battle platform. Therefore, his move undoubtedly showed his attitude, and he had no intention of intervening. Such an action might be seen as cowardly and incompetent by other disciples. But only Jing Yelong himself knew that Su Mo's terrifying strength did not require his help. You know, she burst out with fighting power at the gate of the Immortal Palace. And even the gatekeeper of the Immortal Palace died in her hands. Now she is just facing a group of young people who lack combat experience, and are only in the early stage of Supreme Sovereign Spiritual Master. Isn't it a piece of cake for her? Moreover, she must have obtained inheritance, and gained a lot when she entered the Immortal Palace. Now she is much more powerful than when she first entered the Immortal Palace. Therefore, these geniuses in front of her are really not good enough. Therefore, he only needs to sit aside and watch the show, and wait for Sumo to deal with all these idiots. At that time, he and his sister will be able to become the second and third place without any effort. So why not? Jing Yunhan on the side couldn't figure out her brother's mind. After all, her brother has always been so moody. He can be brothers and speak for justice in the previous second, and turn his face against people in the next second. This is already commonplace, and she is too lazy to ask. In fact, she was relieved that he didn't help Sumo deal with these geniuses, because although they are beast masters and have a certain advantage in numbers, these top geniuses are not easy to deal with. If they really anger this group of people, their end will definitely not be much better. So, looking at the whole scene, it seems that Su Maoyang is the only one who understands Jing Yelong the most. Seeing that he was staying out of the matter, she simply sat down, pretending to be watching the fun, and knew what he was up to. This Jing Yelong really wanted to reap the benefits of the world. However, seeing that he had defended her several times, spoke for her, and was really worried about her, she was too lazy to bother with him. At this time, Qin Fengyu saw that everyone was planning to deal with Su Maoyang together, and he was too lazy to talk nonsense. He just waved his hand, summoned the artifact, and swung the hammer in his hand towards Su Maoyang. Lung Xuqi, Yan Lingquan, and Helyan Yufeng saw this, and did not delay. They rushed towards her like an arrow from a bow, and the weapons in their hands broke through the air, carrying the spiritual power that only the Supreme Lord Spiritual Master had, with the momentum of penetrating everything. Seeing this, Ren Haoyu and Jin Junchu of the Fengqi Empire, Bian Mingxian and Bian Xuanan of the Xiefeng Ancient Clan, two disciples of the Zhenwu Ancient Clan, and Chao Jingjia, Xiang Yujin, and Bai Xinmi of the Yunlu Dark Domain also burst out with spiritual power, and stretched out their evil hands towards Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang saw the hammer coming, and used her speed to dodge it. Seeing that the disciples of the Dark Domain of Linian Tower had joined in, she narrowed her eyes in anger, and reminded them coldly, "I didn't kill your disciples of the Dark Domain of Yun Tower. I advise you not to get involved in this muddy water. If you hurt or kill someone later, don't blame me for not reminding you. Hey, you are so arrogant. You think you are worthy of hurting us. You take yourself too seriously. I heard that you injured Jiang Zhenlin and Chao Xini before. Today I will seek justice for them. Watch me." Jiang Yujin, as the top genius of the Jiang family, naturally couldn't swallow the bad breath when she heard that her brother was beaten and humiliated. After saying that, she greeted her aggressively. As for the two geniuses of the Zhenwu Ancient Clan, they were not very convinced by Su Maoyang, because she had the highest battle platform. Jing Yelong and Yin Lafeng ridiculed them for not being as good as Su Mo. Now they wanted to see how powerful Su Mo was. So, Su Maoyang really angered everyone this time, and there was no chance of her surviving. However, just when everyone was gloating, Su Maoyang waved his hand, took out a pair of swords, turned his wrist quickly, and swept forward, emitting a dazzling golden light like the sun, which made everyone's eyes narrow and their steps pause slightly. Then, they heard the sound of breaking through the air like the roar of a dragon and a tiger, sweeping towards them. The overwhelming momentum instantly forced them to step back a few steps. Feeling this kind of power, everyone looked at Su Maoyang with some surprise, obviously not expecting that she was really good. But although there was some surprise, it was not to the extent of shock. At this time, Jin Hani was shocked by the previous slash, and his face changed drastically. Chapter 1907. She was exposed. Sun and Moon Demon Slash. That was Sun and Moon Demon Slash. At the beginning, Jin Hani went to Qinglian Temple with Mu Qingqing, who was disguised as Yunlu Emperor Concubine, to pay tribute to the gods. On the way back, they were ambushed by the elders of the Ning family and the Lu family. At that time, he saw Yunlu Emperor Concubine perform such a skill and killed several elders. That kind of strength, that kind of sharpness, that kind of fierceness. He still remembers it vividly and can't get rid of it. Now, he actually saw the skill of Sun and Moon Demon Slash in Sumo's hands. What does this mean? The answer is already obvious. Su Maoyang. She is Su Maoyang, the woman married by Yunlu Emperor, the mistress of Yunlu Dark Domain, Yunlu Emperor Concubine. Realizing this, Jin Hani was shocked and widened his eyes. His handsome face was as pale as if it was covered with a layer of paste. You know, when he was in Fengchi Empire, he still remembered that Sun Moon Demon Slash was only a divine martial art. He didn't expect that it had only been a short time, but she had already cultivated it to the first-grade Divine King skill. What kind of abnormal cultivation speed is this? If she really cultivates at this speed, she could easily kill the Pekinate Monarch Spirit Master half a year ago. Now, can't she ignore these early Supreme Monarch Spirit Masters directly? What's more, she has so many powerful spirit beasts, each of which is stronger than his brother's spirit beast, and the outcome is almost suspenseful. Thinking of this, Jean Hani was horrified, seeing Jin Junshu rushing towards her with a group of spirit beasts regardless of anything. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Brother, be careful. She is very powerful." And several elders of the Liu family and the Ning family died in her hands. Although he had intended to conceal the death of the elders of the Liu and Ning families for her, and did not want to see Su Maoyang in danger, Jin Junshu was the last remaining beast genius of the Jin family. Once he died, the Jin family would be finished. So Jin Hani could not sit idly by. After all, he was the son of the Jin family, and he grew up with the grace of the Jin family. How could he watch the Jin family fall? In addition, he had personally witnessed Su Maoyang's strength and knew how terrifying she was. Now that she had the courage to face so many top geniuses, she must have a backup plan. So he was more worried that Jin Junshu would make unnecessary sacrifices. But as soon as these words came out, Jin Junshu had no time to be shocked. And the Liu and Ning families outside were like being struck by lightning, with their eyes wide open in shock, showing an expression that they could not grasp the key. Speaking of which, since they sent Liu Jr., Liu Huntao, Ning Libin, Ning Lifeng and others to assassinate Mu Qingqing, they have completely lost the news of these four people, and their bodies have not been found so far, because they didn't see the bodies alive or dead. They held some hope and kept tracking down the whereabouts of these four people. But who knew that they would die at the hands of Su Mo? Such a truth was beyond everyone's expectations. In the formation, Ning Mo's Hang, who was on the low battle platform, learned the inside story of the assassination. Strictly speaking, it was planned by him and the Ning family. Naturally, he was confused about the disappearance of several elders. But now, when he heard Jin Hani's words, his heart was shocked, and he suddenly had an idea. He pointed at Su Maoyang with horror on his face and shouted excitedly, "Su Maoyang! It's Su Maoyang! She is the Yunlu Emperor concubine of the Yunlu Dark Domain. Su Maoyang!" Some time ago, the story of the Yunlu concubine pretending to be Mu Qingqing and breaking into the Imperial Mausoleum to steal the inheritance was a hot topic. If Mu Qingqing was pretended to be the Yunlu concubine, then the person assassinated by Liu Huntao and Ning Lifeng might be the Yunlu concubine. Now, Jin Hani said that they died at the hands of Su Mo. So there is only one answer. Su Mo is the Yunlu concubine. Ning Mashan's words were too sudden, like a thunderclap, instantly shocking the disciples present and the people outside, especially the Lung family of Fenxue Tianqing, the deans of the 3 colleges and the president of the Alchemy Guild. One by one, as if they were hit by a stick, with stiff expressions, pale faces, open mouths, and unable to speak for a long time. Back then, Su Maoyang fought hard against the heroes and fought to the death. He was able to escape from the siege of so many people. It can be seen that his talent and strength have reached a very terrifying level. It is precisely because they witness Su Maoyang's amazing fighting power that they still feel resentful and worried, fearing that she will come back to take revenge one day. Unexpectedly, the thing they worried about finally came. Now, she not only came back, but also killed so many disciples of their Burning Blood City with force. And now she is going to attack their top genius. Seeing this, they couldn't help but echo the heart-wrenching roar she burst out when she left Burning Blood. And a chill suddenly ran through their hearts. This woman is a devil. She was very scary back then. After such a long time, she must have become even more terrifying after returning with a blood feud. However, in order to maintain their own face, and to cover up the conspiracy of coveting Su Maoyang's evil blood tripod and encircling and suppressing, they kept many details secret. The only people who really knew the inside story were those who were present that day. And they've always claimed to the outside world that Su Maoyang was rescued by a master. So even the disciples and their family are not very clear about the specific situation back then. After all, if everyone knew that they had so many elders, but couldn't do anything to a yellow-haired girl, wouldn't they be laughed at by the world? So, they knew what kind of pervert Su Maoyang was. But their disciples didn't know. And they were outside the formation. So they couldn't remind these disciples. And they could only worry. As for the elders and disciples of Fengqi Empire, they were even more out of the situation. And they didn't know what kind of terrible opponent they were facing. Because they only had a chance encounter with Su Maoyang. And it was because she broke into the imperial mausoleum to steal the inheritance and alarmed several ancestors that they learned of her identity. But they had never seen her strength. All the rumors about her were based on Emperor Yunlu. They only knew that she was the woman that Emperor Yunlu placed on the tip of his heart. And they knew very little else. So everyone was shocked when they saw the scene in front of them. They never expected that this woman who had passed 5 levels, and killed 6 generals, and killed many of their disciples was actually the imperial concubine of Yunlu. The top talents, who besieged Su Maoyang, were also shocked by the truth. They looked at Su Maoyang with shock. Su Maoyang saw that her identity was exposed, and was too lazy to hide anymore. Her clear voice resounded in the void, and shook everyone's heart. Yes, you guessed right. I am the imperial concubine of Yunlu. Su Maoyang, your great enemy is back. After the voice fell, Su Maoyang gently stroked her face, and immediately revealed her stunning face that could overwhelm the whole country. Chapter 1908 Stunning Appearance. It was an impeccably refined oval face, delicate and unmatched, like ice and snow, as if it was made of jade, which made people unable to look away. The slender black eyebrows were as soft and beautiful as a crescent moon. But at this moment, they were slightly frowned, revealing a bit of heroism and majesty that was rare in women. The pair of clear and bright black eyes under the eyebrows seemed to hide stars, and seemed to be carved from gems, flashing a charming light, like a bottomless deep pool. And if you look at it for a few more times, you will be immersed in it. The straight nose and the delicate red lips were exquisite, embellished on this flower-like face, which was even more beautiful. The 3,000 black hairs were blown by the breath released from her body, dancing in the wind, outlining her beautiful face and slender figure like Kunlun jade, exuding a faint brilliance, which made people's hearts ripple and fascinated. Although most of the disciples from the Cloud Tower Dark Domain, Fengqi Empire, and Fenchua Tiancheng had seen Su Maoyang's true appearance, they were still stunned by her beauty again, because, after not seeing her for such a long time, they found that she was more beautiful than before. She was beautiful before, but she lacked the charm of a woman. But after growing up in the past few years, she has lost her immaturity. Not only has her appearance become beautiful and charming, but her temperament has also become noble and elegant. She can be regarded as a real beauty. And even Chu Yuyin, the #1 beauty of that year, can't catch up. Thinking of this, everyone was shocked. And Chu Yuyin, who was sitting in the seat of the Yuchi family, was hit as if she fell into an ice cellar, and her whole body was cold. She was the #1 beauty in the Cloud Tower Dark Domain back then. She was held in the palm of the hand by many people. No matter where she went, she could receive everyone's amazing eyes. She didn't take Su Maoyang seriously at all, because although Su Maoyang was beautiful at that time, she was still not as eye-catching as she was. But not long after that, she was completely outshined by Su Maoyang. Now, not only did she lose her proud appearance, but all that was left was a withered body that was barely surviving. She was no longer qualified to stand with Su Maoyang. Such a blow made her feel so painful that she wanted to die. As for the 4 ancient clans, who had never seen Su Maoyang's true appearance, they were stunned by the amazement, and their eyes were fixed on Su Maoyang as if they were rusty. They really didn't expect that the Yunlu Emperor's concubine, who was of humble status and had a bad reputation, would be such a stunning beauty. No wonder even the Yunlu Emperor was fascinated by her. This woman was really very attractive. And the women in the 4 ancient clans, who wanted to compete for the position of the Emperor's concubine, seeing such an extraordinary appearance, frowned in jealousy, with dark and smelly expressions. So she is the imperial concubine of Yunlu. She actually pretended to be someone from the Maple Forest Empire, disguised herself as an ugly woman, and went to the dinner held in the Yunlu Dark Domain to make trouble. She really made us go around in circles. Nie Qiang was jealous and snorted in dissatisfaction. Bian Heyue was also angry and his face turned black. No wonder she is so arrogant. She attacked our 4 ancient clans as soon as she came. It turns out that she was demonstrating to us. Hee hee. Demonstration? A woman who was driven out of the Yunlu dark domain. What kind of power is she showing? I think she knew that her position as an imperial concubine was not guaranteed. So she ran to the dinner to make trouble. But she couldn't let go of her face, and was afraid of being ridiculed. So she specially disguised herself, and hid her identity. Is such a jumping clown qualified to demonstrate? Zui Yinqian snorted disdainfully, obviously misunderstanding Su Maoyang's act of hiding his identity. Yes, Miss Zui. That's right. A woman who was driven out of the Yunlu dark domain and despised by the Yunlu emperor. Even if she protested, it would only be a joke. Nie Qiang rarely agreed with Zui Yinqian's words, and laughed immediately. Now, everyone knew Su Maoyang's identity, and saw the appearance of the emperor's concubine with their own eyes. For a while, everyone talked about it. Some were shocked. Some were envious. Some were jealous. And some were sarcastic. The most shocked person was none other than Prince Filong. At this time, Jing Yelong saw that beautiful face, and was shocked like a thunderbolt. He was stunned on the spot. His head buzzed and went blank. He just stared at Su Maoyang with his eyes. Yunlu Emperor's concubine. She turned out to be Yunlu Emperor's concubine. He never thought that this Su Imo was not only not an ugly woman, but also a peerless beauty. And even the Yunlu Emperor's concubine he had always been interested in. It turned out that the woman he had always been curious about was right next to him. This feeling was like a dream. Too unreal. Jing Yunhan, who was standing by, was also shocked. But not as much as Jing Yelong. At most, she was jealous of Su Maoyang's appearance. So when she saw her brother, her eyes were wide open, and she angrily scolded. Your eyeballs are about to fall out. Jing Yelong suddenly came to his senses after being scolded by her. He coughed twice with guilt and slightly restrained his expression. But he still couldn't bear to look away. But, for some reason, when he learned about Su Mo's true identity, and saw the legendary imperial concubine with his own eyes, it was not as interesting as he had originally thought. Instead, it made him depressed and indescribably depressed. Humph. Vixen. It turns out that you rely on that skin to get to the top. Jing Yunhan was upset to see her brother paying so much attention to a woman, and cursed. But Jin Hani, who was below the battle stage, knew that Su Maoyang was not only stunningly beautiful, but also more amazingly strong. Even if these geniuses tried their best, they might not be able to do anything to her, let alone be deceived by her appearance. I am afraid they would not even know how they died later. So, thinking of this, Jin Hani was anxious and shouted to stop him. Brother, this Su Maoyang is very strong. I have seen her kill a peak Xiantian Junlingshi with my own eyes. You should crush the teleportation ball and get out quickly. And don't take revenge anymore. Jin Hani. Are you crazy? You actually asked me to give up the battle and be a deserter? Jin Junchu was stunned by Su Maoyang's identity. Before he could make a move, he was so angry that his face turned blue, and he angrily refuted by Jin Hani's words. Jin Hani didn't care about deserters. Saving his life was the most important thing at the moment. He tried his best to persuade him. Brother, once the 4th level enters the battle, the teleportation ball will be completely ineffective. If you want to escape by then, it will be too late. Besides, she is the concubine of the Emperor of Yunlu. The woman of the Emperor of Yunlu. If you hurt her, how can the Emperor let you go? You have to think clearly. The requirements of the last level are more stringent than the previous ones. Once the battle state is entered, the teleportation ball will automatically become ineffective. In other words, once the battle is decided, it is a life and death struggle, and there is no turning back. So, after hearing this, Ren Haoyu and Jin Junchu hesitated a little, and they were indeed a little concerned about Su Maoyang's identity. Chapter 1909. What a fool! A woman from the Zhenwu ancient clan did not know the relationship between the Emperor and Su Maoyang. After hearing this, she snorted coldly. Humph. I heard that she was suspected of killing the eldest princess, and had been driven out of the Yunlu dark domain by the Emperor a long time ago. She is no longer the Emperor's concubine. Even the Emperor doesn't want a woman. And you, a man of 7 feet tall, are afraid of her identity. It's really ridiculous. Everyone who attended the dinner knew that if Su Maoyang had not been driven out of the Yunlu dark domain, the King Pingxiang of the Yunlu dark domain would not have invited the 4 ancient clans to marry them. And the Yunlu dark domain was so ostentatious in selecting concubines for the Emperor. And the Emperor did not come forward to stop it. which means that he acquiesced to their behavior. So, how could the emperor protect such a woman who had fallen out of favor and had a grudge against the Yunlu Dark Domain? Thinking of this, Ye Qixiang did not hesitate for a moment, and directly drew her sword and slashed at Su Maoyang. Today I want to see how you, the former imperial concubine, can climb into the bed of the emperor, since her appearance is not as good as Su Maoyang. Then, as the top genius of the Zhenwu ancient clan, she must crush her in strength and let her know that if you want to become the woman of the emperor, you can't just have a good-looking skin. The Yin Xuanan was also full of hostility towards Su Maoyang, and roared angrily. A divorced woman, who was driven out of the Yunlu Dark Domain, dared to kill the disciples of my Xiefeng ancient clan. Today I will kill you for the emperor. I believe that the emperor will be grateful to me for getting rid of you. The scourge, for the Yunlu Dark Domain. Prince Pingxiang had previously expressed his intention to marry the 4 ancient clans, and now is the time for them to show their skills. As long as they kill Su Maoyang forcefully and perform better than the previous imperial concubine, the position of imperial concubine will be theirs. Seeing 2 women who were jealous of her and eager to show themselves rushing towards her, Su Maoyang's eyes flashed with a dark light. She did not rush to fight, but quickly retreated to avoid their attacks. Lung Xuqi, Xin Fengyu, Yin Lingquan and Helian Yufeng of Finchua Tiancheng were already standing on the opposite side of Yunlu Dark Domain, and they were not afraid of offending the emperor. The key point was that Su Maoyang killed so many descendants of their family. Such a blood feud should not be avenged. Therefore, they did not hesitate at all, and surrounded him, and a battle broke out. Back then, you were lucky and were rescued from Burning Blood City by a master. But this time, you are in a formation, and no one can save you except the 9 elders. You will die today. Lung Xuqi had not participated in the encirclement and suppression, and did not know the truth of the year. Naturally, he did not know Su Maoyang's strength. As he said that, he swung a few whips, wanting to beat Su Maoyang to death. Xin Fengyu was even more simple and rough. Every time the iron hammer fell, it was with overwhelming force, as if it was going to smash a hole in the ground. Yin Lingquan was extremely sharp, holding 2 axes, drawing 2 bright lights in the air, and slashing away forcefully. Even Helian Yufeng, who had always been low-key and pretended to be weak, was now aggressive, waving a long sword, with a strong pressure, and stabbing straight ahead. Seeing the battle break out, Jin Hani was worried that Jin Junchu would really go to die, and he refused to give up trying to persuade him. Brother, you can't go. You are no match for her, and you will only die if you go. Leave here now, and don't make a meaningless sacrifice. Jin Yunxiao, who was outside, was almost pissed off to death by Jin Hani when he heard this. He cursed. 4th brother is getting more and more outrageous. After so many years of being in the arms of Mu Qingqing, he has become a cowardly coward. He actually boosted others' ambitions and destroyed his own prestige. Although Su Mo is quite powerful, my eldest brother is also a supreme master of spirits, and he has 6 powerful spirit beasts. Now he is fighting with so many top talents. Does he think that so many supreme masters of spirits and spirit beasts can't do anything to Su Mo? It's ridiculous. You should know that Jin Junchu is the brother that Jin Yunxiao admires the most. He not only has powerful spiritual power, but also has amazing talent for contracted beasts. In her mind, he is a perfect and impeccable person, so she has always regarded him as her role model. On the other hand, Jin Hani, a waste who relies on women to survive, has always made her despise him. Now she actually heard him instigating Jin Junchu to be a deserter. Jin Yunxiao felt ashamed and despised him to the extreme. She didn't believe that a genius beast contracted by Jin Junchu couldn't do anything to Su Maoyang. Seeing Jin Hani's interference, Jin Yelong was worried that Jin Junchu and Ren Haoyu would really crush the teleportation ball and leave. He couldn't help but sneer and sarcastically said, "Are all the geniuses of Fengqi Empire so useless? So many people besieged a woman, and you didn't dare to step forward to fight. You are really cowardly." Jin Junchu knew the strength of the elders of the Ning family and the Lu family. He knew that although they were only peak and 8 Jun Lingshi, and had not reached the level of Supreme Jun Lingshi, their combat power was very strong, and this woman could easily kill the opponent, which showed that her combat power was also extremely strong. Therefore, because of this, he and Ran Haoyu stopped and planned to wait and see, but who knew that their caution would actually earn them a reputation of being cowardly. At this time, they received Jing Yelong's contemptuous gaze, and were immediately angry and gnashed their teeth. You didn't join the battle either. And you have the nerve to humiliate us. Jin Junchu snorted with the same disdain. Jing Yelong laughed and shook his head. Hee hee. I'm different from you. The disciples of my Phylong ancient clan were not slaughtered. And my Phylong ancient clan did not suffer any casualties. There is no need to get involved. But you are different. So many of your disciples died. And they were almost killed by Su Imo. But you didn't dare to take revenge. What else is cowardly? In my opinion, the disciples of Fengqi Empire are all trash. And it's not a pity to die. Eugene Junchu was immediately furious. And his veins bulged. Ran Haoyu, who was standing aside, could not swallow this bitter breath. Seeing Su Maoyang being forced to retreat step by everyone, he could not sit still any longer and growled at Jin Junchu. Go ahead. I still don't believe that so many Supreme Lord spiritual masters can't do anything to a woman. Jin Junchu could not bear it any longer and gritted his teeth and said, Yes, if you can't do anything to a woman, you might as well die. It was already a shame for so many people to besiege a woman. And if they didn't even join such a battle, and even thought about being a deserter, they would probably become a laughing stock in the world. Thinking of this, they no longer hesitated and rushed into the battle circle one after another. At this time, Ye Qixiang saw Su Maoyang being forced into a state of embarrassment by her moves, and retreated backwards. She sneered with contempt. Former imperial concubine, your strength is not that good. Su Maoyang saw that everyone had joined the battle and could no longer turn back. Only then did a strange smile bloom on the corner of his mouth. And a cold voice struck his heart. You actually fell for Lu Liman's tricks. What a fool. Chapter 1910 A bunch of useless trash. Hearing this suddenly, Ye Qixiang was shocked and her eyes widened. Then she saw Su Maoyang suddenly stop retreating and suddenly attack, rushing towards her as fast as a leopard. There was no panic at all. Ye Qixiang did not expect the sudden change, and her face changed drastically. She swung her sword and chopped. But Su Maoyang threw out a scimitar with a flick of his hand. The scimitar strangled out like a spiral, with a silver blade light, like a crescent moon, revealing a compelling murderous aura, instantly smashing her sword light to pieces, and rushed straight to Ye Qixiang, catching her off guard. She subconsciously bent back to avoid this sharp attack. But Su Maoyang's speed was amazing, and he arrived in the blink of an eye like a rainbow light. Without waiting for Ye Qixiang to straighten up, he raised his hand and dropped heavily, and the other scimitar suddenly stabbed into Ye Qixiang's chest. A sinister voice sounded slowly like a death knell. A waste who can't even resist one of my moves is worthy of coveting the position of the Emperor's concubine. You are overestimating yourself. I hope you can grow a brain in your next life and don't be stupid again. One hit to kill. Su Maoyang did not stop at all, and quickly pulled out the scimitar, which instantly brought a stream of blood and drew a shocking arc in the air. Ye Qixiang was stabbed in the vitals, and a look of horror appeared on her face. She never thought that as a supreme master of the monarch, she would die under a scimitar without any spiritual power. What a shame! With Su Maoyang's sarcastic voice echoing in her ears, Ye Qixiang's heart was hit twice, and she fell down with her eyes open. Then, everyone saw that before the blood in the air fell to the ground, Su Maoyang turned around and brushed past Ye Qixiang's body, then nimbly approached another disciple of the Zhenwu ancient clan, flipped his wrist, slashed back, and instantly cut out a brilliant glaze. The disciple of the Zhenwu ancient clan felt the terrifying power crushing him, and was terrified. He quickly raised his sword to resist, and injected spiritual power into the sharp sword, which collided with Su Maoyang's blade light. And suddenly a sword sound broke out in the air, and a fierce aura shook, and even he himself could not bear it, and was blasted away. I believe that other early Supreme Lord spiritual masters would be unable to resist. But Su Maoyang ignored it, and killed them with one sword. She flew up like an eagle, and her cold voice was full of murderous intent. I originally had no intention of making enemies with the Zhenwu ancient clan. Since you like to give away your heads, then I will fulfill your wish. Go to hell. As she said this, she waved her arms one after another, not giving the disciples of the Zhenwu ancient clan any chance to retreat. The dazzling and scorching golden light like the sun burst out, and immediately cut the body of the Zhenwu ancient clan into several pieces, and they all rolled to the ground. Seeing the two early Supreme Lord spiritual masters of the Zhenwu ancient clan die one after another, the other geniuses were shocked and their faces became quite ugly. You know, They had been chasing Su Maoyang just now, launching violent attacks continuously, but still failed to stop her actions, allowing her to successfully kill 2 disciples. Isn't this a shame for them? But she was too fast. As soon as they attacked in one direction, she switched to another direction. Whether attacking or moving, she was as fast as lightning, and it was impossible to catch her trajectory. So, they made several moves, but they missed one after another, and they didn't even touch Su Maoyang's hair. I really don't know what kind of skill she practiced to make her speed so fast. This Su Imo is very powerful. Everyone can't hold back anymore. Bian Mingxian saw this scene and no longer dared to underestimate the enemy, and shouted seriously, "They have joined the battle. There is no turning back, and the only way to survive is to work together to kill Su Maoyang." Hearing this, everyone burst out all the spiritual power in their bodies and attacked more vigorously, as if they wanted to chop Su Maoyang into mincemeat. So, at this time, Su Maoyang only saw the long spears, swords, broadswords, long whips, hammers, double axes, and various divine weapons around him coming fiercely at him, with spiritual power bursting out and martial arts blooming. Each time it was with a strong pressure and momentum, as if it had woven into a huge spiritual net, enveloping Su Maoyang and leaving her nowhere to escape. Seeing this, Su Maoyang grinned and asked sarcastically, "Is this all your strength? You are as weak as a chicken. And you have the nerve to call yourself a top genius. You are almost a top fool." After saying that, Su Maoyang flicked his wrist, and the 2 swords were summoned, and immediately slashed 2 silver lights in the direction of Bian Mingxian and Bian Xuanan. At the same time, Su Maoyang's footsteps trembled, and he exerted his speed skills to the extreme, turning into a series of afterimages, quickly avoiding the spiritual power attacks from the sky, and rushed towards the 2 disciples of the Evil Wind Ancient Clan. Lung Xiuqi saw her attacking the 2 disciples of the Evil Wind Ancient Clan, and knew that the opportunity had come. His eyes flashed, and he quickly went behind her, accumulated enough strength, and swung a whip heavily. The fierce spiritual power wrapped on the long whip instantly ignited a raging fire, and with the power to burn everything, he whipped towards Su Maoyang to kill. Although the crowd watching could not personally feel the power of the flames and spiritual power intertwined, they could imagine that once this power fell on Su Maoyang, she would definitely be burned to ashes. Realizing this, everyone held their breath and looked forward to Ling Xiuqi's one-shot kill. However, Su Maoyang, who was attacking the Evil Wind Ancient Clan, seemed to have eyes behind him. Seeing that the fire whip was about to fall, he suddenly jumped to the side, exposing Bian Mingxian. Lung Xiuqi was anxious when he saw that he missed the target, but it was too late to change direction. The fire whip hit Bian Mingxian's arm and burned it to ashes in an instant. "Lung Xiuqi, you are looking for death." Bian Mingxian covered his broken arm, gnashing his teeth in pain and roaring angrily. Lung Xiuqi was helpless and could only calm him down temporarily. "Killing Su Maoyang is the most important thing now. We'll settle our accounts later," she said without hesitation, and yelled at Yan Lingquan and Qin Fengyu. "You 2 attack her at close range, and I'll whip her from a distance." Qin Fengyu gave her a disdainful look. "Forget it. You can't even hit people accurately. If we attack at close range, we will be burned to death by you before being beaten to death by Su Maoyang." With the previous experience of Bian Mingxian, they dared not assist casually. "Humph. A bunch of useless trash. You can't even resist my whip fire." Lung Xiuqi knew that he couldn't count on them, so he had to give up cooperation. Whipped Su Maoyang again, and followed closely. She was worried that Su Maoyang would dodge again and refuse to face the enemy head-on. So she gritted her teeth and yelled, "Su Maoyang, if you have the guts, don't hide. Let's fight openly." Su Maoyang really stopped where he was when he heard this, without dodging, but his tone was particularly sarcastic. "Uh-huh. You have more than a dozen people besieging me, and you still have the nerve to say that we are fighting openly? The children of the Lung family are really shameless." Chapter 1911. The 9 sects take action. Ling Xiuqi was hit in the heart by her words. Unable to refute, he waved the whip again in anger, gritting his teeth and yelling, "I must beat you to death today." At this time, Su Maoyang, seeing the fire whip about to fall on her, stood still, with a sarcastic sneer on the corner of his mouth, and then gently raised his hand and grabbed the flying fire whip. With a puff, the flame covering the whip was instantly extinguished, and only puffs of white smoke emerged. Lung Xuqi was immediately frightened by the scene in front of him, and his face turned pale. It was as if a thunder exploded above his head, and he looked horrified. How could it be? How could this be? That is a top-grade divine skill. Even if it is not as powerful as the Divine King's skill, it is definitely not as useless as being extinguished by someone's hand. At this time, not only Lung Xuqi was scared to death, but also the top talents and the people watching the battle were shocked. They obviously did not expect Su Maoyang to grab the fierce divine whip in his hand and extinguish the fire with a casual pinch. Such a move was too shocking and difficult to digest. Su Maoyang saw Lung Xuqi and several other talents staring at him in horror, but smiled and nodded. You are right. They can't even resist such a rubbish whip fire. They are really a group of useless trash. Hearing Su Maoyang agree with her words, Lung Xuqi was not happy, but vomited blood in anger, while humiliating others as trash. She also ridiculed her weapons and skills for being too bad. This Su Maoyang was too poisonous and too discouraging. However, Su Maoyang was too lazy to bother with her at this time, and just snorted coldly. You actually use such martial arts against someone with strange fire. You are looking for death. As he spoke, Su Maoyang held the long whip and pulled it in his direction, immediately pulling Lung Xuqi over, and the cold air in his palm burst out, and he slapped out with a bang. That palm seemed to be covered with ice spikes, and it fell heavily on Lung Xuqi's body, instantly piercing her with thousands of holes, bleeding, and falling in a pool of blood, which was particularly tragic. Seeing this, everyone else gasped in horror, but Su Maoyang was unwilling to delay at all. He stretched out his hand suddenly, and recalled the two swords that were blocking the attack in the air. He accumulated enough spiritual power and swept across, emitting dazzling golden light, burning power, and fierce spiritual power, sweeping in the direction of Qin Fengyu and Yan Lingquan. The two were immediately shocked and sighed in disbelief. An early-stage Supreme Master. It turned out to be an early-stage Supreme Master. They fought for several rounds, and saw that Su Maoyang still killed 3 early-stage Supreme Masters under the siege of many Supreme Masters. They thought that this person was at least a mid-level Supreme Lord Spiritual Master, or even at a higher level. But they didn't know that she was actually an early-stage Supreme Lord Spiritual Master like them. However, with the same level, she was able to fight 12 people alone, and easily killed 3 geniuses of the same level. Such combat power can no longer be described as powerful. It is simply terrifying. However, they realized this too late. The sword light wrapped in spiritual power was unstoppable, and swept over them domineeringly, leaving them powerless to resist and retreating in fear. But where could they retreat to? The moment they decided to join the battle, the teleportation ball was invalid, and there was no chance to regret. The winner lives. The loser dies. This is the rule of the battle at Yunding. No one can be an exception. So, the next second, everyone saw the arrogant Yan Lingquan and Qin Fengyu being killed with a single sword. Their arrogant words were still ringing in their ears. They looked down on Su Maoyang, and their aggressive actions were still vivid. But now, they were cut in half by Su Maoyang, and the huge contrast shocked everyone. Bian Ningxian saw that 3 of the 4 disciples of Fenxue Tiancheng died in the blink of an eye, and he was terrified and quickly retreated. His arm had been burned, and he had lost more than half of his combat power. So how could he dare to continue fighting? However, Su Maoyang did not intend to let him go easily. With a wave of his hand, the cold air burst out, and immediately condensed into ice spikes in the air, and stabbed towards Bian Ningxian. The speed of the ice spike was too fast, and Bian Ningxian had no time to dodge it. He was stabbed in the forehead, and fell to the ground. Another top genius fell, and the people outside were in an uproar. Su Maoyang ignored the siege of more than a dozen people, and killed half of the top geniuses in less than half an hour. If she continued to slaughter like this, the remaining geniuses would not be spared. Seeing this, Mu Qingwan, the queen of Fengqi Empire, could not sit still. She suppressed her anger and pleaded. 9 elders. This Su Mo is cruel and ruthless. Too rampant. And it is clear that she wants to slaughter all the geniuses. If she is allowed to continue to kill, the top geniuses in Jiuyu will die. How are you going to select talents in the 9 Netherworld in the future? The 9 elders originally wanted Su Maoyang to die in the formation, but they didn't know that this person was not only talented, but also very powerful. So many top talents surrounded her, but they couldn't do anything to her. It seems that only they can do it themselves. It's okay. Thinking of this, the elder of Wuzong's sword sect nodded slightly and agreed. This woman is indeed a bit too much. After speaking, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped the formation. Su Maoyang had just killed Bian Mingxian and was about to attack Bian Xuanan. Unexpectedly, before she could launch an attack, she was knocked back by a slap in the air. She fell to the ground and spit out blood. Originally, when she was comprehending the skills in the second level, she was injured by the elders of the 9 sections. Unexpectedly, these elders would ignore the rules and attack her again. It was really too much. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang was furious and wiped with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He questioned dissatisfiedly, 9 seniors, you attacked me and injured me in the second level, and stopped me from comprehending the skills. But now you ignore the rules and forcefully intervene in the battle. What is your intention? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. After a moment of stunned silence, they suddenly realized that Su Maoyang was suddenly injured and vomited blood when he comprehended the 600th level. Not because he could not bear the power of the heavenly monument, but because he was secretly injured by the elders of the 9 major sects. I didn't expect that the 9 major sects, who are so high and mighty, would do such a despicable and shameless thing. Don't talk nonsense here. You just killed so many disciples. You are vicious and cruel. Even if I kill you, it is to eliminate harm for the 9 nether realm. The elder of the Wuzong sword sect was exposed by her for the ugly things in the second level, and he couldn't hold his face and raised his hand again, wanting to kill her. Chapter 1912 Rescue Her. Su Maoyang had not used her ultimate moves in the previous battle. After all, these idiots were not worthy of exposing all her strength. But now she felt the palm print from the sky. She knew that she was no match for the 9 sects, and she had to do her best to resist. Then, she quickly urged her mental power and prepared to release the pure world green lotus platform to resist the power of these old guys. However, before she could summon it, she heard a loud voice suddenly sounded. Elders of the Wuzong sword sect, please respect yourself. The rules of the Cloud Peak battle are that no one can interfere with the disciples' battles. The forces of the 9 nether realm are not allowed, and the 9 sects are also not allowed. Please, elder, don't break the rules. The heavy voice fell, and another palm print appeared in the air, slapping towards the void, and actually smashed the power of the elders of the Wuzong sword sect away. Su Maoyang felt the pressure around him lifted instantly, and was startled. He looked into the void in surprise, not understanding who was talking. The elder of Wuzong's sword sect knew the other party's identity. Seeing his power being beaten back mercilessly, he was unhappy and said angrily, Beilingjie Lord, what you said is wrong. This disciple is unwilling to join my 9 sects, and he even wants to kill other disciples. It is clear that he wants to stop us from selecting talents. Such behavior is suspected of opposing my 9 sects. If we cannot recruit satisfactory disciples and are punished by the sect leaders, can you afford this fault? Hearing the words of Beilingjie Lord, Su Maoyang was slightly shocked. It turned out that the person who spoke up for her was the Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm. She heard that since the great man who founded the Northern Spirit Realm went to the Sunluo Realm, the Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm has followed the will of that great man, guarding this place, maintaining the order of the Northern Spirit Realm, and the rules of the Cloud Peak battle. So, Su Maoyang guessed that this Lord of the Realm had a close relationship with the great man who founded the Northern Spirit Realm. However, she didn't know what the specific relationship was. The only thing that was certain was that this Lord of the Realm existed independently, did not rely on any force, and was not a member of the 9 major sects. Now that he saw someone breaking the rules, it was reasonable for him to stop them. But despite this, Su Maoyang still felt a little grateful to him. I don't care about the attitude of your 9 major sections. I am only responsible for maintaining the order of the Northern Spirit Realm, and will not allow anyone to break it, the Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm said coldly. The elders of the Thunder Sound sect were also very dissatisfied with the attitude of the Lord of the North Spirit Realm, and said unhappily, Lord of the North Spirit Realm, this disciple has killed so many geniuses. He is simply a cancer in the 9 netherworld. What's wrong with us getting rid of the harm for the 9 netherworld? Hearing such shameless words from the Wuzong sword sect and the Thunder Sound sect, Su Maoyang couldn't help laughing before the Lord of the North Spirit Realm spoke. I heard that the 9 major sects have never taken the life and death of the 9 netherworld seriously. But now they want to get rid of me so righteously. Is it to get rid of the harm for the 9 netherworld? Or are you afraid that your secret method will be leaked? You know it in your heart. Why bother to say it so high-soundingly? What's more, the rules of the Cloud Peak battle only count winning or losing, regardless of life or death. No matter who dies in the formation, it is because they are inferior to others, and no one can be blamed. I act according to the rules and think I have made no mistakes. Why do you touch me? How dare you? You killed our favorite disciple and hindered us from expanding talents for the sect. You have already made a big mistake. You even dared to speak wildly and slander the reputation of the 9 sections. You really deserve to be killed. The elders of the Lane Divine sect heard her bluntly reveal their conspiracy, and they were angry and scolded with a gloomy face. From the beginning of their sneak attack, Su Maoyong knew that these old guys were despicable and shameless. But he didn't expect them to be so shameless. He couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. Kill the disciple you favored and hindered you from expanding talents? Ha ha! It's really a case of wanting to accuse. And there are no shortage of excuses. In the previous few Cloud Peak battles, you were demanding, and few disciples caught your eye. You were so arrogant that you didn't choose anyone, and there were many cases of returning empty-handed. But now you come to accuse me of hindering you from recruiting disciples. Don't you think it's ridiculous? In the past, they looked down on no disciples. But now they suddenly came out and said that she killed the disciple they favored. Isn't it obvious that they are deliberately putting the pot on her? I just didn't expect these old guys to be so mean. But it's understandable. She learned the advanced secrets of the 9 sects and refused their recruitment, which made them unhappy and wanted to get rid of her. After all, in their eyes, she was just an ant who didn't know how to raise her. It didn't matter if she was killed. Anyway, in this world, strength speaks. Who dares to say no? The elders of Brahma Mansion saw that Su Maoyong was still slandering their reputation, and they couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, "Asshole! My 9 sects are upright, and will never do anything to take revenge for personal gain. You have killed so many people, which has aroused public anger and ruined our plan to recruit disciples. We are just following the will of the people and teaching you a lesson." Su Maoyong sneered when he heard such hypocritical words. These sanctimonious old guys lied without blushing, which really sounded like the truth. Okay. Stop talking. As the master of the Northern Spirit Realm, I will guard here, and will never allow anyone to break the rules here. The Battle of Yunding is the battle of the disciples. Life or death is their destiny. If they really make mistakes in the base of the Northern Spirit Realm, it should be handled by me. And outsiders are not allowed to interfere. You attacked once before, and I endured it for the sake of the 9 major sects. But I will never tolerate it a second time. The Lord of the Northern Spiritual Realm interrupted him with a very tough attitude. It can be heard that he was very disgusted with the sneak attack by the 9 major sects. Several elders from the Brahma Palace, the Thunder Sound sect, and the Wuzong Sword sect were immediately blocked by the Lord of the Northern Spiritual Realm, and their faces were very ugly. Speaking of which, although they didn't know where the Lord of the Northern Spiritual Realm came from, they had roughly heard that there seemed to be a strong man behind him. So in recent years, they didn't dare to offend him too much. What's more, this is the 9 Netherworld Realm, not the Sanlu Realm. If there is no hub of the Northern Spiritual Realm, they can't select talents from the upper plane. Therefore, a figure like the Lord of the Northern Spiritual Realm may not be a big deal in the Sanlu Realm, but he still has a lot of say in the Northern Spiritual Realm. After all, they are borrowing someone else's territory. Forget it. Why do you have to make such a fuss for a disciple? Even if she killed all those geniuses, wouldn't she still be gnawed to death by these forces once she left the formation? The elder of Feishua Tower was a woman. She gave a charming chuckle and reminded him. Chapter 1913, she actually knows the divine pattern technique. Hearing this, the other elders who were very dissatisfied with Su Maoyong softened their expressions and nodded slightly. Yes, this Su Mo, who killed so many disciples of the forces. How could the elders of these forces let her go? I believe that she would die in the hands of these people without them having to take action. And they really don't need to tear their faces with the Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm. So, thinking of this relationship, the elders of several sects kept silent and did not continue to move. Su Maoyong saw that they stopped taking action. Knowing that the Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm was here, they did not dare to be too presumptuous for the time being. So she endured the injury and stood up from the ground staggeringly. Seeing that she was injured, Jiang Yujin thought it was a good opportunity, and hurriedly shouted, "Quick! Kill her while she is injured. Chao Jingjia and Bai Muqing nodded repeatedly upon hearing this, and immediately rushed towards Su Maoyang, bursting out with spiritual power and martial arts, intending to kill her in one stroke while she was seriously injured. Su Maoyang had seen many disgusting and shameless faces, and it was not surprising to see several disciples of the Yunlu Dark Domain taking advantage of the situation at this time. But she still felt particularly chilled by their behavior. As the imperial concubine of Yunlu, the people I least want to hurt are the people of the Yunlu Dark Domain. But you actually joined forces with outsiders to kill me. So aggressive. I can't show mercy. In the previous battle, Su Maoyang took into consideration that they were from the Yunlu Dark Domain, and had not taken the initiative to attack and kill disciples of other forces. However, her consideration was not appreciated by others at all. Not only did they refuse to stop, but they also wanted to take advantage of others' misfortune, which was really ironic. Bah! You are no longer the imperial concubine of Yunlu. Don't flatter yourself. You bewitched the emperor and killed the princess, and you have an irreconcilable feud with our Yunlu Dark Domain. Today we will kill you and pay tribute to the spirit of the princess in heaven. Bai Muqing shouted tenderly, and then swung the sword mercilessly. Seeing that they really wanted to tear each other apart, Su Maoyang was too lazy to talk nonsense. He endured the injury, urged his mental power, raised his arm suddenly, and blasted out a palm. This palm was not like an ordinary palm method. It was accompanied by the power of the divine pattern. Then everyone saw that the palm print condensed in the air was actually flashing with complex runes and blooming with terrible light. The power of the 9 nether realm may not be very clear, but the 9 major sects from the Sanlua realm are very clear. The elders of Danyang Palace shouted in shock. God pattern. That's a god pattern. As the cradle of alchemists, Danyang Palace naturally has some research on god patterns. So when he saw this scene, he immediately recognized the pattern on the palm print, which was the power of god patterns. Although the other elders did not have such a deep understanding of god patterns, they had lived for most of their lives and were knowledgeable. They knew a lot about god patterns. When they saw Su Maoyang slap the god pattern palm print, they were also shocked. How is it possible? You know that god pattern skills are extremely precious and rare treasures in the Sanlua realm. How could she, a disciple of the 9 nether realm, practice such a powerful skill? The elder of Lane Divine Sect sighed in disbelief. The elders of the other sects were also horrified, shaking their heads in disbelief, and a lot of question marks surged in their minds. The elder of Wuzong Sword Sect was puzzled. After a while of deep thought, a terrible idea suddenly came to his mind. As far as I know, there has never been a divine pattern technique in the 9 netherworld. But she has such a technique. So there is only one possibility. This is what she learned from the heavenly tablet. Hearing such an answer suddenly, several elders were shocked and widened their eyes, revealing a look of sudden enlightenment. Yes, they had never heard of the 9 nether realm having a divine pattern technique. And even many people here did not even know what a divine pattern was. If Su Mo practiced the divine pattern technique, they could not think of any other possibility except that he had learned it from the heavenly tablet. The elders of the Xianing Temple were still puzzled after hearing this speculation, and could not help but ask back. But, you just made some moves in the formation to restrict them from using the techniques on the heavenly tablet. If this technique was really learned from the heavenly tablet, why could she still use it? Humph! This woman has a good talent. Perhaps she extracted the divine pattern she learned from the heavenly tablet and applied it to her palm technique. It is not impossible. The elder of the Brahma Palace replied coldly. Some people have high comprehension and can draw inferences from one example. Since she has learned the divine pattern technique, she must have a deep understanding of the divine pattern. So it is indeed possible to extract it and use it in her own palm technique. Thinking of this, the other elders who were puzzled looked at Su Maoyang in shock, and were shocked by the talent of this woman. It's just a pity that she is unwilling to join the 9 major sects. And she is afraid that she will perish here, because she has learned the divine pattern technique on the Tianbei. The 9 major sects will definitely not let her go easily. After all, the divine pattern technique is an extremely rare treasure in this sect. Now that Su Mo has successfully practiced it, she is unwilling to join their forces. To the 9 major sects, Su Mo is no different from a thief who stole the treasures of the 9 major sects. Therefore, this person must not be kept. Sure enough, the elders of the Thunder Sound sect, the Wuzong Sword sect, the Brahma Mansion, the Feishua Tower, And the Luxia League all looked gloomy when they saw this. And murderous auras burst out from their bodies. Although most of the forces in the Nine Nether Realm have never seen the divine runes, and know very little about the power of the divine runes, some people have heard of the existence of the divine runes. For example, Yu Xueqing and Zhuqiani, who studied the divine runes at the entrance of the cave last time. As the top alchemy geniuses, they have studied the divine runes before, but the divine runes are too profound. So far, they have not even learned the basics. And at most they only know more about the divine runes than others. Because of this, they know the difficulty of practicing the divine runes. But now they see Su Maoyang performing the divine rune technique, and they are all shocked. Being able to apply the divine runes to battle. I think they are already serious divine rune masters. Such talent and strength are indeed beyond reach. Even the proud daughters of heaven like them were deeply shocked. At this moment, the people who had watched the opening of the cave suddenly realized that it was no wonder that so many top geniuses studied the patterns on the stone door that day. But no one could figure it out. Only Su Maoyang easily solved the divine pattern and opened the stone door. It turns out that she didn't rely on luck at all, but she was a divine pattern master. Realizing this, everyone present was shocked, and the forces that had a grudge against Su Maoyang were extremely depressed. But Su Maoyang in the formation didn't know that her unintentional palm had caused such a sensation and aroused the suspicion of a group of shameless people. She didn't expect that the skills she learned from the divine pattern atlas were misunderstood by them as the enlightenment on the heavenly tablet, and she was regarded as a thief who stole their treasures. Chapter 1914. A gifted divine pattern master. She worked hard and risked her life to obtain the inheritance from the Yellow Spring Road. But in the end, this group of old immortals regarded it as the treasure of their 9 major sects. If Su Maoyang knew about this, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. But at the moment, she had no time to care about other things and just wanted to end this battle quickly. Therefore, she did not hold back in that palm strike just now and directly used the power of the divine pattern. And Bai Miqing, an opponent of this level, could not resist the power of the divine pattern. He was terrified on the spot and dodged backwards with difficulty. Su Maoyang saw her panicking after being crushed, and sneered disdainfully. "Aren't you going to kill me while I'm injured to pay tribute to the spirit of the princess in heaven? Why are you hiding? You are so cowardly and incompetent. And you still want to avenge the princess? Humph! Let me tell you, even if I'm seriously injured, killing you is just a matter of moving my fingers. Su Maoyang, you can't kill me. I'm the top genius of the Bai family. If you kill me, you will be an enemy of the Yunlu Dark Domain. You will never be with the Emperor in the future. And you will never go back to the Yunlu Dark Domain." Bai Miqing had never felt such a terrifying pressure. And she knew that it would be as easy for Su Maoyang to kill her as to crush an ant. So at the critical moment of life and death, she had to bring up the Yunlu Dark Domain to scare her. But Su Maoyang smiled and shook his head after hearing this. His pupils emitted an extremely sharp cold light, and his overbearing voice was loud and clear. "The Yunlu Dark Domain has already determined that I am the murderer of the eldest princess. What's the harm in killing one more disciple of the Bai family? What's more, the Bai family cannot represent the Yunlu Dark Domain. If I want to be with Jun Haocong, not to mention the Bai family, even the entire 9 Netherworld can't stop me. Just based on you. You want to threaten me with the Yunlu Dark Domain and the Yunlu Emperor. You are not worthy." After that, Su Maoyang's eyes became fierce, and with a wave of his hand, the divine palm print in the air was slapped down heavily. With a loud bang, Bai Miqing was immediately slapped into a pool of blood, and not even a complete corpse was left. After all, it was a divine palm print, and the power contained in it was so terrible that it was impossible for an early Supreme Lord Spiritual Master to resist it. So, seeing this scene, Jiang Yujin and Qin Fengyu were both terrified, and their faces suddenly turned blue-gray. They were also early Supreme Lord Spiritual Masters, like Bai Miqing, and it was hard to imagine that if the palm just now fell on them, they would probably have such a miserable end. Thinking of this, Jiang Yujin was deeply shocked, and no longer had the arrogance just now. He stared at Su Maoyang with horror. You actually know the divine pattern technique." As a top genius, Jiang Yujin has always been proud and conceited. But at this moment, he was so frightened that he couldn't speak clearly. He still remembered that he and Yan Lingquan, several top talents, had always been sarcastic about Su Maoyang's move to study the divine runes of the cave, and did not believe that she could comprehend the divine runes. However, who would have thought that she could not only comprehend the divine runes, but also successfully practice the divine runes technique and could use it in battle. What's funny is that everyone thought that only Yu Xueqing and Zhuqiani of the Xian and ancient clan were qualified to comprehend the divine runes, and they flattered and drove Su Maoyang away to make room for the two of them. Jiang Yujin even humbly asked Zhuqiani to comprehend the divine runes, but was slapped in the face in public, and finally was mocked by the disciples of Finxue Tianqing for not being able to produce a genius who could comprehend the divine runes in the Yunlu Dark Domain, which made the disciples of the Yunlu Dark Domain lose face and couldn't raise their heads. But who knew that their Yunlu Imperial Concubine was a gifted divine pattern master? In terms of divine patterns, I believe that no one in the entire Nine Netherworld is more gifted than Su Maoyang. At this moment, thinking of his pride, thinking of his disdain and sarcasm towards Su Maoyang, Jiang Yujin felt like a stupid joke. As for Qin Fengyu on the side, he was not much better. He was in a trance and lost his soul. Now that he received Su Maoyang's sharp eyes, he was so scared that he shuddered, as if cold water was poured on his body, and his whole body was cold. In the past, he didn't know much about Yunlu Imperial Concubine. He only knew that she came from the lower plane and was deeply loved by the emperor. He only thought that she was a woman who relied on fox charm skills to get to the top and hid under the wings of the emperor. But today's battle, he realized that this woman had terrible talent and strong strength. Even compared with Yunlu Emperor, she was not inferior. Such a woman, no wonder she could get the favor of the emperor. However, it was too late to understand this. At this time, Su Maoyang had already worn out his patience. He raised his hand and slammed a palm. The palm print fell from the sky, accompanied by a fierce roar, shaking in this empty space, instantly frightening Jiang Yujin and Qin Fengyu with horror. Okay, I really don't want to see your disgusting faces that want to kill me to vent your anger under the guise of revenge for the eldest princess. Die! The palm print fell, and the power shook. Not to mention that Jiang Yujin and Qin Fengyu were beaten into meat paste. Even Bian Xuanan, Ren Haoyu and Jin Junchu, who hid in the distance, were blown away by the residual power and fell to the ground. As for Jin Junchu's several spirit beasts, although there were many of them, they were only 6th and 7th level monarch beasts, and their strength was limited. They could not resist the power of the divine pattern palm print, and a large number of them died on the spot. At this moment, they realized how stupid it was to provoke Su Maoyang. Even though he was attacked twice by the elders of the 9 major sects and was seriously injured, he still didn't take them seriously and could kill them with just a slap. It was ridiculous that they had planned to torture and kill him before, which was simply wishful thinking and stupid. At this time, Bian Xuanan saw Su Maoyang walking towards him, and was shocked. He held back the blood in his throat, kept moving his arms, and crawled away. Su Maoyang saw her expression of seeing a ghost, and chuckled twice. Don't you want to get rid of the evil for the Yunlu Dark Domain? Don't you want to show off in front of King Pingxiang and compete for the position of the Imperial Concubine? Hurry up and stand up and fight. Now you are lying on the ground like a useless dog. Such performance will not be in the eyes of King Pingxiang. Hearing her sarcastic voice and feeling the murderous aura emanating from her body, Bian Xuanan was frightened and turned pale. He trembled and warned with a trembling voice. If you kill me, the evil wind ancient clan will not let you go. Once you go out, you will definitely be retaliated wildly. Even your friends, your relatives, and the entire Maple Forest Empire will suffer. You have to think it through. Su Maoyang frowned slightly when he heard this, stepped on her face, and stared at her with a look of a fool. Are you stupid? I dare to offend the elders of the 9 major sects. So am I afraid of offending your Xiefeng ancient clan? Originally, the Xiefeng ancient clan did not cause trouble, and I could still keep things quiet and spare your life. But since you said this, the Xiefeng ancient clan has no need to exist in this 9 netherworld. Don't worry. They will go down to see you soon. As he said this, Su Maoyang stretched out his hand, condensed into an ice spike, and suddenly pierced into her head. Blood splattered, brain matter exploded, and the top genius of the Xiefeng ancient clan, Bian Xuanan, died. Chapter 1915 The Fierce Emperor and Concubine of Yunlu. Seeing this scene, Ren Haoyu and Jin Junchu, who were not far away, shrank back in fear, knelt on the ground, and begged for mercy in a trembling voice. Empress, we were wrong. We didn't recognize the great man. We won't dare to do it again. Please forgive us. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and looked at them, with a cold arc at the corner of his lips. Jin Hani has already reminded you just now. You voluntarily gave up the chance to escape. Now you come to ask me for forgiveness. Don't you think it's too late? We are stupid. We are too conceited. We just realized that we were wrong. Please forgive us. We promise that the Ran family and the Jin family will never retaliate against you. All the previous grievances are written off. How about it? At this time, Jin Jun's intestines were about to turn green with regret. If he had listened to Jin Hani's advice earlier, he would not have fallen into this situation. Su Maoyang snorted disdainfully when he heard such a proposal. Promise not to seek revenge? Ha ha ha. I have killed all the geniuses of your Ran family and Jin family. Your family is completely ruined. Do such a family deserve to seek revenge from me? Besides, the Jin family and the Lu family jointly framed Princess Ningfu, causing her to suffer and live a life worse than death. Can you write off all these sins with just one sentence? When Jin Junchu heard this, he knew that he was doomed today, and he collapsed on the ground dejectedly. Ren Hao Yu still had some hope, and kowtowed quickly. I have never framed Princess Ningfu. I have nothing to do with this matter. Please spare my life. My lady. Su Maoyang glanced at him, slapped him hard, and knocked him to the ground, his deep voice full of gritting teeth and anger. You, the Ran family and the Fan family, once besieged the Emperor Yunlu, causing him to be seriously injured and losing a large number of his confidants. I haven't settled this account with you yet, and you still want me to spare you? No. No. It was the Queen. The Queen gave the order to encircle and suppress. As subjects of the Ran family, we must not disobey the order. Ren Hao Yu spat out blood and shook his head hurriedly. Su Maoyang narrowed her eyes slightly after hearing this, and a fierce light flashed inside. She raised her hand and sent out spiritual power. Her angry voice, with a domineering momentum, resounded through the sky. Jun Haocong is my man. No matter who gave the order, as long as he touches a hair of my man, I, Su Maoyang, will slaughter his entire family even if I have to flatten the 9 netherworld. The roar shook the sky and echoed in the entire void, scaring the other disciples on the low battle platform to turn pale and sweat coldly. Even the people outside were shocked by the momentum she showed. Is this the rumored concubine of Emperor Yunlu? So arrogant. So arrogant. So domineering. So strong. As long as she touches Emperor Yunlu, she will not hesitate to become an enemy of the entire Joyo realm to avenge her man. In their cognition, women are all appendages of men. Only others become Emperor Yunlu's women, and they have never heard of Emperor Yunlu becoming someone else's man. And this Su Maoyang is so shocking that she declares to the world that Emperor Yunlu is her man, and no one can touch her man. As a woman, she is so strong and domineering to protect the man she loves deeply, which is really shocking. Such a demeanor. Such a demeanor. Even the Empress of Fengqi Empire can't catch up. At this moment, they gradually understood why the Emperor fell in love with this humble woman. Because her strength has never been reflected in her identity, but in her heart, in her strength, and in her feelings for Jun Haocong. Just ask, which woman dares to declare war on the entire 9 netherworld for Emperor Yunlu? No. No one. Not to mention these women. Even the elders of the big forces, even the ancestors of the big forces, dare not easily declare war on the forces of the 9 netherworld. But she did it. What kind of courage? What kind of confidence? What kind of feelings can make her so strong and fearless? I believe that there is no woman in this world who can protect Emperor Yunlu like her. Seeing this scene, her overbearing warning echoed in their ears, and several forces in the Yunlu dark domain could not help but remain silent. Even King Pingxiang, who was going to choose another imperial concubine for Jun Haocong, was shocked speechless. At this moment, he looked at that beautiful figure, so thin, but in front of the enemy, she looked so tall and strong, and that face was beautiful. But because of Jun Haocong, it looked murderous and majestic. At this moment, his heart was rippled, and he had to be moved by it. Would the woman who used her life to protect his brother really kill the princess regardless of Jun Haocong's feelings? He couldn't help but put such a question mark. Of course, hearing such a domineering declaration, not only King Pingxiang and those women who have always coveted the position of imperial concubine were moved, but also those men who had special feelings for Su Maoyang were deeply touched. They once wanted to be her man, But she was too beautiful and too excellent, and they were not worthy of her. Now seeing the strength she showed, they knew that the distance between them and her was getting farther and farther. Thinking of this, La Feng felt a little disappointed, and a sad arc crossed the corners of his mouth, showing a bit of loneliness. However, he had been out of the game 3 years ago, and he didn't expect anything else. He just hoped that she would be safe and content. As for Yan Lingyu, he had seen her strong strength 3 years ago. Now he saw her again and found that she was so powerful. So his mood at the moment was indescribably complicated. After all, they had a marriage arranged by a gift, but he refused it in public just for Leng Shiyue. This matter has been buried in his heart and has become his knot, causing him to always fantasize that if he had not refused the marriage, if he had pursued her from the beginning and treated him well, would the result be different? But since he learned about her true identity and her relationship with Emperor Yunlu, he realized how ridiculous his fantasy was. Because even Emperor Yunlu held her in his palm and loved her. How could he compete with Emperor Yunlu with his identity and strength? How could she fall in love with such an excellent and powerful king? So, even if he didn't refuse the marriage, he couldn't get her. She couldn't get it before, and she can't get it now. Because now she is so powerful that she can ignore all the geniuses in the 9 Netherworld and stand shoulder to shoulder with Emperor Yunlu. For him, such an outstanding woman can only be admired from afar and not desecrated. Jin Hani is no exception. These days, his heart and mind are full of Su Maoyang's figure, constantly recalling every bit of their daily life together. He once desperately wanted to know who she was, but when he really learned her identity, he began to regret it. He couldn't help but imagine that if she didn't reveal her identity, if she could always pretend to be Princess Ninglan, how great it would be. Unfortunately, such an outstanding woman doesn't belong to the 9 Netherworld at all. She is destined to soar into the sky. Chapter 1916 Torturing Hellion Yufeng. Now seeing Su Maoyang wipe out Ren Haoyu and Jin Junchu with one move, her angry roar echoed in his ears, and Jing Yelong was also shocked by her strength. He has lived so long, and he has seen all kinds of women. Gentle, charming, cute, lovely, lively, and cold, but he has never seen a woman as tough and domineering as her, who is simply not inferior to men. No, she is more domineering than men, publicly announcing that Yunlu Duzuan is her man and publicly warning all forces in the 9 Nether Realm. What a courage! You know, even a fearless person like him dares not to be an enemy of the whole world for one person. But she dares. At this moment, he actually envied Yunlu Emperor Zun a little, envious of him for having such a woman to love and protect him. He suddenly became very curious about what it felt like to be cared about and protected by someone. He had never experienced it so far, but Emperor Yunlu had. So he was envious, even a little jealous, and even more excited. At this time, Su Maoyang had dealt with the other disciples, and then turned his attention to Hellion Yufeng, who was blown to the ground by the residual power, the culprit who had framed her and caused the death of the blood battle group and the spirit beasts. Thinking of him repeatedly framing her in order to save the feelings of Lord Fentian, Su Maoyang couldn't help but sneer and greeted, "Hellion Yufeng, my old friend, is it exciting to see me again?" Although she was smiling on her face, her pupils were not smiling at all, and her cold eyes were like a venomous snake, hovering on Hellion Yufeng's face. If you don't know the grudge between the two, you might think they are old friends, who haven't seen each other for many years. Hellion Yufeng knew that he was no match for her, and he was too lazy to resist. He simply raised his neck and closed his eyes. Winners take it all. There's nothing to say. Just kill me if you want. Su Maoyang smiled even deeper, nodded slowly, but his voice unconsciously became colder, so depressing that it made people breathless. Kill! Of course I have to kill. It's just that you caused the tragic death of the blood battle group and the spirit beasts, and caused me to be seriously injured. If they hadn't exploded and bought me time to escape, I wouldn't have had the chance to stand here. For this, I practiced from the beginning, consuming a lot of time and energy, and was tortured by this hatred and couldn't sleep every night. As long as I closed my eyes, I would see the bloody picture of them. The pain you brought me is not just a matter of killing me if you want to kill me. Isn't that too easy for you? Then what do you want? Hellion Yufeng knew that she hated him to the core, and he didn't beg for an easy death. Su Maoyang's mouth twitched, and she slowly raised a bloodthirsty arc. Then she stretched out her hand and stabbed the ice spike into Helian Yufeng's ankle, pulling out the tendons. Of course, I will pull out your tendons, peel off your skin, dig out your bones, and finally make you into a human pig and give it to Lord Finchen. As she said this, she stabbed the other ankle again and pulled out the tendons again. Her sinister voice was frightening. Don't you like him? Isn't everything you do for him? I just don't know what he would think when he saw you being made into a human pig. Would he feel sorry for you? Oh, no. He wouldn't feel sorry, because he never liked you from the beginning to the end. Idiot! Helian Yufeng was in so much pain, but he still gritted his teeth stubbornly and refused to cry out. However, Su Maoyang's words were sharper than the ice thorn in her hand, and pierced his heart fiercely. Yes, Feng Moxie had never liked him. It was always his wishful thinking and self-deception. It was before, and it is still now. He knew that Fen Tianjun's heart was all on the woman in front of him. But he heard that Fen Tianjun was going to leave Jiuyou realm and go to Sunluo realm. He had no intention of pursuing fame and fortune. But he still came here. He didn't ask to win Fen Tianjun's heart, but only to accompany him. And watch him. So he wanted to win the favor of the 9 major sects through the Battle of Yunding, and have the qualifications to go to Sunluo realm. But now it seems that everything is a delusion. This Su Maoyang is so powerful that she will not only torture him physically, but also torture him psychologically. Because she knew what he cared about most. Knew what his weakness was. So she wanted to embarrass him, make him desperate, and make him collapse. Thinking of this, his pale handsome face twisted together, and he gritted his teeth and yelled in pain. Su Maoyang, you vicious bitch. It's not enough that you took away Fen Tianjun's heart. Why do you also take him away? As far as he knew, the reason why Fen Tianjun wanted to leave the 9 Nether Realm was all because of Su Maoyang. In order to exchange the Fire Phoenix Spirit Pearl for her, he agreed to the request of that force, and decided to go to the Sunluo realm. It was because of this bitch that he could no longer stay with Fen Tianjun. It was this bitch that made him lose the man he loved deeply, and the only beauty in his life. Everything is because of her. He hates her so much. Su Maoyang didn't know about Fen Tianjun. Hearing these words, he just thought it was ridiculous. He raised the ice spike and stabbed it into his knee, cutting the bones and flesh inside. Helian Yufeng screamed in pain. You have plotted so many people for your love, and killed so many lives. If you want to talk about viciousness, I dare not compare with you. As for you saying that I took Feng Moxie away, that is even more nonsense. From beginning to end, I have never liked him. The reason why I know him is because he was the enemy who killed Jun Haotsong. You can't catch his heart, but vent your anger on me and my friends. It's really disgusting. Jun Haotsong is the man she loves deeply, the most important person in her life. No matter who hurts him, he is her enemy, and she will not let anyone go. But Feng Moxie attacked Jun Haotsong again and again, constantly touching her bottom line. She had done her best to endure it for the sake of their past feelings. So how could she talk about love? Helian Yufeng heard this, and suddenly laughed bitterly. Ha! I never liked him. Ha! He and I are both pathetic and ridiculous people. We gave everything, but in return we said we never liked him. He was like this. And so was Fen Tianjun. They were both losers in love, but they were unwilling to fail. They kept gritting their teeth and moving forward on this thorny road. Even if they were bruised and bloody, they would not give up. Stupid. So stupid. Su Maoyang saw that he was in great grief, and her mood became more and more happy. Her movements became more and more fierce. In a moment, she cut his tendons and limbs, removed the flesh and blood on his skin, revealing his white bones, and used ice spikes to dig them hard. Helian Yufeng was tortured to such an extent that he just wanted to bite his tongue to commit suicide. But Su Maoyang had already noticed it, and slapped him on the mouth to stop him. Don't think about dying so quickly. I want you to live and die in pain. Chapter 1917, She is the only one who has no reward. After saying this, Su Maoyang took out a divine pattern pill that he had prepared for a long time and stuffed it into Helian Yufeng's mouth. This poison pill will make you suffer for 49 days. Fester and pus will ooze out and die. Not only will it be painful, but it will also make you ugly and disgusting. I wonder if Lord Finchen will feel disgusted when he sees you festering. I am looking forward to it. Helian Yufeng's mouth was smashed, and he couldn't speak. He could only stare at Su Maoyang in horror, with a surging hatred in his heart. Seeing him like this, Su Maoyang laughed even more happily, Don't look at me like that. I'm afraid I can't help it, and will do something more vicious. However, I still have to remind you. Don't be lucky and look for an antidote. Because this poison, only I can solve it in the entire Joyo realm. Just enjoy the last gift I leave for you slowly and peacefully. That is a divine pattern elixir. And there is no second divine pattern alchemist in the Joyo realm. So Helian Yufeng will definitely die. As he said, Su Maoyang exerted force and immediately pulled out the ice thorn that pierced his body, causing him to spasm and feel pain. Seeing this, Jing Yunhan, who has always been arrogant and willful, couldn't help but shudder, and sighed with hair all over her body. It's really vicious. At this moment, she suddenly felt fortunate that her brother had a good relationship with Su Maoyang. Otherwise, with her friendship with Su Maoyang, she would probably not be able to escape this disaster. Jing Yelong, on the other hand, saw it very clearly and said disapprovingly, if she is considered vicious, then what are these geniuses who beat her up? A dozen people bullying one person. I think it is not only vicious, but also extremely despicable. If it was Su Maoyang who lost today, her fate would be even more miserable than these geniuses. Moreover, from her tone just now, she had an irreconcilable hatred with these people. It was obviously not just because of the death of Fenlin disciples, but also because of other grudges, thinking that the previous grudges brought her great pain and a huge blow. Otherwise she would not have been cautious and slaughtered one by one in the Battle of Yunding. There may be countless unknown pains, and they have not experienced it, so they are not qualified to judge others casually. Jing Yunhan looked at Jing Yelong with a half-understanding look, and saw that he was staring at Su Maoyang with shining eyes, and secretly said in his heart that it was not good. Could his brother really have other thoughts about Su Maoyang? But that is the woman of Yunlu Emperor. Even if she is no longer the Emperor's concubine, she is still married to him anyway. Extraordinary. If his brother married such a woman, wouldn't he be laughed at by the world? However, this woman has offended so many forces. Even the elders of the 9 major sects want to get rid of her. It is difficult for her to leave the Northern Spirit Realm today, so she and her brother should not be able to get along. Jing Yelong didn't know his sister's little thoughts. He stood up, walked to Su Maoyang, bowed and smiled. Congratulations. The great revenge has been avenged. Did you feel good about killing? What is there to congratulate? You didn't move a finger. Just sat there and watched the show, and won the 2nd place in the Cloud Peak battle. I wonder if you feel good about taking advantage of this fisherman. Su Maoyang smiled and rolled his eyes at him. Ha ha ha. Isn't this thanks to you? Jing Yelong thought of the reward for the 2nd place, and was in a good mood. He smiled and nodded repeatedly. Jing Yunhan was also looking forward to the rewards from the 9 sects, and asked excitedly, Seniors, the Cloud Peak battle has ended, and the rankings have been announced. Can we give out the rewards? Hearing this, the faces of several elders were not very good. However, although the result was not what they expected, they had promised that the top 10 would have generous rewards, and they naturally could not break their promise. So even if the 9 elders were dissatisfied, they had to take out their weapons and martial arts, wave their hands, and sent them into the formation. And they fell into their hands. Jing Yelong and Jing Yunhan got the weapons and martial arts secrets, and they couldn't let go. And Yin La Feng and Yin Lingquan and others who were not in the top 16, because all the top talents died, their rankings automatically rose. And they also successfully entered the top 10. And they all got the rewards. And they were also very moved. In fact, Yin La Feng was also qualified to compete for the top 10. But he knew that Su Maoyang was carrying a blood feud and was cautious in every step, just to avenge her relatives and friends. So he did not compete for the top 10, just to fulfill her. Sure enough, Su Maoyang did not disappoint his expectations. She was still as dazzling as ever. No, more dazzling and more powerful than before. However, it was embarrassing that the top 10 disciples had already received rewards from the 9 major sects, except Su Maoyang. Jing Yelong was a warm-hearted person. Seeing that she did not get any reward even though she was the 1st place, he could not help but question. Several elders? Su Maoyang defeated so many top talents, and was the well-deserved 1st place. Why did even the disciples who did not compete for the top 10 get rewards? But she did not? She is cruel and ruthless, and has bad character. Such a disciple does not deserve to be rewarded. The elder of the Thunder Sound Divine Religion replied coldly. Originally, this woman stole their divine rune skills, which was an unforgivable crime. But for the sake of the Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm, they did not interfere in the fight between the disciples, which was considered to be the most righteous. How could they possibly give her a reward? Senior, this is probably against the rules. Jing Yelong frowned, somewhat displeased with their petty behavior. When the elders of Wuzong's sword sect heard that he dared to question their decision, they were furious and shouted, "You bastard! Since the spoils of the Cloud Peak battle are awarded by our 9 sects, we are the ones who make the decision. When is it your turn to make a comment? If you say one more word, you won't get your reward." Seeing that the elders were angry, Jing Yunhan was afraid that her brother would offend Wuzong's sword sect. So she hurriedly advised, "Brother, please say less." Jing Yelong was also stubborn. Hearing such words, he immediately got angry. "Uh-huh. I have always admired the 9 sects and wanted to become your disciple. But today I know that you are just a bunch of villains who have gained fame in vain. In this case, it's better not to have these rewards." As he said that, he threw all the weapons and martial arts on the ground. And several elders were so angry that their faces turned black. Others were stunned by his actions and worried for him. It is said that this Falong prince is moody and likes to do things according to his mood. Seeing him today, it is true. He is indeed too willful and arrogant. The elders of the Falong ancient clan were almost scared to death when they saw this scene. Their prince really dares to do anything. It's okay for Su Maoyang to offend the 9 major sects, but he also wants to get involved. Is he going to die? Chapter 1918, I really want to marry her home. Seeing the expressions of several elders from Wuzong Sword Sect and Lane Divine Sect, which were dark and gloomy, as if thunder and rain were about to fall, everyone from the Falong ancient clan was extremely worried. An elder from the Xiefeng ancient clan had been holding his breath. Seeing this, he couldn't help but gloat over the misfortune and sneered. It is said that Prince Falong relied on his superior strength and acted willfully. Now it seems that he is a bit stupid. You, the patriarch of the Falong ancient clan, was so angry that he was speechless. What do you mean by me? The prince refused the good reward, but was so stupid as to offend the 9 major sects for a woman. Am I wrong? The elder from the Xiefeng ancient clan smiled with endless ridicule. However, just as he finished speaking, he heard a hearty laugh from the front. Ha ha ha. This kid is quite brave. I like him. The one who spoke was the elder of Xianming Temple. He was also a man of temperament. He was not satisfied with the sneak attacks on disciples by Wuzong Sword Sect and Lane Divine Sect just now. Now he saw them being petty and giving that little girl a bad look, which made him even more disgusted. And this young man would rather offend the 9 major sects than speak for justice. It can be seen that he is an upright and good boy. At least his character is good, which is more to his liking than the group of disciples who bullied the minority just now. Moreover, during the 3rd level challenge, he also paid attention to the battle of this young man and saw his fighting ability. He found that his spiritual power and contracted beast talent were very good, and he was a good seedling worth cultivating. Although this young man did not participate in the battle in the last level, he could see that this person should be much more powerful than those top geniuses. And he also saw something unusual in him, thinking that he was a person with great opportunities. It must be said that the elders of Xianming Temple had a sharp eye and guessed correctly. Jing Yelong did get some opportunities in the Immortal Palace and made a qualitative leap. Therefore, his current strength is indeed not comparable to that of ordinary geniuses. Child, are you willing to join my Xianming Temple? The elder of Xianming Temple asked with a smile. Jing Yelong said so many unpleasant things, and basically gave up joining the 9 major sections. Who knew that an elder would take the initiative to invite him? He was stunned for a moment, and couldn't believe it. Senior, are you inviting me? Yes, you have a good talent for contracted beasts, and your personality is also suitable for my taste. It depends on whether you are willing to join. Hearing that the elders of Xianming Temple had spoken in person, Jing Yelong naturally would not refuse. He knelt down with a face full of surprise. Thank you for your appreciation, Senior. I am willing to join Xianming Temple. The elder who can say this must not be the first class of Wuzong Sword Sect and Lane Divine Religion. Well, good boy. Get up. The elders of Xianming Temple nodded with satisfaction. The elders of Lane Divine Religion, Wuzong Sword Sect, Brahma Mansion, and Luxia League were very unhappy when they saw his actions. Eldarin, what do you mean? Are you trying to embarrass us? The elder of the Thunder Sound Sect frowned and asked in a rude manner. Elder of the Xianming Temple sneered. Why? You want to intervene in the recruitment of disciples by the Xianming Temple? Don't you think that the hands of the Thunder Sound sect are too long and too wide? You are fine. I don't care about your recruitment of disciples. But I still want to remind you to keep your eyes open. Not all disciples are worth cultivating. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. My eyes are brighter than yours. Eldarin laughed and replied sarcastically. The Lane sect was immediately irritated by him, and their faces turned black. When everyone present saw that the elders of the Xianming Temple really wanted to accept Jing Yelong as a disciple, they were all confused. They just complained that Jing Yelong was stupid for offending the 9 major sects. But in the blink of an eye, he became a disciple of the Xianming Temple. This change was too fast. Even the people of the Filong ancient clan were a little confused and didn't react for a while. It was not until Jing Yelong stood up that they showed ecstasy on their faces. Their prince actually succeeded in joining the Xianming Temple. Seeing this, the elders of the Filong ancient clan were ecstatic. They glanced at the Xianming ancient clan with a smug look on their faces and laughed. Ha ha ha. Even if our prince is a bit stupid, he is still a disciple of the Xianming Holy Temple and has obtained the qualification to go to the Sunluo realm. It's better than some forces that can't even produce a decent genius and are killed by others. It's really a shame. It was the Xianming ancient clan's turn to be speechless. Su Maoyang was originally worried that Jing Yelong would offend the 9 major sects for her. But she didn't know that he turned a disaster into a blessing and was appreciated by the Xianming Temple. She was also happy for him in her heart. I really want to congratulate you this time. Jing Yelong smiled charmingly, hugged her suddenly, and said excitedly, You are really my lucky star. What should I do? I really want to marry you home. Because of her, he got precious elixirs, entered the fairy palace and obtained inheritance. Now, because he stood up for her, he was appreciated by the Xianming Temple. This woman seems to always bring him good luck. Su Maoyang was shocked by his shocking behavior. She pushed him away and angrily scolded. You are crazy. I am already a married woman. If the jealous Jun Haocong knew that she was hugging another man, he would definitely cut Jing Yelong into pieces. Jing Yelong didn't care at all, with a sly smile on his face. So what? Do you think I am the kind of person who sticks to the rules and follows etiquette? Su Maoyang was a little uncomfortable with his naked eyes, and warned unhappily. I am now the #1 enemy of Fengqi Tianqing, Fengqi Empire, and Xianming Ancient Clan, and I just offended the 9 major sections. If you get too close to me, you won't know how you will die. It's too late. Everyone already knows that we are very close. Tell me, if I am implicated by you, will you protect me? Jing Yelong asked back with a playful look on his face. But he was very expectant in his heart. Su Maoyang almost choked on his saliva when he heard this. You are a big man, and a genius of contracted beasts. But you still need a woman to protect you. Are you taking the wrong medicine? Emperor Yunlu is also big and strong, and his strength is even higher than mine. Don't you always protect him? Su Maoyang rolled his eyes at him. Can you compare with him? Go away. Jing Yelong was really hit this time, and his expression was a little hurt. The reason why Su Maoyang spoke coldly was actually to draw a clear line with him. After all, she offended too many forces, and didn't want to involve Jing Yelong. Jing Yunhan, who was standing aside, was afraid that her brother would be related to Su Maoyang, so she pulled him away. Brother, I already have Emperor Yunlu in my heart. Why are you asking for trouble? Now that the game is over, we can go out. Let's leave here quickly. Chapter 1919 Facing the Revenge of 3 Forces. Jing Yelong looked at Su Maoyang worriedly and said seriously, Those wolves and tigers outside are all waiting to take your life. So don't rush out. You can hide for a while. Su Maoyang nodded gratefully. Don't worry about me. I will handle it. Seeing that she was still so calm, Jing Yunhan snorted speechlessly. She is still trying to be strong when she is about to die. Brother, let's go quickly, and don't worry about her anymore. After that, Jing Yunhan dragged Jing Yelong to the transmission light circle at the edge of the battle platform and left the formation. The elders of the Lane Divine sect were already full of anger. Now that they saw that Su Maoyang wanted to stay inside, they would not let her do as she wished. They waved their hands, put away the formation, and immediately let the remaining disciples return to the square. Seeing that Su Maoyang was no longer protected by the formation, the elders of Fengshuishan City, Fengqi Empire and Xianming Ancient Clan all stood up excitedly. one by one, fierce and fierce, glaring and emitting a strong murderous aura, just like a group of wolves seeing their prey. Of course, it is understandable that Su Maoyang killed all their descendants and cut off the hope of their family. They were furious and wanted to cut Su Maoyang into pieces. However, they couldn't intervene in the battle in the formation just now. Now that she finally came out, they would not let her go easily. Su Maoyang, you finally came out. But you made us wait so long. The head of the Jin family of Fengqi Empire had a sinister face and a sinister tone, which made people shudder. The head of the Lung family of Fengshuishan City was also angry and gnashed his teeth. You finally came out. Since you dared to kill my Lung family's disciples, don't think about walking out of this Balingjai alive today. After the words fell, not only the head of the Jin family and the head of the Lung family, but also the elders of other forces were all grimacing, rubbing their hands, and staring at Su Maoyang angrily. Seeing the tense situation, King Gaoyang was worried that Su Maoyang would be in danger of her life. So he stood up suddenly and stopped her forcefully. Any of you who dare to touch her will be an enemy of my Maple Forest Empire. As he said, King Gaoyang flew to Su Maoyang and protected her behind him. Seeing this, the head of the Qin family of Fenshua Tiancheng sneered disdainfully. King Gaoyang, we know that you have always been known as the god of war, with strong strength and amazing combat power. But you want to save her from the hands of our three major forces alone, which is undoubtedly a daydream and wishful thinking. Even if he is powerful, Fenshua Tiancheng, Fengqi Empire, and Xiefeng Ancient Clan, three major forces with deep foundations, how can he fight against them alone? Of course, it's not just King Gaoyang. There are us too. At this time, the four ancestors of the Dongfang family, along with Dongfang Yanqing, Dongfang Jianbo, and Dongfang Haijing, flew over and stood side by side with Su Maoyang. In addition, the three generals around King Gaoyang, as well as the 6 former deans of Haoheng College, Shichen College, and Lingye College, and some powerful elders of Liuguang College, represented by Dong Jinan, all flew to the center of the square, firmly protecting Su Maoyang, Dongfang Liyue, Xiaohe Wanqian and others, and confronting the elders of Fenshua Tiancheng, Fengqi Empire, and Xiefeng Ancient Clan, with swords drawn and the battle imminent. The head of the Yin family of Fenshua Tiancheng saw their battle and smiled contemptuously, as if he didn't take them seriously at all. Your Maple Forest Empire is the weakest of the 4 empires. With your little strength, you also want to fight against Fenshua, Fengqi, and Xiefeng Ancient Clan. Don't you think it's ridiculous? The 4 ancestors of the Dongfang family frowned upon hearing such humiliating words, and suddenly burst out with spiritual power, shaking up a fierce aura, and asked sternly, is this strength good enough? Feeling the violent fluctuation of spiritual power, several elders of Fengqi Empire and Fenshua Tiancheng changed their faces in an instant, and murmured in shock. It turned out to be 2 late-stage Supreme Monarch Spiritual Masters, and 2 Peak Supreme Monarch Spiritual Masters. When did the ancestors of the Dongfang family reach such a level? Similarly, in addition to their 3 forces, the people of Yunlu Dark Domain and the other 3 ancient clans were also surprised, because they knew very well the strength of the Fonlin Empire, and they also knew how difficult it would be for them to cultivate to this level at their age and want to go up again. But it was not long before the Dongfang family actually had 2 Peak Supreme Monarch Spiritual Masters. This strength and speed are also something to be proud of. However, just as they were surprised, the 3 generals of King Gaoyang, the 6 former elders of Haoheng College, Lingye College, and Shichen College also burst out with spiritual power, and even the 3 brothers Dongfang Yanqing, Dongfang Jianbo, and Dongfang Haijing were unwilling to lag behind and showed their strength. At this moment, everyone only saw that among the elders of the Maple Forest Empire, there were 9 late-stage Supreme Monarch Spiritual Masters, 5 mid-stage Supreme Monarch Spiritual Masters, plus the 2 Peak Supreme Monarch Spiritual Masters of the Dongfang family, and King Gaoyang, who had entered the Peak Supreme Monarch Spiritual Master for many years. This lineup is indeed much stronger than before. Hasn't the Maple Forest Empire been declining over the years? How could so many late-stage Supreme Monarch Spiritual Masters emerge? It's really unexpected. However, they didn't know that with Su Maoyang, the Divine Pattern Alchemist, it was not difficult to temper the body and bones and change talents. Everyone was nourished by elixirs on weekdays, so their strength naturally improved by leaps and bounds. Although Mu Qingwan, the queen of Fengqi Empire, was surprised to see that the strength of Fenglin Empire had greatly improved, she still didn't take it seriously and sneered. Even if you have 3 peak Supreme Monarch Spirit Masters and 9 late Supreme Monarch Spirit Masters, don't forget that you are facing 3 countries. Take my Fengqi Empire as an example. There are 25 Supreme Monarch Spirit Masters, 8 of whom are peak Supreme Monarch Spirit Masters. My Fengqi Empire is still like this. Not to mention the Burning Blood Sky City and the Evil Wind Ancient Clan. After the words fell, dozens of figures suddenly walked out from the back of Fengqi Empire. They were all gray-haired and elderly. Judging from the aura they exuded, they must be the ancestors of Fengqi Empire. In fact, these old ancestors rarely show up in public, and they didn't even attend the Cloud Peak battle. However, although they didn't attend, it doesn't mean they don't care. So they have been secretly observing the competition these days. After all, it is related to the future development of the family, and they still attach great importance to it. Now that so many disciples have died, it has endangered the survival of the family. Naturally, they can't just sit back and watch. So they showed up and wanted to settle accounts with Su Maoyang. However, just when everyone was shocked by the strength of the Fengqi Empire, more old ancestors came from the back of Fengqi Tianqing. It was estimated that there were about 30 people, and among them, there were 10 who had reached the peak of the Supreme Lord Spirit Master. The lineup was extremely powerful. Chapter 1920. She is actually a puppeteer, and the leader is actually the master of Lord Fentian, Jiu Xianjinren. It seems that Su Maoyang really angered Fengqi Tianqing this time. And even Jiu Xianjinren, who doesn't care about worldly affairs, was alarmed. It must be said that she has a big face, because Jiu Xianjinren, like Yusu Tianzuan and King Gaoyang, are super strong people who have entered the peak Supreme Junlingshi for many years. They are big figures standing at the top of Joyo realm, and they are not comparable to ordinary peak Supreme Junlingshi. Once they make a move, it will definitely be earth-shattering. Of course, the main reason why Jiu Xianjinren stood up was King Gaoyang. After all, Su Maoyang is a little girl. Even if she has amazing talent and strong strength, she is just an early-stage Supreme Junlingshi. It may be okay to deal with those peers who have little combat experience, but it is still far from dealing with them. Old guys who have entered the peak Supreme Junlingshi for many years. And people like Jiu Xianjinren naturally don't take her seriously. But King Gaoyang is different. The younger generation may not know his name, but Master Jiuxuan knows his strength very well. After all, King Gaoyang was a big man who made a sensation in Joyo realm 100 years ago. He did many shocking things. Because he was proficient in formations, he was invincible in marching and fighting, and was praised as the god of death on the battlefield. Once his formation was spread out, it was simply a head harvester. No matter how strong the opponent was, no matter how many soldiers and horses the opponent had, he would kill them all. Unfortunately, such a battlefield legend was severely damaged by the internal struggle for power and profit in the Maple Forest Empire. From then on, he was imprisoned in the formation of the Maple Forest Empire and tortured for 100 years. Now, he came out smoothly. Presumably, he had resolved the grudges from 100 years ago. But I heard that he was poisoned back then, and I believe that even if he came out of the formation, his strength would definitely be much worse than before. But just in case, they still have to be careful. After all, the other party is a powerful formation master no matter what. However, before everyone had time to shock Jiu Xianjinren and a large group of old ancestors behind him, 20 Supreme Lord Spirit Masters also came out from the direction of the Evil Wind Ancient Clan, 8 of whom reached the level of peak Supreme Lord Spirit Masters. Although these peak Supreme Lord Spirit Masters can't be compared with Jiu Xianjinren and Yushu Tianzuan at this level, but they have reached such a height after all. Just sticking here, the momentum is fierce and insurmountable. However, looking at the number in the lineup, almost all the old ancestors of the 3 forces have been dispatched. Otherwise there would not be such a big battle. Su Maoyang, a little girl, actually alarmed so many big figures and caused such a big disturbance. She is probably the #1 person in the 9 Netherworld. Even if she dies, she will be famous all over the world. Now with so many old ancestors backing her up, the Dean of Yuan Academy is full of confidence. He stared at Su Maoyang with a sharp gaze and said coldly, "King Gaoyang, we have no intention of being enemies with the Maple Forest Empire. I advise you to hand over Su Maoyang. Otherwise, Don't blame us for being rude. The Dean of Calming Academy also nodded and took over the conversation. You have seen our lineup. If you resist forcefully, the entire Maple Forest Empire will be buried with Su Maoyong. I hope King Gaoyong will think twice, and don't do anything you will regret. They knew that Su Maoyong was an extremely dangerous genius. Even though she was seriously injured, she was able to recover in such a short time, and was promoted to the initial stage of Supreme Lord Spiritual Master. Such talent was beyond their imagination. I believe that within a few years, these old guys will completely become her prey and die in her hands. So, this time, they must kill her here, and not let her grow anymore. When King Gaoyong heard their warning, he laughed out loud and snorted disdainfully. Regret? I will only regret not killing you bastards back then, and letting you stand here to threaten me. Let me tell you, Su Maoyong represents the Maple Forest Empire, and her will is the will of the Maple Forest Empire. If you want to touch her, you will be an enemy of our Maple Forest Empire. I will fight to the death. After King Gaoyong's roar, the people of the Maple Forest Empire were also full of fighting spirit and shouted together, Yes, we will fight to the death. Seeing that King Gaoyong and all the forces of the Maple Forest Empire were willing to die for Su Maoyong, everyone was stunned and stared at Su Maoyong in disbelief. They didn't expect that Su Maoyong's status and prestige in the Maple Forest Empire had reached such a high level. The whole country is willing to fight for her alone. This woman is really shocking. The Dean of Yuanling Academy heard this, and found it a little ridiculous. King Gaoyong, are you crazy or stupid? Don't you see that we have so many Supreme Lord Spiritual Masters? And you only have 3 peak Supreme Lord Spiritual Masters, and 9 late Supreme Lord Spiritual Masters. With such a lineup, any force can crush you. What can you use to fight us? Su Maoyong raised her eyebrows slightly upon hearing this, and retorted in a disapproving tone. Who said, we only have 3 peak Supreme Monarch Spiritual Masters, and 9 late Supreme Monarch Spiritual Masters? Don't I have more here? After saying this, Su Maoyong waved her hand, and summoned the 5 puppets she had refined. 3 of them had reached the level of the early Supreme Monarch Spiritual Masters, and the other 2 were corpse puppets that Su Maoyong brought out from the Yellow Spring Road. After a long period of nourishment, she finally succeeded in refining them, and could be used in combat. However, Su Maoyong's strength was limited. Although these 2 corpse puppets were of great origin, she had no way to unlock the restrictions and exert her original strength. So she could only deal with the peak Supreme Monarch Spiritual Masters at the moment. However, the puppet's defense ability was very abnormal, which was enough to give these old guys in front of them a headache. Puppet? It's actually a puppet. You're actually a puppeteer. The people of Fengqi Empire didn't know much about Su Maoyong's strength, and they were all shocked when they saw this scene. The people of Burning Blood Sky City had seen Su Maoyong fight before, and knew her identity as a puppeteer. But they were still shocked by the strength of the puppets in front of them. They didn't expect that Su Maoyong could actually control the puppets of the peak Supreme Junling Shi. She really practiced puppetry to perfection. Fanny Jin, Lu Liman, Duan Xuexin, Jin Hani and Jin Yunxiao were so shocked that their eyes widened and their faces turned pale. At this moment, they were extremely fortunate that they did not fight with Su Maoyong, because she not only had strong spiritual power and powerful skills, but was also a puppeteer who could control the peak Supreme Junling Shi, and had 5 puppets that were comparable to the ancestors. She could crush the young generation of them with just a wave of her hand. Puppet Master. My God! Jin Yunxiao was so scared that his legs softened, and he almost fell to the ground. Jin Hani, who was standing by, had a sullen face and said coldly, not only that, she is also a beast master. Chapter 1921. A terrifying scene. However, before Jin Hani finished speaking and Jin Yunxiao could react, Su Maoyong waved and released all the spirit beasts in the space. Now that things have developed to this point, she no longer needs to hide her strength. But her exposure hit everyone's forehead like a bolt from the blue, and everyone was stunned and horrified. What did they see? 7 Holy King Beasts. You must know that above the Spirit Beast is the Holy Spirit Beast. Above the Holy Spirit Beast is the King Beast. And above the King Beast is the Holy King Beast. For a contract beast genius like Jing Yelong, his Spirit Beast is only at the level of the 8th and 9th level King Beast. But even so, he has been regarded as the most powerful contract beast genius in the entire Jiuyo realm. After all, he was born with the contract beast talent of his ancestors, and his starting point was higher than others from the beginning. However, what they never expected was that there are always people who are better than you. And Su Maoyang's talent for the contracted beast is even higher than Jing Yilong's. And it is not just a little bit higher, because she actually has 4 first-level Holy King beasts, 2 second-level Holy King beasts, and a spirit beast that they can't tell the level. But it exudes an aura that is not weaker than the other Holy King beasts. Don't look at it as fat and furry, but from the fierce aura, it is definitely a tough character that is not easy to mess with. And they all know that the first-level Holy King beast, although the spiritual power level is equivalent to the peak innate Monarch Spirit Master, but the combat power and defense are enough to rival the early Supreme Monarch Spirit Master. And the combat power of the second-level Holy King beast is comparable to the middle-stage Supreme Monarch Spirit Master. Therefore, with the 5 puppets just now, it is equivalent to Su Maoyang casually waving his hands and summoning 12 powerful Supreme Lord Spiritual Masters. Such a lineup and such talent can simply beat Jing Yilong by several streets. What's more, even the older generation of Beast Masters, who have spent most of their lives practicing, have not yet contracted a Holy King Beast. And Su Maoyang came with 7, and 2 of them have reached the second level. Isn't this a deadly blow? Seeing this scene, Jin Yunxiao, who has always ridiculed Su Maoyang and dared not fight against the Beast Master, felt as if she had been slapped in the face. Burning. She even laughed at others for not having spirit beasts and not daring to fight with Beast Masters. She also ridiculously thought that Su Maoyang was not as good as her genius brother Jin Junshu, and even spit on Jin Hani's cowardice. Until now, she realized that Jin Hani was not a coward. He was clearly foresight and intelligent. Otherwise, why would he try so hard to persuade Jin Junshu to run away? No. How could he know so clearly that he even knew that Su Maoyang was a Beast Master? Realizing this, Jin Yunxiao suddenly realized that something was wrong. He immediately looked up at him and asked with gritted teeth, "Jin Hani, did you know it a long time ago?" "Yes, I knew it when I was in Fengqi Empire. But at that time her spirit beast was only a 7th or 8th level monarch beast, not a Holy King beast." Jin Hani did not hide it and nodded in acknowledgement. But Jin Yunxiao was still shocked and speechless when he heard this. If these spirit beasts were only 7th and 8th level monarch beasts in Fengqi Empire, then wouldn't they have upgraded to 3 or 4 levels in just a few months? What kind of abnormal cultivation speed is this? It is so terrifying. Not only Jin Yunxiao, but also Duan Xuexin, Fan Yijin, Lu Liman, Yan Lingyu, Xiao Luoheng, and Ling Shuyue, who were standing next to him, and who had escaped by chance, were all shocked beyond words. She practiced the divine pattern technique and had the ability to fight 10 people at once. Now she told them that she could control puppets at the peak level of the Supreme Lord Spiritual Master, and had so many Holy King beasts that could deal with the Supreme Lord Spiritual Master. Such a truth is really hard to digest. Of course, let alone the uninformed disciples of Fengqi Empire. Even Ling Shuyue, Yan Lingyu, and Xiao Luoheng, who had seen Su Maoyang's strength, could not hide their shock. It was really that Su Maoyang had made great progress and practiced too fast, which was amazing. At this time, the 3 deans of Fenxue Tianqing, who had a deep hatred for Su Maoyang, were also shocked. They knew that Su Maoyang was a dangerous person, but they didn't expect that she would grow up in such a short time. Such potential and speed are really scary. Thinking of this, several elders felt a chill down their spines, and their faces became very ugly. Mu Qingwan was also hit hard. At first, she didn't take Su Maoyang seriously at all. But later, she knew Jun Haocong's feelings for her, and regarded her as a rival. But who knew that in such a short time, this woman had grown up so beautiful and so powerful, leaving her far behind. Thinking of this, Mu Qingwan was unwilling and said unconvinced, "It's just 12 more helpers. With such a lineup, it's still not enough to deal with us. Isn't it good enough?" Su Maoyang nodded undeniably, then took out a few medicine bottles and threw them to the 3 generals around King Gaoyang, the elders of the Dongfang family, the deans and elders of several academies, and her several spirit beasts, and explained lightly, "The pills that improve strength are harmless to the body and can be taken with confidence." Everyone in the Maple Forest Empire knew that Su Maoyang was a divine pattern alchemist, so they were naturally very confident about the efficacy of her pills. So, everyone swallowed the pills without any hesitation. Then, everyone saw that the elders of the Maple Forest Empire suddenly burst into brilliant spiritual light. and their auras rose rapidly, and soon reached a critical point. Not long after, they shook their bodies with a spiritual power fluctuation that was stronger and more powerful than before, which instantly shocked everyone present and froze their expressions. They couldn't believe what they saw. These old guys from the Maple Forest Empire actually collectively upgraded by 1 level. But as far as they know, the only elixir that can upgrade a late-stage Supreme Lord Spiritual Master by 1 level is the Upper Saint Grade 9 Yang Yiling Dan. Could it be that they all ate the 9 Yang Yiling Dan? However, the process of making the Upper Saint Grade 9 Yang Yiling Dan is complicated and extremely difficult. It is such a rare treasure that it is difficult to find one throughout the entire 9 Netherworld. But why did Su Maoyang take out so many 9 Yang Yiling Dan? This is too shocking. Everyone was horrified, pale, staring at the group of elders, who forcibly improved their strength in disbelief, and shook their heads in disbelief. Su Maoyang, what did you just feed them? The president of the blood-burning Heaven City Alchemy Guild was the most sensitive to elixirs. Seeing this scene, he was so excited that his face flushed, and he shouted and questioned. Chapter 1922, She is a Divine Pattern Alchemist. Su Maoyang had a deep impression of the president of the Alchemy Guild in Fenshua Tianqing. It was because he coveted the evil blood cauldron, and colluded with the deans of the 3 major colleges to encircle her, and the blood battle group that led to the tragedy. So Su Maoyang remembered this account clearly. Now seeing him ask, Su Maoyang raised a sneer at the corner of his lips, and replied lightly, as an alchemist, don't you know that the Upper Holy Grade 9 Yang Yiling pill can help the late Supreme Lord Spiritual Master to improve his level? Speaking of which, Su Maoyang has now reached the level of Danzuan, and can completely refine better Saint King grade pills. But due to time constraints, she only helped Yushu Tianzuan refine pills at the Immortal Palace Gate, and did not have time to refine other pills. So these pills were all refined in advance by Su Maoyang when she was in Fengqi Empire. So they were only upper holy grade. Although these holy pills cannot help the peak Supreme Monarch Spiritual Master break through the bottleneck, they are more than enough to help the late Supreme Monarch Spiritual Master improve his strength. Moreover, she has successfully practiced the 3 divine rune secrets of the True Lord, and has practiced the divine rune to the 3rd level. Therefore, the divine rune she has recorded not only has the effect of allowing the strong Supreme Monarch Spiritual Master to upgrade by 1 level, but also will not harm the body, and will not have a time limit. It can be regarded as a real stepping into this level. So it is much more powerful than the general 9 Yang Yiling Dan. Hearing this, the president undoubtedly verified what he thought in his heart. He was shocked and widened his eyes. He asked, why do you have the 9 Yang Yiling Dan? Where did they come from? Although he was already a Danzuan alchemist who could refine Saint King grade elixirs, it was still not easy to refine the 9 Yang Yiling pill that could allow a late-stage Supreme Lord Spiritual Master to upgrade by 1 level. Because this kind of elixir that forcibly improves strength requires too much mental power, and is too difficult to refine. It is not something that can be refined at will. Once it is not refined properly, it may cause death. But this Su Maoyang took out so many elixirs that even Danzuan alchemists would have difficulty with at one time. Which is really incredible. President, your question is a bit ridiculous. Su Mo is an alchemist, and these elixirs are naturally refined by her own hands. Otherwise, where can they come from? From you? You are afraid that you don't have this ability yet. King Gaoyang sneered sarcastically. Upon hearing this, not only the president, but everyone present was stunned, as if they had been hit on the head. These holy pills were actually made by Su Maoyang himself? Did they hear it wrong? You know, even alchemists at the level of Danzuan find it very difficult to make the 9 Yang Yiling pill. But Su Maoyang made so many of them. How is this possible? If it was really made by Su Maoyang, then wouldn't she be a Danqing level alchemist? Suddenly realizing this, everyone present was shocked and gasped in shock. How old is she? And she is already a Danqing level alchemist. Such a talent is simply terrifying. However, they don't know that Su Maoyang is not a Danqing level alchemist at all, but has already entered the ranks of Danzuan alchemists. But even so, at her age, reaching the Danqing level, she is already the most outstanding and talented alchemist in the 9 Netherworld. I didn't expect that she is actually at the peak of Dan Sheng. Such talent is really amazing. At this time, Sui Qian of the Xian and ancient clan couldn't help but sigh. Sui Yanqian, who was sitting next to her, was jealous and snorted disdainfully. It's just the peak of Dan Sheng. What's so great about it? Sister, your talent is not bad either. Now you are also at the Danshan level. At your speed, you can reach the peak of Danshan within a year and soon surpass her. It's just a matter of time. Sui Qianyi felt better after hearing this. Although she admitted that Su Maoyang had a good talent, she still couldn't accept that someone's alchemy talent was better than hers. So, she would rather believe that it was a matter of time, not talent. Pang Jianyuan, who was standing next to the president, was shocked to learn of Su Maoyang's great progress, but pretended to be indifferent and said, "Haha. Even if you force yourself to upgrade to a higher level, it's well known that this kind of pill that forcibly improves your strength will destroy your foundation and damage your body, which is very harmful to your future practice. And it won't last long. And your spiritual power will quickly dry up and become weak. It's just a strong on the outside but weak on the inside way of fighting." When King Gaoyang heard these ignorant words, he immediately raised his head and laughed. "Ha ha ha. Ordinary 9 yang yiling pills will indeed damage your body and won't last too long. But what we eat is not ordinary pills, but divine pattern pills, which will not damage your body and have no time limit, and will only allow people to truly advance. I think those of you who have never seen divine pattern pills should not know the effects of divine pattern pills. It's useless to say it." As soon as King Gaoyang finished speaking, it was like a huge rock smashing into the lake, causing an uproar. Everyone was shocked and froze in their places. Their pupils gradually filled with horror. The president of the Alchemy Guild stared at King Gaoyang, his face pale, and asked in disbelief, "What did you just say? God pattern pill?" At this moment, even the steady president was frightened and stuttered. Of course, it was not just him. Pang Jianyuan and several other alchemists beside him, as well as their disciples Leng Shiyue, Yu Xueqing, Qin Yaqi and others were all shocked. And the Xianan ancient clan, the most authoritative in alchemy, was also shocked. It is so difficult to refine divine rune pills. They have spent their whole lives trying to figure out the basics. But Su Maoyang can actually refine divine rune pills? Her talent and strength are already amazing enough. But now they are told that she not only knows divine rune techniques, but is also a famous alchemist who can refine divine rune pills. She must be born to attack people. No, I don't believe it. How is this possible? Pang Jianyuan and Su Maoyang have a deep grudge. Now that he sees that his enemy is so powerful, he can't accept it and shakes his head. Haha. What's impossible? My apprentice can practice divine rune techniques, which is enough to show her understanding of divine runes. With such talent, is it difficult for her to refine divine rune pills? Dong Jinan's face jumped with a bit of pride, and his tone was as if he was describing something as simple as eating. However, only those who really understand alchemy know that it is really difficult to engrave divine patterns on the elixir. Very difficult. Extremely difficult. And now, they saw that these old guys from the Maple Forest Empire did not have any weak breath or physical discomfort, and seemed to have really entered the level of the peak late-stage Supreme Lord Spiritual Master. Everyone was shocked. They never thought that Su Maoyang was actually a divine pattern alchemist. Chapter 1923. Even your grandfather doesn't recognize him? A divine pattern alchemist at the peak of the Dan Saint level. What does this mean? No one dares to think about it. Moreover, she is still so young, and there are infinite possibilities in the future. With her talent and cultivation speed, if she grows up, she will definitely become a very scary opponent. Perhaps, it is really possible to flatten the 9 Nether Realm. Realizing this, the elders and the 3 major forces who are confident swallowed their saliva with lingering fear, tightened their skin and flesh, and their eyes were full of fear. Now with the help of elixirs, the Maple Forest Empire already has 14 peak Supreme Monarch Spirit Masters, 7 late Supreme Monarch Spirit Masters, and 5 early Supreme Monarch Spirit Masters including Su Maoyang. A total of 28 masters who can still fight. Although such a lineup cannot compare with Burning Blood Sky City, it is far more than the Fengqi Empire. At this moment, everyone in Fengqi Empire was extremely grateful. Su Maoyang had not only provoked them, but also provoked Fengqi Tianqing and the Evil Wind Ancient Clan. If only their Fengqi Empire had gone to war, they would have been slaughtered by Fenglin Empire today. Thinking of this, the head of the Jin family was terrified, afraid that Su Maoyang would settle accounts with him later, and hurriedly shouted, "We can't let Su Maoyang go on so rampant. Let's go together." Although they have many more Supreme Monarch Spiritual Masters in Fenglin Empire, as long as we join forces, They are still not our opponents. Hearing this, everyone's eyes flashed with a cold murderous intent. Yes, Su Ma-yang can't be allowed to grow up. Now that there is such a good opportunity, she must be eradicated to eliminate the trouble forever. Thinking of this, everyone burst out their spiritual power without any hesitation. However, before they could make a move, a roar came from a distance, reverberating across the entire square like a huge bell. Ha ha ha. The younger generation failed to fight. Is it now the elders' turn to fight? Burning Blood Sky City, Fengchi Empire, and the Evil Wind Ancient Clan are indeed a group of shameless people. As the voice fell, a strong wind blew, and a domineering and boundless pressure suddenly came from a distance. Then, a white-haired old man landed steadily in front of Su Ma-yang. Although his face was full of wrinkles, his posture was upright and energetic. With a flick of his sleeves, his grace was fully revealed. Since Yushu Tianzuan was elusive all day, some people had never seen his true body, so the head of the Jin family did not recognize his identity and asked angrily, "Who are you? How dare you speak so arrogantly and humiliate my Fengchi Empire?" Although he knew that the person who came might be very strong, they also had several ancestors in Fengchi Empire, so they naturally could not lose their aura. Yu Xiaofeng did not expect that someone would dare to question him, and his face showed a trace of surprise. Where did this bastard come from? He didn't even recognize your grandfather? Donphan Liu saw Yushu Tianzuan being so naughty, and immediately laughed, and added, "Yushu Tianzuan, what you said is not right. Our Su Mo doesn't have such a stupid nephew." Hearing the 4 words Yushu Tianzuan, those who didn't know Yu Jingfeng's identity were all shocked. It turned out that this old man was actually the master of Emperor Yunlu, the famous old monster, Yushu Tianzuan. This is a big man who is as famous as Jiuxuan Jinren. At this moment, the face of the head of the Jin family turned pale as paper, and a hint of coldness suddenly passed through his body. If the man in front of him is Yushu Tianzuan, in terms of age, let alone being his grandfather, even being his great-grandfather is more than enough. He actually dared to scold such a big shot just now. He was simply impatient to live. But he didn't understand why such a big shot suddenly appeared and spoke for Fenglin Empire. Isn't Yushu Tianzuan a person from Yunlu Dark Domain? Of course. Not only him. Many people in Fengchi Empire and the 4 ancient clans don't know the relationship between Yu Zhenfeng and Su Ma-yang, and they are also confused at this moment. However, just when they were puzzled, Yushu Tianzuan slapped his head suddenly, and hurriedly apologized to Su Ma-yang and nodded. Yes, sister. It was a slip of the tongue for a moment. Such a fool is naturally not worthy of being your nephew. Hearing Yushu Tianzuan calling Su Ma-yang sister, the unaware people all showed strange expressions, and their shocked eyes kept wandering back and forth between Yu Zhenfeng and Su Ma-yang. Duan Xuexin, Fanny Jin, Lu Liman, Jin Yunzhao, and others looked at each other in horror. Did I hear it wrong? Was that really Yushu Tianzuan? He actually called Su Ma-yang sister? Lu Liman suspected that there was something wrong with her hearing. Fanny Jin and Jin Yunzhao were dumbfounded, showing an expression that they couldn't grasp the key. Of course, even Jin Hani, who had known Su Ma-yang's strength for a long time, was shocked. Su Ma-yang and Yushu Tianzuan actually have this kind of relationship? No, that's not Yushu Tianzuan. How could a big man like Yushu Tianzuan be a lunatic? Duan Xuexin shook her head unwillingly. The other disciples of Fengchi Empire also nodded in agreement. They had heard of Yushu Tianzuan's name. How could he be so crazy as to call a little girl like Su Ma-yang his elder sister? However, as soon as Duan Xuexin finished speaking, Jiuxuan Jinren, who was not far away, directly mocked, "Yu Zhenfeng, you are really shameless. For a pill that can advance to the level of an imperial spiritual master, you actually recognized a little girl as your elder sister and served her like a horse. Don't you think it's ridiculous?" Hearing Jiuxuan Jinren's words, the expressions of Duan Xuexin and others suddenly froze, and their eyes widened. It's true. It's actually true. This is the real Yushu Tianzuan in front of him. He actually recognized Su Ma-yang as his elder sister. How could there be such a ridiculous thing in the world? The people of Fengchi Empire and the 4 ancient clans were shocked, and the people of Yunlu Dark Domain, Fenchua Tiancheng and Fenglin Empire, who had seen Yushu Tianzuan's flattery of Su Ma-yang, were no longer surprised. Yushu Tianzuan didn't take it to heart when he heard Jiuxuan Jinren humiliating him. Instead, he glanced at him with contempt. You old guys. Bullying a little girl. You don't think it's funny. What's so funny about me? Besides, the achievement of cultivation is never judged by age. My elder sister is gifted in alchemy. I admire her. And what's wrong with being her younger brother? It's better than you who rely on your age and don't have the courage to admit that you are not as good as the younger generation. The older generation of Finchue Tianqing and Xian and ancient clan were all furious when they heard this. Jiushuanjinren sneered. Yu Zhengfeng. You are really stubborn and daydreaming. You should know how difficult it is to refine the Holy King Grade Chongling Red Fire Pill. That pill not only needs to reach the level of Danzun, but also needs to be burned with 4 kinds of strange fires together to be refined. Even if Su Maoyang is extremely talented and is a divine pattern alchemist at the peak of Dansheng, he will reach Danzun sooner or later. But without the contract of 4 kinds of strange fires, it is still wishful thinking to help you advance to the Emperor Spirit Master. Chapter 1924 really promoted to the Emperor Spirit Master. In the eyes of Jiushuanjinren, it is basically impossible to refine the Chongling Red Fire Pill. After all, who can contract 4 kinds of strange fire? You know, even if you contract 1 kind of strange fire, you still need to have the best time, place and people, which is as difficult as ascending to heaven, let alone 4 kinds. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard it, and then took out a medicine bottle from the space. Chongling Red Fire Pill? I just refined one some time ago. Tianzuan, take a look and see if it is the pill you want. As he said, Su Maoyang threw the medicine bottle to Yu Zhengfeng. When Yu Zhengfeng heard this, he was filled with ecstasy. He quickly caught it and opened the bottle cap. A strong and pure fragrance immediately hit his nose. He was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. Yes. Yes. It's Chongling Chiwa Dan. It's really Chongling Chiwa Dan. He has been waiting for this moment for decades. Yu Zhengfeng has always been disrespectful to the elderly and crazy. At this moment, he was as happy as a child. He rushed over and hugged Su Maoyang. Sister, you actually made it. I love you so much. Su Maoyang's face was black and struggled hard. Let me go quickly. Be careful that your apprentice will kill you. After being reminded by her, Yu Zhengfeng immediately imagined Jun Haocong's murderous expression and immediately let go of her. A little excited? Forgive me. Yu Zhengfeng smiled awkwardly, and then couldn't wait to throw the pill into his mouth. At this moment, everyone only saw that his body suddenly shook with a terrifying energy force, and spiritual power gushed out of his body like a volcanic eruption. That kind of power made everyone present change their faces and shocked. They never expected that Su Maoyang actually refined the Chongling Woden that helped the peak supreme Jun Lingshi to advance to the Emperor Lingshi. So, she is not the peak of Dansheng at all, but a Danzuan alchemist who has contracted 4 kinds of strange fire. God! What kind of monster is she? Thinking of this, everyone gasped and looked terrified as if they saw a ghost. And Zhuqiani of the Xian and ancient clan had just calmed down her little emotions and lied to herself that it was a matter of time. But she didn't know that she was ruined by this scene in the next second. What a bullshit time problem. Not only did she reach Danzuan, she could refine divine pattern pills, and she also contracted 4 kinds of strange fire. Such strength. Such a height. Can she catch up with it in a little time? Not to mention a year. I'm afraid she may not be able to catch up in her lifetime. Or even the next life. Realizing this, Zhuqiani was like a deflated ball, and her proud heart was shattered. Zui Yanqian, who was sitting next to her, was also like this. Her words were still ringing in her ears, but she was slapped in the face in a minute. With such alchemy skills, she is no longer a person of the same level in the world. They don't even have the qualifications to be compared with her. What's ridiculous is that she still hopes Zhuqiani can surpass Su Maoyang, Fan Xinhua, Fan Zijuan, Duan Xuexin and Yu Xueqing. These alchemy geniuses were also shocked speechless. Before, they heard Dongfang Liu's arrogant words in the formation, and thought she was ignorant. They all laughed at Su Maoyang for not participating in the alchemy competition because she didn't know how to make pills, but participated in the challenge competition instead. As a result, she simply disdained to participate. Her purpose of participating in the Cloud Peak battle was, as she said, only to kill people. At that time, they thought that this person was too arrogant and didn't know how high the sky was. Now they know that she is indeed qualified. At this time, Jiuquan felt the power that erupted from Yushu Tianzuan, and realized the danger for the first time. He suddenly roared. No. He really advanced to the Emperor's Spirit Master. Now while his foundation is unstable. Everyone hurry up. Then he rushed forward and blasted a palm at Yu Shenfeng. He knew that Yu Shenfeng had just been promoted, and could not fully digest the power of the Emperor's Spirit Master. It would be easiest to defeat him at this time. Otherwise, when he stabilized and completely understood the true meaning of the Emperor's Spirit Master, it would be difficult to deal with him. The ancestors of the three forces naturally understood this truth. And they nodded solemnly, responded to the call and rushed up. Although Yu Shenfeng and King Gaoyang were powerful, fortunately, there were more people on their side. And the Peak Supreme Jun Spirit Master was several times theirs. The leader of the Fengqi Empire, the ancient Evil Wind clan, was not as famous as Jiuquan and Yushu Tianzuan, but his strength was equally strong. It was absolutely impossible to determine the winner in a short time. Therefore, within a moment, King Gaoyang and Yushu Tianzuan were surrounded by the high-level figures of the three major forces. The formations, spiritual power, martial arts, weapons, and spirit beasts were all displayed. The whole square was exploded with brilliant brilliance, dazzling people and overwhelmed. With the old ancestors entangled Yushu Tianzuan and King Gaoyang, the remaining old guys rushed towards Su Maoyang fiercely. The talent and strength of this little girl have exceeded their tolerance. If they are allowed to develop, they will definitely be doomed. Su Maoyang saw that a group of late-stage Supreme Monarch spiritual masters dared to come to die, and he could not help but snort coldly. He waved his hand, released the dragon harp, held the strings with both hands, and exerted force. Suddenly, a burst of cold air burst out, which instantly condensed into countless ice swords in the air, and killed the old man who rushed over. Feeling the piercing coldness, a group of late-stage Supreme Monarch spiritual masters were stabbed and frowned, and were secretly shocked. This little girl is really not simple. She even has a trick left. Thinking of this, the group of old guys were not polite. They took out their own divine weapons, cut off the ice spikes in the air, and resisted the surging cold air. It must be said that the combat effectiveness of these old guys is really not comparable to those young people. They are agile and skilled. They have applied spiritual power, martial arts, and weapons to the extreme. It can be imagined how terrible the power of the explosion is. Therefore, the ice swords in the sky did not stop their pace, and they still charged towards Su Maoyang with unstoppable force. Anyway, you are just an early-stage Supreme Master. It is a fantasy to want to win with weapons. Die! Su Maoyang grinned when he heard it. Don't worry. You don't need to use weapons with your strength. After that, Su Maoyang quickly urged his mental power, looked at the eyes of the person who spoke, and immediately launched a mental attack. The old man who rushed in the front felt a strange force rushing into his brain, and the pain exploded instantly, making him pause and dazed. However, just as he pressed his head to suppress the headache, a palm print with golden runes flashing in front of him had been shot. Chapter 1925 Killing these old guys. There was a loud bang, and the palm print hit heavily. The late-stage Supreme Lord Spiritual Master had no time to attack and was slapped away. But he was a late-stage Supreme Lord Spiritual Master after all. Whether it was his skills or his defense ability, he was much stronger than the early-stage Supreme Lord Spiritual Master. So he was not killed by Su Maoyang's palm. It was just that the power of the divine pattern palm print was too amazing. Even if he didn't die, he could still seriously injure people. So the old man was slapped and spit out a mouthful of old blood on the spot. Fortunately, he had divine weapons and martial arts, so he didn't look too embarrassed. However, Su Maoyang had no time to take care of him at this time. He slapped another old guy who rushed up. This palm also had runes flashing, hitting the air, like a tiger roar, with the momentum of a tiger descending from the mountain, and slammed into the old guy. But his defense was good. He actually had a turtle-shaped shield, which instantly blocked most of the power for him. Su Maoyang failed to succeed in her first move, so she gathered her spiritual power and prepared to pursue the victory. However, there were about 10 people besieging her, so she had to distract herself to deal with others. So, before she made a move, she felt the spiritual power from the right side breaking through the air, and then she immediately flipped her wrist, threw up the dragon zither, spotted in the air, and suddenly reached out to hold the zither. The dragon zither immediately followed her arm and blocked to the right, immediately resisting the attack from the right. Then, she held the dragon zither upright, stuck it on the ground, leaned on the dragon zither, and suddenly jumped up, kicking the person attacking from the left side. The opponent was also powerful, and he resolved her fierce attack with one move, and quickly reached out to grab her ankle and pulled it towards him. Su Maoyang let go of Long Qin, stretched out her hand, condensed into ice spikes, wrapped in sharp cold air, and shot at the opponent's forehead. The old man saw the ice spikes attacking, so he let go and dodged to the side. At the same time, he still swung his arm and swung the hammer and smashed it. Su Maoyang saw this and disappeared from the spot, and appeared behind the old man in the next second. At this time, she didn't wait for the old guy in front of her to react. She raised her hand, held the scimitar, swung her arm violently, and chopped down vertically. The old guy didn't even notice Su Maoyang's figure, and was split in half by a bright silver light. Su Maoyang succeeded in one move, flew to Long Qin, stretched out his hand, and took it into his arms again, then plucked his fingers hard. The strings trembled, and suddenly released a cold air, bursting out a powerful sound wave, and immediately shocked the nearest people back a few steps. These old guys are not easy to deal with. After being beaten back by one wave, they launched a second wave of attacks. Su Maoyang no longer had the patience to continue to tangle with them. She gathered enough spiritual power, and with a swipe of her hands, the dragon roar shook the sky, and instantly shook the old guys who rushed up away. At the same time, she turned her wrist, held the scimitar, and slashed out. The golden light, as hot as the sun, had the momentum to sweep across the world, and instantly burned 3 people to death. The rest of the people felt such power, and the terrifying dragon roar shook their ears. They were all scared. They didn't expect Su Maoyang to burst out a dragon roar. However, at this time, Su Maoyang didn't give them a chance to defend. Another stealth shadow suddenly appeared behind them, and with a flick of his hands, the sound wave became a sword and shot out immediately. Those with keen insight managed to escape, while those with a little nerve were assassinated on the spot. However, the rest of the people could not escape the first day, because Su Maoyang had no intention of letting them go. He raised his palm again and slapped it down. The remaining few people were already seriously injured by the dragon's roar, and they could not resist the power of the divine pattern palm print. They were immediately slapped and blood splattered, turning into a pool of meat paste. In less than a cup of tea, Su Maoyang killed more than 10 old men of the late-stage Supreme Lord Spiritual Master. Such combat power and speed are terrifying. You must know that he is a late-stage Supreme Lord Spiritual Master, 2 levels higher than the top geniuses who participated in the Cloud Peak battle, and they are all experienced old men. But he still died at the hands of Su Maoyang. How can it not be shocking? At this time, the Peak Supreme Lord Spiritual Masters in the distance also noticed the movement of Su Maoyang and cast surprised eyes. They really didn't expect that not long after the battle, a large group of people would lie down beside Su Maoyang, especially the deans of the 3 colleges of Fenshua Tianqing, who were frightened when they saw this scene, and dared not fight anymore. They immediately burst out with all their strength, repelled the entanglement of several ancestors of the Dongfang family, and attacked Su Maoyang one after another. Su Maoyang saw them rushing over. His eyes flashed with a sharp cold light, and then he drew his hands, and the cold air burst out, and the fierce air wave shook instantly. The chill that attacked people penetrated into the bone marrow, as if to devour people's will, and immediately made the people who rushed over shiver several times. But no matter what, they were also experienced strong men, and they quickly made a countermeasure to dissolve the cold air. Su Maoyang, give up. Yushu Tianzuan and Gaoyang Wang are all entangled. Even the Daoyuo Immortal can't save you today. The dean of Yuan College had a sinister face and rushed towards Su Maoyang with a punch. Su Maoyang saw this and leaned back to avoid his attack. Then he plucked the string again, and the dragon roared again, and finally turned into a residual shadow flying in the sky. The residual shadow of the dragon. It turned out to be the residual shadow of the dragon. Everyone who saw this scene was horrified and stared at Su Maoyang in disbelief. They never expected that she had practiced the secret method of summoning the dragon. However, before their voices fell, the residual shadow of the dragon swooped down and attacked the deans who ran to kill her. Speaking of it, these deans had seen the power of her dragon piano, and they did not dare to take it lightly, and summoned weapons to resist. Seeing the fierce battle here, several ancestors of the Peak Supreme Jun Lingshi in the distance also quickly came to support. As a result, Su Maoyang was immediately surrounded by 3 Deans and 6 Peak Supreme Junlingshi, which seemed a bit tricky. After all, she is only an early stage Supreme Junlingshi now. Even if she is gifted and has strong spiritual power, it is not easy to kill the Peak Supreme Junlingshi. So, she swallowed a divine pattern pill, and immediately raised her spiritual power to the middle stage Supreme Junlingshi. Then she plucked the strings continuously, and a terrible cold air burst out. At this moment, the dragon roars echoed in the square, and even the air was trembling. Then, she saw her hands suddenly slash, and a dragon afterimage flew out of her fingertips again, sweeping towards the old guys around with fierce power. With a scream, the nearest Dean and 2 Peak Supreme Junlingshi were swallowed by the dragon afterimage in an instant. But in the blink of an eye, she killed 3 of the 7. Seeing this, Mu Qingwan's face changed drastically, and she clenched her fingers. She had expected Su Maoyang to be successfully killed, but she didn't know that she was so fierce that she didn't even take the top Supreme Junlingshi seriously. No, she couldn't let Su Maoyang live in this world. Jun Haocong was hers, and no one could take him away. Chapter 1926 Sneak Attack on Su Maoyang. Thinking of this, looking at that unparalleled beauty, a figure that was more outstanding than her own, Mu Qingwan was jealous and crazy. A hint of sinister coldness flashed across her pupils, and there was a faint murderous aura blooming inside. This woman was so powerful at a young age that she could kill the super strong man of the Peak Supreme Junlingshi. Such a peerless posture and stunning appearance were too dazzling, and she had left her far behind, making her the dignified queen, dim and even unqualified to compete with her. What a shame for the proud Mu Qingwan. Therefore, she did not allow Su Maoyang to live. As long as Su Maoyang was there, Jun Haocong would not have her existence in his eyes. Although killing Su Maoyang would not necessarily make Jun Haocong fall in love with her. What she could not get, Su Maoyang would not be able to get. However, Su Maoyang was too powerful now, and with her strength, she would never be able to kill her. So she must not miss such a good opportunity at the moment. Thinking of this, Mu Qingwan's eyes became fierce, while Su Maoyang was surrounded by a group of old guys and had no time to distract herself. She quickly went behind her, rushed forward, and suddenly burst out the spiritual power that had been brewing for a long time, swinging the sword to cut down. Although Mu Qingwan did not participate in the Battle of Yunding, her own strength was not weak. In order to get Jun Haocong, she has been practicing hard for the past 3 years, and now she is already an early Supreme Junlingshi. Therefore, this sword can be said to contain great power, bursting out a terrible light curtain, and fell directly from above Su Maoyang's head, with the momentum of creating the world and destroying everything. The power behind him exploded, and the sword energy swept. Su Maoyang was so sensitive that he naturally noticed it. Then, he immediately used stealth and disappeared from the spot again. Then, taking advantage of the few seconds of invisibility, he teleported a distance and stopped behind Mu Qingwan on the left. Mu Qingwan thought that Su Maoyang was entangled by so many old guys and couldn't get away, nor could he take care of the back. But who knew that the sword light didn't show the blood and flesh flying as she imagined. And she didn't even see Su Maoyang's figure. At this moment, she was so scared that her face changed drastically, and she looked for Su Maoyang in horror. Su Maoyang, who was already standing on her left, sneered, "It's really shocking that the Queen of Fengqi Empire would do such a sneaky thing. Since you are so cowardly and incompetent, I will help Fengqi Empire change the dynasty." As she said that, Su Maoyang didn't even bother to use weapons. She just stretched out her hand and slapped it, and instantly condensed into a huge divine pattern palm print, and slapped towards Mu Qingwan to kill. She originally planned to settle accounts with Mu Qingwan, but she didn't expect that the other party was so anxious that he would take the initiative to die. So she would fulfill her wish. There was a loud bang, and the violent spiritual power exploded wildly in the void, as if it had the momentum to crush the sky, and it smashed down domineeringly. Although Mu Qingwan was quite powerful, she could not resist the pressure from the divine pattern. Moreover, Su Maoyang was invincible in the same realm, and now he had been promoted to the level of a mid-term Supreme Master, which was a realm higher than her. Therefore, once Su Maoyang made a move, it was basically a sure kill. When this palm landed, Mu Qingwan would be blasted into a bloody mess. Now, feeling the suffocation of dying, Mu Qingwan was frightened to the point of her soul leaving her body, and her eyes were bloodshot. However, just as the palm print was about to fall on her, a figure suddenly came from a distance, pushed Mu Qingwan's body away, raised his hand, slashed out a sword, fiercely hit Su Maoyang's palm print, and shook out a terrible power wave. Although the sword light slashed out by this person was powerful, it was still no match for Su Maoyang's divine pattern palm print. In a moment, it was swallowed up by the palm print and dissipated into nothingness, and he himself was blown away by the load. However, this person was powerful, and the temporary sword he slashed out blocked a large part of the power. So he was only seriously injured and not in danger of life. Then he was seen getting up from the ground, enduring the injury, and quickly rushed to Mu Qingwan and protected her behind him. Seeing this scene, Su Maoyang was immediately shocked by the man who suddenly appeared and narrowed his eyes, and looked at the other party in surprise. She found that the man was not very old, at most 30 years old, with sharp features and clear edges and corners. But he was a stranger, so she had no impression of him. So she couldn't tell his identity for a while. However, at this moment, when she met the pair of black eyes, she actually had a strange feeling. She knew who was fighting not far away, noticed the movement here and immediately shouted to remind, "Master, be careful. Don't look into his eyes. He is Mu Qingwan's secret guard, who has practiced the art of illusion, which can confuse people's minds." Hearing this, Su Maoyang was shocked and immediately shook her head to keep herself awake. She didn't expect that this person would actually be able to bewitch the art of illusion. In her impression, only Feng Moxie practiced the pupil technique. She didn't expect that there were people in the world who practiced this mysterious and strange secret method. That's right. The pupil technique? Lin Wana was once controlled by the pupil technique, and was framed for killing the princess. And the man in front of her also knows the pupil technique. Suddenly realizing this, Su Maoyang was shocked, as if a thunderbolt hit his head, and he was numb all over and stood still. "It's you? It's you? You are the murderer of the princess." After being shocked for a long time, Su Maoyang shouted excitedly, and the hand pointing at the man trembled because of anger. Her shout also attracted the attention of the people in the dark area of Yunlu. They had been paying attention to Su Maoyang's battle, and now they suddenly heard her mention the princess, and they were shocked and opened their eyes wide. The murderer of the princess? Is the secret guard who protected Mu Qingwan behind him the murderer of the princess? In that case, isn't Mu Qingwan the culprit who killed the princess? After learning the truth, everyone in the dark area of Yunlu was shocked and covered their mouths in horror. At this time, Su Maoyang was so angry when he thought of Jun Qingran's kindness to Mu Qingwan, and gritted his teeth and asked, "Mu Qingwan, you are a sinister, vicious, despicable and shameless bitch. The princess likes you so much, values you, and even wants to bring me down and match you with Jun Haotsong. She trusts you so much. Is this how you repay her? Don't you feel guilty?" Although Su Maoyang doesn't like Jun Qingran, she is Jun Haotsong's sister after all. She may be very bad to herself, but Su Maoyang can see her love for Mu Qingwan. So when he thought that she died at the hands of her favorite junior, Su Maoyang couldn't help but speak up for her. Chapter 1927. A treacherous woman. Su Maoyang, you killed a princess yourself, and you can't clear yourself of the crime. You actually want to frame me. I think you are the one who is vicious and shameless. Mu Qingwan didn't expect that her sneak attack would expose the secret guards around her. She was shocked and a trace of guilt flashed across her pupils. But she pretended to be calm on the surface and denied it categorically. In fact, this secret guard was a death warrior carefully selected by her father for her. Because of his extraordinary talent, he was secretly arranged by her side to protect her safety. However, in order to hide her strength and catch people off guard over the years, she has never exposed this secret guard to the public. So even the people of Fengxi Empire rarely know his existence. But she didn't expect that Mu Qingyan not only knew the existence of this secret guard, but also knew that he was proficient in the art of phantom pupils. And today she actually said it out loud. It seems that they are both princesses, and Mu Qingyan investigated her behind her back before she ascended the throne. Of course, it is understandable. They were originally hostile. At that time, they were fighting for the throne. It was understandable that she plotted against Mu Qingyan behind her back, and Mu Qingyan investigated her behind her back. After all, who doesn't have some little thoughts? However, she must not let the people of Yunlu Dark Domain know that her secret guards know pupil skills. Once they know, She and Fengqi Empire will become enemies of Yunlu Dark Domain, and the consequences will be disastrous. Therefore, even if she was exposed, she could not admit it. After all, this was all Su Maoyang's one-sided words. Without evidence, no one could convict her. What's more, she and Su Maoyang had a grudge. As long as she insisted that Su Maoyang hated her and framed her, the people of Yunlu Dark Domain would not believe her accusation. In this way, she still has a glimmer of hope. It must be said that Mu Qingwan is a scheming person. She once planned step by step and seized the throne, which is enough to show that she is deep-minded and insidious. So, even if the matter was exposed, she did not panic for a moment. She actually thought of a response and instead turned the tables and threw dirty water on Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang heard that she still wanted to frame herself and shook her head hopelessly, with disgust written all over her face. Mu Qingwan, do you know why Jun Haocong doesn't like you? It would be better if she didn't mention it. When she mentioned this, Mu Qingwan was so excited that her face turned red and she gritted her teeth. You have the nerve to ask. It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, I would have been the imperial concubine of Yunlu long ago. If it weren't for you, Jun Haocong and I would have been together long ago. And we would have been in harmony. And it wouldn't have come to this point today. So, you killed the eldest princess and also killed my love. You bitch. Su Maoyang saw her eyes wide open and full of hatred. And she actually looked a little crazy. Couldn't help but sneer twice. And scolded him rudely. You're talking nonsense. I heard that you have liked Jun Haocong for many years. And you have had many interactions with him. You should know that I didn't exist at that time. If he liked you, he would have liked you a long time ago. Why would he wait for me to appear? At that time, he didn't even like you who simply loved him. Let alone you who are now scheming, cruel, mean, and ugly. A woman like you. Let alone looking at you. Just thinking about you makes me feel sick and want to vomit. You even want to be liked by Jun Haocong. Are you worthy? Mu Qingwan's cheeks flushed with anger, and she trembled all over. She shouted at the dark guards in front of her. Ji Sun. Kill her. Kill her. I want her to die. Ji Sun received the order and immediately swung his sword, ready to fight Su Maoyang to the death. The two deans and the remaining peak supreme Jun Lingshi in the distance also broke free from the entanglement of the Dongfang family and several spirit beasts, and attacked Su Maoyang again. Although they witnessed Su Maoyang killing two peak supreme Jun Lingshi and knew that she had amazing fighting power, they had no way to retreat, because if they lost the battle today, they would die more miserably later. So they might as well fight to the death. And there might be a glimmer of hope. Prince Pingxiang of the Yunlu Dark Domain saw that Su Maoyang was surrounded by the ancestors again and fell into a dilemma. He could no longer sit still and stood up suddenly. If Mu Qingwan is really the murderer of the eldest princess, this battle, I can't sit idly by. The head of the Chao family on the side saw that he was actually planning to intervene in this feud, and his face changed in fear. He quickly stood up to dissuade him. Your Highness, you must not do this. The cause of the eldest princess's death is unknown, and you must not convict the queen because of Su Maoyang's words. If you support Su Maoyang now, you will be an enemy of the Fengqi Empire, Fenxua Tianqing, and the Evil Wind Ancient Clan. The head of the Bai family also quickly stood up and clasped his fists to stop him. Yes, Your Highness. Mu Qingwan is the queen of the Fengqi Empire no matter what. You are? If you kill someone, it means you have identified the Empress as the master. How can Fengqi Empire accept such a serious crime without any evidence? I agree with the views of Patriarch Chao and Patriarch Bai, because Su Maoyang and the Empress have a deep grudge, and it is possible that they framed her. Moreover, even if the overall strength of Feng Lin Empire has surpassed Fengqi Empire, don't forget that there are two major forces, Fenxua Tianqing and Xiefeng Ancient Clan. Of course, not only them, but also the Zhenwu Ancient Clan who watched the fire from the other side. Two of their disciples died at the hands of Su Maoyang. I think they are also very dissatisfied with her. The reason why they did not take action at the moment is that they are planning to reap the benefits. It is not a wise move for you to get involved at this juncture. I hope your majesty will think twice. The head of the Jiang family was looking forward to Su Maoyang's death. So naturally he didn't want King Pingxiang to intervene. And he also gave earnest advice. King Pingxiang knew that their three major families hated Su Maoyang to the core. But he was not blinded by these words. He snorted angrily. Don't say anything. If you don't want me to implicate Yunlu Dark Domain, then I will only use the identity of Jun Qingran's brother this time. Everything I do has nothing to do with the position of Yunlu Dark Domain. If I really wrong Mu Qingwan, I will die to apologize and give an explanation to Fengqi Empire. Hearing this, the heads of the Chao family, the Bai family, and the Jiang family were all frightened and pale. They knelt down and blocked King Pingxiang. My lord, please think twice. Don't listen to Su Maoyang's one-sided words and be fooled by her. Bewitched to the point of losing judgment. She may have said this on purpose to get your support, just to drag you down with her. King Pingxiang was so angry that he kicked them away when he saw that they dared to stop him. I have been living under your bewitching spell for the past 3 years, and it is time to find out the truth. So I decided to trust her once. Get out of here. After saying that, King Pingxiang flew behind Su Maoyang and resisted for her. Then shouted, Su Maoyang, leave these old guys to me. You must catch Mu Qingwan for me. I will interrogate her strictly. And I can't let the princess die in obscurity. Chapter 1928. Snatch her to be the crown princess consort. Su Maoyang saw him offering help and nodded. Don't worry. Even if the prince doesn't say it, I won't let her go today. Because of Mu Qingwan, she was forced to leave the dark area of Yunlu and Jun Haocong. In order not to make Jun Haocong feel embarrassed, she could only meet Jun Haocong outside, and ended up with no home to return to. Not only that, she was also cursed by the world as an ungrateful bitch. And Lin Wano was still carrying the infamy of killing the eldest princess until her death. Thinking of all this, Su Maoyang wanted to cut Mu Qingwan into pieces. So, she couldn't wait for a moment, and rushed towards Mu Qingwan, raising her hand and slashing. It must be said that the secret guards around Mu Qingwan were indeed powerful. Even if they were seriously injured, they protected Mu Qingwan tightly behind them, and took Su Maoyang's moves head-on. Although Jun Yueya was quite powerful, he was still struggling against so many masters. He was forced to retreat after 2 or 3 rounds. As for the 2 deans of Burning Blood City and several top Supreme Jun Lingshi, they obviously didn't want to waste time on Jun Yueya. They quickly withdrew and turned to deal with Su Maoyang, leaving only 2 people to entangle Jun Yueya, Dafang Yanqing and others. The 3 deans of the Maple Forest Empire and Su Maoyang's spirit beasts wanted to go to support, but they were entangled by a group of old guys from the Evil Wind ancient clan. They couldn't get away, and could only worry. Yin La Feng saw that Su Maoyang was surrounded by enemies, and couldn't stand by and watch. He then clasped his fists, and said to the old man of the Yin family, Grandpa, I believe in Su Maoyang's character. I can guarantee with my life that the death of the eldest princess has nothing to do with her. She can be an enemy of the entire 9 Netherworld for the sake of the Emperor. So how could she do anything to hurt the Emperor? I think the insidious and cunning Mu Qingwan is more suspicious. So what if you believe her? Do you have evidence to clear her suspicion? The old man of the Yin family is such a shrewd person. When he heard him say that, he knew that he was begging for help. Yin La Feng knew that this matter was serious and related to the honor and disgrace of the entire family. It was definitely not as simple as helping casually. So he could understand that the Yin family had some concerns. But he couldn't help but persuade. I really don't have evidence to clear her suspicion now. But Grandpa, you should understand that the current situation is a good opportunity for us to express our position, help in times of trouble, and get closer to Su Maoyang. If we miss this opportunity, and there is evidence to clear Su Maoyang of suspicion, she will return to the Yunlu Dark Domain and resume her status as the Imperial Concubine. It will be difficult for the Yin family to gain a foothold in the Yunlu Dark Domain. After all, it is easy to add flowers to the brocade, but it is difficult to help in times of trouble. At that time, it will be meaningless to have a good relationship. In fact, the old man of the Yin family has been struggling whether to help or not. But unexpectedly, these words were said by Yin La Feng. He didn't expect that Yin La Feng, at such a young age, could see the situation so thoroughly and analyze the interests so well. Even he had to admit that it was indeed a great opportunity to have a good relationship with Su Maoyang. If we miss this opportunity, if Su Maoyang makes a comeback, not to mention that she will not tolerate them, it is estimated that even the Yunlu Emperor will settle accounts later. I believe that even if the Emperor will not make a big fuss about them because of their past feelings, he will probably not reuse the Yin family. Of course, what excited him the most was that Su Maoyang was a divine alchemist of the Danzuan level. If the Yin family could support Su Maoyang and help him win this battle, the Yin family would no longer have to worry about cultivation and resource issues. By then, the Yin family would be able to easily become the leader of the 8 major families. However, this decision is somewhat risky. If the bet wins, the Yin family will be prosperous. But if the bet loses, it will be doomed. It is really difficult to make a decision. However, just when the old man of the Yin family was wavering, the head of the Jiang family suddenly interrupted. Old man of the Yin family, Yin Lafeng loves Su Maoyang and wants to stand up for her. He was also dismissed from the position of general because she disobeyed military orders and attacked Fengxue Tianqing on her own. Have you forgotten such a big family motto? Do you still want to be instigated by him and lose the entire Yin family? Yes. Su Maoyang offended so many forces this time, and everyone hopes she will die. She can't walk out of this Bailing Jai alive. What's more, she has offended even the 9 major sections. You are still planning to bet on a dying person. Don't you think it's ridiculous? The head of the Chao family also sneered, thinking that Yin Lanfeng's words were too naive. Jing Yelong, who was not far away, heard this and looked at everyone in the Cloud Tower Dark Domain with contempt. His tone was full of sarcasm. Haha. How ridiculous. Su Maoyang is such a rare talent. It is a blessing for you to become your Cloud Tower's imperial concubine. Not only do you not know how to cherish her, but you even push her away. Aren't you the ridiculous ones? However, since you are unwilling to help her, don't blame me, the Prince Filong, for snatching her away to be the prince's consort. After that, Jing Yelong rushed into the battle circle to help without hesitation. Several families in the Yunlu Dark Domain did not expect that Prince Filong was so righteous that he was willing to offend the 3 forces for Su Maoyang. They were all shocked and stood still, and some of them recovered. Not to mention them, even the people of the Filong ancient clan were scared by Jing Yelong's move. This bastard. He ran to save people without discussing with us. He is really getting more and more lawless. The patriarch of the Filong ancient clan was almost fainted by him. But thinking of his safety, he still ordered worriedly, "You guys go over quickly and protect his safety. Don't let him get hurt." The elders of the Filong ancient clan didn't understand what he meant. That's Su Maoyang. Should we still help? That evil boy has already rushed up. And now we have to help. The patriarch cursed in anger, his tone revealing helplessness. Prince Filong holds a pivotal position in the Filong ancient clan. He will take over the Filong ancient clan in the future. In a sense, his attitude represents the attitude of the Filong ancient clan. So even if they do not take action, the other 3 forces will be angry with the Filong ancient clan. Rather than this, it is better to completely overthrow these 3 forces so that they cannot settle accounts later. Seeing that the people of the Filong ancient clan have helped, Yin Lafeng was too lazy to persuade them. He knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to the elders of the Yin family. Yin Lafeng does not ask the fathers to help. But I must save Su Maoyang. Please forgive me for my self-assertion, because I firmly believe that she will win. After saying this, Yin Lafeng joined the battle without hesitation. When the old man of the Yin family heard this, and saw that things had developed to this point, he could not stay out of it. He immediately stood up and ordered seriously, "Fight! Our Yin family must not let outsiders touch the Emperor's concubine." Chapter 1929 Feng Emos he has reluctance. When Mr. Yin said this, he expressed the position of the Yin family, recognized Su Mo Liang's position in the dark domain of Yunlu, affirmed her status as the imperial concubine, and made the decision to advance and retreat together with Su Mo Liang. This is a gamble. He bet on the rise and fall of the entire Yin family, and bet on Su Mo Liang's victory. Such courage is not something that ordinary people can have. The other uncles saw that the always steady old man had spoken, and they must have made the decision after careful consideration. So they all nodded and rushed forward without any opinions. As for General Pan of the Pan family, he had fought with Su Mo Liang before, and he had some understanding of her, and had some friendship with her. Naturally, he could not stand by and watch her die at this time. Not to mention that as a general of the dark domain of Yunlu, it was his duty to protect the safety of the imperial concubine of Yunlu. So he also reminded the elders of the Pan family, "You'd better make a decision early. If you don't take action now, the credit will be taken away by the Yin family." As he said, General Pan also rushed into the battle circle without hesitation. The people of the Pan family had no grudges with Su Maoyang, so they naturally wanted to make friends. Seeing so many people rushing to help, They did not hesitate and followed General Pan's steps. As for the Du family, seeing that the Yin family and the Pan family had such courage, they naturally couldn't sit still. The head of the Du family slapped his thigh and risked it. Forget it. The worst case is death. Let's gamble today. And the Chao family, the Bai family and the Jiang family, who had grudges with Su Maoyang, naturally would not go to help. So they only hated the Yin family, the Pan family, and the Du family for meddling in other people's business and causing trouble. However, they could not imagine that this was probably the wisest decision the Yin, Pan and Du families had ever made in their lives. The people of the Zhenwu ancient clan did not expect that the Lianyun Tower Dark Domain and the Feilong ancient clan would get involved. Seeing that things were getting out of control, they could not stand by and watch. They could not help but stand up and began to support the Xiefeng ancient clan, Finchua Tianqing and Fengqi Empire. As a result, the entire square became a mess. Although Su Maoyang still faced many enemies, at least he was not as isolated and helpless as at the beginning. Therefore, seeing that Su Maoyang's crisis was mostly resolved, Yifeng, who was standing in the distance and looking out, breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly urged the charming man with deep eyes and worried face. Master, Miss Su should be fine. We have to leave. I want to see her again. Just for a while. Feng Moxie shook his head slightly. His purple eyes were rippled, staring at the figure that haunted him reluctantly, whispering softly, not knowing whether he was answering Yifeng or persuading himself. Yifeng knew that he was worried and reluctant, so he sighed helplessly. His face looked a little anxious. Master, the superiors have sent people to urge several times, and we can't delay any longer. Is Jun Haocong not here yet? Feng Mox's eyes gradually turned cold when he heard the people above, and he had to pin his hopes on Jun Haocong. God knows how much he wanted to rush forward to protect Su Maoyang. But Su Maoyang had killed so many disciples of Finchua Tianqing and offended so many forces in Finchua Tianqing. As the king of Finchua Tianqing, if he tried to rescue him, it would chill the hearts of the entire Finchua Tianqing. So he could only hide uselessly aside, silently watching her fight. Yifeng understood his thoughts and shook his head slightly. No. The Yunlu Dark Domain has blocked the news very strictly. I sent people to inquire several times, but there was no news. I think the situation is not optimistic. Is it really so serious? Although Feng Moxie knew that Jun Haocong suffered from cold disease, and his physical condition was always poor, he didn't expect it to be so serious. Well, I guess it must be very serious. Otherwise the families in the Yunlu Dark Domain would not be so bold as to openly instigate Prince Pingxiang to choose a concubine. They are so unscrupulous, clearly convinced that the emperor can't touch them. Feng Moxie was speechless for a while, undoubtedly acquiescing to Yifeng's guess. After a moment of silence, he seemed to have made a decision. You go and tell those people. I will wait until this battle is over before leaving. He didn't see Su Maoyang leave safely with his own eyes, and he really didn't feel at ease leaving her to go to the Sunluo realm. Master, allow me to say something presumptuous. No matter what the outcome of this battle is, you won't get her. Why bother? Instead of wasting time here, it's better to go to Sunluo realm as soon as possible and forget the sad things here. Yifeng didn't know how many times he had advised him. Although he was scolded by Feng Moxie every time, he couldn't help but say it. Feng Moxie heard this, and a sad smile flashed across his lips. The word forget is very interesting. There is a death on the top and a heart on the bottom. I think only when the heart is dead can we forget. But I can't give up on her. It was like this in my last life, and it's still like this in this life. The funny thing is that not only can I not give up on her, but every time I see her, my heart beats very hard, and it's very painful. Yifeng had never heard him say such words before. He looked at Feng Moxie in silence. Seeing that pair of purple pupils were already filled with tears, he immediately lowered his head in shock. Their master really loves Su Maoyang deeply. Okay. You go back over there. I want to stay here for a while. Feng Moxie has made up his mind. Yifeng was so scared that he immediately clasped his fists. Master, you must not do that. They have been accommodating you for several months and have warned their subordinates that if you don't leave, they will attack Miss Su and completely cut off your love and hatred. By then, even if Miss Su wins this battle, she will not be able to deal with such a powerful force. If you really want to do this for Miss Su, you should leave with your subordinates now, and don't make that force angry. Feng Moxie frowned when he heard this. And he was furious. They actually threatened me. Master, they are powerful and can kill people with just a flick of their fingers. The reason they threaten you is that they value you. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't even bother to threaten me, Yi Feng advised earnestly. Feng Mouxia, however, was not fooled by this. He raised his eyebrows and snorted angrily. I think you have received a lot of benefits from them. Yi Feng was frightened and immediately knelt on the ground in fear. I dare not. Feng Mouxia stared at him speechlessly, then sighed in compromise. Forget it. I will go with you. As he said, he raised his head and prepared to take a last look at Su Liang. After all, if he left, he would not know when he would meet again. However, at this moment, behind Su Liang, Jiu Xianjinren, who was entangled with Yusu Tianzuan, suddenly turned around and rushed towards Su Liang. The palm was full of the momentum of destroying the world, which frightened Feng Mouxia's face, and he shouted, Su Liang, be careful. Chapter 1930 The Sweetheart of Lord Finchen. Jiu Xianjinren is not like an ordinary peak supreme Junlingshi. His palm is enough to crush people of the same realm to ashes. Not to mention facing Su Maoyang, a mid-term supreme Junlingshi. As his apprentice, Feng Moxie knew his explosive power very well. So he was so shocked that his eyes were bloodshot, and he screamed loudly. He had no time to think, and rushed towards Su Maoyang, raised his palm suddenly, and blocked Jiu Xianjinren's palm print for her. Although Feng Moxie has entered the level of peak supreme Junlingshi, he has just come into contact with this level, and his strength is not very stable. So he was slapped away by Jiu Xianjinren's palm print, and just bumped into Su Maoyang's arms, and both of them fell to the ground. Jiu Xianjinren didn't expect Feng Moxie to suddenly rush out, and his face changed drastically. He yelled in horror, Sire! Su Maoyang also didn't expect Feng Moxie to run out to save him. He stared at him in disbelief. Feng Moxie? Why is it you? Hee. It's me. Are you disappointed? Feng Moxie spat out a mouthful of blood, looked up to meet Su Maoyang's eyes, and his charming face raised an evil and slightly pale smile. Su Maoyang saw that he was seriously injured, and his face was tangled into a ball. He scolded angrily. Are you crazy? Can you handle such power? Feng Moxie's eardrums hurt by her fierce roar, but the smile on the corner of his mouth became deeper and deeper, and his purple pupils flashed with joy. Are you nervous about me? Su Maoyang didn't expect that at this juncture. He still had the mind to flirt with her, and he frowned in anger. You think too much. I'm just angry that you came out to meddle in other people's business. I owe you a favor. Feng Mouxia smiled indifferently, staring at her eyes tightly, unwilling to look away for a moment. This is the first time I see my shadow in your pupils. So nice. Su Liang heard that he had started talking nonsense, and stared at him speechlessly. Thinking of the previous misunderstanding that he was the murderer of the eldest princess, he couldn't help but feel a little sorry. Then he took out a healing pill and fed it into his mouth. He mustered up the courage and whispered, I'm sorry. Feng Mouxia suddenly heard her apology and opened his eyes in surprise. But he understood what she meant by sorry, and then said indifferently, You don't need to apologize to me. Mu Qingwan just did what I wanted to do for me. If it were me, the means might be more cruel. If there was no Mu Qingwan, he would also find ways to break up her and Jun Haotsong. After all, he was such a person who would do anything to achieve his goals. Su Maoyang naturally knew who he was. He frowned and snorted in annoyance. You are very self-aware. But I don't like to owe favors to others. This bottle of divine pattern medicine is to thank you for saving my life just now. As he said, Su Maoyang stuffed the medicine bottle into Feng Moxie's arms and stood up. In the distance, Jiu Xianjinren was furious at Feng Moxie's behavior just now. When he thought that he almost killed him, he couldn't help but feel scared and shouted, Sire, didn't you leave? Why are you here? Are you going to die? You are still protecting this woman. Of course. In addition to Jiu Xianjinren, who was shocked by Feng Moxie's appearance, everyone else present was also surprised. Because among these forces, only the people of Fengshuishan City and Fenglin Empire knew Feng Moxie's feelings for Su Maoyang, while Fengqi Empire and the four ancient clans were not very clear. So they racked their brains and could not think that Fen Tianjun of Fengshuishan City would rush out to save Su Maoyang at this critical moment. As we all know, Su Maoyang is the #1 enemy of Fengshuishan City. Is Fen Tianjun crazy? He would risk his life to protect his enemy? This is too unbelievable. People who don't understand the situation are stupidly standing there, looking at Su Maoyang and Feng Moxie in confusion. Feng Moxie knew that this action angered his master and chilled the hearts of the ministers of Fenshui Tiancheng. He felt guilty and apologized. Master, I'm sorry. Su Liang is in trouble, and I can't just sit back and watch. Please spare her life for the sake of our relationship as master and disciple. Asshole. This woman killed so many people in Fenshui Tiancheng. And you are still helping her. How long are you going to be ridiculous? Jiu Xianjinren was already full of anger. Hearing that he was still begging for this woman, he roared even more furiously. Feng Emosia looked embarrassed, and his voice was choked with sobs. Master, you should know that I, Feng Emosia, have never loved any woman. The only one I can't let go is her. You are my master, who has cultivated me since I was a child. Just like my biological father. If my beloved woman dies in your hands, how do you want me to face you in the future? Hearing these words, the unaware people were stunned. They didn't expect that the imperial concubine of the Yunlu Dark Domain was actually the sweetheart of Finchen Jun. As far as they knew, Finchen Jun was surrounded by beautiful women of all types. So how could he fall in love with someone else's woman? This is totally not his style. What's even more speechless is that he could have fallen in love with anyone else. But he chose the woman of his mortal enemy. Isn't this asking for trouble? Moreover, seeing him rush out without caring about his life to help Su Maoyang block the attack of Jiu Xuanjinren, it seems that it is not just an ordinary affection, but a deep love. Otherwise, he would not have saved her regardless of his status as the king of Fenshui Tianqing and risked being cursed by Fenshui Tianqing. It's just that I didn't expect that Feng Moxie, who has always been cold-blooded, cruel, sinister and vicious, would actually fall in love with a woman. It's really shocking. So, after learning the truth, many people present shook their heads in shock, and their eyes looking at Feng Moxie and Su Maoyang became a little complicated. Jiu Xuanjinren didn't expect him to say this. His cloudy pupils stirred a little. After a moment of silence, he seemed to be reluctant to see the two of them turn against each other. So he made a concession. Okay, I promise you, I won't attack her. Just because he didn't attack, it didn't mean that others wouldn't attack. Su Maoyang had offended so many powerful people today, and it was doomed. So it didn't make any difference whether he attacked or not. And it couldn't change anything. Feng Moxie was relieved when he saw that he agreed. And several ancestors of the Fengqi Empire saw that Jiu Xuanjinren no longer attacked Su Maoyang. And Su Maoyang's helpers were increasing. They were already panicking. And then took advantage of the two people talking to launch a swift attack on Su Maoyang, intending to catch Su Maoyang off guard. Su Maoyang saw the ancestors of the Three-Peak Supreme Jun Lingshi, and immediately stretched out their claws towards her, with violent power, rushing towards her, as if to destroy her invisibly. Chapter 1931 Trapping Feng Emosia. Feng Emosia did not expect that the old generation of Fengqi Empire would be so despicable. He was shocked and widened his eyes. He quickly slashed out with a palm to block the attack for Su Liang. However, just as he repelled three strong men, the Fengqi ancestor who was entangled with King Gao Yang in the distance was very angry about Feng Emosia's meddling in his affairs. He did not care about his identity as Lord Finchen and slapped him mercilessly. Although Feng Emosia had amazing combat power and might be able to deal with ordinary Peak Supreme Lord spiritual masters, he still could not withstand the attack of the top strong men of Fengqi Empire. What's more, he was seriously injured just now. This palm came suddenly. He was hit in the chest by mistake and spurted out a mouthful of blood. When Master Jiuxuan saw this, his heart tightened, and he glared at the Fengqi patriarch who had attacked, and roared in anger. How dare you hurt my disciple? Are you tired of living? The patriarch did not seem to be afraid of Master Jiuxuan, and snorted coldly with anger on his face. Humph. Master Jiuxuan, you promised not to kill Su Maoyang, but we didn't agree. Your disciple rushed up to die. So don't blame us for being rude. Another patriarch also took over the conversation angrily. Yes, Master Jiuxuan, we don't care about the severity of our actions. If you don't want your disciple to get into trouble, just take care of him and don't let him meddle in other people's business. Otherwise we really dare not guarantee his life. Master Jiuxuan was so angry that his breathing stagnated and he was speechless. However, although he was angry that the ancestors of Fengqi Empire did not give him face, he was even more angry that his own apprentice was useless. For a woman, He actually went against the will of the entire Fengshuishan city and forcibly protected her. It was really abominable. Thinking of this, Jiuxuan Jinren did not intend to indulge Feng Moxie, and then ordered an old ancestor of Fenxue Tianqing. Hurry up and trap him with the formation. Don't let him interfere in this battle. The old ancestor nodded solemnly, and quickly carved a formation, trying to trap Feng Moxie in it. Su Maoyang saw that Feng Moxie was injured again, and the situation was not optimistic. He frowned and scolded him unkindly. Feng Moxie. You idiot. Who asked you for help? I feel sick when I see you. Get out of here quickly. Don't meddle in other people's business. I am not as fragile as you think now. Although she hated Feng Moxie, she couldn't bear to see him get hurt for her, because he had saved her several times. So she cut off her relationship with him and let him completely give up on her, which might be the best reward for him. The legacy of Feng Emosia, who came from afar to protect Feng Emosia, gritted his teeth in anger when he heard such heartless words. Master, this woman is too much. It's really not worth your life. You'd better leave here with your subordinates. Feng Emosia shook his head. No. She didn't want to implicate me. She said that on purpose. How can I leave at this time? How can I leave her behind? Humph. Since you don't want to leave, then stay. At this time, an old ancestor of Fenxue Tianqing had already recorded the formation in his hand, and the overwhelming power accompanied by a roar suppressed Feng Emosia, and immediately enveloped him. Although Feng Emosia was extremely powerful and talented, it was still a bit difficult for him to break the powerful trap formation. So, letting him burst out his spiritual power and attack all around was useless. In this way, he was trapped and had no way to get out to support Su Maoyang. Now, seeing Su Maoyang trapped in the encirclement again, Feng Moxie couldn't help but panic and yelled angrily. Let me out! Let me out! Su Maoyang was relieved to see that he was trapped, and then looked at the old guy who surrounded him. His eyes were sharp and terrifying. The ancestor of Fengxi Empire, the Dean of Netherworld Academy, the Dean of Calming Academy, the President of the Alchemy Guild. You are all big figures in the Nine Netherworld. I didn't expect that you would join hands today to bully a junior in public. It's really ridiculous. Humph. You killed so many talented disciples of our Burning Blood City. Even if I don't care about my old face, I will avenge them. The President of the Alchemy Guild snorted indignantly. Su Maoyang heard this, and a sneer flashed across her lips. Ha. You are so high-sounding. Don't think I don't know. If you didn't covet my alchemy furnace, and if Fengxi Empire didn't want to rob the inheritance in the Imperial Mausoleum, how could you care about the lives of those disciples, and attack me so violently? You are just a group of despicable hypocrites, pretending to be righteous. Humph. You are about to die, but you still dare to be stubborn. I will tear your mouth apart. The old ancestor of Fengxi Empire was exposed, and he roared in anger and reached out to grab her. The Dean of Yuan College and the Dean of Calming College, as well as some other old guys who Su Maoyang was not familiar with, also rushed over, wanting to cut her into pieces. Su Maoyang just glanced at them coldly, then waved her hand, and a dazzling green light suddenly bloomed from her body, making her look like a green lotus in the snow. Beautiful and charming, pure and smooth like ice and jade. Her every move exuded a piercing chill that made people feel cold. The strong wind blew on her cheeks, gradually revealing the green lotus mark on her forehead, outlining her already beautiful face in an unworldly and beautiful way, which shocked many spectators and held their breath. However, before everyone could marvel at her beauty, they saw a green lotus throne blooming under her feet, and a terrible force suddenly burst out and enveloped her. But before everyone could figure out what it was, they saw a green light flashing, and immediately blocked the power of the old guys, while Su Maoyang standing on the throne was unharmed and safe. Seeing this scene, the old guys who besieged Su Maoyang were all stunned, staring at the green lotus throne under Su Maoyang's feet with horror. They didn't expect that the violent force that erupted from their combined attack just now was actually balanced back by the light curtain of that thing. It was incredible. The royal ancestor of Fengxi Empire knew a little about the inside story of the Imperial Mausoleum inheritance. Seeing this, he was the first to react and roared in anger. Pure World Green Lotus Platform. It turned out to be the Pure World Green Lotus Platform. This is our treasure. And you stole it. You bitch. When hearing about the Pure World Green Lotus Platform, the others present may not know what quality the treasure is, but the elders of the 9 major sects were stunned like lightning. They didn't expect to see such a peerless weapon on a little girl in the lower plane. And their hearts were so excited that they almost jumped out. That is a very rare treasure. Even in the realm of Sanluo, there will be countless strong people fighting for it. Chapter 1932 Coveting the Pure World Blue Lotus Platform. Several elders from the 9 major sects coveted it. But Su Maoyang snorted with contempt. Your treasure? Ridiculous. The Pure World Blue Lotus Platform had never been contracted before. And it didn't belong to anyone at all. I successfully contracted it and obtained the inheritance. Now I am its legitimate owner. Although your ancestors also hope that you can accept the inheritance. It's a pity that you are too incompetent. You have occupied it for so many years and given you so many opportunities. But no one has successfully contracted it. Now you have the nerve to ask me to take it back. Don't you feel ashamed? Besides, even if I mercifully return it to you. What? Can you contract it? Su Maoyang asked sarcastically. Although this Pure World Blue Lotus Platform was obtained by her infiltrating the Imperial Mausoleum, it has no owner and has not been contracted. Strictly speaking, it does not belong to anyone in the Fengqi Empire. As for those ancestors, they were not able to inherit the Pure World Green Lotus Platform. And they were just guardians, not to mention the old guys in front of them. In other words, whoever can contract the Pure World Green Lotus Platform is its owner. And Su Maoyang was recognized by the ancestors and passed the test of the Pure World Green Lotus Platform. And then he successfully got it, and he can be regarded as the real owner of the Pure World Green Lotus Platform. They want to take it back now. How can it be so easy? Besides, the Fengqi Empire encircled Jun Haocong, causing him to lose troops and almost die in the Fengqi Empire. Su Maoyang contracted the Pure World Green Lotus Platform, but just to collect some interest. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's pupils revealed a hint of murderous intent. And then he raised his hand and suspended the dragon Qin in front of him. With a stroke of his fingertips, spiritual power burst out, and the sound of the Qin was high, with the momentum of thousands of horses galloping, resounding throughout the square. Then a dragon roar shook the world, and a dragon shadow whizzed out from her fingertips and hit the rushing Fengqi patriarch. Another ancestor saw her intercept the attack and repel the ancestor who had just attacked. He was shocked, but he pretended to be calm and snorted coldly. Although I have to admit that you are powerful and talented. You are just one person after all. How can you be a match for so many of us? Su Maoyang grinned when he heard this, and his sinister voice was a bit creepy and cold. Although I am only one person, I have more than one dragon. It is more than enough to deal with you guys. Hearing this, the old guys who besieged her were stunned. Before they could react completely, they saw her stroking the strings quickly, and instantly summoned 2 other dragon shadows, and attacked them fiercely. At this moment, the dragon's might was shaking, and the momentum was so great that the 3 ancestors were immediately forced to panic and retreat step by step. They really didn't expect that Su Maoyang could summon not only the afterimage of the dragon, but also 3 of them, which was simply terrifying. Realizing this, the 3 ancestors were frightened and fought back, launching several waves of attacks on Su Maoyang. But with the protection of the Pure World Green Lotus Platform, their current strength could not hurt Su Maoyang at all. So, they never thought that they would become fish on the chopping board and be slaughtered at will one day. Thinking of this, the ancestors showed horrified expressions, desperately bursting out all their strength and performing all their moves. It must be said that as the ancestors of the Fengqi Empire, they are indeed quite capable. Even in the face of the might of the dragon, they forcibly resisted several waves of attacks. However, Su Maoyang's methods are not just the dragon harp. So, the next second, she began to recite the formula of the 9-character mantra, making hand gestures in the 9-character mantra, and finally gathered enough spiritual power and roared. Fight! The word fight in the 9-character mantra has the effect of surging fighting spirit and enhancing attack power. So she just plucked the strings, and the 3 dragon afterimages instantly burst out with twice the power than before, and directly swallowed the 3 ancestors into their stomachs, leaving no shadows. The deans of Yuan College and Kongming College and the president of the Alchemy Guild originally wanted to use the momentum of the ancestors of the Fengqi Empire to kill Su Maoyang, but suddenly saw the scene, and were so scared that they peed their buttocks and dared not fight anymore, and immediately turned around and fled. But Su Maoyang obviously did not intend to let go of the culprits, who killed the blood battle group and the spirit beasts. She sneered disdainfully. I said that when I return, I will repay you 100-fold. It's too late to escape now. Go to hell. After she finished speaking, she urged her mental power and slapped her palm. A huge divine palm print suddenly condensed in the air. With a fighting word formula, she smashed it down heavily, and immediately smashed the dean of Yuan College, the dean of Concubine College, the president of the Alchemy Guild, and several other old guys who had reached the peak of the Supreme Lord Spirit Master into a pool of horrible meat. At this moment, blood splattered and flesh flew everywhere, which was horrible. Seeing this scene, all the spectators were terrified. They actually witnessed with their own eyes that Su Maoyang killed 3 top ancestors and a group of late Supreme Lord Spirit Masters and peak Supreme Lord Spirit Masters by herself. Such fighting power is really terrible. She is simply a devil. At this time, the disciples who participated in the Cloud Peak battle were even more frightened by Su Maoyang. They had seen her powerfully killing all the geniuses and thought she was powerful enough. But who knew that the strength she showed in the game was just the tip of the iceberg? At this moment, they understood what a genius is. Su Maoyang is that. They have been calling themselves geniuses for many years. But they don't know that they are not even qualified to be compared with Su Maoyang. She is a person that even their ancestors don't take seriously. If she grows up with such a talent, I really don't know how powerful she will be. So, seeing Su Maoyang raging at the peak powerhouses of the 3 major forces, the remaining ancestors began to panic, and the battle gradually became one-sided. While dealing with the ancestors, Su Maoyang did not forget to order Shinua and others. Shinua, Tianmo Martin, Mu Qingwan is handed over to you. Remember to capture her alive. Don't kill her. She hasn't tortured her well yet, so she can't die so easily. Shinua and Tianmo Diao understood what she meant, nodded heavily, and quickly flew towards Mu Qingwan. Su Maoyang slashed with a knife, killing a group of late-stage Supreme Monarch Spiritual Masters again. The elders of Lane Divine Sect, Wuzong Sword Sect, Luosha League and Fei Shue Tower frowned unhappily when they saw Su Maoyang was invincible. They wanted to see her die here, but they didn't expect that she would win against so many enemies. This was not the scene they wanted to see. What's more, this woman had the Pure World Green Lotus platform on her body. If they didn't do anything about such a good treasure, wouldn't it be a pity? Thinking of this, the elder of Lane Divine Sect looked at the elders around him vigilantly. A cunning cold light flashed in his eyes, and then he raised his hand suddenly and slapped Su Maoyang. Chapter 1933. Seize her weapon. Although Su Maoyang is protected by the Pure World Green Lotus platform, with her current strength and level, she cannot fully exert the power of the Pure World Green Lotus platform. So she can only temporarily resist the attack of the Peak Supreme Sovereign Spiritual Master. The Elder of the Thunder Sound Divine Sect is a mid-stage Emperor Spiritual Master. Even if Su Maoyang is invincible, she can't be the opponent of a mid-stage Emperor Spiritual Master. So she was blown away and fell heavily to the ground. After all, the power of a mid-stage Emperor Spiritual Master is not a joke. Compared with the Supreme Sovereign Spiritual Master, it is simply a world of difference. Su Maoyang felt that her internal organs were about to break apart after being hit. If it weren't for the Pure World Green Lotus platform that helped block some of the power, she would have been dead now. At this time, Yushu Tianzuan, King Gaoyang and King Pingxiang, who had gradually taken control of the situation, were shocked by the scene before they could be happy about their victory. They shouted in horror, Su Maoyang. They really didn't expect that even the elders of the Lane Divine Religion would attack Su Maoyang. If even the 9 major sects were unwilling to let Su Maoyang go, then she would definitely die today. Realizing this, everyone was shocked and suddenly had a terrible idea. Could it be that Su Maoyang, the super genius, was really going to die here? However, just when everyone was sweating for Su Maoyang, a low and heavy roar suddenly came from a distance. Echoing in the void, Elder Chui, this is the Northern Spirit Realm, not your Lane Divine Religion. Isn't your move too much? As the voice fell, a tall, gray-haired old man in white came flying over and knocked back Elder Chui's power with a flick of his sleeve. Elder Chui naturally recognized the man and frowned. His face darkened and warned in a bad tone, Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Humph. You're making trouble in my Northern Spirit Realm, and you told me not to meddle in other people's business. You're really arrogant. The old man in white had a stern face and shouted angrily. Obviously very angry. Although the elders of Wuzong's sword sect were also very dissatisfied with the obstruction of Biling Realm Lord. Their tone was relatively calm. Biling Realm Lord? We are not looking for trouble. It is because this woman has secretly learned the secrets of our sect. We can't just sit back and watch. You saw it just now. The secrets she used are all treasures picked from thousands of miles away. It is precisely with these secrets that she defeated the ancestors of various forces. How can our Wuzong sword sect let these treasures fall into the hands of outsiders? Su Maoyang didn't expect that someone would be so shameless. She couldn't help but spit out blood again. She despised the style of these sects, and disdained to use the martial arts on the heavenly monument. But they actually said that the secrets she exchanged for her life were the secrets of their own sections. It was simply shameless to the extreme. Whether she has learned the secrets of your sect or not, she has not violated the rules of the Cloud Peak battle. So you cannot dispose of her at will. The old man in white disagreed with his statement, and retorted angrily. Yes, she did not violate the rules of the Cloud Peak battle. But she violated the rules of my Wuzong sword sect. Because our sect will never allow the secret method to fall into the hands of outsiders. So, Su Maoyang, considering your good talent, I will give you a chance to join the Wuzong sword sect. I can guarantee that as long as you become a disciple of the Wuzong sword sect, we will definitely cultivate you well. The elder of the Wuzong sword sect seemed to have made a great concession. But his attitude was very arrogant. As if he had given her a great gift from heaven. Which made Su Maoyang feel sick. Stop pretending. Once I go back to the Wuzong sword sect with you, won't I be at your disposal? Who knows what kind of miserable end I will end up with by then. And you still have the nerve to say that you will cultivate me well. Do you really think I'm stupid? Su Maoyang had seen through their thoughts a long time ago. And shouted back without giving them any face. The elder of the Wuzong sword sect was so angry that his face turned black. You? Well, you don't appreciate it. So don't blame me for being rude. As he said, he was too lazy to waste time with her, and attacked Su Maoyang directly. Seeing that the other party was stubborn, the old man in white did not hesitate to burst out his spiritual power and punched him, intending to stop his violence. The strength of the Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm was not bad. One level higher than these elders. And he was a late-stage Emperor Spirit Master. So when he made a move, the elders of the 9 major sects still had to be a little bit afraid. The elder of the Wuzong sword sect seemed to be well prepared this time. He did not confront him head-on. He flashed and avoided his moves. Then stretched out his hand and threw out a big bell, which immediately covered the old man in white. Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm, we have been watching your face for so many years. Do you really think we are not prepared? This time, you can enjoy the power of the top-grade holy weapon and change your bad temper. The Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm did not expect that they would even take out the top-grade holy weapon to deal with him this time. They were really willing to spend a lot of money. However, the little girl had such a rare treasure hidden on her body. I believe that no matter who it was, they would do anything. It was just that this top-grade holy weapon was too powerful. As soon as he was trapped in it, he couldn't use any strength. He wanted to stop their bullying, but he became powerless. The elders of the Lane Divine Sect, the Wuzong Sword Sect, the Feishua Tower, the Brahma Mansion, the Danyang Palace, and the Lusha League saw that the Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm was trapped in the Big Bell. They knew that the opportunity had come, and they all rushed to Su Maoyang. Elder of the Xianing Holy Temple was more upright. Seeing so many of them bullying a little girl, he couldn't bear it and asked directly, "Are you going too far?" As for the elders of the Holy Fire Shop and the Balian Palace, they also felt ashamed for them. Although they didn't say anything, their expression said it all. The elder of Wuzong's sword sect glared at him and snorted. "Eldarin, when did I need you to tell me what to do? If you are not convinced, you can come down and fight me. I will accompany you to the end." You? The elder of Xianming Temple was so angry that he was speechless. The accompanying elder next to him was afraid that he would be impulsive, so he immediately persuaded him. "Eldarin, that woman is not a disciple of our sect. If you rashly come forward for an irrelevant person and offend the elders of other sects, we will be in trouble if the superiors blame us. Please think twice." Eldarin naturally understood this truth. If he offended these major forces for an outsider, the superiors would definitely not let him off easily, and even implicated several elders who were accompanying him. So, after hearing this, even if he was full of anger, he had to shut up. Chapter 1934. Well, I'm here. The elder of Wuzong's sword sect saw him shut up obediently. and couldn't help but sneered, then retracted his gaze and ordered Su Maoyang. Little girl, if you don't want to die, then give up your cultivation and hand over your dragon harp and pure world green lotus platform. Don't force us to do it ourselves. Yes, hand it over quickly to avoid physical pain. Otherwise we will not be gentle. The elder of Luosha League rubbed his fists and warned fiercely. Su Maoyang saw that several elders had gathered around, all coveting the treasure on her body, and a sarcastic sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. Then wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and climbed up from the ground with difficulty. Even though she was so weak that she was about to fall, her tongue was so stubborn and fierce. Bah! You want me to hand over my weapon? Dream on. Humph. I see you are not willing to accept my offer. If so, go to hell. Seeing her being so ignorant of the current situation, the elder of the Thunder Sound sect roared angrily and raised his hand to slap her. When Yushu Tianzuan, King Gaoyang and the relatives and friends of the Maple Forest Empire saw the scene, their faces changed drastically, and they all rushed towards Su Maoyang, wanting to block the attack for her. However, no matter how fast they were not as fast as the power of the middle stage Emperor's spiritual master. There was a loud bang, and the spiritual power exploded, which immediately shook out a terrifying residual power, and actually shook all the people around them away. But at this time, Yushu Tianzuan, King Gaoyang and others did not care about their injuries, and quickly got up from the ground, searching for Su Maoyang in a panic. They didn't even dare to imagine what a tragic scene it would be if such a terrifying force fell on Su Maoyang. Therefore, looking at the center of the storm shrouded in smoke, everyone in the Maple Forest Empire held their breath, worried, and sweated for Su Maoyang. At this time, the breeze blew, and the smoke gradually dispersed, gradually revealing the scenery inside. In the storm, there stood a tall and slender figure, like a tall pine or cypress, and like a sharp mountain, containing a strong and powerful force. He held Su Maoyang tightly in his arms with one hand, and caught the palm print of Elder Cui with the other hand. The strong wind blew on his body, and his black robe fluttered in the wind. His deep and dark ice blue eyes were like ice beads soaked in a cold pond, emitting a faint cold light. The ink-like hair gently swept across the handsome face that turned everyone upside down, looking wild and unruly, handsome and unparalleled, like a god descending from heaven, beautiful beyond the real person, beautiful to the point of being suffocating. Emperor Yunlu. Seeing such a look and such a demeanor, everyone present couldn't help but read out his name. Su Maoyang was ready to fight to the death, but she fell into a warm embrace the next second. It was not until the fierce force did not fall on her that she raised her head and looked at the handsome face that touched all her emotions. Jun Haotsong. Su Maoyang felt like she was dreaming, and murmured in uncertainty. When Jun Haotsong heard her voice, a gentle arc bloomed at the corners of his pale lips, and he murmured softly, "Well, I'm here." It was his face, his voice, his body temperature, his smell, and his usual protection. Su Maoyang suddenly burst into tears, hugged him tightly, and murmured with lingering fear, "It's you. It's really you. I thought I would never see you again." Jun Haotsong felt her worry, and his heart tightened. He comforted her distressfully. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. Nothing will happen." However, he said nothing happened, but his face was as pale as paper, and his breath was weak, which didn't look like nothing happened. Su Maoyang naturally noticed something was wrong, and when he looked up, he found that blood was flowing out of the palm of his hand that received the palm print. Seeing this scene, Su Maoyang was immediately frightened and shouted hurriedly, "Haotsong, stop it quickly. You are suffering from a cold disease. How can you resist the power of the Emperor's spirit master?" Originally, he would cause a cold disease if he used his spiritual power, not to mention that he took the palm print of a mid-stage Emperor's spirit master. "Isn't this looking for death?" Jun Haotsong smiled. "Don't worry. For you, I will be fine." After he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his arm and hit the palm print he received back, and immediately shocked the elders of the Lane Divine sect away. Elder Cui never thought that in the Nine Netherworld, besides the Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm, there was actually someone who could resist his power and even repelled him. What's more, the other party was still a young man in his 20s. This was undoubtedly a huge shame for Elder Cui. Of course, seeing this scene, not only Elder Cui was shocked, but the others present were also shocked and dumbfounded, because they saw the attack just now clearly. It was clearly the spiritual power strength that only the early-stage Emperor Spirit Master had. Could it be that Emperor Yunlu has been promoted to the early-stage Emperor Spirit Master? Realizing this, everyone present gasped in shock, and their hearts were shocked to the extreme. They found that every time they met Emperor Yunlu, there would be different surprises, but they would always end up being beaten to pieces by him. I guess this is the proud son of heaven, who has always lived in their hearts, because he has never disappointed anyone. Compared with the admiration of others, Su Maoyang was scared to death, and her heart was in a knot, because she knew too well Jun Haotsong's current physical condition. A person who was suffering from a cold and could not even guarantee his life, but successfully advanced to the Emperor's Spirit Master. Su Maoyang dared not imagine what terrible things he had experienced during this period of time. However, Jun Haotsong didn't even wait for her to ask. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead deeply. "Leave it to me." Then, he let her go and told the black owl in the distance, "Take her away." After saying that, before Su Maoyang could react, he rushed towards the 6 elders. His domineering voice, one word after another, came out from between his teeth, with great power, like thunder rolling, shaking everyone's heart. "All those who hurt my woman must die." After the roar, he suddenly burst out with spiritual power, swung his arm, punched, and killed the elders of the Lane Divine Religion. Su Maoyang was horrified when she saw that he actually took the initiative to confront the mid-stage Emperor's spiritual master, and ran towards Jun Haotsong. "No!" The black owl behind him was asked by Jun Haotsong to protect Su Maoyang, so he naturally couldn't watch her die. So he immediately grabbed her and shouted angrily, "Empress, calm down. There are 6 Emperor's spiritual masters. You can't fight them. If you rush over now, you will be shocked to death by the residual power before you get close to the Emperor. Please, don't let the Emperor's efforts go to waste." During this period, he witnessed with his own eyes how his master lived a life worse than death, mingling from a cold disease and dying. He held on to a breath, untied the bloodline restriction, and released the bloodline power. A body that was almost lifeless due to the cold disease, and had to endure the impact of the bloodline power, was simply riddled with holes and in excruciating pain. Chapter 1935 Block a knife for him. Thinking that Jun Haotsong had been in a coma for 2 months and had just woken up 5 days ago, and had to face so many powerful enemies and violent attacks before his body had recovered, the usually strong black owl could not help but shed some tears, because he saw with his own eyes that the Emperor was so weak that he didn't even have the strength to speak or eat, and he was completely reduced to a useless person who couldn't speak or move. But because he was worried about the safety of the Emperor's concubine, the first thing he did when he woke up was to unseal his bloodline seal, practice spiritual power frantically, endure the torture brought by the cold disease, and bear the severe pain brought by the bloodline power. It only took 5 days to force himself to advance to the Emperor's spiritual master. With such a serious injury, he practiced to the Emperor's spiritual master in such a short time. You can imagine how strong and powerful it is. But he was concerned about the Emperor's concubine, and didn't dare to delay for a moment. He rushed here with his last breath. No one knows how difficult it was for him to come here. How many times he fell down. How many times he fainted. And how much blood he vomited. Only He Xiao knows what kind of inhuman torture his master endured, and how he managed to come to Su Maoyang. But even if it was so tragic, in order not to worry the Emperor and concubine, he was still trying his best to laugh and comfort the Emperor and concubine. Such an Emperor is so distressing that even He Xiao couldn't help but wipe away tears. Su Maoyang saw that He Xiao was crying, and his heart skipped a beat. He immediately understood that Jun Haotsong's situation was not optimistic. He immediately grabbed He Xiao's hand and asked in a trembling voice, "What hard work? Don't waste his hard work. Explain clearly. What happened to him?" Black Owl gritted his teeth and shook his head, refusing to reveal a word, because Jun Haotsong had specifically told him not to tell the Emperor and concubine. How could he say it? But Su Maoyang knew Black Owl's character too well. This person, who would never frown or cry out in pain even if he died, was now crying, even if she didn't ask. She could roughly guess Jun Haotsong's physical condition and the pain he had endured. Thinking of this, she looked at the figure who was surrounded by 6 Emperor spiritual masters, who was so thin that it made people feel distressed, but was desperate for her. Su Maoyang's heart was clenched together. and she was trembling with sadness. Jun Haotsong. This fool. What kind of pain did he endure behind her back? What kind of perverted torture did he suffer? And he actually advanced to the Emperor's spiritual master in such a short time. You have to know that it is not as simple as just raising a realm to go from a peak supreme Jun spiritual master to an Emperor's spiritual master. Everyone is very clear about the difficulty. Otherwise, a powerful figure like Yushu Tianzuan would not have been stuck at the peak supreme Jun Lingshi for so many years. Therefore, seeing this scene, not only Su Maoyang, but even Feng Moxie, who was trapped in the formation, was shocked and secretly clenched his fists. He once personally designed Jun Haotsong to make his physical body fall, and used Su Maoyang as bait to make him suffer from cold disease. So he was also very clear about Jun Haotsong's current physical condition. But even so, he still overcame difficulties and obstacles and reached the Emperor Lingshi ahead of time. At this moment, even Feng Moxie had decided that Jun Haotsong was indeed the number one in the Nine Nether Realm. Speaking of which, in his previous life, he was a powerful and feared demon king. Talent, strength, combat power, appearance, status, each one is so excellent that it makes people jealous. And he is also the first person in the ancient times. And in this life, he can't escape the reincarnation of faith. Still so outstanding. So dazzling. Sure enough, Lu Yeyuan is Lu Yeyuan. He lost to him in his last life. And he still can't compare to him in this life. Thinking of this, Feng Mox's nails pinched into the flesh. Even if blood oozes out, he doesn't feel it at all. At this time, Su Maoyang was worried to death for him. Scared to death. And struggled hard. No. I can't let him face it alone. I can't. Let me go. Let me go. He Xiao grabbed Su Maoyang tightly and refused to let go. Empress, please don't make things difficult for me. I can't bear to watch you die. If I don't go, he will die. He will die. You can't watch me die. Can you bear to watch him die? He Xiao. I can have nothing. But I can't live without him. Su Maoyang screamed hoarsely. Tears like a flood. Pouring down. Just because she was seriously injured. She couldn't use any strength in her body. After struggling for a long time, she couldn't break free from He Xiao's restraints. In fact, He Xiao didn't want to rush up to save Jun Haotsong. But his strength was limited. Not only could he not save him, but he would also cause trouble for him. After all, they were not ordinary enemies. They were a group of mid-stage Emperor Spirit Masters, looking at the entire Nine Netherworld. Except for the Northern Spirit Realm Master. No one was their opponent. And no one could help. And these people, if they rushed forward, they would only die. Which was meaningless, and would only distract Jun Haotsong. But Su Maoyang had been frightened and lost her mind. She was too scared and terrified. And she really couldn't let Jun Haotsong face such a dangerous situation alone. At this time, seeing the elder of the Rakshasa League slashing a knife from behind Jun Haotsong, Su Maoyang was even more frightened and screamed heartbreakingly. Haotsong. Seeing that Jun Haotsong was in danger, she was seriously injured. And she didn't know where she got the strength from. She shook the black owl away with a wave of her arm, ran madly towards Jun Haotsong, and jumped up to block the knife for him. Seeing Su Maoyang going to die, Feng Moxie, who was trapped in the formation, roared in horror, anxiously looking for the center of the formation, wanting to break the formation and go to rescue. But the knife light was too fast, not to mention Feng Moxie who was trapped. Even Jun Haotsong in front of him didn't react, and fell on Su Maoyang's thin back, suddenly scratching a terrifying big cut. Blood splashed out instantly, and raised a shocking arc in the air, frightening everyone present to be stunned and pale. Su Maoyang couldn't bear the power of the Emperor's spiritual master, and was blown away on the spot and fell to the ground. When Jun Haotsong saw this, his head went blank with a bang, and his heart seemed to stop beating, making his already pale face lose all color, like a wooden man without a soul. After being stunned for a few seconds, he roared with bloodshot eyes, "Leoner!" At this moment, his ice blue eyes suddenly burned with a rage. His ferocious expression was glaring, and the muscles on his face were shaking, like an enraged beast. Every cell was filled with anger and hatred, and he roared to the sky, as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was cracking, shaking the ground. "I will kill you! Kill you!" Chapter 1936. Why Save Me? The earth-shaking roar roared like thunder. He swung his arm, and swept out. The spiritual power erupted like a volcano, bursting out with a dazzling light, which made everyone unable to open their eyes. At this time, the light fell, and a tyrannical and overbearing force shook. Everyone could not bear it and dodged backwards. And the elders, who were closest to besieging Jun Haosong, were directly shaken away. With a loud bang, the figures who were just aggressive fell to the ground in a mess, and they couldn't bear the blood. And the elder of the Rakshasa League, who injured Su Maoyang, was pinched by Jun Haosong. Jun Haosong pinched him hard to breathe and spit blood. Let go! Let go! Let go of me! I am an elder of the Lusha League. How dare you hurt me? As an elder of the Lusha League, one of the 9 major sects, he was actually pinched by a 20-something early-stage emperor spiritual master. Such humiliation was unprecedented, making him ashamed and angry. And he gritted his teeth and roared. When Jun Haosong heard this, a sinister look flashed across his icy blue eyes, and his cold voice echoed in the void with the momentum of dominating the world. I don't care what alliance you are from. If you dare to touch my woman, there is only one end: death. After saying that, Jun Haosong poured his spiritual power fiercely, and with a strong flick, he actually twisted the head of the Lusha League elder off. Seeing this scene, the people in the 9 Nether Realm were shocked, speechless, and dumbfounded. That was a mid-stage emperor spiritual master, an Emperor Yunlu, with the level of an early-stage emperor spiritual master, injured so many mid-stage emperor spiritual masters, and broke the neck of one of them. He is indeed as perverted as the rumors say, and he is a perfect match for Su Maoyang. However, Jun Haosong is already at the end of his strength. He suffers from a cold disease, and is already very weak. He can hold on until now, break the siege of several mid-stage emperor spirit masters, and seriously injure them. This is already his limit. If he is not tortured by the cold disease, he may be able to deal with these old guys with his own strength. But he is plagued by the cold disease, and the battle just now has exhausted the last bit of his strength. So, with a loud bang, he fell to the ground without being able to bear the load. Su Maoyang, who was seriously injured, was weak and dazed because of the terrible injury on his back, but suddenly saw Jun Haosong falling to the ground with a serious injury, and he was frightened and woke up a lot. Haosong. Su Maoyang tried his best to prop himself up, and called his name in a low voice in fear. Then she swallowed a mouthful of healing pills, and with her strong willpower, she stood up with great effort, letting the blood from the wound on her back gush out and stain her clothes red. She still gritted her teeth and stumbled towards Jun Haosong. She had obviously lost her strength, but she still threw herself in front of him, helped him up with force, and hugged him tightly in her arms. At this moment, she had already burst into tears. Haosong, don't scare me. Please don't scare me. You promised me that nothing would happen. You promised me. You can't break your promise. Do you hear me? Jun Haosong opened his eyes weakly, and glanced at the woman he loved to the bone. Seeing her crying so sadly at this time, his heart ached, and he couldn't help but reach out to wipe away her tears, pretending to be relaxed and teasing. Your husband is not dead yet. Why are you crying? I still want to grow old with you and sleep with you for the rest of my life. Don't offend me here. Okay. This is what you said. You must sleep with me for the rest of your life, and you are not allowed to break your promise. Su Maoyang hugged him and cried uncontrollably. Jun Haosong couldn't help laughing when he heard this. When did you become so shameless that you actually asked a man to sleep with you for the rest of your life? Su Maoyang didn't care. Now she just wanted Jun Haosong to live. Yes, I am shameless. I don't want anything. I just want you to live well. Don't worry. I'm just a little tired and want to sleep for a while. Jun Haosong murmured weakly, and his eyelids began to become heavy. But Su Maoyang was not willing to believe his nonsense. She hugged him tightly in fear, and shook her head vigorously in excitement. No, don't sleep. I won't let you sleep. Look at me. Look at me! Seeing Su Maoyang crying heartbreakingly and trembling all over, everyone in the 9 Netherworld was deeply touched, and their noses were filled with sourness. One dared to be the enemy of the 9 Netherworld for the sake of the other, and was willing to die. The other dared to kill the elders of the 9 major sects for the sake of the other, not afraid of life and death. Such feelings are really shocking. To be honest, many of them just heard that Emperor Yunlu doted on Su Maoyang, but they didn't expect that it was such a deep-rooted feeling. So deep that both of them were willing to die for each other. recalling that they had said before that Su Maoyang was abandoned by Emperor Yunlu and driven out of the dark domain of Yunlu. Until today, when they witnessed such feelings with their own eyes, they realized how ridiculous their previous thoughts were. How could the woman that Emperor Yunlu protected with his life be easily abandoned? Thinking that it should be that the forces in the dark domain of Yunlu didn't like Su Maoyang. So they deliberately spread rumors and chose a concubine for Emperor Yunlu on their own initiative, which was not Emperor Yunlu's own intention at all. After all, no one can interfere with such an unforgettable relationship. However, just as everyone was sighing and relaxing their vigilance, Elder Cui, who was seriously injured by Jun Haotsong, quietly climbed up, then brewed spiritual power, and slapped Su Maoyang fiercely. At this time, Su Maoyang was immersed in grief, and Jun Haotsong was dying and seriously injured. No one expected that someone would suddenly attack at this critical moment, so they saw that the fierce palm print was about to fall on Su Maoyang. Seeing this, Feng Moxie was horrified and his eyes were broken. He raised his head and roared, as if his potential was stimulated, and he suddenly burst out with unprecedented power and bombarded all around. With a crisp sound, the formation was instantly shattered and dissipated into nothingness. And Feng Moxie, who was freed, did not stop at all, and shot towards Su Maoyang like an arrow from a string, and suddenly pounced on her back, wanting to take this slap. Jun Haotsong, who was seriously injured, was so weak that he was about to faint at any time. But he felt a strong force coming at him, and forced himself to cheer up and open his eyes. At this time, seeing that Feng Moxie was about to be slapped to death, Jun Haotsong was shocked, and immediately pushed Su Maoyang away, leaped up, and flew towards Feng Moxie, taking the slap for him. The strong force hit Jun Haotsong's body, causing him to tremble and spit out a large mouthful of blood, and finally fell powerlessly into Feng Moxie's arms. Feng Moxie did not expect this, and was horrified on the spot. His soul left his body, staring at Jun Haotsong covered in blood in disbelief, and asked in a trembling voice, Why? Why did you save me?" Chapter 1937 Everything is for her. Feng Moxie couldn't believe that at the critical moment of life and death, it was his mortal enemy who rushed out to save his life. At this moment, seeing Jun Haotsong's pale face, spitting blood, and his life hanging by a thread, Feng Moxie was shocked as never before, and shook his head in disbelief. He didn't understand why Jun Haotsong was willing to sacrifice himself to save his enemy if he hated him so much. Why? Why? I killed your loyal subordinates, killed your close brothers, killed so many people in Yunlu, and even killed you with my own hands, causing your physical body to fall, and endure the torture of reshaping your true body, and finally caused you to suffer from a cold disease and suffer from unbearable pain. You obviously hate me so much that you want to tear me into pieces and grind my bones to ashes. Why save me? Feng Moxie's cheeks flushed. His veins bulged. His pupils were full of shock and confusion, and he shouted and asked the reason. Jun Haotsong still had a breath left. Hearing Feng Moxie's question, he slightly opened his eyes and looked at him weakly. His low voice was filled with indescribable sadness and helplessness. Yes, I hate you. You killed so many people and hurt me so badly. Even if I kill you 100 times, it's hard to eliminate the hatred in my heart. But I can't let go of my Leonor. If I die, who will take care of her? Who will love her? At this point, even though Jun Haotsong was barely breathing and had difficulty speaking, he still grasped Feng Moxie's hand and placed all his hopes on him. But only you have good strength and talent, and are willing to die for her. I believe you can protect her for the rest of her life. Right? Su Maoyang was struck by lightning when she heard this. She immediately realized that he was entrusting her with her last wishes. She immediately shouted in fear, No! Don't leave me. But now she had no strength to stand up. She could only crawl to Jun Haotsong with her hands, leaving a shocking blood trail on the ground. But at this moment, she didn't care about her own injuries at all. She hugged Jun Haotsong fiercely, shaking with fear. Due to the fear, her mind was blank, and she just kept shaking her head. The grief-stricken cry rolled out from her chest, which was very moving. No! I won't! You are not allowed to leave. Please, I beg you. Jun Haotsong heard her shrill cry. He, who was always fearless of life and death and strong, couldn't help but shed tears. He reached out and touched the head buried in his chest. touching her black hair as smooth as silk. He was so reluctant that he murmured with sobs. "No. I won't leave you. My heart will always be with you. No. I don't care whether you can accompany me or not. I just want you to live. Live well." Su Maoyong raised his head and refuted loudly with tears. Jun Haosong was stung by her desperate and sad expression. His weak beating heart felt like it was cut by a knife. And the pain was unbearable. He didn't want to live. Not only did he want to live, but he also wanted to accompany her, hug her, and kiss her. There were too many good things in his heart. But he was suffering from a cold and his death was approaching. So these beautiful wishes could not be realized. So, even though he was extremely reluctant, he had to push the woman he loved to another man. No one knows how painful his heart is at this moment. No one knows how reluctant he is. And no one knows how much he hates his powerlessness. But for Su Maoyong, he had to hide all the pain and reluctance. Grab Feng Moxie. And sincerely beg, I, Jun Haosong, have been upright in my life. And have never begged anyone, let alone bowed to the enemy. But this time, I beg you, please take care of her for me. She has a bad temper and a stubborn personality. She seems to be cruel and fearless. But she is actually very fragile inside. And she is often trying to be strong. She may always keep people at a distance when dealing with people. But in terms of feelings, she is actually a coward. She is afraid to make friends. Afraid to implicate relatives and friends. And afraid to hurt them because of herself. So she always trains herself and hone herself desperately. Just to make myself stronger and protect them well. She is not good at expressing herself. Hiding everything and feelings in her heart. And she is a hedgehog with thorns all over her body. Which often makes people misunderstand her intentions. Therefore, she has many shortcomings and is not as perfect as you think. I hope you can be more patient to tolerate her, understand her, and truly accept such an imperfect her. Hearing this, Su Maoyong was even more heartbroken. Jun Haosong, you liar. You promised me. I won't let you break your promise. You said you would protect me for the rest of my life. So you have to do it yourself. How can you let others do it? If you leave me, I will never forgive you in this life, the next life, or the rest of my life. At this time, Feng Moxie felt the strength coming from Jun Haosong's palm, and was shocked to stay where he was after hearing this exhortation. It turns out that all this was for Su Maoyong. He knew that he would not live long, so he wanted to entrust Su Maoyong to him. For her, he would rather let go of hatred, and even save his enemy at the cost of his life. This love is too heavy, too selfless, too great. Even he can't help but be moved by it. Yes, whether it is Liu Yiyuan in the previous life or Jun Haosong in this life. They love so openly and purely. No wonder he lost. Lost miserably. Thinking of this, hearing Su Maoyong's desperate call, Feng Moxie's eyes were red, and a sad arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Jun Haosong, why are you doing this? She always needs you. Not me. I will never be able to replace your position in her heart. So, I can't agree to your request. If you don't trust her, try to survive and protect her yourself. Feng Moxie, this is the first time I ask you, and the only time. Can't you agree to me for the sake of saving my life? Jun Haosong didn't get his answer, and he was always unwilling to let go, and his tone was actually pleading. He Xiao, who was standing by, was already in tears when he heard this. He had been with the emperor for many years, and knew the emperor's character too well. He would usually get jealous if the emperor's concubine looked at another man for a second. But now, he was begging to push the emperor's concubine to another man. Not to mention that this man was Feng Moxie, who had a deep hatred for him. The pain in this was probably beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Of course, not only He Xiao, but everyone who watched this scene was filled with emotion and was deeply touched. Because Jun Haosong was the high and mighty emperor of Yunlu. Everyone knew his identity, status and strength, but never knew his inner world. In the past, people said that the emperor of Yunlu was cold and ruthless, never smiling, like a piece of 1,000-year-old black ice. Always cold. But who would have thought that under that cold mask, there was actually a lot of affection. Chapter 1938. Okay. I promise you. His heart was so hot, so sincere, and so determined. But all this was because of Su Maoyong. I think that Emperor Yunlu must have loved this woman so much that he would do this. So, after witnessing this scene and hearing Jun Haosong's words, Everyone in Fengshuishan City and Yunlu Dark Domain was shocked. Ping Xiangwang clenched his fingers in pain, tears welling up in his eyes, thinking that they once loved each other so much. But he broke them up abruptly, and let them bear the shadow of the eldest princess' death for so many years. He regretted it. If he had known that the separation would come so quickly, he would not have been blinded by hatred and hurt their feelings. If he had been calmer and considered Jun Haotsong more, they should have been able to accompany each other for more days. In fact, it was all his fault. Jun Yue regretted it deeply, while Yin La Feng, Jing Yelong, Yan Lingyu, Jean Honey, and others were deeply touched and could not calm down the shock in their hearts for a long time. To entrust his beloved woman to his great enemy, such a broad mind and such a magnanimity are worthy of the Emperor of Yunlu. Although Jing Yelong was a little jealous of their feelings, he couldn't help but admire the scene. Yin La Feng knew Jun Haotsong, and when he heard this, he shook his head in disapproval. No, he may be broad-minded and magnanimous in other things, but he is very stingy and selfish in Su Maoyang's affairs. The reason he did this was just because he loved her. Because he loved her, he could put down all his stinginess, all his selfishness, all his hatred, and all his desires, just hoping that she would be safe and sound, thinking, this is the last gift given to her when Jun Yangsong died. Here, the heart is like a knife, and her thoughts have been ashamed. Give her. Even if he is dead, she has paid her back early. Just as Su Maoyang said, if he would have liked her, he would have liked her long before she appeared. Why wait until now? So, from beginning to end, he only liked Su Maoyang, and his heart belonged to her alone from beginning to end. Recognizing this reality, Mu Qingwan suddenly laughed, and tears came out of her laughter, and soon wet her cheeks. Ha ha ha. It's ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. I have been a fool for so many years. Ha ha ha. She once wanted to intervene in this relationship and break them up. Therefore, she set up a poisonous plan to kill the princess, wanting to make them enemies. But unexpectedly, Jun Haotsong never doubted Su Maoyang from beginning to end. Not for a moment. Not only that, the relationship between the two was as firm as ever. And no matter what difficulties they encountered, they did not waver at all. So when she recalled everything she had done before, Mu Qingwan felt like a clown and a big joke. Of course, not only her, but also the women from the 4 ancient clans, who had always coveted the position of imperial concubine, also found what was said at the dinner party funny. At that time, they all fantasized about becoming imperial concubines and dreaming of marrying Emperor Yunlu, and did not take Su Maoyang, the imperial concubine, seriously at all. Only now did they realize that the relationship between the two people was not something they could interfere with. In the past, they laughed at Su Maoyang's wild imagination. But they found out that they were the ones who were wild imagination. It was really ironic, compared to the size of others. Feng Mox's face darkened at Jun Haotsong's question at this time, and he gritted his teeth and cursed. Jun Haotsong, you are so despicable. You knew you were going to die, but you deliberately saved me so that I would owe you a life-saving grace, so that I couldn't refuse your request. I really didn't expect that people who have always been open and honest, once they start to scheme, are more despicable than sinister people. Ha. You have schemed against me so many times, and I only schemed against you this one time. Isn't it okay? Jun Haotsong became weaker and weaker, and his voice became softer and softer. If it weren't for Feng Mox's extraordinary hearing, he could hardly hear what he said. Therefore, he knew that Jun Haotsong was really not going to make it. So he nodded and promised. Okay, I promise you. As long as I am here, I will protect her for the rest of her life. If you break this oath, you will be hated by both humans and gods, and you will not die well. Hearing Feng Mosia's oath, Jun Haotsong finally smiled with relief, and the hand that was stroking Su Mo Liang's hair slowly fell. Su Mo Liang watched him close his eyes completely, and was immediately frightened. Like a frightened bird, he shook his body frantically, and his grief-stricken roar echoed in the square, which was so shrill that it made people sad. Jun Haotsong! Jun Haotsong! Wake up! Wake up! I won't let you sleep. I won't! Without my permission, you are not allowed to rest. Even if you are tired, you have to watch over me and protect me. You promised to protect me for a lifetime. How can you break your promise? How can you break your promise? You liar! At the end of the roar, Su Mo Liang was already in tears. But the back figure that was twitching with sadness made many people feel distressed. Seeing that the wound on Su Ma Yang's back was still spurting blood, Xiahou Wanxian felt sorry for her and stepped forward to comfort her. Su Mo, the dead cannot be resurrected. No matter how sad you are, the emperor will not come back. Now your back is seriously injured and bleeding all the time. You should take some healing pills to stop the bleeding. If you let it go, you will bleed to death. Wouldn't that be a waste of the emperor's efforts? She knew that Su Maoyang was very sad about losing the emperor Yunlu. But she still had so many relatives and friends who cared about her. If something happened to her, everyone would have to worry about her. Besides, the emperor had paid so much and was willing to put aside his hatred and entrust her to Feng Moxie, just to want her to live well. So, she should take good care of herself and not let the emperor down. But at this time, Su Maoyang was so excited that he didn't care about his injuries or listen to these words. He swung his arm and knocked Xiahou Wanxian away on the spot. His face was distorted and he roared with gritted teeth. Get out of my way. He's not dead. He won't die. He just fell asleep. He's just a little tired. He's not dead. Do you understand? Chapter 1939 Awakening from the Previous Life. Speaking of this, Su Maoyang suddenly remembered that there were still many healing pills in her space. Those were all divine pattern pills, which would definitely save Jun Haocong's life. Thinking of this, she hurriedly poured out all the pills, grabbed a handful, and forced them into Jun Haocong's mouth, and growled in a trembling voice. I won't let you die. Absolutely not. I want you to wake up. I order you to wake up now. Do you hear me? Feng Moxie saw that Su Maoyang was like crazy, constantly stuffing pills into Jun Haocong's mouth, and she refused to stop even when her mouth was full. He couldn't bear it any longer, so he grabbed her hand and stopped her from going crazy. Su Maoyang, wake up. He is dead and will not wake up. No matter how many pills you feed him, it will be useless. Don't deceive yourself. Hearing this, Su Maoyang was even more stimulated. With scarlet eyes, he struggled with his wrists and shouted back angrily. You are talking nonsense. He will not die. He said he would love me and protect me forever. He will not abandon me. Although her eyes were wide open and fierce, her tears were pouring down, which made Feng Moxie feel distressed. However, seeing that she let the blood flow from her back and was still struggling desperately, refusing to face the reality, Feng Moxie couldn't help but get angry. He pressed her shoulders and wanted to scold her to wake her up. Su Maoyang, calm down. He is dead, and he can't love you or protect you anymore. You are going crazy and torturing yourself like this, and he can't see it. Please, don't expect him to open his eyes to comfort you and coax you anymore. He left. Completely left. Do you understand? Su Maoyang was stunned by his roar. Her frightened pupils seemed to have lost their souls, becoming empty and lifeless. She stared blankly at the handsome face that had long lost its vitality and expression. It took a long time for her to recover. Her ears kept echoing with Feng Moxie's roar. Waves of severe cramps, like a raging tide, attacked her heart frantically, as if cutting every nerve and every cell in her body. She was almost suffocated by the pain and her blood was about to coagulate. At this time, everyone only saw Su Maoyang's scarlet eyes, which were stimulated by the stimulation, and actually flowed out bloody tears, leaving 2 bloody tear marks on her pale cheeks. However, before they could be shocked, Su Maoyang raised her arms and howled to the sky. The grief-stricken roar exploded on the land like a mine that exploded in the engine, and rolled far away. Lu Yeyuan. This mournful roar was like the howling of a wounded beast, and the beautiful face was distorted by extreme anger and hatred. Su Maoyang's eyes floated with strange silver light, and a terrible cold air suddenly burst out of her body, causing strong winds around, flying sand and rocks, forming a huge cold storm. She was in the storm, and the sharp cold wind blew her clothes and hair. But when the black ink was spread into the air, it turned into 3,000 silver threads, which stung everyone's eyes. They didn't expect that Su Maoyang would cry blood and white hair because of Jun Haocong's death. I want you to be buried with him. At this time, another roar shook the earth, accompanied by a force that crushed the sky, sweeping towards the surroundings, and the entire Biling realm was plunged into ice and snow. At this time, Su Maoyang's silver hair was flying wildly, and the cold air was surging, the silver eyes flashing with cold light. With blood and tears, were like a demon god. So charming and thrilling. She flicked her sleeves and suddenly burst out with spiritual power fluctuations beyond everyone's cognition, and went straight to the elders of Wuzong's sword sect, Lane Divine Sect, Brahma Mansion, Feishua Tower and Danong Palace. There was a loud bang, and the movement seemed to shake the entire northern spirit realm to the point of collapse. Then, the terrifying cold air raged wildly. Even the ground was frozen into ice, and it quickly spread to the bodies of several elders. Although the elders were at the level of mid-stage imperial spiritual masters, they felt an unprecedented sense of oppression in the face of Su Maoyang's spiritual power, and had no power to fight back. In the blink of an eye, they were enveloped by the cold air and frozen into ice sculptures. Su Maoyang waved his hand again and sent out a stream of spiritual power. The elders who were frozen into ice instantly exploded and turned into pieces of broken ice. Seeing this scene, everyone present, including the 3 elders from the 9 major sects who did not participate in the encirclement, were stunned as if struck by thunder. Su Maoyang actually killed 5 mid-stage emperor spiritual masters in 1 second. This scene is too horrifying. Everyone gasped in shock and swallowed their saliva in disbelief. They couldn't digest this fact for a long time. However, seeing that she was stimulated to shed tears of blood and her hair turned white, everyone couldn't help but guess that Su Maoyang might have been stimulated by Jun Haotsong's death to have such potential. Otherwise it would be impossible for her to suddenly become so powerful, with that kind of pressure, let alone a mid-stage emperor spiritual master. Perhaps a peak emperor spiritual master would not be her opponent. Thinking of this, everyone was shocked. When Fentianjin saw the flying silver hair and the silver eyes full of grief and hatred, he was stunned and his heart skipped a beat. Others didn't know, but he, who had some memories of his past life, knew very well that Su Maoyang in front of him was no longer the original Su Maoyang. To be precise, she was Yun Qiange, the proud daughter of the God clan. Yun Qiange. Just now, he heard clearly that the name she shouted was Lu Yeyuan. It seems that the reason why Su Maoyang can burst out with such power is because Yun Qiange, who was sealed in her soul, has awakened. Thinking of this, Feng Mox's heart seemed to be blocked by a stone, suffocating him and making him unable to breathe. And countless questions emerged in his mind. If she recovered her memories of her past life, would she hate him as much as before? Would she still talk to him calmly? Would she still think about him and worry about him for saving her life several times? However, just when Feng Moxia was worried and scared and didn't know how to face it, Su Mo Liang, who was floating in the air like a goddess, suddenly fell from a high altitude, which frightened Feng Moxia so much that his face changed drastically. He rushed forward and caught her with one hand. Now, seeing her pale face and weak breath, Feng Moxia guessed that she should not be able to bear the power brought by her past life, which led to her exhaustion and facing life danger at any time. And Feng Moxia had just promised Jun Haotsong to protect her for a lifetime. So naturally he couldn't leave her alone. He immediately hugged her and flew towards the inn in the distance without saying a word. Chapter 1940. Where is Jun Haotsong? A month later, the news that a shocking war broke out in the northern spirit realm, and the forces led by Su Maoyang forcefully killed the burning blood sky city, the Fengqi Empire. The Evil Wind ancient clan and the Zhenwu ancient clan quickly spread throughout the entire 9 netherworld. Among them, the most shocking thing is that Su Maoyang not only killed the ancestor standing at the top of the 9 netherworld with her own strength, but also successfully killed 5 elders from the 9 major sects in seconds, which made countless people fall in love with her. And her heroic deeds of being crazy for love, crying blood and white hair, and being angry for the emperor, became a good story for a while, and became a popular figure in the 9 netherworld. Who would have thought that Su Maoyang, who had always been unpopular, would now become the most popular woman who deserves the title of emperor? Because looking at the entire 9 netherworld, it is hard to find a woman like her who has the courage and bravery that ordinary people do not have. For the sake of the emperor, she not only dares to be the enemy of the entire 9 netherworld, but also dares to kill the elders of the 9 major sects. Such courage, let alone women, even the ancestors standing at the top of the 9 netherworld cannot compare. As for those women who were jealous of Su Maoyang, after seeing Su Maoyang's strength and witnessing the relationship between her and the emperor, they were convinced and no longer had those unrealistic fantasies, because they completely understood the gap between them and Su Maoyang. They once wanted to marry the emperor, Most of them wanted to cling to the emperor and get the emperor's protection. But Su Maoyang was different. She married the emperor. But she wanted to do her best to protect the emperor. Putting aside strength and talent, they lost on this point alone. However, just when everyone was spreading the legend of Su Maoyang's great achievements, this hero who created a legend in the Nine Netherworld and was worshipped by countless people, now lies in the palace of the Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm and has not woken up yet. Speaking of which, since the war broke out a month ago, it was clearly the hot summer season. But the Northern Spirit Realm seemed to be frozen, covered in silver and snow, like a kingdom of ice and snow that never melts all year round. They knew that the Northern Spirit Realm became like this because of Su Maoyang. That day, she burst out with terrible power, killed 5 Imperial Spirit Masters, and froze the entire Northern Spirit Realm into ice. Now she is unconscious, and the Northern Spirit Realm seems to have fallen into a deep sleep like her. However, when everything returned to calm, Su Maoyang's relatives and friends who were worried about her were unable to sleep and eat, and were worried. Su Mo, wake up quickly. You have slept for too long. You can't sleep anymore. Just open your eyes and look at us. Yes, everyone is worried about you. You must not leave us alone. Hearing the calls from her ears, Su Maoyang tried to open her eyes and looked around. And then she found that Dongfang's siblings, Xiaoho's siblings, Shino and others were all around her, looking at her with a worried look. Where is this? Su Maoyang opened her mouth, as if there was something stuck in her throat, and her voice was indescribably hoarse. Seeing that she had completely woken up, Dongfang Liue was so happy that she cried and shouted excitedly. She's awake. She's really awake. Yes. Thank God. She finally woke up. Xiaoho Wanxian also nodded repeatedly with red eyes. They almost thought that Su Maoyang would not survive. She had been worried every day for a month, unable to eat or sleep, and had been tormented. Now God has rewarded those who work hard, and they have finally gotten what they wanted. King Gaonan, Elder Dongfang, Dong Jinan and others, who had been waiting in the hall, heard the noise inside and rushed in. Are you awake? Is my apprentice awake? Dong Jinan was full of surprise, and couldn't wait to come forward. Su Maoyang saw that everyone in the room was looking at her with concern, and she frowned with pressure. What's wrong with me? Why am I lying here? Su Mo, have you forgotten? For the sake of the emperor, you killed several elders of the 9 major sects with your own hands, and finally fell to the ground with serious injuries, and was in a coma for a month. King Gaoyan was also happy to see her wake up, and hurriedly explained. Hearing this, Su Maoyang was shocked and widened her eyes in surprise. I killed several elders of the 9 sects with my own hands? Why does she have no memory of the battle? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang felt a splitting headache and a blank mind. Then he raised his hand with effort and rubbed his forehead. Yes, you saw the emperor was Dongfang Liu, and nodded, and quickly took over the conversation. However, before she finished speaking, Xiaoho Wanxian on the side grabbed her, gave her a look, and changed the subject. Su Mo just woke up and needs to rest. Let's not disturb her, and give her some time to digest it slowly. Su Maoyang finally woke up, but her body has not recovered yet. If she is stimulated by the emperor's matter again, wouldn't Feng Mox's previous efforts be in vain? Dongfang Liu was reminded by Xiaoho Wanxian, and suddenly came to her senses. She quickly agreed. Yes. Yes. Su Mo, don't think too much. What happened before is over. The most important thing for you now is to have a good rest. However, Su Maoyang was such a smart person that when he saw that their expressions were not right, he knew that something must have happened. It was just that she had just woken up and didn't remember it in time. So she had to calm down and recall it slowly. At this time, Feng Moxie, who was healing, heard the noise from the next room. He immediately stood up and rushed out of the door. He asked Yifeng, who was guarding the door, with surprise, is Su Maoyang awake? Yifeng saw that he was busy with himself and had time to worry about others, and immediately frowned in dissatisfaction. Master, you were seriously injured, and you also healed her, which consumed most of your true energy and spiritual power. Your body is already too weak to work. You should take care of yourself first, and then worry about others. When Feng Moxie learned that Su Maoyang had woken up, he didn't care about his body. Without waiting for Yifeng to finish, he broke into Su Maoyang's room. At this time, seeing that she finally woke up, the stone in his heart finally fell, and he was completely relieved. Then he said to everyone present, "She needs to rest now." Everyone gathered here. "But she can't breathe. Besides, you have been guarding here for so long. You should be tired. So go back and rest." Hearing Feng Emosia's voice, Su Mo Liang suddenly looked up at him. When her eyes touched his charming face, the scene of Jun Haotsong being slapped and dying in front of her to save Feng Emosia flashed in her mind. She was so scared that her face changed drastically. Her eyes suddenly widened, and she asked with horror, "Where is Jun Haotsong? Where is he? Where is he now?" Although she never remembered what happened afterwards. Jun Haotsong's death caused too much of a blow to her. Such a tragic scene. Even if she was in a coma for a month, she couldn't forget it just by wanting to. So when she saw Feng Emosia, she was stimulated to recall it.